Book 15, Chapter 46. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 46, Crazily Capturing Servants. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Culips and me. Chinyu stood in the air. With a glance, he managed to determine the amount of incoming heavenly deities. The amount of heavenly deities were not great, there was merely 9 of them. They were led by a man with long hair and beard and with the appearance of a lion. However, the hair was fiery red. Even his eyes were fiery red. He was emitting a very imposing and overbearing aura. This man was Lanshan Hua. He was the bandit boss of the largest bandit group of Yuanling City, one of the 64 cities of the eastern region of the Divine Realm. Lord Lanshan, ahead is the Mount Bewitchu, said a low-level heavenly deity respectfully. Lanshan was fierce and fiery gaze swept through the entire Mount Bewitchu. His gaze was then fixed upon Chinyu, who was standing in the middle of the air. He immediately shouted, "Are you Chinyu?" Chinyu smiled. This overbearing man before him was truly straightforward. "Precisely. Which heavenly deity are you? Speak your name," said Chinyu with a clear voice. Lanshan Hua took a deep breath. His chest bulged outward. He then said proudly without a sense of fear, "I am the Fire Lion of Yuanling City, Lanshan Hua. I reckon that you also knew about my prowess. There is a great gap between the two of us. It's best for you to obediently hand over your treasures. If you don't..." TL, Lanshan was named literally names Blue Mountain Fire. Lanshan was suddenly stopped in mid-speech. That was because a heavenly deity subordinate of his have sent a divine awareness voice transmission to him. "Lord Lanshan, according to the information we've obtained, that bitch Chi Hongfeng already arrived before us. However, she is not here right now. I suspect she has fallen in the hands of this Chinyu. Lord Lanshan, you must be careful. Because of the fact that the majority of the people who had rushed over to the Yuchi city to kill Chinyu have stayed in the Yuchi city for a period of time, they have all grew relatively familiar with each other. Thus, Lanshan Hua knew that Chi Hongfeng rushed over before them." Lanshan Hua suddenly narrowed his scarlet eyes. Only a thin line remained from what was previously his eyes. A ruby-like shine leaked out from his eyes. "Even that bitch Chi Hongfeng died?" Lanshan Hua immediately raised the status of Chinyu in his heart by a lot. "That bitch Chi Hongfeng fought against me before. Even I am unable to do anything to that bitch Chi Hongfeng. Yet this Chinyu..." Lanshan Hua had grown hesitant. "Lanshan Hua, why did you only speak half of your sentence? Come, tell me, what would you do to me if I do not obediently hand over my treasures?" Chinyu was still smiling as he stood in the air with his gown fluttering in the wind. Lanshan Hua took a glance at those formation arrays. He coldly humped. He was thinking in his heart. Merely a low-level heavenly deity. Wasn't it only his formation arrays that are a bit strong? We aren't even certain that bitch Chi Hongfeng arrived here before us. Maybe she changed her route in the middle of the journey. Even if that bitch Chi Hongfeng was trapped in the formation arrays, but with her spatial domain, it would also not be that easy for her to die." Right when Lanshan Hua was pondering. Boom! A violent explosion was heard from one of the great formation arrays within the Mount Bewitchu. That great formation array was precisely the soul trapping array within Chinyu's 3 level 4 formation arrays. "Chinyu, all you could do is trap your granddaddies in here. If you have the skill, then come and fight us head-on." An angry roar sounded from within the great formation array. "Shut your mouth. Quiet down." A rebuke was heard. Lanshan Hua's eye shined. He was able to instantly recognize that familiar voice. It's that bitch Chi Hongfeng. She was indeed trapped in that formation array. Merely, even that great formation array cannot do anything to a mid-level heavenly deity. Lanshan Hua instantly had an idea in his mind. He then turned around to the heavenly deities behind him and shouted, "Everyone, Miss Chi is currently within that great formation array and is attacking that formation array unceasingly. Everyone, follow me to kill that Chinyu. Even if we are to enter into that great formation array, we shall also attack it together. I do not believe that Chinyu's formation array would be able to handle it if there are too many people within the formation array." "Yes, your lordship." Immediately there were people who loudly voiced their acceptance of the order. Among these 8 low-level heavenly deities, 3 of them were Lanshan Hua's subordinates. As for the other 5, they were merely with Lanshan Hua to rely on him. "The 5 of you, listen carefully. After we enter into the great formation array, hide within my spatial domain. If you all are not at ease about that, then just stay here. Subordinates of mine, let's go." Lanshan Hua shouted loudly. He immediately then took the lead and soared into the sky. His 3 subordinate low-level heavenly deities immediately followed behind him. As for the other 5 heavenly deities, they merely paused for a moment before also flying to the sky following Lanshan Hua. The 8 low-level heavenly deities, while being in Lanshan Hua's spatial domain, rushed toward Qin Yu to kill him. Seeing these 9 people charging toward him, Qin Yu's body did an arc. He had directly entered into the trapping array. If there are too many people trapped within this formation array and if they are to attack it incessantly, then they would indeed be able to cause the collapse of the formation array should their attack power surpass the amount that the formation array can handle. However, this great formation array was able to handle this amount of people. Qin Yu was extremely clear about the situation of the trapping array. Inside the trapping array, Shi Hongfeng's brows were slightly creased. She looked to Xian Yu Yang beside her. Ever since they entered into the Great Formation Array, Xian Yu Yang had been trying his hardest to study this formation array the entire time. However, even now, Xian Yu Yang was still unable to break through this formation array. How is that possible? Logically, shouldn't it be at its maximum overlay? How is the water and fire elements, 2 completely different elements, able to fuse together? Furthermore, how did they fuse with the golden property defensive barrier? No, this is absolutely impossible. Xian Yu Yang was unceasingly analyzing the formation array before him. In Xian Yu Yang's point of view, according to the first stage array path, the quintessence of the formation arrays that he had comprehended, the formation array that Qin Yu had set up simply does not follow the quintessence of the formation arrays that he had deduced. In other words, in theory, this formation array before him should not exist at all. Of course, this theory was merely Xian Yu Yang's personal theory. Even now, Xian Yu Yang did not know at all that the first stage of the formation arrays that he prided himself in was actually false and was 108 thousandths of miles away from the true quintessence of the formation arrays. TL, 108 thousandths of miles is a Chinese term signifying a very large distance. Old brother Xian Yu, it's been so long, is there any progress? Qi Hongfeng's expression turned somewhat gloomy. Don't worry. Xian Yu Yang shouted lowly. He had also grown anxious from trying to analyze the formation array. At the same time, Xian Yu Yang once again created some barriers to test out the formation array. A frantic lightning bolt ruthlessly struck down. Lightning flashes and thunder rolls. All sorts of water element, fire element and other element energies were frantically striking down from above. Xian Yu Yang and Shi Hongfeng were maintaining their spatial domains and incessantly blocking off the attacks from the outside. Other than Shi Hongfeng, there were 6 other people in Shi Hongfeng's spatial domain. As for Xian Yu Yang, he also have 6 other people in addition to himself in his spatial domain. The 3 of you, leave my spatial domain. Shi Hongfeng suddenly turned around and coldly said to 3 low-level heavenly deities. Shi Hongfeng only had 3 subordinates. As for the other 3 people, they were all lone operators. For Qi Hongfeng to resist all sorts of attacks with an expanded spatial domain, it consumed a lot of her energy. Those 3 low-level heavenly deities' expressions immediately changed. Telling them to leave the spatial domain, wasn't that the same as telling them to die? Before the 3 of them could say anything, they sensed that the spatial domain decreased in size and had directly repelled all 3 of them out. At the same time, all sorts of energy attacks landed on their bodies. Analyzing the formation array was a task that was exhausting to the mind to begin with. At this moment, Xian Yu Yang also directly decreased the size of his spatial domain and repelled 2 low-level heavenly deities that were not his subordinates. The 5 low-level heavenly deities looked to Xian Yu Yang and Qi Hongfeng resentfully. After that, they could only try to rapidly flee. Qi Hongfeng's expression as she looked to Xian Yu Yang already turned extremely vicious. Old brother Xian Yu, it's already been an entire hour since we've come in, said Qi Hongfeng word by word. Xian Yu Yang turned around to look at Qi Hongfeng. His face was a bit pale and his forehead was filled with sweat. With a helpless expression, he finally sighed and shook his head. Miss Qi, please forgive me. I am truly powerless. You should try to figure out for yourself. The 3 low-level heavenly deities behind Qi Hongfeng immediately wanted to curse in rage. However, Qi Hongfeng extended her hand and stopped them. Qi Hongfeng coldly glanced at Xian Yu Yang. She then led her 3 subordinates and left. Xian Yu knew very well about the situation of the things within the formation array. The heavenly deities within this formation array were primarily separated into 4 groups. The first group was 4 people led by Qi Hongfeng. The second group was 5 people led by Xian Yu Yang. The third group was the 9 people led by Lanshan Hua that have just charged in. The last group was the 5 low-level heavenly deities that were just abandoned. I shall go and take care of these 5 low-level heavenly deities first. Otherwise, the 5 of them will lose their lives soon. Xin Yu spoke out loud. I better quickly accelerate my speed. I'll directly use the Divine Spear Waning Snow. When inside his trapping array, Qin Yu did not fear of others seeing his Divine Spear Waning Snow. Furthermore, the Devouring Soul ability and the dark and yellow energy of the Divine Spear Waning Snow were both able to attack the soul, which in turn allowed Qin Yu to take care of others even easier. As time passed, Qi Hongfeng and her three subordinates were running around the trapping array in a sorry state as they tried to escape the formation array. Qi Hongfeng's spatial domain's range turned to only cover an area 3 meters surrounding her. "Big sis, what should we do?" asked one of the men. This man's face was filled with anxiety. Qi Hongfeng surveyed her surroundings. At this moment, before her was a vast and boundless swamp. Clearly, it was an illusion from the trapping array. The reason why trapping arrays were powerful was because it was capable of integrating all sorts of different formation arrays. I do not believe that I, Qi Hongfeng, who have moved about unhindered in the divine realm for this many years, would fall to a mere formation array. Qi Hongfeng was emitting a real fierce and sharp aura from her body. Although she was a woman, she was equally brave and possessed abilities a match for men. "The three of you, listen carefully. Even if we are unable to escape, it would still be impossible for that Qin Yu to kill us," said Qi Hongfeng confidently. "We merely need to wait. There are a lot of heavenly deities that wanted to kill Qin Yu. Once more and more people arrive, there are definitely going to be someone capable of breaking through this formation array." Qi Hongfeng looked to her surroundings. "Right now, I will only form a spatial domain of a 3-meter circumference. With this amount, the consumption of the soul energy would be the same as the speed at which my soul energy recovers. We do not need to be worried that the spatial domain cannot last." "Big sis, you mean, these 3 low-level heavenly deities somewhat realized?" Qi Hongfeng continued to proceed onward. They arrived at a maze formed by multicolored walls. She then directly sat down cross-legged and said calmly, "We'll wait here. We'll wait till a large amount of heavenly deities come." Although Qi Hongfeng spoke with confidence, she felt slightly anxious from the bottom of her heart. However, she was unable to understand why she was anxious. There was a prerequisite for her plan, Qin Yu being unable to kill her. Was Qin Yu truly unable to kill her? "That Qin Yu does not possess any means to kill me. Even if he possessed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, I am a mid-level heavenly deity and possessed a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact," thought Qi Hongfeng. "Miss Qi, it is not good to be overly confident." A divine awareness voice transmission directly sounded in Qi Hongfeng's mind. Qi Hongfeng's eyes immediately burst forth with light. She immediately held her soft sword straight. Qi Hongfeng had grown alert. She carefully looked to her surroundings. The 3 low-level heavenly deities behind her have also become on guard. However, out of nowhere, a figure suddenly appeared before Qi Hongfeng. This sort of appearance had caused Qi Hongfeng to be shocked. At the same time, the Divine Spear Waning Snow that Qin Yu held in his hand was launched. "Trying to kill me with a mere high-quality heavenly divine artifact? In your dreams," thought Qi Hongfeng in her heart. At the same time, she dramatically increased her spatial domain's range and covered even Qin Yu. She was planning to use her spatial domain to bind Qin Yu and the spear that he held. Several hundred spatial cracks of hair strand thickness appeared in the space surrounding the spearhead of the Divine Spear Waning Snow. The spatial domain was simply unable to bind it at all. Qi Hongfeng's expression instantly changed. At the same time, she impatiently tried to block the incoming spear with the soft sword in her hand. Bang! Like a whip, the soft sword immediately coiled around the Divine Spear Waning Snow. However, a layer of dark and yellow energy appeared on the surface of the Divine Spear Waning Snow. With a vibration from the dark and yellow energy, the soft sword was shocked loose. Poochie! The Divine Spear Waning Snow pierced through Qi Hongfeng's chest. At the same time, a burst of wave energy started to directly attack Qi Hongfeng's nascent soul. This was one of the 2 great special abilities of the Divine Spear Waning Snow. Devouring Soul. The strength of the Devouring Soul skill was something that Qin Yu could control. After absorbing the dark and yellow energy, the Devouring Soul and Body Break abilities have grown much more astonishingly powerful. Qi Hongfeng only felt that her mind had been shocked. After that, she weakly fell to the ground and sat there in a paralyzed state. The 3 low-level heavenly deities were unable to believe the scene before them. As for Qin Yu, he teleported 3 more times in succession. His Divine Spear Waning Snow was shot out 3 more times. The 3 low-level heavenly deities also fell to the ground. Why didn't this Qin Yu kill me? Qi Hongfeng was confused. And at this moment, a little stone pagoda appeared in Qin Yu's hand. The stone pagoda started growing later. Soon after, it became a 3-story tall pagoda. Absorb! Qin Yu shouted. The 4 heavenly deities who already had their souls damaged from receiving the soul attacks was absorbed into the God-sealing pagoda. This is the first group. Next group, the Xian Yu Yang's group of 5. Qin Yu retrieved his God-sealing pagoda and disappeared. Qin Yu started to frantically attack the heavenly deities in this level 4 trapping array. Without restraint, he started to absorb these heavenly deities into his God-sealing pagoda. The amount of servants that Qin Yu possessed was being increased unceasingly. Over 10 were absorbed. Gradually, over 20 were absorbed. Not a single heavenly deity was able to win against Qin Yu, who possessed the divine spear Waning Snow and the teleportation ability in a 1-against-1 battle. Qin Yu, who was not hiding his strength at all, was truly astonishingly terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 47. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 47, The Appearance of a High-Level Heavenly Deity. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. From the time when Qin Yu attacked Shi Hongfeng and her subordinates till the time he finished absorbing them, only a moment had passed. This time around, all 23 heavenly deities that came to attack Qin Yu were captured by Qin Yu at once. Adding on the 6 from earlier, and the Wu clan brothers, Qin Yu had obtained 31 heavenly deity-level servants. Mount Bewitch Yu. Beside the Alpine Lake. The water of the Alpine Lake was calm like a mirror, reflecting the sky. Occasionally, mountain wind would blow past, causing a layer of ripples to form on the surface of the water. Qin Yu was standing beside the Alpine Lake with his hands behind his back, his long gown being blown adrift by the wind. With a wave of his hand, the 23 heavenly deities who Qin Yu had just captured appeared before him. Shi Hongfeng, Xian Yu Yang and Lan Shan stood to the front, whereas the other 23 heavenly deities were behind them. At the moment the 23 heavenly deities saw Qin Yu, they all bowed and respectfully said, "Master." Once one was captured into the God-sealing pagoda, one's soul would be bound. Thus, these 23 heavenly deities could only accept their fate and follow Qin Yu. Shi Hongfeng, Xian Yu Yang and Lan Shanhua looked at Qin Yu with gazes filled with shock and awe. When they saw each other in the God-sealing pagoda, they knew that the other person was also captured by Qin Yu. Why was it that the 3 of them, all mid-level heavenly deities, did not possess even the slightest power to resist when faced with Qin Yu, a low-level heavenly deity? They were unable to understand why. Thus, the master that stood before them appeared even more mysterious to them. Qin Yu glanced at everyone present. He then said, "From today hence, you all shall be my servants. As for all the matters that you all need to do, it will be in the care of Uncle Fu." With an intention from Qin Yu, Uncle Fu appeared beside Qin Yu from the Jianglan's realm. Uncle Fu. All 23 of these heavenly deities were extremely respectful and modest. Uncle Fu already knew about Qin Yu's intention. Upon seeing this group of heavenly deities, Uncle Fu bowed to Qin Yu and said with a smile, "Never had I anticipated that in the blink of an eye, Master would capture 23 heavenly deities. Uncle Fu, they shall be under your administration," said Qin Yu with a light smile. "This old servant will definitely manage them well." Uncle Fu looked at the 23 heavenly deities. He nodded. Then, with an intention, Qin Yu moved Uncle Fu and the 23 heavenly deities into the second layer space of Jianglan's realm. Like a cat, Qin Yu was standing on top of a tree and looking to the distance. It will likely be a while before the next group of heavenly deities arrives. Qin Yu did not want to wait here in vain. Thus, he directly flew into the trapping array. Qin Yu proceeded to sit cross-legged in the center region of the trapping array. Qin Yu didn't care about when those heavenly deities would come, because he knew that in the end, those heavenly deities would definitely enter his trapping array to find him. "I reckon that I will be able to reach a breakthrough in my soul within 100 years. By the time my divine energy transforms into heavenly divine energy, I reckon I'll be able to open the third layer space of Jianglan's realm. At that time, I will be able to see Lear again." Qin Yu had a slight smile on his face. Qin Yu was very certain about his own soul's level. Qin Yu had been at the peak of the high-level deity stage for numerous years. When his comprehension of formation arrays reached the level 4 formation array level, it meant that Qin Yu had broken through the membrane that separated the high-level deity stage from the low-level heavenly deity stage. 100 years should be more enough for Qin Yu to completely surmount the threshold of heavenly deity. Training in formation arrays was indeed also a means of increasing one's soul's level. With a flip of his hand, Qin Yu took out a golden scroll. This golden scroll was the scroll that contained the detailed descriptions of level 7 and level 8 formation arrays by the craftsman god Che Ho Yuan. Xinyu understood that for level 1 formation arrays to level 6 formation arrays, the method to deduce them goes from simple to complicated. Although he was currently only at the 4th level of formation arrays, Xinyu was confident that as long as he had sufficient time, he would be able to reach the 6th level of formation arrays. However, the level 7 formation arrays and the level 8 formation arrays were instead extremely simple. One could tell how simple they were by the fact that a single golden scroll managed to contain the information regarding both level 7 and level 8 formation arrays. What sort of mysteries do the level 7 and level 8 formation arrays contain? Xinyu began to read the scroll carefully once again. It would require a very long time just to set up ordinary level 3 or level 4 formation arrays. For level 5 and level 6 formation arrays, the amount of time it required to set them up was frighteningly long. However, for level 7 and level 8 formation arrays, one could set them up in a couple breaths worth of time. The level 7 formation arrays seemed to be very simple. However, how could such simple methods be able to contain such great amount of power? Xinyu was unable to understand this. This was already not the first time Xinyu read the information regarding the level 7 formation arrays. He had read it time and time again, yet he was still unable to solve the mystery of its profoundness. Xinyu then proceeded to look at the final formation array, the sole level 8 formation array. Senior Chiho's highest accomplishment in formation arrays is truly astonishing. With the 5 elements of gold, metal, wood, water, fire and earth as the foundation, yin and yang as the darkness and light, and lightning is punishment. It's simple and logical. However, this great formation array formed through this method, its might seems to be overly powerful. Xinyu was unable to set up this great formation array. Thus, he was unable to personally experience the might of this formation array. He was only able to read the descriptions regarding this great formation array left behind by Cheho Yuan himself. According to Cheho Yuan, once this formation array finished being set up, there would be no need for foundations for this formation array. It would be able to absorb the frantic divine spiritual energy of the divine realm and use it to create a miniature world. This formation array was so powerful that no one, other than experts at the God King level, would be able to break through it. Without the need for formation foundations. Capable of creating a miniature world. This formation array could be said as having no flaws. It truly is that powerful? Unfortunately, I do not know whether Senior Cheho Yuan is alive or dead now. If Senior Cheho Yuan is still living, then I would be able to personally see the might of this great formation array. Xinyu sighed in his heart. Suddenly, Xinyu's ears moved. A smile appeared on his face. More heavenly deities have come? At the foot of the Mount Bewitch You. At this moment, over a dozen heavenly deities were gathered. This group of heavenly deities were led by a pair of sisters. These 2 sisters were both very pretty and enchanting. The sisters were the only 2 mid-level heavenly deities among these people. Big sister, why isn't there anyone else other than us here? That shouldn't be the case. There were many other heavenly deities that set off before us. Lu Yurao, who wore a pink gauze dress, frowned as she asked. Lu Yurao and Lu Yuyo were the famous enchanting sisters. These 2 mid-level heavenly deities possessed strength that one cannot underestimate. That Xianyu Yang and Lan Shanhua all set off before us. Regardless of what happened, there should be many heavenly deities here. Lu Yuyo looked at Mount Bewitch You extremely cautiously. If they were to fall to Mount Bewitch You, we most definitely cannot allow ourselves to also fall to it. Lu Yurao nodded. Right when these 2 sisters were bewildered by what was happening, another group of 10 plus heavenly deities flew over from behind. In this group of heavenly deities, there was a single mid-level heavenly deity. Little enchanting sisters, to see you 2 here is truly a happy occasion. A clear voice sounded. The leader among the group of 10 plus heavenly deities, a cultured and refined white-clothed youth, took the lead and descended to the ground. Lu Yuyo and Lu Yuro immediately greeted the incoming person with loud and clear voices. Hello, young Master Igong. Lu Yuyo and Lu Yuro had long since heard about the distinguished name of Igong Shu. One must know that there were also distinctions between mid-level heavenly deities. The strong ones among them were those like the 9-headed black dragon Tanjio, Lu Yushi and them. For them, even handling 5 or 6 mid-level heavenly deities by themselves wouldn't be too hard. As for Igong Shu, he was someone at the same level as Tanjio. Wearing a scholar's headpiece and a white gown, young Master Igong lightly smiled and said, Little enchanting sisters, why are you the only people here? Where's Miss Chi? I know that she has arrived already. We haven't seen her, said Lu Yuyao. Lu Yurao continued. When we set off from Yuchi City, we obtained information that Lanshan Huo and Xianyu Yang had already set off. However, when we got here, we couldn't find a single person. We suspect that they are either dead or trapped in the Great Formation Arrays. Xian Yu Yang? Yi Gongshu frowned. This Xian Yu Yang is an expert of formation arrays. Even he has fallen to Qinyu? Lu Yuyo and Lu Yuro also nodded. That's the only possible explanation. Yi Gongshu turned around to look at Mount Biwichu. He was able to clearly sense that the entire Mount Biwichu was radiating energy from different kinds of formation arrays. His heart grew heavy. It seems that the formation arrays that this Qinyu has set up are very powerful. That's right, they're very powerful. Lu Yuro and Lu Yuyo also looked at Mount Biwichu. This two groups of people, that numbered close to 30, all quietly looked at Mount Biwichu. They felt a sudden burst of shivering in their hearts. They were able to imagine exactly how many formation arrays there were around Mount Biwichu. The quiet Mount Biwichu appeared like a vicious beast lying in wait. Whenever someone passed by this vicious beast, they would be swallowed up by it. For a moment, not a single one of the close to 30 heavenly deities dared to proceed onward. As time passed, heavenly deities in groups of 7 or 8, or 2 or 3 started arriving. The number of heavenly deity experts at the foot of Mount Biwichu became bigger and bigger. However, the more people arrived, the more certain they became of one thing. Shi Hongfeng, Xian Yu Yang and Lan Shanhua, 3 mid-level heavenly deities who possessed some reputation, had all fallen to Mount Biwichu. After half a day, the number of heavenly deities gathered here was already greater than 50. At this moment, there were also 5 mid-level heavenly deities. Other than the enchanting sisters and Yi Gongshu, there was also the ice-cold heavenly deity Beauty Lu Bing'an. 9-headed black dragon Tanjiu. Tanjiu, who had hidden himself for so many years, had finally shown himself today. We are still waiting? Lu Bing's gaze was cast towards the other 4 mid-level heavenly deities. Lu Bing was tall and possessed an amazing figure. Her silver hair increased her aura of coldness. Especially that pair of eyes of hers, they appeared to be eternally void of emotions. Lu Yuyao smiled charmingly. Little sister Lu Bing, do not be anxious. 3 mid-level heavenly deities have already fallen inside those formation arrays. Unless we have absolute certainty, it's best for us to wait a bit longer. I think that we should set off to break the formation arrays. A shiny light flashed through the scholarly Yi Gongshu's eyes. Those 3 mid-level heavenly deities, their strength can only be considered mid-tier. However, us here, there's Black Dragon and I. If even we are unable to kill that Qinyu, then it would truly be strange. Yi Gongshu was filled with confidence. Among the current 5 mid-level heavenly deities, Yi Gongshu and Tanjiu possessed the strongest strength. Yi Gongshu and Tanjiu each possessed strength that was greater than Xian Yu Yang, Lan Shanhua and Shi Hongfeng combined. With the two of them, they indeed possessed a real great possibility of success. Since young Master Yi Gong is in approval of setting off, then I shall also approve of it, said Tanjiu coldly. Tanjiu had come this time precisely to be the Oriole behind the mantis. However, it required much skill to properly play the role of the Oriole. If he were to wait to attack, till after everyone had already taken the treasures, then wouldn't he be unable to get anything? Because of that, Tanjiu had shown himself. Yi Gongshu smiled and said, "Good. Since Brother Black Dragon also approves of it, then this matter shall be simple. What is the most important now is who among our 50+ heavenly deities shall be the leader, giving the orders and controlling the situation." Lu Bing, Lu Yurao and Lu Yuyo all looked towards Yi Gongshu and Tanjiu. The leader of this group could only be either Yi Gongshu or Tanjiu. If one were to become the leader, then he would have the authority to order what everyone must do. Thus, this person would naturally have a higher chance of obtaining Qinyu's treasures. Yi Gongshu looked at Tanjiu. He knew that this Lord Black Dragon was someone who was very hard to talk with. However, in order to obtain the treasures that Qinyu possessed, Yi Gongshu knew that he must certainly become the leader. "I am not interested. Young Master Yi Gong can be the leader," said Tanjiu indifferently. Yi Gongshu was startled. He had even prepared many excuses and arguments to persuade Tanjiu. Yi Gongshu immediately smiled and said, "Good. Since Black Dragon has said so, then I shall be the leader of this group of 56 heavenly deities. From now on, everyone must listen to me and do as I say." Yi Gongshu's gaze was cast towards all the heavenly deities. None of them protested. Even the cold and proud Lu Bing did not oppose it. After all, strength was the most important aspect. Tanjiu glanced at Yi Gongshu. He was laughing coldly in his heart. "Do you think that Qinyu will be that easy to take care of? Humph, if you are careless, then you'll only suffer death." Tanjiu was forever unable to forget about the spear that Qinyu had. At this moment, Yi Gongshu had already started assigning what everyone would do with a smile on his face. Enchanting sisters, the two of you will lead 20 low-level heavenly deities. After all, Igonshu stopped in the middle of his speech right after starting it. 3 figures were flying over rapidly. Everyone, listen up. My lord has ordered, and you all must listen to my lord's order in how to break Mount Bewitchu's great formation arrays in killing Chinyu. A loud shout sounded from far away. The 56 heavenly deities immediately looked over to the distant place. Who dares to be this arrogant? It's only 3 people. They don't seem to be very powerful. Why should we listen to them? Jin Kong, it's Jin Kong and his brother. Lo Yuyo suddenly said in shock. For them brothers to come, then, that lord that they spoke of. Wouldn't it be? Igonshu and Tanjio's expression changed. Igonshu's gaze turned cold. He then said 2 words. Mr. Chiozhong. In the divine realm, mid-level heavenly deities were generally extremely powerful beings in bandit powers. As for high-level heavenly deities, they were individuals that all the major powers fought each other for. How many high-level heavenly deities would actually go and become bandits? In 64 cities of the eastern region of the divine realm, the strongest person among all the bandits. Mr. Chiozhong was the sole high-level heavenly deity among all the bandits' powers present. No one had ever imagined that Chinyu was actually able to attract even Mr. Chiozhong. After all, Mr. Chiozhong already possessed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Fuck. The situation has turned bad. Tanjio's expression had grown gloomy. He had hidden the fact that Chinyu possessed the spear-shaped Grand Mist spiritual treasure in 9-petaled magnificent lotus precisely because he feared that people too powerful would come. Now that a high-level heavenly deity have arrived, how would he, Tanjio, possibly be able to obtain the treasures? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 48. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 48, Formation Array Universe. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. When Chinyu flew out from the formation array to inspect the surroundings, he was still thinking about the level 8 formation array from the Golden Scroll. This level 8 formation array, how, Chinyu had a sort of uncertain feeling that he was unable to explain. This formation array seemed to be very familiar. That's right. It was extremely familiar. Chinyu seemed to have a memory in his mind that was related with this formation array. However, regardless of how hard Chinyu thought, he was unable to recall when he had seen this formation array before. As he continued to think about the level 8 formation array, Chinyu saw the large group of heavenly deities located at the foot of Mount Bewitchu. Tanjio has also appeared. Chinyu's eyes shined. That dark-skinned youngster with scarlet short-haired and scarlet-colored brows, wasn't he Tanjio? And at this moment, Tanjio was bowing to a green-clothed scholarly-looking man. That Tanjio can already be considered as having reached the peak of mid-level heavenly deity. Why would he be that respectful to that blue-clothed scholarly-looking man? The scene that Chinyu saw had shocked him. To be able to make Tanjio this respectful, what sort of strength would this person have? Could it be that there are truly high-level heavenly deities that have come for me? Seems like this has turned troublesome. Chinyu frowned. The current Chinyu was no longer as relaxed as he was before. Tanjio, Igonshu, Li Yurao and Lu Bing all respectfully bowed and said, Mr. Chiozhong. Chiozhong Fu was a very prideful person. He disliked what the title that ordinary bandit bosses addressed themselves as, Lord, Boss, and such. Instead, he demanded other to address him as Mr. Chiozhong Fu wore blue clothes. Beside him were his 2 personal subordinates, Jin Kong and his brother Jin Long. In normal circumstances, these 2 brothers would follow Chiozhong Fu wherever he goes. Chiozhong Fu lightly nodded. In a short while, I will be breaking the Great Formation Array and will then kill that Chinyu. If there is anything in Chinyu's body that I do not fancy, I will gift them to you all. However, I do not wish for you all to take your own initiative and not listen to my orders. Understand? Understood. Even Igonshu and Tanjio were extremely respectful and didn't dare to have the slightest amount of disrespect. Chiozhong Fu lightly nodded. He then ordered. Jin Kong, you are in charge of the people here. Remember, allocate how many low-level heavenly deities a mid-level heavenly deities leads according to their strength. Yes, my lord, said Jin Kong respectfully. He then coldly looked at the other mid-level heavenly deities. Lu Yuyao, you are to lead those 6 low-level heavenly deities. Jin Kong pointed and marked 6 low-level heavenly deities with his heavenly divine energy. Yes. Lu Yuyao lightly smiled and accepted the order. One by one, the orders continued. Lu Yuyao, Lu Yurao and Lu Bing ended up leading close to 20 low-level heavenly deities combined. As for the rest, they were being led by Tan Jiao and Yi Gongshu. Tan Jiao and Yi Gongshu were extremely powerful. Their skills in using the spatial domain was also much better than the three women. "Brother Jin Kong, are you all not going to lead any low-level heavenly deities?" said Yi Gongshu with a light smile on his face. As Jin Kong and Jin Long always followed Qiu Zhongfu, their status was naturally high. However, their own strengths were inferior to Yi Gongshu. Thus, their attitude toward Yi Gongshu when talking was still respectful. "Of course we'll be leading. Our men are still on their way. Their flying speed is much slower than ours," said Jin Kong with a smile. Yi Gongshu and Tan Jiao started to curse in their hearts. "Doesn't this mean that this Mr. Qiuzhong has rapidly flown over here so that he can make everyone listen to his commands?" Everyone was able to guess the intention of this Mr. Qiuzhong. He did this precisely because he feared that Yi Gongshu and them would be able to obtain Qin Yu's treasures before him. After a long period of time, 23 low-level heavenly deities had arrived. These 23 low-level heavenly deities were all Qiu Zhongfu's subordinates. Yi Gongshu and them were originally 56 heavenly deities. With the addition of the 26 new heavenly deities, Qiu Zhongfu, Jin Kong and Jin Long, they now numbered a total of 82 heavenly deities. The 82 heavenly deities were separated into 7 groups led by the 7 mid-level heavenly deities. As for Qiu Zhongfu, he was standing in the air by himself and looking at Mount Biwichu in the distance. "Jin Kong, you 7 groups are to cooperate in breaking the formation arrays. If you discover any formation array that you cannot break apart, you are to come and inform me about it," ordered Qiu Zhongfu indifferently. "Yes." Jin Kong, Jin Long, Tan Jiao, Yi Gongshu and the rest of them all bowed to accept the order. While on the surface everyone was extremely respectful, Tan Jiao and Yi Gongshu were actually madly enraged in their hearts. Who among them didn't wish to obtain Qin Yu's treasures? However, what could they do now? They had turned into Qiu Zhongfu's lackeys. It was not that they wanted to be lackeys but rather that they had no choice but to be lackeys. If they dared to resist Qiu Zhongfu, Tan Jiao and Yi Gongshu were 100% certain that Qiu Zhongfu would directly kill them. The 7 groups took to the sky simultaneously. All 7 of them spread out their spatial domains. Although everyone was restraining their power, Tan Jiao and Yi Gongshu's spatial domains were still spread to a circumference of 300 to 400 meters. As for the other 5 people, their spatial domains were only about 100 meters circumference. With all of them working together, ordinary illusion arrays were simply unable to stop them at all. As for the attacking arrays, they too were unable to break through the spatial domains. With extreme ease, they destroyed the surface of Mount Biwichu thoroughly and broke through the formation arrays with brute force. 1, 2, 3, in a blink of an eye, over 20 great formation arrays were broken through. At the moment when they broke through 30 great formation arrays, the groups finally stopped. Jin Kong said to Qiu Zhongfu who stood in the air, "My lord, it is a bit hard for us to break through this great formation array." The formation array before them was a relatively large trapping array. It was a trapping array at the peak level of level 3 formation arrays. If Yi Gongshu and Tan Jiao were to use a large amount of their energy, it was still possible for them to break through this formation array. However, at this moment, Yi Gongshu and them did not want to exhaust a large amount of their energy. "Oh?" Qiu Zhongfu glanced at this formation array. He smiled indifferently and said, "Merely a small formation array. You all, step aside." The numerous heavenly deities immediately stepped far away. Qiu Zhongfu merely grabbed the space before him a couple times as he stood in the air, and a couple places in that peak level 3 formation array completely shattered. In an instant, one of this trapping array's foundations had been broken. A trapping array with a foundation broken naturally became a lot weaker. Even mid-level heavenly deities were capable of easily breaking it now. "You all, continue," said Qiu Zhongfu coldly. Tan Jiao and Yi Gongshu both felt shiver in their hearts. There was a difference in the area of space that a high-level heavenly deity could destroy. When they saw the area that Qiu Zhongfu had instantly destroyed, they knew right away that Qiu Zhongfu was a relatively powerful high-level heavenly deity. Spatial destruction? As expected, he's a high-level heavenly deity. Qin Yu, who was within the vast forest of the Mount Biwichu, was quietly watching all that was unfolding. Upon seeing that Qiu Zhongfu easily destroyed a small region of space, the small bit of hope that Qin Yu previously had also instantly vanished. If I were to rely on teleportation and my divine spear Waning Snow, killing this high-level heavenly deity, Qin Yu started to simulation the battle in his mind. In the end, he shook his head. There's no certainty of winning. Qin Yu knew very well that high-level heavenly deities knew more than just spatial destruction. They also knew spatial domain. Furthermore, the binding ability of their spatial domain was even greater than those of mid-level heavenly deities. Once Qin were to get caught into his spatial domain, the divine spear Waning Snow would be caught into a very powerful restriction energy and its speed would definitely not be fast enough. And at that moment, his opponent was totally able to come and attack him instead. Although he could escape with teleportation, he would be unable to kill his opponent. Thus, it was not worth it for Qin to disclose his hidden trump cards. Qin, who was hiding within the center of the dense forest, suddenly sent a binding gaze. In reaction, he turned to look over. It was precisely the Qiu Zhongfu who was standing in the sky. He discovered me? Qin was startled. Qin Yu. Qiu Zhongfu's gaze turned cold. He suddenly shouted violently. Like thousands of rolling thunders, his voice sounded in Qin Yu's ears. At the same time, an overbearing divine awareness directly rushed into Qin Yu's mind. Divine awareness attack. Qin Yu felt a burst of shock to his mind. And at this moment, that Qiu Zhongfu rushed downward with lightning speed. Qiu Zhongfu's eyes were filled with confidence. A mere low-level heavenly deity, after receiving my divine awareness attack, by the time your mind becomes sober, I'll already have caught you. Divine awareness attack was the same as soul energy attack. If the gap between the two people's soul levels were too great, using divine awareness attack would be an extremely fast type of attack. However, if there was barely any gap between the two parties, using divine awareness attack would injure both parties. From Qiu Zhongfu's point of view, as he was a high-level heavenly deity, if he were to use his divine awareness to attack a low-level heavenly deity, he would at the very least cause this low-level heavenly deity to be in a muddle-headed state for quite some time. However, Qin Yu merely had his soul jolted for a moment. His meteoric tear emitted rays of green lights. In a blink of an eye, Qin Yu had woken up. What a powerful high-level heavenly deity! Gasped Qin Yu in his heart. With lightning speed, Qin Yu rushed into the level 4 formation array beside him. Man? Qiu Zhongfu was startled. He's already recovered? Could it be that he's a mid-level heavenly deity and that the information gathered about him before was mistaken? If the gap between them was not great, and was instead only a single level, the divine awareness attack would not amount to much. You think you'll be okay after hiding in the Great Formation Array? Qiu Zhongfu had a smile on his face. Inside the level 4 formation array, Qin Yu was now met with two choices. One was to fight against this Qiu Zhongfu. The second was to directly escape into his universal world. Having stirred up the entire divine realm, Qin Yu truly do not wish to end up hiding himself. Bang! 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 Sounds of explosions continued outside. Qin Yu knew that the formation arrays outside were being broken through one by the combined force of those mid-level heavenly deities. Level 3 formation arrays were indeed unable to stop Tan Jiu and them for a long time. Qin Yu, are you truly planning to hide yourself in the Great Formation Array? Qiu Zhongfu's voice sounded. I suggest that you should come out. Otherwise, if you were to fall into the spatial cracks, there would be no one capable of saving you. Qin Yu smiled coldly as he stayed in the formation array. He wants me out? Qin Yu completely understood what Qiu Zhongfu was thinking. If he remained in the Great Formation Array, then this Qiu Zhongfu would not dare to rashly use his spatial destruction to destroy this level 4 formation array. That was because Qiu Zhongfu didn't know where in the formation array Qin Yu was hiding. If he were to destroy the area of space where Qin Yu was, while breaking the formation array, then not only would Qin Yu get sucked into the spatial cracks and be killed, the treasures that he possessed would also drift into the spatial cracks and Qiu Zhongfu would not be able to obtain them. Thus, while Qin Yu could be killed, he couldn't be sent into a spatial crack. Outside the level 4 formation array, Qiu Zhongfu had an ice-cold expression. Standing behind him awaiting the orders were the 7 mid-level heavenly deities and the large number of low-level heavenly deities they led. Jin Kong asked in a low voice. My lord, what should we? You all are to stay here. I will go and break the formation array. Like a meteorite, Qiu Zhongfu smashed into the Great Formation Array. As a level 4 trapping array, although it only appeared to have a circumference of several hundred meters from the outside, it actually possessed greater than 10,000 meters circumference on the inside. This was similar to the bewitching god temple. Not good. Sensing that Qiu Zhongfu had charged into his formation array, Qin Yu had a bitter smile on his face. In order to kill me, this Qiu Zhongfu was actually willing to do such complicated things. There's nothing I can do about it either. Qin Yu was able to anticipate what Qiu Zhongfu planned to do. This Qiu Zhongfu was going to use his spatial domain to search whether Qin Yu was in a region of space. If Qin Yu was not in that region of space, then Qiu Zhongfu would directly use his spatial destruction to destroy that region of space. The area spatial destruction could destroy was generally not great. However, when inspecting the Great Formation Array from within, one must inspect a very large area. To break the formation array or coincidentally destroy a formation foundation was a very complicated process. Buzz 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 buzz. The sound of space being destroyed continually echoed out. Without stopping, that Xiu Zhongfu was destroying a small region of space after another. As many little things adds up to a great amount, he ultimately succeeded. It had been destroyed by a high-level heavenly deity this easily? Is there really nothing that could truly trap a high-level heavenly deity? Qin Yu felt hatred in his heart. Suddenly, the level 8 formation array appeared in Qin Yu's mind. That's right, that level 8 formation array is capable of binding high-level heavenly deities. Even high-level heavenly deities cannot escape it. Unfortunately, I am unable to deploy that. Qin Yu was suddenly startled. He had a familiar feeling regarding the level 8 formation array the entire time. However, he was unable to think of why it was so familiar. After thinking about it for so long, Qin Yu finally remembered at this moment. Splitting the heaven and earth apart. That's right. It was splitting the heaven and earth apart. Remember, splitting the heaven and earth apart refers to the creation myth of Pangu and his universe world. Qin Yu suddenly closed his eyes. At this moment, he began to feel the ancient aura like that of the flower paste space. The profound sensation that he had when he split the heaven and earth apart to create the universal world once again descended upon him. Why did he have such a familiar sensation regarding this level 8 formation array? That was because the principle behind this level 8 formation array was already relatively approaching the principle behind the universal world that was formed through splitting the heaven and earth apart. During the time when he created the universal world, Qin Yu merely knew about how to do it but not what the principle behind it was. Although he was unable to understand the principle, he remembered the profound sensation. At this moment, after he entered that sort of profound state, the process of the creation of the universal world emerged in Qin Yu's mind. The peak of formation arrays was merely creating a space through the comprehension of the spatial laws. Although Qin Yu had not comprehended the spatial laws, he had created his own universal world. Thus, he naturally understood the spatial laws of the universal world. So this was the case. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. He lightly streaked his hand across the air. Several rays of light flew out from Qin Yu's hand. Like meteors, they fell to various locations surrounding Mount Bewitch Yu. Formation array universe, form. Qin Yu lightly shouted. In merely an instant, everyone in the surrounding several thousand miles, including even Xiu Zhongfu who had just broke the level 4 formation array, felt that their sky and earth was being turned upside down. The scenes before them all ceased to exist. Instead, what appeared in their surroundings was a vast and boundless land. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 1. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 1, My Path is Not Alone. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Vast, boundless land. Vast cloudless sky that spread over thousands of miles. A boundless desolation. High-level heavenly deity Xiu Zhongfu, the 7 mid-level heavenly deities Tanjiu, Yigongshu and them, and the 74 low-level heavenly deities, these 82 heavenly deities stood on this boundless earth. They looked to their surroundings. All of them displayed expressions of astonishment. Jin Kong spread out his spatial domain. However, the earth remained the earth in the range of his spatial domain. There was not even the slightest amount of change. Not only Jin Kong, even Jin Long, Tan Jiao and the rest started flying toward different directions and started to use their spatial domains to investigate their surroundings. After some time, Jin Kong flew over to Xiu Zhongfu. In a panic, he said, "My lord, this location is not an illusion." Not an illusion. Tanjiu, Yigongshu, Jin Kong, Jin Long, Lu Yuyao, Lu Yuro and Lu Bing, these 7 mid-level heavenly deities' faces were all full of shock. As for these 74 low-level heavenly deities, they were stupefied with astonishment. Everyone could only look to Xiu Zhongfu, Mr. Xiu Zhong, the strongest person in the eastern region's bandit powers. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiu Zhongfu violently looked behind himself. He then looked to his left and then his right. He violently waved his hands. The space in the surroundings started shattering. Buzz. 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 The space continued to be ripped apart. As if he had gone mad, Xiu Zhongfu destroyed thousands of areas at once. He had practically exhausted all of his soul energy. This caused Xiu Zhongfu's complexion to become extremely pale. Xiu Zhongfu suddenly stopped. That was because he saw that the areas of space that had been destroyed by him had all recovered in the blink of an eye. All his efforts had been for nothing. He formed a space? How is that possible? Isn't this something that only god kings who have completely comprehended the spatial laws can do? How did that Qin Yu accomplish such a thing? Zhou Zhongfu was mumbling in shock. His eyes were filled with astonishment as well as terror. After Qin Yu set up the formation array universe, he just stood there blankly. However, he was thinking about very many things in his mind. In my opinion, above level 8 formation arrays there should be level 9 and level 10 formation arrays. Merely, the current me is unable to achieve another breakthrough. Successor of mine, the bewitching god temple is in your hands. I hope that you could inherit my title of craftsman god. Strive hard, successor of mine. The message left behind by the craftsman god Cheho Yuan, Qin Yu still remembered it very well. Above the 8th level of formation arrays were even higher leveled formation arrays. Only thing is, even after spending numerous years researching, the craftsman god Cheho Yuan was unable to comprehend formation arrays of a higher level than level 8 formation arrays. And at this moment, Qin Yu suddenly came to a realization. So this is the case. The countless great paths, they are actually the same Tao in the end. The pinnacle of the array path is also the comprehension of the spatial laws where one would be capable of setting up a space. Qin Yu felt a burst of relaxation. Taoist path. In the divine realm's 12 quadrillion years of history, there were many geniuses of formation arrays, who were continuously striving their hardest in researching formation arrays. However, regardless of how much he researched, even the craftsman god Cheho Yuan only managed to reach the 8th level of formation arrays. No wonder this level 8 formation array appears very familiar. The principle behind this level 8 formation array is merely a bit more simple than the spatial laws of the universal world. I believe that if I achieve another breakthrough, the level 9 formation array would reach the same level as the spatial laws. Upon thinking of all this, Qin Yu grew a bit regretful. The craftsman god Cheho Yuan had spent a great deal of effort and time to create the level 8 formation array. However, Qin Yu directly used the spatial laws and created a perfect world of formation array with a single try. The formation array universe that Qin Yu had created could no longer be considered an ordinary formation array. Instead, it was a formation array space. If one were to rank this formation array, then it would be a level 9 formation array. The level 8 formation array that Cheho Yuan had created was merely the fledgling stage of the formation array space. He had yet to comprehend the level of spatial laws. Qin Yu's formation array universe contained within it the spatial law of the universal world. A perfect spatial law was naturally able to create a perfect formation array space. I merely took the easy way out. However, the universal world's spatial laws are completely different from the divine realm's spatial laws. Qin Yu smiled. He looked to the formation array space before him that had a circumference of several thousands of meters. He then walked into the formation array. Once he entered the formation array space, Qin Yu knew everything that was occurring within the formation array space. And at this moment, Qin Yu felt an odd aspect. This formation array space was actually influenced by two spatial laws. One of them was the universal world spatial law that was used to create this formation array. The other was the spatial law that the divine realm naturally possessed. As long as this formation array was in the divine realm, it would definitely be influenced by the divine realm's spatial law. The divine realm's spatial law is actually affecting every single part of the formation array? Qin Yu frowned and started to ponder. Qin Yu suddenly recalled that Lu Shui, Hongyu, Wulan, and Wu Yi were unable to sense the date for their divine tribulation while inside the universal world. After linking this and everything else, Qin Yu managed to think of a reasoning for this. Could it be, Qin Yu thought of a shocking thing? There are countless cosmic spaces for mortal realms. There are also many cosmic spaces at the level of the immortal, devil, and demon realm. The highest level is the divine realm. Regardless of where among these three different levels of cosmic space, one will always undergo the heavenly tribulations. At the same time, they all are affected by the spatial laws. Qin Yu still remembered very clearly. Back then when Uncle Lan, Lear and Zhou Xian were in the mortal realm, they were able to easily rip apart the space. They didn't do that through their power. Instead, it was done through the spatial laws. Two different spatial laws signify two different paths. Could it be that the mortal realm, immortal, devil and demon realm and the divine realm are all one entity? When within this entity, everything would be affected by its spatial law? Everything would undergo the heavenly tribulation? Qin Yu became even more clear of it in his mind. If what Qin Yu was thinking was known by the 8 great sage emperors, all of them would be shocked. Indeed, everything was like what Qin Yu thought. The numerous cosmic spaces at the level of the mortal realm, the many cosmic spaces at the level of the immortal, devil and demon realm and the divine realm space, the highest level space, when they combined, they were one single universe. When inside this universe, they would all be affected by the same spatial law and the same temporal law. A completed universe possessed a spatial law and a temporal law. If this is the case, then my universal world possesses its own spatial law. In that case, the result of the evolution of my universal world ought to be, Shinyu felt as if a thunderbolt had flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he had achieved enlightenment. The 10th stage of the stellar transformation was the universe stage. However, was the universe stage the final stage? At this moment, Shinyu was completely certain that this stage was not the final stage. Ha ha! Stellar transformation, Master, I have finally discovered the true evolutionary path. So that was the case. Shinyu was standing in the air. At this moment, his face was filled with excitement. The sensation of achieving understanding of everything was truly wonderful. Suddenly, my path is not lonely. Very suddenly, this voice resounded throughout the space of the entire divine realm. This voice was extremely loud and clear. It continued to echo throughout the ocean, ravine, swamp, mists, deserts and all the various other places of the divine realm. My path is not alone. My path is not alone. My path is not alone. This voice was resounding through the entire divine realm incessantly. This voice resounded in all directions. Without exception, this voice reverberated through the mind and souls of everyone. At this moment, the utmost eastern regions Mount Dazzling Gold, the utmost northern regions Floating Snow City, the utmost southern regions Light Lens City, the utmost western regions Blazing Flame, the northwestern regions Thunder Punishment City, the northeastern regions Forest Ocean City, the southeastern regions Subterranean City, the southwestern regions Jade Ripple Lake, Azura Sea, Mount Blood Demon and the Dual Domain Island. All of the various god kings of these 11 great powers, regardless of whether they were in seclusion training, having fun, or guiding their disciples, at this moment, were woken up by the voice. All of the god kings of the 11 great powers raised their heads to look up towards the sky. Inside the utmost northern region Sage Emperor's palace, Uncle Josian was still speaking when that voice that resounded through the heavens and earth echoed through the entire utmost northern regions Floating Snow City and the utmost northern region Sage Emperor's palace. The utmost northern region Sage Emperor's palace possessed an ancient barrier. Generally, noise from the outside world was fundamentally unable to enter into it. The utmost North Sage Emperor Jiangfan extended his hand to stop Zhou Xian from speaking. Within a movement, he instantly appeared in sky above the utmost northern region's Floating Snow City. He wore a mostly black emperor's gown decorated with golden inlays. At the same time, a youth wearing a purple gown also instantly appeared and stood beside Jiangfan. This person was precisely the Heaven's Heart God King of the Floating Snow City, Jiang Xing. Other than these two, Jiang Lan who wore a cyan gown also appeared. All three god kings were standing in the airspace above the utmost northern region's Floating Snow City and looking to the sky. Such a great movement, what exactly has happened? Who exactly was it that said this, my path is not alone? Puzzled, Jiang Fan said in a low voice. Jiang Xing who wore a golden gown voiced his guess. Clan leader, I remember last time when a new exalted celestial was born, such a voice that resounded through everywhere and even the minds and souls also happened. When a new exalted celestial was born? Jiang Fan shook his head and said. However, there are no new exalted celestial being born right now. Second brother, do you know what is happening? Jiang Lan smiled tranquilly and said. I suspect that the three exalted celestials would know about this matter. However, those three exalted celestials do not possess a very intimate relationship with our Jiang clan. Even if they did know, they would not necessarily inform us. Moreover, our 8 great divine clans' positions are already determined. Even if they were exalted celestials, they are still unable to shake us up. Thus, what is there to worry about? Big brother, there is no need to overthink it. Let's return. Jiang Lan lightly laughed and then disappeared into the air. This second brother of mine is truly optimistic. Jiang Fan lightly laughed. With a wave of his emperor's gown, he also disappeared. That person whose voice echoed through the entire divine realm might be doing it on purpose to bring about a reign of carnage. The sounding of this voice had indeed roused all of the god kings of the divine realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 2. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 2, The Grandmaster of Formation Arrays. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Inside the universe formation array, Shinyu was standing in the air. My path is not alone? Xinyu muttered in confusion. Who was the expert that said these words? Could it be the legendary Exalted Celestial? This was merely Qinyu's guess. After all, to the current Xinyu, Exalted Celestials were beings very far away from him. Having deployed this great formation array universe in comprehending the evolutionary path for the next stage after the universe stage, it has allowed my soul's level to increase by this much. Xinyu was able to clearly sense the transformation of his soul. The golden soul pellet that he used to have had already shattered into a pool of golden liquid that was later condensed into the shape of an infant. Embryonic soul. I had originally thought that I would only reach the low-level heavenly deity stage, but surprisingly I actually reached the peak of the low-level heavenly deity stage at once. Xinyu was somewhat shocked. Using the spatial laws of the universal world to form a formation array space actually caused Qinyu's soul to undergo such a great amount of improvement. Meteoric tear. Xinyu sensed the change in the meteoric tear. He immediately closed his eyes and started carefully examining the meteoric tear. The tear-shaped meteoric tear was bursting forth a boundless amount of green light. It once again filled Qinyu's entire mind. Just like the sun rising from the east, the meteoric tear was extremely dazzling. After that, the meteoric tear started to gather toward Qinyu's nascent soul and ended up fusing into it. Child, since you have completely refined this drop of tear of life that I left behind, you should have reached the heavenly deity stage. That familiar voice sounded in Qinyu's mind. It was Zuoqiumei's voice. Xinyu was immediately woken up by the voice. In order to completely refine the meteoric tear, he indeed had to reach the low-level heavenly deity level. Last time, when you started the initial refinement of the tear of life, I did not tell you about my identity. I did that because I feared that you do not have enough strength. However now, I can tell you. I, Zuoqiumei, was the divine realm's god king of life. Back then, at the moment of my death, I condensed all my energy and comprehension into 2 tears. One of the tears is in your body. As for the other tear, it is in Lear's body. I have watched Lear growing up since when she was a child. If you are able to meet her one day, I wish that you will treat her well. Remember, do not think about avenging me. I merely wish for you 2 children to live happily. Zuoqiumei's peaceful and gentle voice gradually dissipated. Xinyu was filled with reluctance to part. Having completely refined the meteoric tear, Xinyu now knew about all the efficacy of the meteoric tear. The meteoric tear was the tear of life. It contained half of the energy that the God King of Life left behind. At the same time, it also contained the spatial laws left behind by the God King of Life. Only thing is, the spatial laws in the meteoric tear that Xinyu had were not complete. It was merely a portion. As for the other portion, it was inside the tear of life that Lear had. As long as the true spirit remains intact, regardless of how serious the injury, the meteoric tear will be able to instantly recover the body. Furthermore, it contains the spatial law of the God King of Life. Thus, it allows one's soul to be in better unity with the space. Xinyu understood it in his mind. I've reached the low-level heavenly deity level now. Once my divine energy completely transforms into heavenly divine energy, I reckon I'll be able to open the 3rd stage of the Jianglan's realm. Xinyu already started feeling that the divine energy within his body was rushing into his brain unceasingly and undergoing a transformation. The dark gold-colored divine energy was being changed into jade-green-colored heavenly divine energy. I suspect it'll take some time for the divine energy to completely transform into heavenly divine energy and form a jade blood golden pellet. Xinyu could only restrain himself and continue to wait. Having waited all these years, there was no need to rush for this short period of time. Currently, Xinyu's soul's level had already reached the peak of the low-level heavenly deity stage. With the assistance of the meteoric tear, his soul's level was equivalent to ordinary mid-level heavenly deities. The stronger Xinyu was, the weaker the effect of the assistance from the meteoric tear. When Xinyu reaches the high-level heavenly deity stage, the meteoric tear's assistance would not provide a lot of improvement to his soul. Those 82 heavenly deities ought to be panicking. It's time to go and torment them. Xinyu's attention was immediately cast upon the 82 heavenly deities. Inside the Great Formation Array universe, all 82 heavenly deities sat on the ground powerlessly. This Great Formation Array universe was a bare and boundless earth. Since they could not get out, there was nothing else they could do other than sit. Boom! Suddenly, thousands upon thousands of lightning bolts struck down from the sky. They just happened to strike the region where the 82 heavenly deities were. All of these lightning bolts were made of black divine lightning. Xinyu was being lenient because in this formation array space, he was capable of using a higher level lightning, the soul-devouring lightning. Merely, what Xinyu wanted to do was not killing them, but rather tormenting them and then capturing them. The sky raged with thunderbolts, howling winds, and torrential rains. As for the ground, countless green plants had suddenly grown. Those green plants frantically tried to bind the heavenly deities. In the region where the heavenly deities were, all kinds of attacks continued to land in unbroken succession. The dark red-colored frantic gales, each of the wind strikes was like a blade slashing through the body. Those low-level heavenly deities all had their bodies cut apart by those winds. Their blood was spraying all over. Only the 7 mid-level heavenly deities and the sole high-level heavenly deity were able to use their spatial domains to ward off the attacks. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Stop using such means of torment. Xiao Zhongfu shouted loudly within the gale. The low-level heavenly deities that were tormented half-dead by all sorts of attacks were painfully screaming. They proceeded to run toward the safe regions far away as if their lives depended on it. However, those attacks followed them wherever they ran to. Jin Kong and Jin Long were striving their hardest to resist the attacks with their spatial domains. My lord, we cannot escape. What should we do? Anxiously, Jin Kong asked loudly. Xiao Zhongfu glared and shouted angrily. Shut up. While he can trap us here, it is not certain that he would be able to kill me. As long as he cannot kill me, then I'll continue to stall with him, 100 million years, 1 billion years, 10 billion years. I'll continue to stall. Xiao Zhongfu was a prideful person. He would definitely not admit defeat easily. At this moment, Tanjio was clenching his hands and angrily looking at this world. He had originally come to kill Qin Yu. Never had he anticipated that he would fall by Qin Yu's hands in the end. Qin Yu, other than that spear, other than that remarkable so close yet worlds apart ability, you actually also had this remarkable formation array space ability. Tanjio was filled with bitterness. Boom! A green divine lightning struck down from the sky. Soul-devouring lightning! Shouted many heavenly deities with shock. HFFF, a large number of white pure flames poured down from the sky like floodwater. White pure flames! Upon seeing this scene, all of those low-level heavenly deities grew pale. Low-level heavenly deities did not possess spatial domains, thus they were unable to defend against white pure flames at all. Amidst the lightning and flames, even mid-level heavenly deities would only be able to continuously resist for half a day. The low-level heavenly deities immediately started to rapidly run away. For some unknown reason, those white pure flames and soul-devouring lightning seemed to be intentionally leading the low-level heavenly deities all to a single area. The 74 low-level heavenly deities were gathered into a single place by the white pure flames and soul-devouring lightnings. All of those low-level heavenly deities were standing in the sky. In the sky, on the ground, before them, behind them, to their left, to their right, all of those locations were covered by an endless number of white pure flames. There was nowhere for them to escape. Death to the back, death to the front. Lamented the low-level heavenly deity Li Jiang. Li Jiang had originally joined the quest to kill Qin Yu and wanted to obtain some treasures with his luck. However, he ended up encountering Mr. Qiuzhong. When ordered by Mr. Qiuzhong, would he dare to leave by himself? He didn't. Even Tanjio and them didn't dare to give up, much less these people. We will die even if we try to flee. We followed Mr. Qiuzhong to kill Qin Yu. Originally, we thought that although we might not be able to obtain any treasures, we'd still be able to live. However, unexpectedly, this Mr. Qiuzhong was actually unable to match up against that Qin Yu. Li Jiang felt a burst of helplessness in his heart. The omnipresent white pure flames were already growing closer. There was nowhere for Li Jiang to flee. All of the low-level heavenly deities who were together with Li Jiang no longer had anywhere to flee either. Death, Li Jiang had given up all hopes. However, at the moment when those white pure flames grew closer to Li Jiang, they actually, for no reason or cause, did a turn and did not touch him at all. Man? What's happening? Li Jiang opened his eyes wide in confusion. He then looked to his surroundings. Why aren't those white pure flames and the soul-devouring lightning attacking us? Not only him, the other 73 low-level heavenly deities were also not attacked. These 74 low-level heavenly deities looked at each other. They were all filled with confusion. However, all of them had an expression of having a new lease of life. Big brother, we are still alive. We are actually still alive. A low-level heavenly deity that had originally already given up all hopes had forgot himself in joy after experiencing a life-after-death event. However, suddenly, all 74 of these low-level heavenly deities had grown completely quiet. That was because a black-clothed youngster appeared before them out of thin air. I am Qin Yu. Currently, you all have two choices. One is death. The other is, to enter my god's sealing pagoda. The black-clothed youth extended his hand. A small stone pagoda flew out from his hand. Instantly, this stone pagoda grew to close to 10 meters tall. All of the low-level heavenly deities were startled. Death or enter the god-sealing pagoda? All of them started hesitating. Right when they were still hesitating, the soul attack from the god-sealing pagoda had arrived. Qinyu's current soul's level was already at the peak of low-level heavenly deity. It was still extremely easy for him to capture these low-level heavenly deities. This was especially true because these low-level heavenly deities' willpower was not steady at all. One by one, the low-level heavenly deities were sucked into the god-sealing pagoda. All 74 low-level heavenly deities were sucked into the god-sealing pagoda. That's about it. Only those 8 remain now. Qinyu looked at the 7 mid-level heavenly deities and the sole high-level heavenly deity. All 8 of them were using their spatial domains to resist the frantic attacks of the white pure flames, soul-devouring lightning, howling winds, and the torrential rain. The spatial domain was created through one's soul energy. The longer one kept the spatial domain up, the more soul energy one would end up consuming. This was especially true when one received an attack while having the spatial domain up. In that case, the amount of soul energy being consumed would become even more astonishing. Li Yudao, Lu Yurao, Lu Bing, Jin Kong, and Jin Long all felt as if their nascent souls had been exhausted. Why is it that all these attacks are gathered upon us? The 5 of them were all filled with anxiety. Being attacked like this caused them to consume a lot of soul energy. The 5 of them started to feel a burst of dizziness. After that, they fell unconscious. Qinyu held the god-sealing pagoda in his hand. He smiled as he looked to the 3 people in the distance who were still bearing on with their spatial domains. Exhaust their soul energy and wait till they become weaker before absorbing them into the god-sealing pagoda. This is indeed a good method. However, these 3 people, their strength is a bit too strong. With an intention from Qinyu. All of the howling winds, torrential rain, lightning and the flames had dissipated. The entire space had once again became clear and peaceful. 9-headed black dragon Tanjiu, Yigongshu and Xiuzhongfu felt confused as to why the omnipresent attacks suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the 3 of them saw Qinyu and all of them started to firmly stare at him. Qinyu, I had originally thought that I had already overestimated you by a lot. However, you turned out to be even more powerful than what I have imagined. Tanjiu's deep and low voice sounded. Yigongshu merely quietly looked to Qinyu. Xiuzhongfu was coldly looking at Qinyu. His murderous intent was completely visible in his eyes. Mr. Qiuzhong, right? Qinyu said with a smile on his face. You ought to know what this place is. That's right, this is a space. In this space, unless you have reached the God King level, it is absolutely impossible for you to escape. Xiuzhongfu's expression slightly changed. Qinyu continued. In this space, I, as the person who set up this formation array, am capable of even manipulating the entire space to perish in an instant and bring all of you into the spatial cracks. Xiuzhongfu, Tanjiu, and Yigongshu's hearts all shivered. That's right. Those who could deploy a space were indeed capable of accomplishing such a feat. However, I will not let you all die. Qinyu lightly smiled. With a wave of his hand, countless spatial cracks, like knives, started violently attacking the 3. Using spatial cracks to attack, even high-level heavenly deities couldn't accomplish such a feat. In an instant, over 10,000 spatial cracks had appeared. Within this formation array space, even high-level heavenly deities could only allow themselves to be trampled upon by Qinyu. Blocking spatial cracks was a really difficult task. Tanjiu and Yigongshu were unable to even last the first round of omnipresent spatial cracks. Had Qinyu not controlled those spatial cracks to avoid them, then the 2 of them would have already died. Although the 2 of them didn't die, they were still. Absorb. Qinyu directly absorbed the 2 of them into the god-sealing pagoda. Qinyu glanced at Xiuzhongfu who was still striving his hardest in blocking the spatial cracks. He lightly laughed and said, Your strength is indeed pretty good. While you managed to withstand the first round of spatial cracks, what about the second round of spatial cracks? Another group of omnipresent spatial cracks started rushing toward Xiuzhongfu. More? Xiuzhongfu's complexion instantly turned deathly pale. He only managed to withstand a third of this second group of spatial cracks before being unable to withstand them anymore. Qinyu effortlessly absorbed this high-level heavenly deity who was about to collapse into his god-sealing pagoda. I've absorbed 82 heavenly deities this time around. Adding on the 31 heavenly deities from earlier, there's a total of 113 heavenly deities. Among them, there's a single high-level heavenly deity, 10 mid-level heavenly deities and 102 low-level heavenly deities. That's enough heavenly deities. Qinyu roughly calculated the number of heavenly deities he captured. However, at this moment, Xinyu still didn't know about the fact that the news of him setting up a formation array space had already arrived before the utmost East Sage Emperor. As the utmost East Sage Emperor was the one who occupied the utmost eastern region of the Divine Realm, he was the first one to know about this. As for the subordinates of the other Sage Emperors, the Azura Sea, Mount Blood Demon and the Dual Domain Island, they too had obtained this information and were rapidly sending this information back to their bosses. A formation array grandmaster that was capable of setting up a formation array space, such a person was someone who was extremely attractive to all the major powers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 3. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 3, The Invitations from the Major Powers. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. In the territory of Yuchi City of the eastern region of the Divine Realm. The area several thousand meters surrounding Mount Biwichu had been covered completely by the formation array space. At the moment when Xinyu subdued those 82 heavenly deities in his formation array, more heavenly deities had arrived outside the formation array. These heavenly deities were even slower than Xiuzhongfu in them. Thus, they were the last to arrive. There were several tens of heavenly deities that had rushed over. However, at the moment when they saw that formation array space, all of them opened their eyes wide in shock. Looking at this great formation array universe from the outside was truly very shocking. That was because this great formation array was absorbing the Divine Realm's divine spiritual energy. This caused all the divine spiritual energy in 100 miles surrounding the great formation array to gather toward the formation array. There were also all kinds of energy scattering through the surface of the formation array. What is that? Where are the heavenly deities that have arrived before us? Said a mid-level heavenly deity in shock. At the same time, this mid-level heavenly deity grabbed a low-level heavenly deity. You arrived before me. Speak, what exactly happened here? Your lordship. That low-level heavenly deity said stammeringly. When I arrived, I saw that there were several tens of heavenly deities in the air. However, for some unknown reason, a black-clothed youth merely shot out a couple golden lights and then those heavenly deities were all trapped into that formation array. Right after this low-level heavenly deity finished saying that, someone immediately shouted. Impossible! Mr. Qiuzhong already arrived. Are you telling me that even Mr. Qiuzhong has been trapped in that? However, someone else immediately refuted. When I arrived, I also saw the scene of Mr. Qiuzhong and them being trapped by the great formation array from afar. This is definitely true, When Xinyu was fighting against the 82 heavenly deities, his attention had been completely cast upon Xiuzhongfu and them. He did not take note of the fact that there were already several heavenly deities who had arrived far away and were rushing over. A great formation array that is capable of trapping a high-level heavenly deity. How is this possible? All those heavenly deities that arrived later were shocked. However, in the flash of an eye, there were already heavenly deities that started running away. At the same time they were running, they even advised. It's better to leave here quickly. Even Mr. Qiuzhong has been trapped. If we try to go in, we'd just be courting death. These several tens of heavenly deities started rapidly fleeing from this place. Following their escape, the news of Qinyu's great formation array trapping several tens of heavenly deities, including even Xiuzhongfu, started spreading like wildfire. The governor of Yuchi City, Yuchi Gonglan, at the moment he obtained the news, immediately used the conveying array that the city possessed to rush over to the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold and inform the utmost East Sage Emperor of this information. After the utmost East Sage Emperor obtained this information, he immediately dispatched Huang Jing, who was familiar with Qinyu, to Mount Biwichu with Yuchi Gonglan to invite Qinyu. During the time when Huang Jing and Yuchi Gonglan started to rapidly fly towards Mount Biwichu from Yuchi City, the other great sage emperors of the Divine Realm and the Azura Sea, Mount Blood Demon and Dual Domain Island also obtained this information. After all, every single major power possessed troops located in all the major cities of the Divine Realm. Their intelligence staff obtained the news at about the same time as Yuchi Gonglan. Merely, it was a bit more difficult for them to transmit this information back as they did not have the ability of directly going through a conveying array like Yuchi Gonglan's Yuchi City. Utmost Northern Region's Floating Snow City. In the back garden of the utmost North Sage Emperor's palace, Zhang Fan was currently chatting and laughing with his wife. The head of the intelligence department, mid-level heavenly deity Jiang Yushan, hastily rushed over to the entrance of the back garden and was stopped by the guards at the entrance. Let him in. Before Jiang Yushan could speak, Zhang Fan had already spoken. When Jiang Yushan walked in, he immediately kneeled down on one knee and reported respectfully. Your Majesty Sage Emperor, we have just obtained information that a formation array expert was discovered in the Divine Realm's eastern region's Yuchi City. This formation array expert has deployed a great formation array that trapped several tens of heavenly deities, including even Fu. Zhang Fan, who originally didn't care at all at the mention of formation array expert, now looked at Zhang Yushan with amazement all over his face. Yushan, are you certain about the accuracy of your information? Are you sure Fu was trapped in the formation array? Although there were many high-level heavenly deities in the divine realm, the utmost North Sage Emperor Zhang Fan had still remembered each of the high-level heavenly deities' names as well as related information regarding them. Extremely certain. This is something that people have personally seen, said Zhang Yushan with absolute certainty. Zhang Fan lightly nodded. He then closed his eyes. Almost in an instant, the entire divine realm was within Zhang Fan's observation. The great formation array in the Yuchi city was also within Zhang Fan's observation. In an instant, Zhang Fan opened his eyes. His eyes burst forth the radiance of amazement. Yushan, you are to personally bring my invitation to find the person who set up that formation array. A rare smile appeared on Zhang Fan's face. Husband, is this person worthy of you to personally send out a Sage Emperor's invitation? Asked Zhang Fan's wife Zhou Wanfeng curiously. Zhang Fan immediately smiled and explained. My wife, I've observed that person's great formation array. That great formation array is surprisingly able to be considered as being a space. From the way I see it, his formation array skills are about the same level as the past craftsman god Che Ho Yuan. He's that amazing? Said Zhou Wanfeng in amazement. That Che Ho Yuan was the craftsman god. This man is comparable with the craftsman god? The hardest thing for great artifact craftsmen is reaching a high level in the matter of formation arrays. If he has the strength of the craftsman god Che Ho Yuan's formation array, doesn't that mean that he might be a new craftsman god? Zhou Wanfeng now understood why her husband regarded this newly emerged formation array expert so highly. Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled. He didn't say anything. From Zhang Fan's point of view, it was hard to tell if the craftsman god's formation array was actually able to match up to this newly emerged formation array experts. Zhang Fan looked to Zhang Yushan. Yushan, what is that man's name? He wanted to send a Sage Emperor's invitation. It would be difficult for him to send an invitation if he didn't know the person's name. Xin Yu. Zhang Yushan hurriedly replied. Oh, Xin Yu, not a bad name. Zhang Fan lightly smiled. With a flip of his hand, he took out a golden scroll. After that, he used his divine awareness to write an invitation on it. After receiving this Sage Emperor's invitation, Zhang Yushan was about to set off. Wait a moment. Zhang Fan suddenly said. Zhang Yushan immediately stopped. He turned around and started to wait for Zhang Fan's order. Zhang Fan smiled and said. I suspect that utmost East Sage Emperor's men will be faster than us. It will take a while to reach that mountain from Yuchi City. You're to go to the floating snow city and rush to the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold's conveying array and wait for Qinyu there. Yes, Your Majesty Sage Emperor. Zhang Yushan also displayed a smile on his face. Indeed, if he were to rush to Yuchi City, he likely would not be able to encounter Qinyu. However, if he were to go utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold and wait outside the conveying array, he would definitely be able to encounter Qinyu. A formation array grandmaster that was capable of deploying a formation array space, merely his strength would definitely be able to match up against high-level heavenly deities. What was more important was that a grandmaster of formation arrays would only require a bit of effort to easily become an artifact crafting grandmaster. The attractiveness of an artifact crafting grandmaster, how could any of the major powers leaders be able to resist it? Actually, if any of them were to dispatch their god kings, they would be able to arrive before Qinyu in a blink of an eye. Merely, god kings possessed too high of a status and were not much inferior to the 8 great sage emperors. To have a god king personally set off to invite an artifact crafting grandmaster? There was no god king that would willingly reduce their status to do such a thing. A couple days later. Inside Mount Bewitch Yu's formation array universe. A group of people were standing there respectfully. The frontmost person was Zhou Zhongfu. Standing behind him were 10 people: Qi Hongfeng, Xian Yuyang, Lan Chanhua, Li Yuyao, Li Yuro, Yi Gongshu, Jin Kong, Jin Long, Lu Bing and Tan Zhou. Standing behind these 10 people were the 102 low-level heavenly deities. Master. All 113 heavenly deities bowed and said respectfully. Xinyu stood in front of these 113 heavenly deities, facing them. Standing behind Xinyu were Heiyu, Uncle Fu, Wulan, Wuyi, Hongyu and Lu Shuai. Xinyu's gaze was cast toward Tanjiu. Tanjiu! Xinyu shouted. He had a light smile on his face. Tanjiu walked forward. Respectfully, he said. Master, this Tanjiu has been disrespectful towards Master in the past. please forgive me. The current Tangio did not dare to have the slightest thought of defiance. The taste of resentment against me doesn't feel good, right? Said Chinyu with a light smile. Tangio's complexion turned pale. When he was first absorbed into the God-Sealing Pagoda, Tangio was indeed filled with resentment against Chinyu. However, whenever he felt resentment against Chinyu, his soul started to feel a pain as if it were being burned. Only at this moment did Tangio remember that his soul was bound. He could not even have the slightest thought of defiance. Otherwise, he would only cause suffering for himself. Tangio would never dare again. Tangio said respectfully. Chinyu nodded. He glanced at Zhou Zhongfu. Zhou Zhongfu, I've heard that ordinary heavenly deities would all address you as Mr. Zhou. Are you also feeling very pained right now? Zhou Zhongfu said without a hint of despise or anger. Master is capable of setting up such an exceptional formation array. At the very least, Master's attainments in formation arrays are the best among all the people that this Zhou Zhong has encountered in all these years. For Master to have such a high attainment in formation arrays, Zhou Zhong believes that Master's attainments in artifact craftsmanship is also extremely high. Zhou Zhong believes that following Master will not be inferior to being a bandit. Actually, Zhou Zhongfu also felt extremely helpless. As even his soul had been bound, what could he possibly do? Zhou Zhongfu, from today hence, you shall administer these heavenly deities alongside Uncle Fu. At the same time, you shall be my attendant. When I travel out, you shall follow beside me. As for the times when I am training, you can go and set about doing your own stuff. Chinyu said indifferently. Yes, Master. A cheerful expression appeared on Zhou Zhongfu's face. Zhou Zhongfu feared that Chinyu might leave him in Jianglan's realm the most. If that were the case, it'd be truly too boring. Instead, if he were to follow Chinyu, he'll be able to wander about the various regions of the divine realm. With but a thought from Chinyu, and 112 of the heavenly deities were all absorbed into the Jianglan's realm. Only Zhou Zhongfu, Hongyu, Lu Shuai, Wu Lan and them remained. Big Brother. And here I thought that the flowing light spear path that I created would be able to defeat Big Brother. Never would I anticipate that in a blink of an eye, Big Brother actually managed to capture a high-level heavenly deity and even set up such a great formation array. Gasped Heiyu. Surprised, Chinyu said. Flowing light spear path? Is it that strange spear thrusting technique of yours? What you mean by strange? Heiyu said discontentedly. He had managed to comprehend this sort of training path through great difficulty. Chinyu chuckled. Oh, it's not strange, it's powerful, okay? Heiyu also started laughing. Lord Chinyu, it's truly strange. We managed to sense when our divine tribulation would be coming the moment we came back to the divine realm. Hongyu charmingly looked at Zhou Zhongfu, who had a cold expression the entire time, and then turned to Chinyu and said. Wu Lan also nodded and said. That's right. We sensed when our divine tribulations would be coming right after coming out. Oh? Chinyu understood it. Sure enough, it was as he had anticipated. The universal world was a universe that existed on its own. The divine tribulation of the divine realm, immortal, devil and demon realm, and so many other realms, was incapable of descending in the universal world. Roughly when will you all undergo your divine tribulations? Said Chinyu with a smile. Very soon, a bit over 100 years. Hongyu said. Wu He's loud voice sounded. Mine's about the same. It's close to 200 years or so. Chinyu lightly nodded. At this moment, Zhou Zhongfu, who was standing beside Chinyu and had a cold expression the entire time, he was confused. How come the subordinates of his master were only now going to undergo the divine tribulation? Well then, you all can return to Jianglan's realm. Xiaohei, do you plan to continue training or do you want to go out and wander the divine realm with me? Asked Chinyu with a smile. Of course I'll be following Big Brother out. Heiyu lightly smiled and said. He then looked at the formation array space and gasped. This formation array space is truly amazing. It's about the same as Jianglan's realm. Hongyu and them have yet to undergo their divine tribulation yet are actually able to maintain a human form in here. Chinyu lightly nodded. The formation array space was actually very similar to the Jianglan's realm. They were both spaces. Merely, Jianglan's realm was a fixed space created through artifact crafting. Chinyu took out Jianglan's realm from his universal world and then placed it within his body. As long as he does not place the Jianglan's realm in the universal world, the divine tribulation will be able to sense Hongyu and them. After casually retrieving the formation array space, Chinyu and Heiyu walked alongside each other. Following behind them were Uncle Fu and Zhou Zhongfu. Chinyu. Upon seeing the dissipation of the formation array, Huang Jing, who had been waiting outside the formation array for a very long time, immediately shouted at Qinyu. At the same time, her figure immediately arrived before Qinyu. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man with extremely black eyebrows beside Huang Jing. Merely by his aura, one could feel an unflustered sensation of Mount Tai. That middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "Qinyu, I am the governor of Yuqi City, Yuqi Gonglan. This person over here is the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold's princess, Wang Fu Jing. The reason the two of us have come today, as per the order of the utmost East Sage Emperor, is to invite you to Mount Dazzling Gold to become a person of the Mount Dazzling Gold." Huang Fu Jing? Princess? Xinyu smiled and recited those words as he looked to Huang Jing. Huang Jing could merely smile. However, her fair little face had turned red. And at this moment, Yuqi Gonglan handed a golden scroll over to Qinyu. Qinyu and Heiyu glanced at each other. Qinyu then received the golden scroll and swept his divine awareness over it to read the contents of the golden scroll. It was the utmost East Sage Emperor's invitation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 4. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 4, Utmost Eastern Regions Mount Dazzling Gold. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Yuqi Gonglan and Huangfu Jin both looked at Qinyu. They were waiting for Qinyu's response. Had it been an ordinary person, they would definitely excitedly accept the Sage Emperor's invitation. But, the current Qinyu was a grandmaster of formation arrays. After some time, Qinyu raised his head and looked to Huangfu Jing. "Miss Huang Jin, oh, Princess Huangfu Jing, I would like to ask, if I were to go to the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold, would I become completely subjected to the orders of Mount Dazzling Gold?" Yuqi Gonglan raised his thumb to Huangfu Jing. "Smart." Huangfu Jing smiled and said, "I knew you were going to ask about this. Before I left, I already talked about this matter with my imperial father. You merely need to come to our utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold. Your freedom would be completely unrestricted. Even if you wanted to leave our Mount Dazzling Gold in the future, we would also not prevent you from leaving." Qinyu felt relaxed. At the same time, he also felt thankful that this utmost East Sage Emperor was treating him so well. However, Qinyu didn't know that it wasn't only the utmost East Sage Emperor, the other 7 Sage Emperors, Mount Blood Demon, Azura Sea, and the Dual Domain Island were also planning to give him unrestricted freedom. If they were planning to limit his freedom, how would they possibly be able to get a Grandmaster of Formation Arrays to join them? "Big brother, are you truly going?" Heiyu said in a low voice. "Monkey is in." Hofei was in Azura Sea, and the Azura Sea could be considered as being enemies with the 8 great Sage Emperors. "It's fine. Didn't you hear that the utmost East Sage Emperor had already agreed that we can leave as we wish in the future?" said Qinyu with a smile on his face. Actually, with Qinyu's abilities, was there even a location that could trap him? Merely, with the personal promise from the utmost East Sage Emperor, it would be a lot less complicated in the future. Yuqi Gonglan chuckled and said, "Well then, let's go." Qinyu lightly nodded. "Qiuzhong Fu?" Surprised, Yuqi Gonglan said when he saw Qiuzhong Fu. "I've heard that you've been trapped by the Great Formation Array. How come you are here?" Yuqi Gonglan did not believe that a high-level heavenly deity would surrender easily. Qinyu hurriedly said, "Qiuzhong Fu is currently my close attendant." Hearing what Qinyu said, Qiuzhong Fu felt very thankful in his heart. After all, if others were to know that he had become Qinyu's servant, Qinyu's slave, then he would have lost a whole lot of face. Huangfu Jing was also surprised. She said, "Qiuzhong Fu is extremely proud. Back then when I invited him to join our Mount Dazzling Gold, he firmly refused it. Never would I have expected that he would be willing to become your attendant, Qinyu. Not only do you have a high-level heavenly deity as an attendant, this person over here should be a puppet, right? Furthermore, he's not an ordinary puppet." Yuqi Gonglan's gaze was cast toward Uncle Fu. Qinyu's expression sunk. He said, "Uncle Fu is my housekeeper." Qinyu had long since begun considering Uncle Fu as a real person in his heart. He had already considered Uncle Fu as a diligent and attentive old housekeeper. He did not like others saying that Uncle Fu was a puppet. Yuqi Gonglan immediately knew what Qinyu was thinking after seeing his expression. He promptly said, "Huh, so he's actually Brother Qinyu's housekeeper." After laughing, Yuqi Gonglan no longer mentioned Uncle Fu. Qinyu merely chatted with Huangfu Jing and Heiyu. As for Yuqi Gonglan, he was chatting with Qiuzhong Fu. Evidently, this Yuchi Gonglan was old acquaintance of Xiaozhang Fu. The group of people were rapidly flying. Xing Yu even used spatial domain and contained Uncle Fu within it so that he could follow behind them. As Qin Yu's soul's level had reached the peak of the low-level heavenly deity stage, he was able to create a spatial domain with the assistance of the meteoric tear. After arriving at Yuchi City, Qin Yu, Huang Fu Jing and them quickly arrived at the location of the conveying array. Qin Yu was greatly surprised when he saw the conveying array. He knew that it was impossible to teleport in the divine realm if one weren't a god king. Thus, he never expected there to be conveying arrays in the divine realm. The conveying array before him was hexagonal-shaped. Several tens of people were capable of entering the conveying array at once. Merely, this conveying array appeared to be extremely simple. Such a simple array, is it truly capable of conveying people? Qin Yu said in surprise. Yuchi Gonglan smiled. Brother Qin Yu, it seems you do not know about this. This array does not have much use at all. As for the location of the true essentials of this conveying array, I too am not very certain about it. Merely, the divine realm's conveying arrays are things that only god kings can set up, but my imperial father has also said before that this conveying array does not rely much on the formation array. Instead, it is related to the spatial laws. Huang Fu Jing explained. Qin Yu had some vague idea in his mind. Perhaps he would only be able to understand how to set up conveying arrays after completely comprehending the divine realm's spatial laws. After we go through the conveying array, we'll arrive at the bottom of Mount Dazzling Gold. Yuchi Gonglan explained. Puzzled, Hey Yu said. Why doesn't it directly send us over to Mount Dazzling Gold? Huang Fu Jing smiled and said. If it were to directly send us over to Mount Dazzling Gold, then doesn't it mean that as long as one spends some divine spiritual stones, even a deity would be able to directly reach Mount Dazzling Gold? How could we possibly allow that? Hey Yu nodded. Qin Yu and them stepped into and started the conveying array. Without feeling a slightest amount of movement, they felt that the space before them started to change irregularly. In an instant, Qin Yu and them reached their destination. Brother Yuchi. Which of these might be Qin Yu? Right after Qin Yu and them came through the conveying array, they immediately heard a lot of noise. Furthermore, it seemed that it was directed at them. Confused, Qin Yu looked over. Before him were more than a dozen men and women standing outside the conveying array. They were smiling as they looked at Qin Yu and them. Qin Yu immediately determined that all these people were heavenly deity stage experts. Even the weakest one among them was a mid-level heavenly deity. What's going on? Surprised, Qin Yu turned around to look at Huang Fu Jing and Yuchi Gonglan. Huang Fu Jing smiled and explained to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, it's very simple. You, a grandmaster of the formation arrays, are extremely popular. Thus, the people from all the major powers have arrived. Let me introduce them to you. The people who originally didn't know who Qin Yu was, after hearing the conversation between Huang Fu Jing and Qin Yu, all came to know that the black-clothed youth before them was Qin Yu. This person is from the utmost South Sage Emperor's Light Lens City, said Huang Fu Jing as she pointed to a beautiful white-clothed woman. That white-clothed beauty immediately slightly bowed and said to Qin Yu, Mr. Qin Yu, I have come to represent His Majesty Utmost South Sage Emperor to invite you to join our Light Lens City. This is the invitation letter. As she said that, she handed the invitation letter to Qin Yu. Huang Fu Jing did not care about it. Instead, she continued. This person is from the utmost West Sage Emperor's Mount Blazing Flame, said Huang Fu Jing as she pointed to a long red-haired youth. That long scarlet-haired youth also slightly bowed and said to Qin Yu with a smile. Qin Yu. Before he finished his words, Huang Fu Jing already continued to point to the next person. This person is from the Northwest Sage Emperor's Thunder Punishment City. It was a grim-looking woman. This woman's eyes would occasionally flicker like lightning. It was extremely strange. This grim-looking woman smiled to Qin Yu. Mr. Qin Yu, our Sage Emperor held Mr. Qin Yu in very high regard, he especially had me. Huang Fu Jing interrupted this woman too. She pointed to the next person. She introduced 6 people in succession. These 6 people had come from 6 different Sage Emperors. Qin Yu became confused as to why Huang Fu Jing had yet to introduce the person from the utmost North Sage Emperor. Could it be that the utmost North Sage Emperor did not send anyone over? This person here is from the utmost North Sage Emperor's floating snow city, Huang Fu Jing said as she pointed to a youth. That youth slightly bowed and said, Mr. Qin Yu, I am Jiang Yushan. With the order from my Sage Emperor, I have come to invite Mr. Qiu Yu to join our floating snow city. This is the invitation letter. Qin Yu actually extended his hand and received the invitation letter. Jian Yushan's expression immediately became cheerful. After all, Qin had not accepted the invitation letter from any of the 6 people before. However, after Qin received the invitation letter, he sighed and said, "Brother Yushan, although I want to go to the floating snow city very much, but I have already agreed to the Mount Dazzling Gold. Thus, I am very sorry." Jian Yushan was startled. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Qin had a very regretful expression. Actually, Qin had already thought about it in his heart. If he wanted to marry Lear, going over to the floating snow city right away was not a wise thing to do. It was not too late for him to sufficiently prepare himself and then communicate with Uncle Lon before leaving for the floating snow city. I believe these 3 individuals ought to be from the Dual Domain Island, Mount Blood Demon and Azura Sea. Merely, I am not familiar with them. Thus, I won't be introducing them," said Huangfu Jing indifferently. From the tone of Huangfu Jing's speech, it was evident that she didn't like the people from those 3 powers. The 3 people were not offended at all. They proceeded to introduce themselves. Qin merely listened to them and took a couple more glances at the emissary from the Azura Sea. He did not say anything much. Only after everyone finished their introductions, Qin spoke. "Everyone, I have already accepted the invitation from the utmost East Sage Emperor. Thus, I am truly sorry about this." Qin slightly bowed to everyone present. He then followed Huangfu Jing and left with the others. This utmost East Sage Emperor actually dispatched Princess Jing herself. No wonder he managed to get Qin underneath his camp so easily. Those emissaries sighed a couple times. In the end, this group of people could only leave helplessly. Qin raised his head and looked. The entire sky above him had been covered. When underneath Mount Dazzling Gold, everything was covered in darkness. This Mount Dazzling Gold is truly huge. Its circumference is at the very least 10,000 miles, right? Qin gasped. Huangfu Jing lightly smiled and said, "Mount Dazzling Gold has a circumference of nearly 100,000 miles. Among the 8 great sacred lands of the Divine Realm, only the utmost western region's Mount Blazing Flame and the northeastern region's Forest Ocean Forest are a bit bigger than Mount Dazzling Gold." 100,000 miles? Qin looked at the enormous floating mountain that covered the sky. He became even more surprised. After that, Qin, Heiyu, Zhou Zhongfu, Uncle Fu, Huangfu Jing, and Yuqi Gonglan all started flying upwards. Uncle Fu remained in Qin spatial domain. The further up they flew and the closer they got to Mount Dazzling Gold, the more Qin felt how enormous and oppressive the Mount Dazzling Gold was. Only when he completely approached the bottom of the Mount Dazzling Gold did Qin discover that the bottom of the Mount Dazzling Gold was not a single piece. Instead, there were many ravines. Under the lead of Huangfu Jing, Qin and them entered a tunnel. The tunnel was very short. It was only around 100 meters long. After passing through the tunnel, they reached a mountain road. This winding mountain road was over 1,000 miles long. After flying for a long time, they reached the sole city of Mount Dazzling Gold. All those mansions outside of the city are mostly locations where heavenly deities train at. On Mount Dazzling Gold, there is a great number of scattered mansions like those. Huangfu Jing pointed to the mansions located at the waist of the mountains or above cliffs. The city on top of Mount Dazzling Gold, when compared to Mount Dazzling Gold itself, was a lot smaller. However, it still possessed a circumference of 1,000 miles. "What a dazzling city!" gasped Qin. The entire city's city walls were formed through golden-colored ores. When looking at it, the entire city was dazzling like a mortal realm star. After entering the city, the streets of the city were all formed by black slabs. The number of people on Mount Dazzling Gold was not overwhelming at all. However, at a single glance, all the people were heavenly deities. This was indeed very shocking. When compared to them, the 113 heavenly deities that Qin captured were not many at all. In the eastern city district is the Gold Sword Palace. In the western city district is the 100 Flowers Palace. Within those 2 palaces live the other 2 god kings of our Mount Dazzling Gold, the Gold Sword God King and the 100 Flowers God King. While walking on the Black Slab Road, Huangfu Jing was introducing Mount Dazzling Gold to Qin. Qin remembered it in his heart and lightly nodded. In the heavenly deity army of the city, there are a total of 9 large squadrons and 9 large squadron captains. Their statuses are second to only my imperial father, the other 2 god kings and the 3 palace masters," said Huangfu Jing with a smile on her face. Qin was able to guess that the imperial father that she mentioned was the utmost East Sage Emperor. He also knew about the 2 god kings. However, who were the 3 palace masters? Brother Qin, all 9 large squadron captains of the heavenly deity army of Mount Dazzling Gold are high-level heavenly deities. Princess Jing is one of them. Did you know that? Said Yuchi Gonglan to Qinyu. Huang Fujing could only glare at Yuchi Gonglan. I already knew about this. Qinyu immediately replied. After walking for a long time, Qinyu and them arrived at the inner castle of the city. This inner castle was built in the center of the dazzling gold city. The dazzling gold city had a circumference of 1,000 miles. As for this inner castle, it only possessed a circumference of 100 miles. This is the imperial city. My imperial father, the members of our clan and the 3 palace masters all live here. Huang Fujing said as she led Qinyu to the entrance of the imperial city. My imperial father is awaiting you at the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace. Let's go. The guards of the imperial city immediately bowed when they saw Huang Fujing and them. Huang Fujing led Qinyu and them and directly proceeded towards the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace. This imperial city was truly large. The construction and the layout of the city was extremely exquisite. After walking through different roads and making numerous turns, Huang Fujing had finally led Qinyu and them to the entrance of the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace. Huff, we've finally arrived. Huang Fujing had a slight smile on her face. Qinyu looked at the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace before him. He felt that his heartbeat had also slightly increased. After all, the person he was about to meet was one of the 8 great Sage Emperors, the utmost East Sage Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 5. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 5, A Palace Master? Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The utmost East Sage Emperor's palace was not merely a single palace. Instead, it was an enormous palace decorated with waterside pavilions, high-grade buildings, and numerous winding corridors. The utmost East Sage Emperor's personal resting place, the place where he would gather his subordinates, the place where he would train and so on, were all located within this utmost East Sage Emperor's palace. Thus, one could easily imagine how great of an area the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace occupied. Qinyu, Huang Fujing, Heiyu, Yuchi Gong and them, were all standing at the entrance of the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace. The entrance to the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace was the location of the palace. Those guarding the gates are all stronger than me, gasped Heiyu in a low voice. Qinyu looked to the 2 imperial guards located on the either sides of the palace entrance. Those 2 imperial guards were at the very least mid-level heavenly deities. As for their exact strength, Qinyu was also unable to tell. My imperial father knew that you would be coming. He should have already finished the preparations to receive you, said Huang Fujing to Qinyu with a smile on her face. Come, let's go in. She proceeded to walk over the gates. One of the 2 imperial guards displayed a smile on his face. Respectfully, he said. Princess, His Majesty Sage Emperor has ordered that when Lord Qinyu arrives, he is to be directly brought over to the Waterside Pavilion, South Pavilion. Huang Fujing lightly nodded. She then led Qinyu and them into the palace. The palace was extremely spacious. It possessed a length and width of greater than 200 feet. Usually, the utmost East Sage Emperor would discuss official businesses at this location. On each side of the palace was a passageway. The group entered the passageway on the right side. Big brother, I feel that this place is very strange. Heiyu's voice sounded in Qinyu's mind. Qinyu looked at Heiyu beside him and then looked at their surroundings. He replied via divine awareness voice transmission. Xiao Hei, the entire utmost East Sage Emperor's palace is covered by the utmost East Sage Emperor's divine awareness. He is observing us at all times. If the utmost East Sage Emperor heard what Qinyu said to Heiyu, he would definitely be greatly shocked. Big brother, you're able to sense the utmost East Sage Emperor's divine awareness? Asked Heiyu via divine awareness voice transmission. Qinyu was capable of even detecting the divine awareness of a god king? Confronted with Heiyu's suspicion, Qinyu lightly nodded. At this moment, I have surrounded my body with my universal world spatial energy. If someone tries to investigate me with their divine awareness, they would definitely not be able to escape my detection. Qinyu was extremely confident. Because Qinyu was the creator of the universal world, he was able to instantly sense the slightest amount of change within the locations covered by the universal world spatial energy. However, the utmost East Sage Emperor was unable to detect the spatial energy that surrounded Qinyu. For one, this spatial energy was from the universal world. The utmost East Sage Emperor was someone who didn't know anything about the spatial laws of the universal world. Secondly, Qinyu's control over the spatial energy from the universal world had already reached perfection level. He was able to spread it all over without anyone being able to detect it at all. However, if the two of them were to fight, then Qin Yu would be greatly inferior to the utmost East Sage Emperor, who comprehended the spatial laws of the Divine Realm and could instantly utilize the entire Divine Realm's spatial energy. Listening to the nearby sounds of running water after walking on the stony path for some time, the group had arrived outside a courtyard.
"We've arrived. My imperial father is in there,"
said Huangfu Jing with a smile on her face.
Qin Yu lightly nodded.
Involuntarily, his grave and stern face displayed a slight smile.
Qin Yu walked alongside Huangfu Jing.
Heiyu, Yuchi Gonglan, Uncle Fu and Xiuzhong Fu followed behind them. After walking into this courtyard, they reached a large pond.
On top of the large pond was a narrow passageway. Following along this passageway, they arrived at an exquisite building above the water.
While they were still far away, Qin Yu already heard the sound of laughter coming from the exquisite pavilion building.
There's quite many people. Huangfu Jing opened her eyes and then said to Qin Yu with a smile.
At the same time, she sped up her pace.
Bringing Qin Yu, they directly entered this pavilion building. They then walked up to the second floor.
The second floor was filled with windows on all sides. Even the roof was only half present. The other half was empty. 6 people sat in the second floor, 3 males and 3 females. They were a mild-looking middle-aged man, 2 beautiful madams, a lively little girl and 2 violent tiger-like and astonishingly imposing-looking men.
Imperial father, Qin Yu has arrived. Imperial mother, aunt,
Huangfu Jing said as she greeted them with smiles on her face. Yuchi Gonglan said respectfully,
Your Majesty Sage Emperor, Her Majesty God King, Her Majesty Empress. Yuchi Gonglan only saluted these 3 individuals.
The other 3 individuals merely nodded their heads while smiling.
Qin Yu, let me introduce them to you, Huangfu Jing said enthusiastically. This is my imperial father, Utmost East Sage Emperor.
Qin Yu's gaze was instantly locked onto this gentle-looking middle-aged man. This gentle-looking middle-aged man wore a soft and peaceful-looking golden silk gown.
On his face was a smile. Qin Yu pays his respects to Your Majesty Sage Emperor. Qin Yu bowed.
The Utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu had already carefully examined Qin Yu the moment he came in. However, the result of his inspection had shocked him.
Qin Yu's body actually still contained the aura of divine energy. Qin Yu, your divine energy still has not finished transforming into heavenly divine energy? Said the Utmost East Sage Emperor with a slightly surprised tone. Divine energy?
Said that lively girl who sat to the side in surprise. Even the other 2 men also looked at Qin Yu with shock.
A Grandmaster of the Formation Array who had reached such a high level in the Formation Array actually still had divine energy in his body? Qin Yu nodded and said, That is correct.
Your Majesty Sage Emperor, I spent the majority of my time and effort on formation arrays and did not pay much attention to the energy within my body.
So that was the case.
No wonder you managed to achieve such a level of accomplishment.
The Utmost East Sage Emperor nodded. He turned to a beautiful madam beside him and said, Liu Xiang, what do you think about Qin Yu? The Utmost East Sage Emperor immediately introduced her to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, this is the 100 Flowers God King.
Qin Yu immediately started to carefully examine this beautiful madam. This beautiful madam wore a pink gauze dress. She had a red mark in between her brows. Her eyes were beautiful like limpid autumn waters. The 100 Flowers God King, Huangfu Liuxian, carefully inspected Qin Yu.
She then smiled and nodded. He's indeed not bad.
At the very least, he's a lot more earnest compared to those 3 sons of yours.
The Utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu was unable to refrain from smiling. 3 sons? Qin Yu looked to the other 2 men in the pavilion building.
Could it perhaps be these 2 people and that Huangfu Lushui are all the sons of the Utmost East Sage Emperor? But when Qin Yu was thinking about this, Huangfu Jing continued to make more introductions.
Qin Yu, this is my imperial mother. Qin Yu pays his respects to the Empress. Qin Yu slightly bowed.
Although the Empress's status was very high, her strength cannot be regarded as being very strong. She was merely a mid-level heavenly deity. To be dual training with the Utmost East Sage Emperor for this many years, yet still possessing such a weak level of power, it signified that her training comprehension level is truly insufficient.
The Empress also lightly nodded to Qin Yu.
This is my younger sister, Linger, Huangfu Ling.
This is my eldest brother, Huangfu Liijun. This is my second brother, Huangfu Liehua.
As for my third brother, you've already met him.
Huangfu Jing introduced her siblings extremely casually. Qin Yu lightly bowed.
Huangfu Liehua and Huangfu Liujun both had a head full of short dazzling blonde hair.
Their auras were both astonishingly imposing.
Merely, when looking at them, Huangfu Liehua, whose hair and beard was unkempt, looked like an irascible person. As for Huangfu Lujun, his hair was short and spiky and he looked extremely steadfast and a bit more earnest. Merely, as he opened his eyes, the imposing aura of disdainfully looking down upon the entire world was unable to refrain from spreading out.
The sons and daughters of this utmost East Sage Emperor are all exceptional. Qin Yu gasped in his heart.
3 sons and 2 daughters, all of them are that powerful.
Qin Yu did not know much about the 8 great families of the divine realm. These 8 great families were different from the mortals. The bloodlines of the 8 great families were extremely important to them. The first generation of the 8 great families possessed the best bloodline.
Thus, they were able to achieve even greater accomplishments. As the generations pass down, the further down they go, the thinner their bloodline becomes. Thus, it became harder for them to achieve a high accomplishment. For example, the Jiang clan of the utmost northern region's floating snow city. The 2 brothers Jiang Lan and Jiang Fan were both god kings. Even Jiang Xing was merely a generation after them. Then look at the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold. This 100 Flowers God King and the utmost East Sage Emperor and the Gold Sword God King, Huangfu Lei, were all blood siblings. For them, the first generation, it was a lot easier to train. Where were the parents of the utmost East Sage Emperor, utmost North Sage Emperor in them? Other than the utmost East Sage Emperor, utmost North Sage Emperor themselves, even their children did not know about it.
This could be considered a secret of the divine realm. The 8 great families of the divine realm possessed superiority.
However, they also possessed a weak point.
Those from the first generation, although they were very few, over half of them were god kings.
The rest of them were all high-level heavenly deities. As for the second generation, it was rare for a god king to appear. As for the third generation and down, it was extremely difficult for a god king to appear in that generation. It was only possible should they possess great willpower. However, what about the mortals? Although it was extremely difficult for them to train, they also possessed an equally great amount of potential. Regardless of which generation, when they reached the later stages of cultivation, they all possessed that trace of hope in becoming god kings. Big sister, I heard that you have a pretty good impression of that Qin Yu.
Huangfu Ling's large eyes were cast toward Huangfu Jing and then to Qin Yu.
Huangfu Jing glared at Huangfu Ling.
Imperial father, you've invited this Qin Yu over, so what sort of position do you plan to have him assume?
Said that Huangfu Liehua carefreely.
I actually have an idea regarding this. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu smiled and said.
You all know that in the Imperial City, there are the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace and 4 other palaces, Misty Mystic Palace, Black Wind Palace, Liejuan's Palace, and the Heaven Desolate Palace. However, at present, there are only 3 palace masters. The Misty Mystic Palace is still empty as there has never been anyone who took up the position of the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master. Thus, I think. Second brother. The 100 Flowers God King's eyelids were raised. Her aura had instantly grown sharp. Second brother, the reason why the Misty Mystic Palace is empty is not because no one was capable of becoming the palace master but rather because the competition for the palace master was too fierce and a conclusion had never been reached the entire time.
The position of palace masters are statuses that are second only to the god kings.
Second brother, you most definitely cannot casually give the position of the palace master to a newly emerged person without qualifications. 100 Flowers God King directly voiced her opposition. The opposition from a god king had instantly caused the utmost East Sage Emperor to stop his speech. The 3 god kings of Mount Dazzling Gold, Huangfu Yu, Huangfu Lei, and Huangfu Liuxiang.
Among them, only Huangfu Liuxiang was a female.
Usually, her 2 older brothers would always humor this younger sister of theirs.
Second brother, think about it.
The palace masters of the Black Wind Palace and the Heaven Desolate Palace are both individuals who have provided great merit in the incomparable Great Tribulation 6 quadrillion years ago. They possess great qualifications and their strength are both at the peak of the high-level heavenly deity stage. For the 2 of them to be palace masters, there is no one that opposes that. As for the Liejuan's palace, it's a palace especially created and given to the first prince, Huangfu Liejun. The first prince, in all these years, has been the one who commanded the heavenly deity army to fight in battles all around. Adding on his status, for him to be a palace master, there is also no one who would oppose it.
However, right now, you wanted to give the Misty Mystic Palace to a new person.
The 100 Flowers God King Huangfu Liuxiang shook her head.
Evidently, Huangfu Liuxiang was extremely dissatisfied.
After hearing what the 100 Flowers God King said, Qin Yu immediately came to understand the status rankings of Mount Dazzling Gold. Evidently, these 4 great palace masters were individuals who were second to only god kings. Their statuses were higher than even ordinary high-level heavenly deities.
If he were to become a palace master, then he would possess more confidence when proposing marriage for Lear to the utmost North Sage Emperor. However, Jin Yu's qualifications were too low. Your Majesty Sage Emperor, Jin Yu was prepared to refuse it, when the utmost East Sage Emperor extended his hand to stop him. He then turned to the 100 Flowers God King. With a smile, he said, Liu Xiang, what you said was reasonable. In all these years, those who are truly fighting over the position of the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master, aren't there only two of them? One is one of your disciples and the other is a large squadron captain from the heavenly deity army. Huangfu Liuxiang slightly nodded and said, Although Shuiyu is a female, she has followed me for numerous years. Although she is seemingly unremarkable, she has unwittingly provided numerous meritorious services to our Mount Dazzling Gold. In terms of strength, she is also at the high-level heavenly deity stage. If she were to become the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace, how would anyone dare oppose it? At this moment, Huangfu Liijun, who had been silent the entire time, spoke. Aunt, Shuiyu is indeed exceptional. However, my good brother Dong Ho also possesses a status in the heavenly deity army that is not beneath myself. Although it is said that the heavenly deity army is under my command, in actuality, the majority of the time it is brother Dong Ho who leads the army. His status, qualifications and strength are also sufficient enough to become the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master. Xin Yu was listening from the side. Evidently, the utmost East Sage Emperor was in support of him, the 100 Flowers God King was in support of her disciple, whereas Huangfu Liijun and a lot of the people from the heavenly deity army supported that Dong Ho. Big brother, it seems that many people are fighting for this position, said He Yu to Qin Yu via divine awareness voice transmission. Before I came, the two sides were in a state of stalemate. Now that I've come and the utmost East Sage Emperor wanted to present the position of the palace master to me, these two sides naturally would not sit by idly. Qin Yu replied via divine awareness voice transmission. However, Qin Yu was instead extremely composed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 6. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 6, Reward. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Huangfu Ling, who sat next to Huangfu Jing, stood up. Imperial Father, Aunt, the two of you should stop arguing. I've heard that this Qin Yu is extremely amazing. The formation array that he deployed was so powerful that even high-level heavenly deities were unable to break through it. With merely that formation array, Big Sis Shuiyu and Big Bro Dong Ho would be unable to break through it. For Qin Yu to be the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace, I am in favor of that with both my hands and feet. Feet too? Oh, you little girl. 100 Flowers God King Huangfu Liuxing started laughing. TL, being in favor with both hands equals completely in favor. However, she even said she's in favor of that with her feet too. Qin Yu also smiled as he looked to this Huangfu Ling. She was truly an adorable little girl. At this moment, Huangfu Liehua said carefreely, What's the need to make the situation this complicated? Let's just make it a bit more simple and have them fight against each other. Whoever is stronger shall be the palace master. Wouldn't this solve the problem? Qin Yu, who had been carefully listening to entire time, upon hearing what Huangfu Liehua said, started smiling in his heart. If they were to truly compete, then he could just deploy the formation array and then, regardless of how much the other two people tried to resist, it would still be impossible for them to escape the formation array. In the formation array, they could only allow themselves to be ravaged by him. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu's eyes shined. He nodded and said, Good. In that case, we shall use the method proposed by Lu Hu and have them. What's good about that? Huangfu Liuxiang interrupted the utmost East Sage Emperor. Huangfu Liuxiang gave the utmost East Sage Emperor a side-eye glance and said, Second brother, you clearly knew that Qin Yu was capable of deploying a formation array space. The possibility that Shuiyu and Dong Ho being able to win against him is too low, truly too low. Aren't you deliberately trying to let Qin Yu win? Liuxiang, in that case, what do you propose? The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu looked to Huangfu Liuxiang. Qin Yu also looked to this 100 Flowers God King. He was wondering what sort of method to select the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master this 100 Flowers God King would be proposing. Huangfu Liuxiang was silent for a moment. She then said, The Misty Mystic Palace is one of the 4 great palaces. The palace requires not merely a palace master, it also requires a large number of subordinates. Only thus would it be qualified to be one of our Mount Dazzling Gold's 4 great palaces. Since it requires subordinates, then we must inspect the quality of the subordinates. How about this, we are to have 3 competitions,
One for the potential successor of the palace master, one for the mid-level heavenly deities and one for the low-level heavenly deities. Among the 3 competitions, if one side were to win 2 of the competitions, then they shall be declared the winner. Xinyu shall be on one side, Donghuo shall be another and Shuiyu shall also be another. The 3 sides shall alternate to fight. The side that wins the most battles shall be the palace master. What do you all think about that? Huangfu Liuxiang had a smile on her face. Shuiyu was her disciple. For a god king like her, finding powerful mid-level heavenly deities and low-level heavenly deities was an extremely easy task. That? Utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu frowned. It was clear that his sister was determined to help that Shuiyu. If a god king was determined to help someone, then the lineup for the matches would definitely be extremely exceptional. It might be very hard for Qin to win. Furthermore, what about Dong Ho? Standing behind him was practically the entire heavenly deity army. Selecting the strongest mid-level heavenly deity and low-level heavenly deity among the heavenly deity lineup, there was also no need to mention how exceptional his lineup would be. What sort of lineup could Qin possibly send forth? The utmost East Sage Emperor suddenly said. Qin has just come to our Mount Dazzling Gold. I have yet to provide him with anything yet. In that case, let me bestow upon him a group of Imperial Guards. Second brother, you most definitely cannot so openly support Qin, said Huangfu Liuxiang while smiling. Regardless of whether it's Qin, Dong Ho, or my disciple Shuiyu, the people they sent forth must be people that they personally invited and received consent from them. People other than the 3 of them cannot forcefully impose orders to help those 3. Regardless of whether it is me, second brother you, or big brother, none of us are allowed to interfere. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu was angered speechless. Not provide a helping hand. Shuiyu had followed the 100 Flowers God King for too long. Who among the 100 Flowers God King's palace did not possess a good relationship with Shuiyu? If Shuiyu were to invite them to help, who among them would refuse? There was also no need to mention Dong Ho's reputation. What about Qin? How many people could he possibly know? Why would others help Qin? Your Majesty Sage Emperor, there is no need for you to demand insistently about this matter. If I were to be able to obtain this position, then I shall obtain it. If I cannot obtain it, then it means that it was never meant for me. Let's go with the method proposed by Her Majesty 100 Flowers God King. The people sent forth by me, they must have agreed to it themselves. Qin said. Huangfu Liuxiang started laughing. Second brother, did you hear that? Even brother Qin himself has agreed to it. As she said that, Huangfu Liuxiang even smiled to Qin. Little brother Qin is truly reasonable, but... The utmost East Sage Emperor took a glance at Qin and then sighed. Huangfu Jing also sent a divine awareness voice transmission to Qin and said in an aggrieved tone. Qin, while you might have captured some people, but they are at most those heavenly deities that are bandits, right? How high could the standards of those bandits be? My aunt, each and every one of her disciples are elites. As for that Shuiyu, she is someone that my aunt treated like her own daughter. She even possesses a Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Grand Mist spiritual treasure? Qin was slightly startled. It would appear that he had underestimated the 100 Flowers God King. As a God King, even if he doesn't openly help her disciple, she was still extremely formidable when helping her from the shadows. Merely. Qin had a smile on his face. He was completely confident. The utmost East Sage Emperor could only smile helplessly. He then said. Well then, since this was the case, then the matter is decided. As for the time of the competition, let's set it as. There's no need to rush. This bears upon the position of the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace. It is best to properly set the preparations for it. How about this, let's make it a year from now. It shouldn't be too late for the competition to be a year from now. Huangfu Liuxiang immediately said. The utmost East Sage Emperor was truly unable to win against his own sister. Thus, he could only nod. Good, a year from now. We shall determine the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace this day a year from now. Second brother, since we've determined it to be so, I'll take my leave first. Huangfu Liuxiang stood up while beaming with smiles. When Huangfu Liuxiang walked by Qin, she even slightly smiled to Qin and said to him via divine awareness voice transmission. Little guy, you must properly give it your all. Don't let your people lose too miserably. After that, the 100 Flowers God King left like that. A year? Qin thought in his heart. A year outside is 100 years in the second layer space of the Jianglan's realm. 100 years, even if it is not enough for my divine energy to completely transform into heavenly divine energy, it is still sufficient for me to refine the magnificent lotus clone. Qin Yu had long since wanted to refine the magnificent lotus clone. According to the records of the bewitching God Temple's golden scrolls, once one successfully refines the magnificent lotus clone, one's body would become indestructibly hard. After all, the 9-petaled magnificent lotus was comparable to a second-rated grand mist spiritual treasure. The core of the 9-petaled magnificent lotus, the lotus core, was incomparably hard. The clone created through the lotus core definitely possessed a hardness that surpassed that of a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Furthermore, the magnificent lotus clone naturally possessed a special domain. With this magnificent lotus clone, I would not fear even if I were to fight against a high-level heavenly deity head-on.
Qin Yu was extremely confident.
With a hardness that surpassed high-quality heavenly divine artifact, even spatial cracks would not be able to rip it apart. The magnificent lotus clone was essentially a human-shaped grand mist spiritual treasure. However, it is unworthy for me to take out this magnificent lotus clone during the competition. There was no need for Qin Yu to take out the magnificent lotus clone unless it was a moment of crisis. This was especially true when he added on the divine spear waning snow and the teleportation technique on top of the magnificent lotus clone. Defense, attack power and speed, all of them were at the apex. Such an existence was completely able to sweep across all the heavenly deities. Even when confronted with godkings, such an existence would still be able to fight against them. This was Qin Yu's strongest power.
Merely,
Qin Yu would not easily display such power to others. Without the magnificent lotus clone, Qin Yu's weakest point was his defense. Regardless of how tough his body was, he would still not be able to withstand the spatial destruction technique of high-level heavenly deities as his body was no grand mist spiritual treasure. The most important thing to do is to refine the magnificent lotus clone.
Qin Yu thought in his heart.
After the utmost East Sage Emperor arranges a place for me to live, I shall start concentrating on refining the magnificent lotus clone.
Qin Yu. At this moment, the utmost East Sage Emperor spoke. Qin Yu immediately woke back up from his thoughts.
I am very happy that you were willing to come to my Mount Dazzling Gold. I have already prepared gifts for you. I hope you would like them.
With a wave of the utmost East Sage Emperor's hand, a large black chest appeared in the pavilion building.
Not only Qin Yu, even the other people looked to this large black chest with confused expressions.
The utmost East Sage Emperor's present would definitely not be ordinary. What exactly was in this large black chest?
Qin Yu, you can open it,
said the utmost East Sage Emperor with a smile on his face.
Thank you, Your Majesty Sage Emperor.
Qin Yu did not refuse.
He walked forward and opened the large black chest. Clang! After the chest was opened, other than the utmost East Sage Emperor who was looking at Qin Yu with a smile on his face, the other people all looked to the chest.
Golden scrolls.
The chest was tidily filled with golden scrolls. With a sweep from Qin Yu's divine awareness, he discovered that there were over 1,000 golden scrolls in this chest. At this moment, Qin Yu felt a burst of delight in his heart.
To ordinary heavenly deities, what was the most precious?
It wasn't divine spiritual stones. Instead, it was records like the Golden Scrolls. What the Golden Scrolls recorded was the experience of those seniors before them. For example, Qin Yu, if he did not possess the 900 Golden Scrolls of the Array Path, how would he possibly be able to set past the entrance of the Array Path? Had it not been for his study of the Array Path, then he would likely be unable to even understand the theory of the level 8 formation arrays. If he doesn't understand it, then even if he knew the spatial laws of the universal world, he would still not be able to create a formation array space. When heavenly deities obtained a single golden scroll, they would already be overjoyed.
Your Majesty Sage Emperor, these are? Qin Yu said in amazement.
The utmost East Sage Emperor smiled and said, These are all the golden scrolls of my utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold that contain information regarding the entire path of artifact refining. These are the records that contain information pertaining to methods of artifact crafting. Of course, the works regarding formation arrays are not among them. To have you read works regarding formation arrays would be the same as mocking you.
They are all about artifact crafting?
Qin Yu was unable to conceal his surprise. That's right, they're all about artifact crafting, said the utmost East Sage Emperor with a smile on his face.
It was very evident why the utmost East Sage Emperor invited Qin Yu.
He wanted Qin Yu to craft artifacts. The usefulness of a Grandmaster of formation arrays was not great. However, a Grandmaster of the artifact crafting, especially one who has reached the craftsman god's level, possessed a great amount of use. It was extremely possible for a Grandmaster of formation arrays to become a Grandmaster of artifact crafting.
Qin Yu looked to Uncle Fu beside him.
Uncle Fu also had an excited expression in his eyes. Although the craftsman god Cheho Yuan was extremely amazing in the artifact crafting path, his artifact crafting path were all things that he had personally researched. He merely possessed over 400 golden scrolls pertaining to artifact crafting. Although the craftsman god Cheho Yuan was extremely amazing at crafting artifacts, it was not because he possessed astonishing accomplishments in the artifact crafting path. Instead, it was because he achieved astonishing accomplishment in formation arrays. In terms of artifact crafting, when compared to the Huangfu clan that had existed since the birth of the divine realm, Cheho Yuan was not necessarily stronger. To gather the thoughts of many schools, it is always beneficial to read more. Qin Yu happily waved his hand and accepted this large black chest. Thank you, Your Majesty Sage Emperor, for the gift. I will definitely strive my hardest to study them. I am also very interested in crafting artifacts, said Qin Yu with a smile on his face. Hearing Qin Yu's speech, the utmost East Sage Emperor immediately started laughing heartily. What he wanted was precisely for Qin Yu to craft artifacts. Jinger, arrange for that empty mansion house in the western district of the city that belonged to me to give to Qin Yu. You can bring him over to receive that mansion house right away. In the future, he can live there, said the utmost East Sage Emperor with a smile on his face. Huangfu Jing immediately stood up and said willingly, Yes, Imperial Father. Yuji Gonlan had already left to see his old friend. As for Qin Yu and them, they followed behind Huangfu Jing and Huangfu Ling out of the Imperial City and proceeded to walk toward the western district. Because of the fact that there were not many people in the dazzling gold city, although the city was over 1,000 miles in circumference, there were still many places for people to live. This caused the residences of every single person to be pretty large. Their appearances were also fantastic oddities of every description. Qin Yu, back then, you shouldn't have agreed to it that easily. Although my aunt is sometimes a bit overbearing and tyrannical, as long as the debate continued, my aunt would still make a bit of a concession. Now that you could only rely on your own people, how could you possibly be able to compete for the position of the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace? Huangfu Jing felt regret for Qin Yu. Huangfu Ling also firmly nodded her head to express her agreement. Qin Yu was about to say something when, Big brother, leave the battle for the low-level heavenly deity to me. Hei Yu's voice sounded. Qin Yu looked at Hei Yu. Xiao Hei's flowing light spear path was something that even Qin Yu was unable to see through. Qin Yu was also looking forward to the scene at Xiao Hei fighting against others. Good, I'll leave the battle of the low-level heavenly deity to you, said Qin Yu with a smile. Uncle Fu, after we arrive at the mansion house, you shall be in charge of everything in the mansion house. I will also let out those heavenly deity servants of mine. After we return, I plan to enter seclusion training for a period of time, said Qin Yu to Uncle Fu as they walked on the road. Yes, master, Uncle Fu said respectfully. Qin Yu was thinking about that magnificent lotus clone the entire time. At the same time, other than the magnificent lotus clone, Qin Yu also thought of the golden bead. That golden bead, during the time when my soul was still at the golden soul pellet stage, my soul was unable to touch it at all. Now that my soul has reached the embryo soul stage, I should be able to refine it. Qin Yu became even more excited. The magnificent lotus clone and that golden bead that he had never heard about. Once he refined these two items, what sort of things would they bring him? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 7. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 7, Provocation. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Qin Yu was thinking about the matter of refining the magnificent lotus clone and the golden bead as he walked on the street. Unwittingly, he had already walked for a while now. Suddenly, he heard a beautiful laughing sound coming from ahead. Man? Qin Yu suddenly stopped from his thinking and looked ahead. What he saw was a group of beautiful women with bright eyes. These women were chatting and laughing with each other without the slightest care. Within their amusement, they had not paid attention to their surroundings at all. Like that, these 10+ women walked side by side down the street and occupied over half of the entire street. Even the heavenly deities that were walking on the street had walked to the side of the road to get out of the way. Evidently, the majority of the people were somewhat fearful of this group of women. Princess Jing, who are those women? Puzzled, Qin Yu asked. Huangfu Jing was surprised. Why did Qin Yu address her as Princess Jing? Back in the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace, he had called her Princess Huangfu Jing because of etiquette. However, Huangfu Jing also didn't mind it. She glanced ahead and then frowned. She said, That group of women consists of the disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Although my aunt is a god king, she is extremely pampering of her disciples. This has caused this group of women to be extremely arrogant. I reckon that other than the god kings and the three great palace masters, they would not care for even I, a princess. Huang Fuling's tiny and beautiful nose also wrinkled. Discontented, she said. Those women are relying on the fact that my aunt pampers them. They are truly an arrogant bunch who do not know about the immensity of heaven and earth. Among my aunt's disciples, only the earliest group of disciples are better off. Qinyu and Heiyu glanced at each other. They did not say anything. They had just arrived at Mount Dazzling Gold. Thus, they did not want to antagonize too many people right after coming. Io, Princess Jing, Princess Ling. How come the two princesses have the refined and elegant attitude of mind to come to the Western City District? A voice so sweet that it caused one's heart to shiver was heard. This was the voice of a charming-looking red-clothed woman. The Western City District was the location where the Hundred Flowers Palace was located. In the Western City District, the disciples from the Hundred Flowers Palace could be considered as tyrants that no one dared oppose. The pamperness and backing that the Hundred Flowers God King had for them was something that everyone knew about. Before Huangfu Jing could say anything, another green-clothed girl spoke. Ah, Princess Jing is with several men. Could these men be the rumored Grandmaster of Formation Arrays Qinyu and his group? Who among them might be the Grandmaster of Formation Arrays, Qinyu? As she said that, her pair of alluring eyes looked to Qinyu and Heiyu. I am Qinyu. Ladies, this Qinyu has some important matters to return to my mansion for. Ladies, please excuse me. Qinyu cupped his hand indifferently and said. Excuse? We aren't even blocking you all. That charming red-clothed woman that led the group shot a side-eye glance at Qinyu. With a smile on her face, she said. If you want to leave, can't you walk from the side? With these 10+ women standing next to each other, the either sides of the roads only have about 2 to 3 meters of width left. To have the two princesses and the Grandmaster of the Formation Arrays that the utmost East Sage Emperor personally invited over to walk through the side of the road, these women were truly arrogant. Huang Fuling immediately humped coldly and was about to say something. After all, she was a princess. Princess Ling, there is no need to quarrel with them. Qinyu lightly smiled and then proceeded to walk towards the side of the road. The Hundred Flowers Palace's disciples that were giggling and waiting for Qinyu and them to get angry, upon seeing that Qinyu didn't plan to fight with them, their smiles instantly disappeared. That green-clothed woman even rudely and unreasonably said. Stop. Qinyu and his group of people stopped. Even Qinyu started frowning. Zhou Zhongfu, who had been silent the entire time, also had his eyes shrink as he turned his head over to look at the rude and unreasonable woman. Shut up. Huang Fuling violently turned around. Her little eyes were opened wide and round like a ball. You, a mere disciple, dare act so arrogant? You must know that Qinyu is a Grandmaster of Formation Arrays that my imperial father has personally invited over. You, mere disciples, dare act so arrogant. Good, then today, I shall personally teach you spoiled women. Let me see how my aunt shall protect you all. As Huang Fuling said that, she took out a green whip. Her entire person turned into a silhouette. Her green whip covered a space of several tens of meters. Among this group of disciples, that green-clothed girl was the weakest. She was merely a low-level heavenly deity. As for Huang Fuling, she was a mid-level heavenly deity. Merely, the green-clothed woman was usually loved and pampered by the Hundred Flowers God King, that was why she was so arrogant. Stop! A shout sounded. A white-clothed and long-haired woman extended the sword in her hand to stop the whip. The sword managed to stop the whip. However, pop! The whip coiled around the sword. A section of the whip suddenly extended and ruthlessly whipped the green-clothed girl's face. As for the green-clothed girl, she just stood there and took on the whipping to her face. It wasn't that she didn't want to move. Instead, she was unable to move. At the same time Huang Fuling attacked, she had also used her spatial domain to bind this woman. The sound of the whip was extremely sharp and clear. A lash mark appeared on the face of this green-clothed girl. Blood started flowing down her face. You, that green-clothed girl pointed at Huang Fuling angrily. Her tears were rolling in her eyes. It was as if she were about to cry. Me what? What about me? At this moment, Huang Fuling had already displayed her crafty and unruly nature. Her chin was slightly raised as she arrogantly looked at that green-clothed girl. In the past, although you all were arrogant, you were not arrogant to such a level. Today, I, my older sister and Qinyu are all together.
Yet, you all still dare to act so arrogant. If I were to not whip you, then who should I whip? Even if my aunt were here, it would still be hard for her to help you all.
At this moment, the red-clothed charming woman pulled on the hand of the green-clothed girl. She said via voice transmission, "Little Xuan, Huang Fuling and Huang Fujing are after all the nieces of Our Lady.
You must endure it."
The green-clothed girl could only slightly nod her head and then say no more.
Who among this group of women wanted to anger these two princesses?
In the past, although they were not very respectful toward the two princesses, they would also not dare to threaten them like so. As for today, they had come to especially intercept them. Their goal was to help their big sister Shuiyu and teach the Qinyu a lesson.
That was the reason why that were acting so arrogantly. Princess Jing, Princess Ling, we still deeply respect the two princesses.
Merely, when I saw this Qinyu, I was extremely confused. If my guess was correct, this Qinyu ought to be a low-level heavenly deity whose divine energy hasn't even finished transforming to heavenly divine energy, right? A low-level heavenly deity like that, how could he possibly be a grandmaster of formation arrays? Said the red-clothed charming woman coquettishly.
The smile on Qinyu's face finally disappeared. He finally understood now.
This group of women had come to create trouble for him. It was likely related to that disciple of the 100 Flowers God King Shuiyu. We've heard that he also wants to become the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace. Oh, how revered the 4 great palace masters are. The Black Wind Palace Master, the Heaven Desolate Palace Master and Palace Master Liijun, who among them does not possess exceptional strength and great military service.
A mere low-level heavenly deity like him also wants to become a palace master? The red-clothed charming woman humphed.
A purple-clothed woman beside her also humphed and said,
"I've heard that his formation array is very powerful. However, what use is there for his formation array to be powerful? His strength is that weak, how could he possibly convince the masses?"
A mere low-level heavenly deity who hasn't even finished transforming his divine energy to heavenly divine energy, I reckon that perhaps even little Xuan could easily defeat him. Seeing how much of a clamor this group of women was making, Qinyu can't help but frown.
"Princess Jing, Princess Ling, let's go.
There is no need for us to bother with this group of crazy women." Qinyu called out for Huang Fujing and Huang Fuling.
He then proceeded to walk away.
Seeing that Qinyu did not attack even after all that they said, the group of women grew anxious. "Qinyu, you want to become the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master, but you don't even have the slightest amount of gu." Qinyu, who had walked halfway, suddenly turned around. His eyes burst forth like lightning. In a cold voice, he shouted violently,
"Shut your mouth."
His voice sounded like a divine thunder. At once, he had stunned those women. Those 10+ women were pretty powerful. There was even a high-level heavenly deity among them. The majority of them were mid-level heavenly deities. They never had expected for a low-level heavenly deity to dare act so arrogant.
Qinyu coldly looked to this group of women. He originally didn't wish to bother with this group of women.
However, they were truly excessively noisy. As to whether I, Qinyu, will become the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace or not, it is not something that people like you all get to decide.
It is something that His Majesty the Utmost East Sage Emperor decides.
Furthermore, whether my strength is powerful or weak, it is also not something that people like you can determine. If you anger me, do not blame me for not knowing how to be soft on women." Qinyu's voice was extremely cold. Zhou Zhongfu immediately stood next to Qinyu. His cold gaze was cast toward that group of women.
He also wanted to fight them. "You want to teach us a lesson?"
That red-clothed charming woman immediately burst out into a rage.
"I am invited here by the Utmost East Sage Emperor. Not only the Utmost East Sage Emperor, the other 7 great Sage Emperors including even the Azura Sea, Dual Domain Island and Mount Blood Demon have sent invitations for me.
Remember, I have come to the utmost eastern regions Mount Dazzling Gold through my own ability. I do not wish to provoke others. However, I also do not wish to be provoked by others.
Understand?" Qinyu said coldly. He then looked to Heiyu beside him.
"Xiao Hei, let's go." Huang Fujing and Huang Fuling both looked to Qinyu with excited expressions. If Qinyu were to truly teach this group of women a lesson, then although the 100 Flowers God King pampers them, she was also an individual who knew of the greater good. Thus, she would definitely not make things difficult for Qinyu. After all, Qinyu was a talent that all the major powers wanted. A low-level heavenly deity dares act so arrogant. That group of women had grown angry. They had not forgotten the purpose they came out today was to intercept Qinyu.
Humiliate Qinyu.
The eyes of red-clothed charming woman who led the group started to narrow. She then violently burst forth. A silver spear appeared in her hand. The spear was pointed at Qin Yu. Clang! With the roar of a dragon, the surround space of the spear started to ripple. Impudent! Huang Fujing, Huang Fuling, Zhou Zhongfu, He Yu, and them all saw the spear silhouette. Only Qin Yu seemed to not have seen it at all and continued to have his back facing towards the silver spear. There was nothing that could escape Qin Yu's observation in the range that the universal world's spatial energy covered. A mere mid-level heavenly deity wants to handle me? Qin Yu shook his head in his heart. Huang Fujing's eyes grew cold. She was the first one to attack. As the attendant of Qin Yu, the fan that Zhou Zhongfu held was also opened and threw out. As for He Yu, he also shot out the black spear in his hand like a black dragon. That red-clothed woman's expression changed. Her attention was immediately fixed upon Huang Fujing and Zhou Zhongfu. These two people were too powerful. However, bang! As if soaring through the space and time, a black spear actually arrived before Huang Fujing and Zhou Zhongfu's attacks and directly hit the silver spear and slanted it. At the same time, the black spear had instantly arrived before the red-clothed woman. Impossible! The red-clothed woman only felt that the black spear before her was extremely strange. She was only able to rapidly escape with her nascent soul and jade blood golden pellet. As for her body, over a dozen holes had instantly appeared within it. After recalling the black spear to his hand, He Yu was still standing beside Qin Yu. The red-clothed girl's nascent soul and jade blood golden pellet had returned back into her body. Then, through consuming a large amount of heavenly divine energy, she restored her body. You are a low-level heavenly deity?" said the red-clothed woman with an unbelieving expression. Although she had not used her spatial domain, mid-level heavenly deities were generally much faster than low-level heavenly deities. She never imagined for herself to be defeated like this by a low-level heavenly deity. The reason why she did not use her spatial domain was because Huang Fujing and Zhou Zhongfu were beside Qin Yu. Huang Fujing looked to He Yu with a shocked expression. At the same time, she asked Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, he is your brother? He's only a low-level heavenly deity?" Even Zhou Zhongfu were looking at He Yu with a shocked expression. The spear strike from earlier was too strange. When the spear was thrown, He Yu had done it even slower than Huang Fujing and Zhou Zhongfu's attacks. However, at the next moment when they noticed He Yu's cloud-piercing spear, the cloud-piercing spear had already broken apart the silver spear and seriously injured that mid-level heavenly deity. "Xiao He, is that the flowing light spear path?" Qin Yu looked to Xiao He. He Yu lightly nodded. This is using the fundamentals of the flowing light spear path. If one were to ask who managed to see that scene most clearly, then it would be Qin Yu. Qin Yu clearly saw that the region surrounding He Yu's cloud-piercing spear seemed to have isolated itself from the rest of the space. In a state when the cloud-piercing spear's speed had reached its limit, the cloud-piercing spear strangely increased its speed by several tens times more. It was extremely strange. "What are you all doing here?" A mild yet imposing voice sounded. A yellow-dressed woman floated over. That red-clothed charming woman promptly said, "Big Sis Shuiyu, we've heard that there was someone that's going to compete for the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master position against you. Thus, we came to see if he possessed the strength." "Enough." That Shuiyu frowned. At once, those 10+ women all grew silent. Qin Yu looked to that Shuiyu. So this was the woman that was going to compete for the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master position with him? She appeared to be a pretty amiable person. "Princess Jing, Princess Ling, I suspect this is the Grandmaster of the Formation Arrays, Qin Yu, right? I have already heard about the renowned Mr. Qin Yu from my lady. For Mr. Qin Yu to accomplish such success in the Formation Arrays, this Shuiyu truly admires that." Shuiyu smiled as she looked to Qin Yu. She had instantly determined who Qin Yu was. "Qin Yu greets Miss Shuiyu." Qin Yu slightly nodded. "It is my sisters who are in the wrong today. I wish Mr. Qin Yu will forgive them." Shuiyu's attitude was extremely modest. "Of course, it's merely a trivial matter," Qin Yu said with a smile. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 16, Chapter 8. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 8, Temporal Law. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Shuiyu slightly smiled to Qin Yu. She then looked to that group of women. "You all only know how to create trouble. Let's go and return quickly. You must not be rude to Mr. Qin Yu in the future." As she said that, a cold light flashed through Shuiyu's eyes. The coldness of her eyes was so cold it seemed as if she could penetrate through the bottom of one's heart. Shuiyu had her back toward Qin Yu.
Logically, Xinyu shouldn't be able to notice that. However, Qinyu's surroundings were covered by the spatial energy from his universal world. Qinyu was able to clearly see the change in Xueyu's expression. Mr. Qinyu, Princess Jing, Princess Ling, farewell. Xueyu turned around and slightly smiled to Qinyu. She then left leading that group of women. Xueyu? Qinyu looked to Xueyu's back. Huang Fu Ling said. Clearly they are of different levels of quality. Big sister Xueyu has followed my aunt for a long time. She's much better off compared to that group of arrogant spoiled women. Big sis Xueyu is indeed a very good person. Huang Fu Jing also added. Qinyu remains silent. He merely felt that the battle for the position of the palace master a year from now would not be that easy. Regardless of whether it was that Xueyu that he had just met or that Dong Ho who he had yet to meet, neither of them would be easy to deal with. Princess Jing, Princess Ling, let's bring me to my mansion first. Even now, I still don't even know where the mansion is at, said Qinyu while smiling. Huang Fu Jing nodded in surprise and then smiled and said. Let's go. We're not far away from where your mansion is. Qinyu proceeded to walk alongside Huang Fu Jing. Sure enough, it was just as Huang Fu Jing said, the mansion was not far away. In merely a short moment, Qinyu already managed to see a simple and unadorned mansion. The Flowing Cloud Mansion. The Flowing Cloud Mansion occupied a very large area. Usually, one would always have to walk around it. This Flowing Cloud Mansion is the place where my imperial father would occasionally stay when he comes out to rest. Of course, the name Flowing Cloud Mansion is also something that my imperial father gave. After you take over the mansion, you can change the name of it, said Huang Fu Jing as she pointed at the mansion. There are over a dozen servants in the mansion. According to the rules, these dozen plus servants all belong to my imperial father. After you take over the mansion, the servants ought to leave. However, I see that you do not have many people beside you. Thus, if you want these servants, I could talk to my imperial father about it. There would definitely not be a problem. Qinyu shook his head and said. There's no need, I have some people. Even Huang Fu Jing didn't know that Qinyu had that many heavenly deity servants in his Jianlan realm. You have? Huang Fu Ling was instead surprised. I possess a spatial divine artifact. For the time being, my servants are all staying in there. Qinyu did not bother to conceal this. After all, this was something that they'd come to know soon enough. Spatial divine artifact? Huang Fu Ling and Huang Fu Jing were both surprised. Qinyu did not speak anymore, instead he started walking directly over to the Flowing Cloud Mansion. When the servants of the Flowing Cloud Mansion saw Qinyu, they immediately shouted. This is the utmost East Sage Emperors, ... As per the order of my imperial father, from today on, this Flowing Cloud Mansion shall belong to Mr. Qinyu. Huang Fu Jing said in an official tone. The two gate guards of the Flowing Cloud Mansion were startled. They then immediately bowed to Qinyu and the two princesses. They did not believe that the two princesses would dare to falsify an order from the Sage Emperor. Huang Fu Jing had the dozen plus servants leave the Flowing Cloud Mansion, and after bidding farewell to Qinyu, there were only Qinyu and his group of people remaining in the Flowing Cloud Mansion. Qinyu instantly brought out all of the 100 plus heavenly deity servants. Uncle Fu, you can be in charge of what they shall do. Xiaozhong Fu, you are to assist Uncle Fu. Qinyu ordered. Yes, master, said Uncle Fu and Xiaozhong Fu respectfully. In an instant, the entire Flowing Cloud Mansion had grown lively. For over 100 people to suddenly appear within the mansion, it indeed caused the place to be bustling with noise and excitement. Those heavenly deity servants were also very shocked to find out that they had arrived at Mount Dazzling Gold, on a courtyard of the Flowing Cloud Mansion. This was Qinyu's residence. At this moment, Qinyu and Heiyu were here. Xiao Hei, I plan to refine the magnificent lotus clone. What about you? Qinyu said as he looked to Heiyu. Heiyu said. I plan to enter the Jianlan realm and continue training. I feel that my flowing light spear path is merely at the beginning stage. There is still need for more training. Xiao Hei, what sort of principle does your flowing light spear path follow? Qinyu asked curiously. Heiyu grew silent for a moment. He blinked his eyes a couple times and then said. How should I explain it? After you created your universal world, I merely casually thrust my spear within the Jianlan realm. However, at a certain moment, I suddenly entered an exotic state of mind. It seemed as if I managed to touch something. After that, I immersed myself within it and started to thrust my spear unceasingly and contentiously sensed that sort of state of mind. As time passed, I gradually became familiar with that exotic state of mind. Furthermore, I also sensed a sort of strange rule. Yu grew silent for a moment. That sort of rule was tangled together with the spatial energy. However, I was able to sense it. As I immersed myself deeper into the sensing of this rule, I ultimately ended up becoming able to slightly use it. That was how the flowing light spear path came to be. Rule? Yu looked to Yu with a confused expression. As far as I know, other than the all sorts of energies and their rules, there only exists the spatial law and then the highest temporal law. The strangeness of your flowing light spear path, could it be the temporal law? No, impossible. Yu shook his head repeatedly. Yu understood very well that the strongest temporal law was something that one could only comprehend after reaching the God King level. It was simply impossible for one to comprehend the temporal law unless one managed to achieve complete comprehension of the spatial law. In the history of the divine realm, only God Kings were able to comprehend the temporal law. This was the iron law of the divine realm. Actually, Yu grew silent for a long while and then continued. I also feel that. I am able to slightly change the flow of time and the surrounding space of my spear. Flow of time? Yu looked to Yu in shock. Monster! To change the flow of time meant that Yu possessed slight comprehension of the temporal law. However, how was that possible? Even high-level heavenly deities did not possess any sort of understanding of the temporal law. Yu smiled bittered and helplessly said. I also do not understand why this flowing light spear path of mine is like this. I also do not believe I am able to comprehend any part of the temporal law. After all, I have only reached the level of comprehension for the spatial law that allows me to fly. However, I am indeed capable of changing the flow of time and the surrounding area of the spear. Yu lightly nodded. Well then, Xiaohei, from today on, you should continue to research the flowing light spear path. However, do not use the flowing light spear path unless it is during the moment of crisis. Although high-level heavenly deities might still be unable to detect the profoundness of your spear technique, God Kings should be able to tell. If a God King were to find out, then it might become problematic. Yu frowned. God Kings, after they completely comprehended the spatial law, they would start researching the temporal law unceasingly. Yu nodded. Big brother, you can rest assured. I will not casually use the flowing light spear path. Yu patted Yu's shoulder and laughed heartily. However, if you have to use it, then use it. It is also not something overly serious. If there were to really be any God King that would want to research you, I would directly send you into the universal world. Let me see how the God Kings would be able to find you then. After I refine the magnificent Lotus clone, I would be able to easily escape from the hands of even God Kings. Yu was extremely confident. After that, Yu took out the Jianglan realm and placed it directly on the floor of this courtyard's house. At this moment, the Jianglan realm turned into a speck. Xiaohei, you can go and train in the Jianglan realm first. It's better for me to leave the Jianglan's realm in the divine realm. If I were to leave it in the universal world, then Wulan and them would be unable to sense their divine tribulations again. Yu smiled and said. After a year, they will have spent 100 years in the Jianglan's realm. By then, it would also be close to their time of their divine tribulations. Yu nodded. Oh, that's right. Xiaohei, I still have 4 high-level heavenly divine artifacts. Including that divine sword Scarlet Blood, which high-level heavenly divine artifact do you want? With a flip of Qin Yu's hand, 4 high-level heavenly divine artifacts appeared before him. Among them, one had the form of a spear. Yu instead didn't care. He smiled and said. For the time being, I do not need one. The cloud-piercing spear suits me very well. Even now, I do not know about what sort of thing this cloud-piercing spear is made out of. Its hardness is pretty strong. It is definitely as hard as a high-level heavenly divine artifact. Merely, it does not have any amplification effect. Regardless of whether it were divine artifacts or heavenly divine artifacts, they both possessed the effect of amplifying one's strength. However, Yu's cloud-piercing spear and Hofei's black stick were weapons they had used since back in the mortal realm. These 2 weapons possessed only a single characteristic, hardness. That's good too. Just tell me if you change your mind. Yu lightly nodded. He then sent Yu into the second layer space of the Jianglan realm. As for Qin Yu himself, he entered the universal world. Inside the universal world, Qin Yu was standing in the air. Before him floated a 9-petaled magnificent lotus. The 9-petaled magnificent lotus was covered in a layer of black light. Especially its black lotus core, the black light was the most dazzling there. Next to the 9-petaled magnificent lotus floated a golden bead. Between the golden bead and the black lotus core was an uninterrupted transmission of energy. It was an incomparably peculiar scene. Last time around, this golden bead almost froze my soul. This time around, it should be a lot better. Xinyu directly spread out his divine awareness and covered the 9-petaled magnificent lotus and the golden bead. Frigid cold. The freezing coldness was penetrating the soul. Xinyu's nascent soul started to shiver. Fortunately, it was merely trembling from the cold and had yet to instantly freeze like last time. His nascent soul was still capable of bearing the coldness. Xinyu looked to the black lotus core with surprise. Not only was the golden bead extremely cold, the black lotus core was also extremely cold. Merely, in terms of coldness, the black lotus core was slightly less cold. However, the black lotus core possessed a soul aura. That was the soul body that the black lotus core birthed. This world is truly filled with extraordinary things. Even a plant can possess a non-conscious soul body. Xinyu gasped. In an instant, 2 drops of blood flew out from Xinyu's fingertip. As the fingers were connected to the heart, the blood from the fingers was the blood of the heart. Those 2 drops of blood landed on the golden bead and black lotus core respectively. The golden bead and the black lotus core both absorbed the drops of blood. Bone record, TL, no idea what this is supposed to mean. The black lotus core rolled down from the lotus seed head. After that, the black lotus core and the golden bead actually started to illuminate each other and started to wind around one another. Could it be? Xinyu had a thought. He then shook his head and said, "Forget about it, let's first try absorbing the flower paste energy." Xinyu, the black lotus core and the golden bead both suddenly disappeared. As for the 9-petaled magnificent lotus that had already lost its lotus core, it was placed at a certain secret location in the universal world by Xinyu. That location was a place that Xinyu had especially created to place his materials. The reason why the universal world was unceasingly increasing in size was because it was absorbing the flower paste energy. At this moment, Xinyu had arrived at the border of the universal world. How large was the current universal world? Even 100,000 immortal, devil and demon realms combined was unable to compare with the size of the universal world. Thus, one could tell how boundless the universal world was. At the border of the universal world, Xinyu was standing at the edge of the land. Before him was a membrane layer. Outside this membrane layer was the boundless flower paste space. This layer of membrane, other than Xinyu, no other people, regardless of how powerful they were, would be able to break through it. This flower paste energy and that dark and yellow energy are both so strange. The dark and yellow energy cannot leave the universal world. This flower paste energy is the same. Xinyu felt extremely helpless. Otherwise, he would have long since transferred the flower paste energy and the dark and yellow energy into the Jianlan realm. However, he cannot. The flower paste energy originated from the flower paste space. As for the dark and yellow energy, it seemed to be closely related with the universal world. The black lotus core and the golden bead that had been winding around each other non-stop were rotating like the taiji. Xinyu controlled a ray of flower paste energy and brought it over. In an instant, it was sucked in by this taiji. Taiji is the yin and yang ball thingy. Basically the 2 of them were rotating around each other and winding around each other. I think Ring just made a post about Taoism a while back. The universe stage is literally Qinkuan stage. Chi. With an astonishing speed, that ray of flower paste energy was absorbed by the black lotus core and the golden bead, after merely about a day's time. That fast? Xinyu was shocked. Back when he was refining the refining flame wristband and the other Grand Mist spiritual treasure, it took them several tens of years to finish engulfing the small amount of flower paste energy. The flower paste energy was practically boundless. The universal world, that had now grown to an astonishing size, absorbed a shocking amount of flower paste energy at any given moment. Thus, Xinyu would naturally not be stingy about the flower paste energy. A single ray of flower paste energy has allowed me to refine them by 50%. Let's have another ray of flower paste energy. Although Xinyu did not understand the cause, he also did not bother to study it. Another ray of flower paste energy flew over. At this moment, the taiji that the black lotus core and the golden bead formed through their rotation gradually began to absorb the flower paste energy at a slower pace. After spending a month, over half of the flower paste energy was absorbed. When Xinyu reached a refinement of 80%, this taiji stopped absorbing the flower paste energy. It stopped absorbing the flower paste energy? Xinyu had a sort of sensation in his heart. This black lotus core and the golden bead seemed to be saturated. They were no longer capable of engulfing any more flower paste energy. Merely, neither one of them were completely refined yet. At the same time, the speed at which the black lotus core and the golden bead were interchanging their energies grew faster and faster.
The black lotus core started to contain a trace of golden color. The golden bead started to contain a trace of black color. This sort of transformation was still persisting. The black lotus core is no longer the black lotus core. This golden bead is also no longer its former self. Then, will the magnificent lotus clone that I end up refining in the future remain the same as the one that was recorded in the golden scroll? Xinyu instantly started having a headache. The unknown caused the most worries. Xinyu also started worrying. The magnificent lotus clone that he was looking forward to, if he were to refine it through using this transformed black lotus core, what sort of thing would it turn into? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 9. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 9, The Black Lotus Clone Variant. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Half a year passed since Qinyu's arrival in the dazzling gold city. Misty drizzling. The entire dazzling gold city was covered by a misty rain. Every well-informed person in the dazzling gold city came to know that an exceptional person had joined the dazzling gold city. Grandmaster of Formation Arrays, Qinyu. Inside a restaurant, a group of heavenly deities were drinking and chatting carefreely. In the dazzling gold city, heavenly deities were all over the place. For the heavenly deities, only the 9 large squadron captains, the 3 palace masters and the 3 god kings were people worthy of them to genuinely revere and respect. In another half year, it'll be the time of the competition. The position of the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master will definitely be Lord Dong's. That woman from the 100 Flowers Palace and that Grandmaster of Formation Arrays also want to become the palace master? Humph, they should first look at what sort of achievements and contributions they have provided. A dark-skinned burly man with long hair and beard coldly humped and said. At this table were 4 burly men drinking wine and chatting. Immediately, someone refuted. Second brother, you cannot say it like that. Lady Xueyu is also a high-level heavenly deity. She is extremely powerful. Even that Grandmaster of Formation Arrays Qinyu, he is someone that even Xiu Zhongfu was willing to become an attendant to. You have heard about that Xiu Zhongfu, no? The great name of the high-level heavenly deity Xiu Zhongfu was pretty renowned in the eastern region of the divine realm. Not only that, I have also heard that the flowing cloud mansion that Mr. Qinyu lives in currently has over 100 heavenly deity servants. Those heavenly deity servants are neither from our heavenly deity army, nor the imperial city's army. Instead, all those servants were personally brought along by Mr. Qinyu, said the most slender fellow among the 4 with a gasp of admiration. For a single person to possess over 100 heavenly deity servants, I reckon that not even a city's governor would be able to match up against that. Evidently, the other 3 people had also heard about this matter. Truly fucking amazing. Over 100 heavenly deity servants, where did they come from? Generally, city governors, for example Yuchi City's governor, would only possess several tens of heavenly deities underneath them. Even in the dazzling gold city, only the heavenly deity army, the imperial city's imperial guard army and the 3 great god kings' palaces would be capable of possessing over 100 heavenly deities. Qinyu, he was someone who would be fighting for the position of the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace right after coming here. He was a grandmaster of formation arrays that had obtained the support of the utmost East Sage Emperor. Before he had even shown his face around here, a large number of people in the entire dazzling gold city already started discussing him. The 4 great palace masters. The only empty palace master position, the Misty Mystic Palace Master, who would end up obtaining it. This was still completely unknown. Flowing Cloud Mansion. The Flowing Cloud Mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. A lot of heavenly deities were gathered together, chatting or sparring. As for the courtyard that Qinyu was training in, there was no one near there. Inside the courtyard, inside a speck of dust transformed from the Jianglan realm. The second layer space of the Jianglan realm. Waves overflow the sky. The sounds of the waves were like the rumbles of thunder. This was an ocean located at the edge of the second layer space of the Jianglan realm. At this moment, Qinyu was sitting cross-legged in the sky above this ocean. A slightly black-colored gas and a slightly golden-colored gas. With Qinyu as the center, these 2 gases were frantically spinning around and forming a taiji shape. Merely, this taiji was much greater than the one in the universal world. Qinyu had only stayed a single month in the universal world. At the moment when the Black Lotus core and the Golden Bead were unable to absorb any more flower paste energy, Qinyu exited the universal world and went to the second layer space of the Jianglan realm. At the beginning, the rotation speed of the Black Lotus core and the Golden Bead couldn't be considered fast. The range of the 2 of them was also not great. However, as time passed, after several tens of years, it had turned to such.
The percentage of the refinement is already over 99%.
Only a tiny bit remains. I reckon that in another year, I should be able to completely refine them. Xiao Yu's heart was extremely clear.
He continued to calmly put his all into the refinement. His soul's energy was being unceasingly poured into the Black Lotus core and the golden bead. Around the current Black Lotus core and golden bead, a portion of their surroundings had turned into gases. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. Xin Yu's estimation was mistaken. He had originally thought it would only require a year. However, it turned out that it required him to spend a large amount of his soul's energy to completely refine the final bit. After a year and a half, he successfully refined the two items. At this moment, Xin Yu stood above the endless waves. The Black Lotus core and the golden bead had formed an enormous taiji. This taiji had Xin Yu as the center and was revolving. Merely, at this moment, practically the entire Black Lotus core and the golden bead had turned gaseous. Since you naturally attract each other, then I shall provide a helping hand. Xin Yu slightly smiled, and with an intention from him. Two brilliant lights seemed to clash with each other and shatter. Before Xin Yu, a large collision occurred. However, at the moment of the collision, no sound was emitted. The two had fused together. A dense cyan-colored gas had been born. Xin Yu's awareness was already attached to this cyan-colored gas. Like receiving an enlightenment, Xin Yu immediately understood what had occurred. The dense cyan-colored gas started to turn around. It then turned into a long cyan-haired and cyan-gowned youth. That youth had the exact same appearance as Xin Yu. True body, said the cyan-gowned youth to Xin Yu with a smile on his face. He then no longer spoke. Xin Yu slightly smiled. With a flip of his hand, Xin Yu took out a golden scroll. The cyan-gowned quiet Xin Yu stood beside Xin Yu. Xin Yu started reading the golden scroll with his divine awareness. He then smiled. Magnificent Lotus Clone. According to what is recorded in this golden scroll, the Magnificent Lotus Clone is as hard as a second-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasure. However, what about this Magnificent Lotus Clone variant? The cyan-gowned Xin Yu merely smiled and didn't say anything. Xin Yu naturally knew everything regarding the clone. An ordinary Magnificent Lotus Clone was as hard as a second-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Second-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures were already extremely amazing and powerful. They were things that were almost impossible to destroy. Even God Kings would need to use Grand Mist spiritual treasures and also a great amount of effort in order to destroy a second-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure. What about this Magnificent Lotus Clone variant? It was formed through the fusion of the 9-petaled Magnificent Lotus Black Lotus core and the golden bead. In actuality, both the Black Lotus core and the golden bead were second-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures. However, they were both cold attributes. When the two of them fused, their might doubled. The Magnificent Lotus clone created through the fusion of the two was equivalent to a first-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure. A first-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure was much more precious than two second-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures. To have two Grand Mist spiritual treasures fuse with each other, it was something that could only be accidentally discovered and not sought. It was something determined by the heavens and not something that could be forced by man. For Xin Yu to obtain the Black Lotus core and the golden bead at the same time, it was also extremely rare. With extreme hardness comes brittleness. Even if it were as hard as a first-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure, it does not signify that it cannot be destroyed. However, this Magnificent Lotus clone variant instead, upon thinking about an effect this clone of his possessed, Xin Yu started growing excited. Regardless of how hard a Grand Mist spiritual treasure was, when an attack surpassed its limit, it would still end up breaking. However, what about the Magnificent Lotus clone? Return to your origin. With an intention from Xin Yu. The cyan-gowned Xin Yu turned into a dense cyan gas. This dense cyan gas was drifting in the air. It would occasionally gather together and occasionally dissipate. That's right. This was a remarkable ability of this Magnificent Lotus clone variant. The Magnificent Lotus clone created through only the Black Lotus core, once it was broken apart and had its soul destroyed, it would definitely die. However, this Magnificent Lotus core variant was different. Even if God Kings were to attack it with their strongest attack, it would only cause the Magnificent Lotus clone to crumble back into the cyan gas. However, this Magnificent Lotus clone variant that Xin Yu possessed could once again gather together. An undying body. Attacking it with void flames, spatial destruction, there were no methods that were capable of breaking apart this undying body. Even if Xin Yu's clone were to be trapped in a space, Xin Yu was still capable of making it return to his universal world in an instant. Xin Yu's clone contained a trace of his consciousness. Thus, it was naturally also connected with the universal world. With this clone, I am able to wander the entire divine realm as I please. Qin Yu started smiling. This clone, once it condensed into a physical body, its toughness would be as strong as a first-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure. It was possible to attack with merely its body. As for turning into a gas form, that was something that would only happen should it be met with the strongest attack of a God King. With such a strong defense, what about its attack? Qin Yu's clone, it possessed more than only physical attacks using its body. It also possessed the domain attack. Coldness. The Black Lotus core and the golden bead were both cold attributed. One could tell merely by the fact that the golden bead had almost frozen Qin Yu's soul. These two Grand Mist spiritual treasures were two different cold attribute items. Once they fused together, their coldness was something that even the souls of heavenly deities would be incapable of withstanding. The clone refined through only a Black Lotus core would possess a golden deep cold air domain. However, the domain of this clone of mine is instead the coldness domain. Qin Yu looked to the Cyangown Qin Yu. The Cyangown Qin Yu was emitting a layer of deep cyan cold air surrounding his body. To the experts of the divine realm, the flames were separated into black divine flame, white pure flame and void flame. As for the types of cold air, they were in the corresponding order: unitary heavy water cold air, gold elemental heavy water cold air and cold mist air. The cold mist air was extremely unusual. It could be in the form of gas while also being able to condense into an ice-like solid form in an instant. It was so cold that even the spatial domains of mid-level heavenly deities would only be able to at most resist it for a couple breaths of time. This clone can also be considered a powerful Grand Mist spiritual treasure of mine. Qin Yu thought in his heart. There were many third-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures in the divine realm. Although the second-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures were precious, there were still a few of those. Only the first-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures were extremely rare. A God King would already be rejoicing should they be able to possess a single first-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure. The most powerful tools for Qin Yu to rely on right now. One was this clone of his and the other was the Divine Spear Waning Snow that possessed an extremely terrifying attack power. The Divine Spear Waning Snow should not be considered as a heavenly divine artifact anymore. Merely, it also cannot be considered a Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Qin Yu smiled. Exactly what sort of weapon should the Divine Spear Waning Snow be considered as? After absorbing the dark and yellow energy, the attack power of the Divine Spear Waning Snow had reached a terrifying level. After successfully refining the magnificent Lotus clone, Qin Yu's strength had increased greatly. He also gained another trump card to use when traveling about the divine realm. Qin Yu felt extremely pleased. This is a true clone. Qin Yu suddenly remembered a matter. His eyes started shining. Qin Yu looked to his own clone. The clone possessed a soul body within it. Furthermore, there was a trace of his own consciousness in it. Thus, it had naturally created a soul. This clone of his was also capable of cultivating. Furthermore, the achievement of its cultivation was something that Qin Yu's true body would also be able to enjoy. From today hence, this clone shall stay in the Jianglan realm and comprehend the spatial laws left behind by Senior Zhuochome. With an intention from Qin Yu, a 7-colored light flew out from Qin Yu's head. It then assimilated into the head of the Cyangown Qin Yu. Qin Yu left behind half of the Zhuochome's comprehension within the clone. This half was sufficient for the clone to comprehend for a very long time. The clone and the true body, anything that the clone managed to comprehend, the true body would naturally also comprehend. The two of them shared everything. With a movement, Qin Yu disappeared from the Jianglan realm. As for the clone, the Cyangown Qin Yu, it quietly sat on top of a reef stone in the ocean and started to comprehend the spatial laws left behind by Zhuochome. Eastern region of the divine realm. Western district of the dazzling gold city. Inside the Flowing Cloud Mansion. Qin Yu directly appeared in the courtyard of the Flowing Cloud Mansion. He gasped in his heart. This magnificent Lotus clone soul body is truly valiant. The nascent soul that it condensed is stronger than even my own nascent soul. I reckon it would match a high-level heavenly deity's nascent soul. Qin Yu was able to clearly sense the speed at which his clone was comprehending those spatial laws. That astonishing speed was much faster than his own comprehension of the spatial laws. This was the advantage of possessing a strong nascent soul. Qin Yu was able to clearly sense that his comprehension of the space was increasing at every moment. After refining this clone, my cultivation speed has become a lot faster. Qin Yu felt extremely relieved. Qin Yu walked out from the courtyard. The first thing he saw were two heavenly deities patrolling. Those two heavenly deities were slightly startled to see Qin Yu. After that, they immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Master." Good, you two can continue your patrolling. Qin slightly nodded. He then proceeded to walk toward the location where Uncle Fu was currently. The heavenly deity servants of the Flowing Cloud Mansion were all extremely well behaved. A portion of them were in seclusion training, whereas the others were patrolling, guarding, and so on. In the Flowing Cloud Mansion, without walking very far, one would be able to encounter a heavenly deity. Whenever a heavenly deity encountered Qin, they would always respectfully bow to him. This gave Qin a sensation of returning back to the mortal realm. Back then, when he was in the mortal realm's palace, the maids and servants would also respectfully address him as Third Highness whenever they met him. Merely, those servants were mortals and his current servants were heavenly deities. Congratulations on Master coming out from your seclusion training. Uncle Fu had already walked out. He immediately congratulated Qin with a smile on his face when he saw Qin. Once Qin remembered that magnificent lotus clone variant and his spatial comprehension that was increasing incessantly, he was unable to refrain from smiling. He said, "Ah, that's right. This is indeed worthy of congratulations. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 16, Chapter 10. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 10, Candidate. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Inside the main hall, Qin sat on the master's seat. Uncle Fu and Xiuzhong Fu sat on the two guest seats beside him. Two heavenly deity maids brought tea up to them. Uncle Fu and Xiuzhong Fu glanced at each other. The two of them were both able to tell that the current Qin was in an extremely good mood. With a wave of his hand, Qin dismissed the two maids. He then lightly smiled and said, "Uncle Fu, Xiuzhong Fu, how has the Flowing Cloud Mansion been during the time I was gone? Has anything major occurred?" Xiuzhong Fu smiled and said, "There really isn't much. Merely, Princess Jing and Princess Ling came by. Also, that disciple of the 100 Flowers Palace, Miss Shuiyu, also visited. We told all of them that Master was in seclusion training. Thus, they all left." They? Qin frowned. While Qin was able to understand the reason why Huangfu Jing and her sister would come, but why would the disciple of the 100 Flowers Palace Shuiyu also come? Qin was still on guard against this Shuiyu. Uncle Fu suddenly said, "Master, did you manage to successfully transform your divine energy to heavenly divine energy?" Uncle Fu knew about Qin matters very well. He also knew that Qin wanted to find Lear. Once he completely transformed his divine energy into heavenly divine energy, Qin would be capable of opening the third layer space of the Jianglan realm. "Not yet." Qin shook his head and said, "I reckon it'll still take some time for my divine energy to completely transform into heavenly divine energy." As Qin said that, he flipped his hand and a little green tower appeared on his hand. Qin once again tried to open the third layer space of the Jianglan realm. Jade green colored heavenly divine energy started pouring into the little green tower. Ordinary, one would completely transform one's divine energy into heavenly divine energy right after stepping into the low-level heavenly deity level. However, what about Qin? Because of the fact that he managed to set up the formation array universe and also comprehend the next evolutionary path of the stellar transformation, his soul had instantly reached the peak of the low-level heavenly deity stage. Adding on the assistance from the meteoric tier, Qin's soul's control was comparable to a mid-level heavenly deity's. With a soul comparable to a mid-level heavenly deity's soul, the speed at which his divine energy transformed into the heavenly divine energy was naturally astonishingly fast. In merely several tens of years, a third of his divine energy had transformed into heavenly divine energy. Is this amount of heavenly divine energy enough? Qin tried. Faint lights were circulating through the little green tower. However, after Qin poured all of his heavenly divine energy into it, he was still a little bit lacking. Qin had already forgotten how many times he had tried it by now. Qin would attempt to open the third layer of the Jianglan realm whenever he was free. According to the extent that I am able to open, it should be sufficient to open the third layer of the Jianglan realm when I completely transform my divine energy into heavenly divine energy. Qin sighed in his heart. I must still endure. Endure till the day when he would be capable of opening the third layer space of the Jianglan realm. With a flip of his hand, Qin retrieved the Jianglan realm. In a blink of an eye, Qin combed his mood. To experience this all year round, Qin's tolerance was already at a very high level. Qin looked to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, in another 5 months' time, it shall be the date of the competition for the position of the Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master. There is a need for 3 candidates for this contest. One of them will be me, these candidates for the Palace Master contest. Other than me, there needs to be a mid-level heavenly deity and a low-level heavenly deity. Say, who do you think should be the candidates for the mid-level heavenly deity and low-level heavenly deity positions? Qin Yu also felt extremely helpless in his heart. He had originally wanted Xiao He to be the candidate for the low-level heavenly deity. However, Qin Yu came to know that Xiao He's flowing light spear path was suspected to be related with the temporal law. While high-level heavenly deities might not be able to see through the essence of the flowing light spear path, God King level experts were definitely able to see through it. In the contest for the position of Palace Master, the utmost East Sage Emperor, the 100 Flowers God King and even that Gold Sword God King would likely show up. If these three great God Kings were to discover that a low-level heavenly deity was able to comprehend the temporal law, then the aftermath was something that Qin Yu simply didn't dare to imagine. Although Qin Yu did not fear trouble, he still didn't like them. Especially if the three great God Kings were to discover Xiao He's secret, it was very likely for Xiao He to be caught in a dangerous situation. Qin Yu didn't dare to gamble. He didn't dare to gamble with his brother. In Qin Yu's heart, a mere palace master position of the Misty Mystic Palace was simply incomparable to his own brother. Thus, the low-level heavenly deity candidate for the competition absolutely couldn't be Xiao He. Uncle Fu asked confusedly. Master, I've heard you say before that the candidate for the low-level heavenly deity would be young Master He Yu. Young Master He Yu's strength is also enough. Xiao He needs to train. This contest battle, I will not have him participate in it. Qin Yu said directly. Hearing Qin Yu saying it like this, Uncle Fu also stopped asking further. Instead, he looked to Qiu Zhongfu and said with a smile. Qiu Zhongfu, you are more familiar with the strength of those heavenly deities. Say, who do you think the candidates should be? Qin Yu also looked to the high-level heavenly deity Qiu Zhongfu. Qiu Zhongfu grew silent for a moment and then slowly said. There are only a total of 10 mid-level heavenly deities. Among them, the strongest ones are Yigongshu and Black Dragon. If the two of them were to fight each other to the death, the Black Dragon would be a bit stronger. Qin Yu lightly nodded. He knew that Black Dragon referred to Tanjiu. Merely, not many people knew Tanjiu's name. As for the low-level heavenly deities, in this period of time, those low-level heavenly deities have sparred with one another. Among them, two people were the strongest. One was called Sui Fu and the other one was called Kong Qi. The two of them are both at the peak of the low-level heavenly deity stage. At the same time, they both possess fantastic abilities. Qiu Zhongfu said directly. Qin Yu lightly nodded. Qiu Zhongfu, you are to order people to call Black Dragon, Sui Fu, and Kong Qi over. Yes, Master. Qiu Zhongfu immediately stood up, walked out of the main hall and shouted to a maid not far away. Promptly call Black Dragon, Sui Fu and Kong Qi over. In a short moment, 9-headed Black Dragon Tanjiu, Sui Fu and Kai Qi arrived. Tanjiu still had the appearance of a scarlet-haired scarlet-browed dark and lean youngster. As for Sui Fu, he was an extremely robust burly man nearly 3 meters tall. And Kong Qi, he was a very bright-looking youth. Master. These three men all kneeled down on one knee and said respectfully. You can rise. Qin Yu's gaze was cast toward Tanjiu. Tanjiu, have you recovered from your injury? Qin Yu had a slight smile on his face. This Tanjiu's severe injury was deeply related to him. Tanjiu was slightly startled. He then said. I am almost completely healed. You're injured? Qiu Zhongfu frowned. He looked to Tanjiu. If you are injured, would you still be able to be a match against Yigongshu? An air of arrogance flashed past Tanjiu's face. Coldly, he said. Even though I am injured, I am still capable of killing Yigongshu. Let alone my injury is almost completely recovered. Almost? Qin Yu frowned. Doesn't that mean you haven't completely healed? Tell me, how long would it take for you to completely heal? Tanjiu said respectfully. I require merely 10 years to completely heal. It was Tanjiu's soul that was injured. Had it been his body that was injured, he would be able to completely recover just by using his heavenly divine energy. However, injuries to the soul were much more problematic. 10 years? Qin Yu slightly nodded. That's good. In that case, after you select your weapon later, I shall have you to enter into the Jianglan realm and train for 10 years. Tanjiu's eyes shined as he looked to Qin Yu. Weapon. Qin Yu took a glance at Tanjiu. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out 4 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Of the 4 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, one was a sword, one was a spear, one was a battle axe and the last one was an enormous sword. All 4 of these weapons are high-quality heavenly divine artifacts.
I regard this battle for the position of Palace Master of the Misty Mystic Palace to be of considerable importance. Tanjio, you can select a high-quality heavenly divine artifact to use for the time being," said Qin Yu indifferently. Tanjio, Zhou and the rest of them were all shocked to find out that Qin Yu was capable of taking our 4 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. They were high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Even ordinary godkings would not be able to take out 4 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts at once. Tanjio had thought that Qin Yu possessed a lot of treasures. However, never had he anticipated for Qin Yu to possess that many treasures. However, hearing that Qin Yu said to have him select a high-quality heavenly divine artifact to use for the time being, Tanjio was unable to refrain from being somewhat disappointed. It was merely to use for the time being. If you win the battle in the contest for the position of Palace Master, then the high-quality heavenly divine artifact that you select shall be yours, Qin Yu said. Tanjio's eyes immediately shined. He then kneeled on one knee and said respectfully, "Master can rest assured. As long as my opponent is a mid-level heavenly deity, I will definitely win." At this moment, Tanjio was extremely determined. Regardless of who his opponent might be, for the high-quality heavenly divine artifact, Tanjio planned to disregard everything and win. "Go ahead and select your weapon," said Qin Yu with a light smile on his face. Tanjio slightly nodded. He then started to carefully inspect the 4 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Divine Sword Scarlet Blood was a weapon that Tanjio was familiar with. As for the other 3 weapons, Tanjio was able to guess how powerful they were. "In that case, I'll select." Right before Tanjio was about to make his selection, Qin Yu said, "Let me remind you. This enormous sword here cannot be merely judged by its appearance from the outside. This enormous sword can be split into 2 battle blades and a battle sword. The enormous sword could be separated into 2 parts. The 2 blades on its side would become 2 battle blades. After that, the 3-finger-wide battle sword would appear in the middle." Qin Yu was very certain that these 4 heavenly divine artifacts each possessed their own advantages. The Divine Sword Scarlet Blood was strong in its special effect of sharpness. The Battle Axe was strong in its heavy special effect. As for that spear, its special effect was body break. As for that enormous sword, it possessed ordinary effects. Merely, it could be separated into 3 different weapons. As Tanjio was capable of turning into 9 people, this enormous sword just happened to suit him very well. Tanjio's eyes immediately shined. He instantly picked up this enormous sword and dripped a drop of blood on it to bind it. After that, this enormous sword was separated into 2 battle blades and a battle sword. Seeing the 2 battle blades and the battle sword in his hands, Tanjio's eyes had turned red. "Thank you, Master. With this high-quality heavenly divine artifact, regardless of who my opponent might be, I will definitely be able to win," said Tanjio with resolution. In order to obtain this high-quality heavenly divine artifact forever, Tanjio had already decided to fight as if his life depended on it. Tanjio was determined to win even if he ended up using the method of self-denotation of his clones. "Good. In that case, you can enter the Jianglan realm and set your mind to train at ease." Qin Yu directly sent Tanjio into the second layer space of the Jianglan realm. Although it was only over 5 months till the battle, it was several tens of years in the Jianglan realm's second layer space. Qin Yu looked to the other 2 low-level heavenly deities. One was Sui Fu and the other was Kong Qi. The burly man Sui Fu and the bright-looking youth Kong Qi both looked at the 3 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts floating before Qin Yu with reddened eyes. TL, in Chinese, green with envy is literally written as red eyes. Humph, mere low-level heavenly deities also want high-quality heavenly divine artifacts? Xiaozhong Fu humped coldly. That Sui Fu and Kong Qi immediately woke up to reality. Kong Qi said, "Mr. Qiuzhong, the 2 of us dare not have extravagant hopes. Even if they were to be given to us, we would also not dare to accept them. We reckon that we would directly be killed by envious mid-level heavenly deities." In the divine realm, it was extremely dangerous for a low-level heavenly deity to possess a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. The only exceptions were people like Qin Yu who possessed the remarkable ability of the formation array space. "Enough. I won't be giving these heavenly divine artifacts to the 2 of you. Merely, I wanted to allow you to use them during the contest. Of course, if you are to provide the great service of winning, then I shall bestow upon you a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact," Qin Yu said directly. That Sui Fu and Kong Qi both burst into cheers. A mid-quality heavenly divine artifact was already extremely precious to low-level heavenly deities. Master, Sui Fu and Kong Qi possess different abilities. Looking at these 3 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, this subordinate believes that Sui Fei is suited for the battle axe and Kong Qi for the sword.
As for who among the two of them is stronger, this subordinate is unable to determine that easily," said Xiao Zhongfu frankly. Qin Yu lightly nodded. "It's very simple. The two of you, one shall take the great heavy battle axe and the other the divine sword Scarlet Blood. The two of you are then to enter the Jianglan realm and battle each other. The winner shall become the candidate for the low-level heavenly deity spot," Qin Yu directly ordered. Sui Fu and Kong Qi glanced at each other. The two of them were filled with battle intention. Then, with slightly shivering hands, the two of them received the two high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. It was likely their first time touching high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. "Let's go and enter the Jianglan realm." Qin Yu stood up. Instantly, Qin Yu, Uncle Fu and everyone else in the main hall disappeared. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, over 5 months had passed. Qin Yu had also made his selection for the candidates for the battle. For the mid-level heavenly deity spot, it was Tanjiu. For the low-level heavenly deity spot, it was Sui Fu. The battle between Sui Fu and Kong Qi, even now, when Qin Yu recalled it, he would gasp with admiration. The remarkable abilities of the experts of the divine realm, many of them were things that were unimaginable. This had also caused Qin Yu to become even more cautious of the contest battle. If his own people were to be powerful, then the people of his opponents would definitely not be weak either. But tomorrow was the day of the battle. The entire dazzling gold city was bustling with noise and excitement. Regardless of whether it were restaurants, tea houses or even army barracks, the majority of people were all discussing about the three parties which were about to contest over the position of Palace Master. These three parties were respectively the Grand Master of Formation Arrays that the utmost East Sage Emperor had personally invited, Mr. Qin Yu. The high-level heavenly deity that was wholeheartedly supported by the Hundred Flowers Palace, Shui Yu. The super-valiant military general supported by over 90% of the heavenly deity army, high-level heavenly deity Dong Ho. These three sides, when outsiders looked to them, it might appear that Shui Yu and Dong Ho possessed a stronger camp and more supporters. However, Qin Yu was truly too mysterious. It was still very hard to tell who would win and who would lose. Tomorrow, those three parties would be, under the joint host of the utmost East Sage Emperor, Hundred Flowers God King and Gold Sword God King, contesting for the position of Palace Master under the watch of the majority of the entire dazzling gold city's residents. The position of Palace Master of the Misty Mystic Palace, who exactly would take it? This would be known tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 11. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 11, First Battle. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The dark curtain of night faded away. The light of daytime arrived, covering the entire divine realm. Likewise, a new day had arrived in Dazzling Gold City. On this day, the entire Dazzling Gold City was bustling with noise and excitement. Outside of the Flowing Cloud Mansion. Occasionally, heavenly deities would walk by and look toward the Flowing Cloud Mansion. Those heavenly deities would even start discussions with one another. Suddenly, a squadron of heavenly deities flew toward the Flowing Cloud Mansion uniformly. They descended outside of the Flowing Cloud Mansion's entrance. The guards of the Flowing Cloud Mansion immediately stepped forward and blocked their path. "This is the Flowing Cloud Mansion, loiters are not allowed to enter." The leader of this heavenly deity squadron directly took out a golden title plate and said, "The Sage Emperor has ordered Mr. Qin Yu and company to proceed towards the Dazzling Gold City's Northern District's Army Barracks Martial Practice Grounds to participate in the contest for the Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master's position. Mr. Qin Yu, please promptly proceed to the Army Barracks Martial Practice Grounds." This leader's voice was extremely loud. His voice resounded throughout the entire Flowing Cloud Mansion. Qin Yu and his group of people, who had already made their preparations, heard this man's voice very clearly. There were many heavenly deities outside of the Flowing Cloud Mansion to begin with. Hearing the words spoken by the leader of this heavenly deity squadron, those heavenly deities immediately started discussing with one another. There were excited heavenly deities who immediately started shouting. "The location of the contest is at the Northern District's Martial Practice Grounds. Let's go. We should rush over there quickly." There were also heavenly deities that were calm. One of which slightly nodded and said, "Amen, the martial practice grounds are extremely large. On top of that, it possesses the special barrier of the Dazzling Gold City. It is indeed a place where those experts can fight against one another." All in all, this information was being spread very quickly. Actually, this news was not only being spread from here. It was also being spread from the Hundred Flowers Palace and from Dong Ho's residence. Dazzling Gold City was not enormous and it only possessed so many heavenly deities.
In no time, this information had been spread through the entire dazzling gold city. Dazzling Gold City. Inside the main hall of the Flowing Cloud Mansion. After Qingyu, Uncle Fu, Zhozhong Fu, Tanjiu and Sui Fu heard the voice from the outside, they immediately stood up. Because Qingyu did not plan to let Xiaohei fight, he did not bother to disturb Xiaohei's training. Thus, Xiaohei was still training in the Jianlan realm. Uncle Fu, Zhozhong Fu, Tanjiu and Sui Fu all looked to Qingyu. Qingyu smiled and ordered. Let's go. With Qingyu in the front, Uncle Fu and the other three followed behind him. Just like that, they walked out of the Flowing Cloud Mansion. That heavenly deity squadron that had come to transmit the order was still waiting outside. The squadron leader, upon seeing Qingyu, immediately bowed and said, Mr. Qingyu, the location of the contest is the martial practice grounds. His Majesty the Sage Emperor has ordered me to inform this to you and also to lead you over to the martial practice grounds. Lead the way. Qingyu spoke extremely bluntly. Yes. That heavenly deity Imperial Guard from the Imperial City immediately accepted the order. This little heavenly deity squadron started flying before Qingyu. Qingyu and them also started flying. As for Uncle Fu, this time around, it was Zhozhong Fu who was using his spatial domain to help him fly. In Dazzling Gold City, there were rarely people flying in the airspace above the city. The little heavenly deity squadron only did this because of the order from the Sage Emperor. With Qingyu and the group flying in the sky like so, they immediately gathered the attention of many heavenly deities who ended up raising their heads up to look. It's Mr. Qingyu and them. Someone immediately recognized Qingyu and them. Although they might be unfamiliar with Qingyu, they were familiar with Uncle Fu and Zhozhong Fu who had shown themselves often in the Flowing Cloud Mansion in the past year. Qingyu looked below him. Numerous heavenly deities were looking up to him. Their gazes contained adoration, envy, admire, anticipation and so on. Confronted with fixed attention of several thousands pairs of eyes, Qinyu's mind was instead still rather calm. In merely a short moment, Qingyu and his group of people had arrived at the Northern District's army barracks. Once they entered the army barracks, they felt a very somber and desolate aura. Qingyu looked at the enormous and completely black-colored barracks before him. This army barracks occupied a quarter of the land of the Dazzling Gold City. When standing in front of this barracks, one would feel as if this barracks were an enormous prehistoric creature lying in wait. That sort of somber and desolate aura was something that had accumulated through countless years. Uncle Fu, do you know how old this barracks is? Qingyu asked Uncle Fu beside him. Uncle Fu said, It's been too long. When the Dazzling Gold City was formed, this barracks was also formed. Practically all of the super experts of the eastern region of the Divine Realm have trained in this barracks before. Qingyu remembered Huangfu Jing and them. Huangfu Liehua, Huangfu Liijun were both from this barracks. Even Huangfu Jing was currently a large squadron captain of this barracks. Even the descendants of the imperial household were required to temper themselves in the heavenly deity army. One could easily imagine how the majority of the elites of the Divine Realm's eastern region had stayed in this barracks before. As for the high-level heavenly deities, other than Zhozhong Fu, practically all of the others had stayed in this barracks before. Right after stepping into the barracks, Qingyu saw the great number of people before him and gasped. There are truly a lot of people here. Mr. Qingyu, the martial practice grounds is a bit further, said the leader of the small heavenly deity squadron respectfully. Qingyu lightly nodded. They continued onward. Soon, Qingyu and them arrived at the martial practice grounds. The martial practice grounds was rectangular. Both its length and width were several thousand meters long. At this current moment, thousands of heavenly deities were gathered all around the martial practice grounds. At the same time, the number of heavenly deities which were gathered here was increasing at an astonishing speed. Not long after, more than 10,000 heavenly deities were gathered here. As there were over 10,000 people, it was a huge crowd of people. The entire Dazzling Gold City only possessed a bit more than 10,000 people. And today, at the very least, 90% of the population of the Dazzling Gold City was gathered here. As for the people that had not come, the majority of them were delayed as they were in seclusion training. Currently, only over a dozen women were inside the martial practice grounds. These women were led by Xueyu. Qingyu and his group of 5 walked over. Big sis, that Qingyu has come. Immediately, a woman said. Xueyu turned her head around and looked. She then immediately started walking towards Qingyu. Mr. Qingyu, I have been to your mansion to greet you before. Merely, Mr. Qingyu was in seclusion training at the time. Only today do we meet each other again. The contest today is merely a competition. We only need to try our best. There is no need for us to injure the relationship between us.
said Shuiyu with a smile. Qin Yu nodded and said, "Naturally. Miss Shuiyu, do you know where Lady Hundred Flowers God King is?" Lady Hundred Flowers God King, she. Shuiyu had only said half of her sentence when she stopped. At this moment, she had raised her head. Not only her, Qin Yu and the others had also raised their heads and looked towards the sky. The 10,000 plus people that had come to watch and surrounded the martial practice grounds also looked up towards the sky. Over 100 people were majestically flying over. They were led by the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu, who wore an emperor's gown. Beside him was his wife. To his right side was the Hundred Flowers God King, who wore a colored clothes. At this moment, the Hundred Flowers God King only looked like a 20-some-year-old girl. She was extremely dazzling. To the left of the utmost East Sage Emperor was a grim and resolute-looking man who carried a golden long sword. Gold Sword God King? Qin Yu's gaze was focused upon that man with the golden sword. Generally, a God King's weapon would always be stored within their body. For someone to carry their weapon like the Gold Sword God King, much less God Kings, this was extremely rare for even heavenly deities. Zhou Zhongfu sent a voice transmission to Qin Yu and said, "Master, of the three great God Kings of the utmost eastern regions Mount Dazzling Gold, the person who reached the God King stage the latest was this Gold Sword God King. However, this Gold Sword God King is the elder brother of the utmost East Sage Emperor and the Hundred Flowers God King. Although he was the latest to reach the God King level, his strength might potentially be the strongest among them." Oh? Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from looking at Zhou Zhongfu with a puzzled expression. How did Zhou Zhongfu know all this? Master, I have lived in the divine realm for a very long time, much longer than even the craftsman god Cheho Yuan. I have even seen this Gold Sword God King fight before. Although this Gold Sword God King possesses the strongest strength, the 8 great sage emperors possesses the 8 clan protection treasures. This causes the 8 great sage emperors to be extremely frightening. Gasped Zhou Zhongfu via divine awareness voice transmission. Qin Yu had a slight smile on his face. With a surprised expression, he looked at Zhou Zhongfu. Zhou Zhongfu was very well informed. Clan protection treasures, what are those? Qin Yu asked. Zhou Zhongfu said without absolute certainty. It's only hearsay that I have heard before. Rumor has it that the 8 clan protection treasures are very important to the unending existence of the 8 great families. It is said that those 8 clan protection treasures possess extremely frightening power and are likely only second to the legendary exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Oh? Qin Yu glanced at the utmost East Sage Emperor. As if he sensed Qin Yu's gaze, the utmost East Sage Emperor also looked at Qin Yu and slightly smiled at him. From his gaze, one could see his encouragement implication. Qin Yu immediately smiled back at him. The 3 great God Kings descended. Behind these 3 great God Kings were the Black Wind Palace's Palace Master, the Heaven Desolate Palace's Palace Master and Liejuan's Palace's Palace Master. Behind them were the elites of the Huangfu clan. Majestically, these 100+ people descended on the front section of the martial practice grounds. At the front section of the martial practice grounds were chairs that were already prepared. The utmost East Sage Emperor and them all sat down in the chairs. The utmost East Sage Emperor, who sat in the middle, suddenly stood up. He gazed at the surroundings and then said in a loud voice, "Everyone, the Palace Master position of the Misty Mystic Palace of our utmost eastern regions Mount Dazzling Gold has been vacant for a very very long time. Today is the day that we shall determine the new Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master. There are a total of 3 candidates for the Palace Master position. They are respectively the large squadron captain of the Heavenly Deity Army, high-level Heavenly Deity Dongho, disciple of the 100 Flowers Palace, high-level Heavenly Deity Shuiyu, and the Grandmaster of Formation Arrays that was recently invited to our Mount Dazzling Gold, Qin Yu." The utmost East Sage Emperor glanced at Qin Yu, Shuiyu, and Dongho. He slightly nodded and then said, "The rules of the contest today are extremely simple. Each party are to send out 3 members to fight. 1 is the candidate for the Palace Master. 1 is a mid-level heavenly deity. The last one is a low-level heavenly deity. Gaining 2 victories shall be the requirement to win the battle series. First, Shuiyu's group will fight with Qin Yu's group. After that, Qin Yu's group will fight with Dongho's group. Finally, Dongho's group will fight with Shuiyu's group. There are a total of 9 battles in 3 series. As long as anyone obtain victory in 2 series of battles, they shall be qualified to obtain the position of the Palace Master. If all 3 parties were to obtain a victory and a defeat, then the strength of the candidates shall be looked into," said the utmost East Sage Emperor indifferently. Saying till here, the utmost East Sage Emperor looked to Qin Yu with a special intention. Evidently, this rule was very advantageous to Qin Yu.
With Qin Yu's formation array space, he was definitely capable of defeating Dong Ho and Shui Yu. Only at this moment did Qin Yu discover Dong Ho and his people on the other side of the marital practice grounds. Dong Ho's party only consisted of 3 people. 2 men and a woman. The leader Dong Ho's eyes were flickering with light as he blinked. After the utmost East Sage Emperor finished his introduction, Huangfu Liijun, one of the 3 great palace masters, took over to host the contest battles. The first battle was Shui Yu's party against Qin Yu's party. Huangfu Liijun's voice resounded through the entire martial practice grounds. The first battle, the low-level heavenly deity from Shui Yu's party against the low-level Heveli deity from Qin Yu's party. Begin battle. Right after Huangfu Liijun finished speaking, the over 10,000 heavenly deities that surrounded the martial practice ground immediately started shouting noisily. The majority of the heavenly deities were shouting in excitement. As the shouting continued, the low-level heavenly deity from Shui Yu's party, a green-clothed woman, walked into the center of the martial practice grounds. That green-clothed woman, isn't she the woman who was whipped by Huangfu Ling? Qin Yu clearly remembered that this green-clothed woman couldn't be considered extremely strong among low-level heavenly deities. Why did that Shui Yu have this green-clothed woman fight? Master, this subordinate shall go in battle now, said Sui Fu respectfully. You can go. Qin Yu was extremely confident of Sui Fu as he had seen the battle between Sui Fu and Kong Qi. Sui Fu possessed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. It should be very easy for him to take care of a low-level heavenly deity at the same level as him. Sui Fu resolutely nodded. He then proceeded to walk toward the center of the martial practice grounds with large strides. With a height of 3 meters, intertwining muscles and arms as thick as thighs, Sui Fu's entire person was radiating a domineering aura. As for the green-clothed woman that was his opponent, she appeared to be extremely delicate and frail. Big guy, be careful said that green-clothed woman sweetly with a smile on her face. Sui Fu's face remained cold and expressionless. With a flip of his hand, he took out a battle axe. The battle axe then started growing bigger. In an instant, it grew to 3 meters tall and became as tall as Sui Fu. Holding the battle axe in his hand. Little girl, you should admit defeat, said Sui Fu. Then, without saying any more, he started exhibiting his valiant attack. Sui Fu's thick and bulky right arm was waving that enormous battle axe. Then, he soared to the sky and smashed downward with that enormous battle axe the size of a small mountain. Qin Yu had a confident smile on his face. That green-clothed woman's expression changed. She immediately flipped her hand. 3 green streams of air appeared in her hand. Those 3 streams of air started expanding with the wind. Finally, all 3 of them had become several thousand meters long. Those 3 green streams of air were like ropes. They directly bounded the mountain-like battle axe. In an instant, Sui Fu and his enormous battle axe both turned back to their original form. Sui Fu stared at that green-clothed woman and was frantically struggling. However, regardless of how much he struggled, he was unable to break free from the binding. Qin Yu was startled. Sui Fu actually lost? Grand Mist spiritual treasure. A low-level heavenly deity is actually using a Grand Mist spiritual treasure. That 100 Flowers God King truly overly favors that Shui Yu. Qin Yu's expression had turned a bit unsightly. It appeared that the contest for the palace master was not as easy as he had imagined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 12. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 12, The Number 1 Individual Beneath the God Kings. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The entire martial practice grounds grew silent for a moment. Earlier, from Sui Fu's grandeur display in his move, other than the 100 Flowers Palace's people who knew about the Grand Mist spiritual treasure, all of the other people had thought that Sui Fu would win. However now, Sui Fu, who had been bound and was struggling unceasingly, illustrated everything. Qin Yu's party against the Shui Yu's party. First battle, Shui Yu's party is victorious. Huangfu Liijun was merely stunned for a moment before reacting. The second battle shall begin now. The mid-level heavenly deity from Shui Yu's party against the mid-level heavenly deity from Qin Yu's party. Right after those words were said, the 10,000 plus people that surrounded the martial practice grounds once again grew noisy. The first battle from earlier had indeed surprised them. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu smiled as he looked to the 100 Flowers God King beside him. He said, Liu Xiang, you have truly exerted yourself. You actually allowed a low-level heavenly deity to use the Grand Mist spiritual treasure Heaven Binding Rope. The 100 Flowers God King Huangfu Liuxing merely slightly smiled. She indifferently said, Second brother, it is not strange for me to lend a second-rated grandmist spiritual treasure to my people. Merely, this Chinyu, he was surprisingly able to take out a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. That had instead shocked me. High-quality heavenly divine artifacts. They were extremely rare. The expert artifact craftsmen that were able to craft high-quality heavenly divine artifacts were also not many. Even for high-level heavenly deities, only a small section of them possessed high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Many high-level heavenly deities still used mid-level heavenly divine artifacts. The utmost East Sage Emperor slightly smiled and said, "He is capable of deploying a formation array space. With such a level of ability in formation arrays, I reckon he must have also have a formation array expert who provided him with guidance. It cannot be regarded as strange for him to possess a high-quality heavenly divine artifact." Well, enough about that, the second battle is about to start. The utmost East Sage Emperor and the 100 Flowers God King both looked to the martial practice grounds. As for the Gold Sword God King, he had been silent since the beginning. He was merely watching all that was unfolding in the martial practice grounds. Master can rest assured. Even if my opponent possess a grandmist spiritual treasure, this subordinate will still definitely win. At the very most, it might cost me a couple clones. A faint red light flashed past Tanjio's eyes. Chinyu lightly nodded. If you win, then that high-quality heavenly divine artifact shall be yours, but... Chinyu possessed 4 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. He planned to bestow them to his subordinates to begin with. As Zhou Zhongfu already possessed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact of his own, bestowing a high-quality heavenly divine artifact to Tanjio was something that Chinyu had long planned to do. Yes, Master. Black Dragon Tanjio lightly nodded. He then proceeded to directly walk toward the center of the martial practice grounds. A white-clothed woman was already standing in the center of the martial practice ground. This white-clothed woman had a cold and indifferent expression. The 9-headed black dragon Tanjio had a head of short scarlet hair and scarlet sword brows. Underneath his eyebrows were a pair of gloomy eyes. Those gloomy eyes were currently emitting a very sharp aura. In terms of gloominess and coldness, that white-clothed woman was actually inferior to Tanjio. This battle, you are definitely going to lose. Tanjio pointed at the white-clothed woman and said. That white-clothed woman merely sneered in disdain. With a flip of her hand, she took out a jade-green-colored sword. Once this jade-green-colored sword appeared, the attention of everyone in the surrounding of the martial practice grounds were focused on it. From Shueyu's party, a mere low-level heavenly deity was capable of taking out a grandmist spiritual treasure. Then what about this mid-level heavenly deity? Not only them, even the utmost East Sage Emperor had taken note of this jade-green-colored sword. Chinyu was the same. Merely, that jade-green-colored sword was too far from Chinyu. Thus, he was unable to determine exactly what grade it was. High-quality heavenly divine artifact. Ha, Liu Xiong, why didn't you continue lending grandmist spiritual treasures? Said the utmost East Sage Emperor to the 100 Flowers God King. The Gold Sword God King, who had been silent the entire time, spoke. Liu Xiong lending a single grandmist spiritual treasure has already caused the competition to be biased. If she were to lend another one, then it would be too excessive. I believe Liuxing herself only possesses 2 second-rated grandmist spiritual treasures, right? That's right, big brother. I have lent a grandmist spiritual treasure to Shueyu. As for who she lends it to use for the competition, it was a decision that Shueyu herself made. When the 100 Flowers God King talked with the Gold Sword God King, she did not joke around in the slightest. The Gold Sword God King lightly nodded. The utmost East Sage Emperor took a glance at Shueyu in the distant. This girl Shueyu was actually a bit scheming. That mid-level heavenly deity subordinate of Chinyu, that weapon of his is truly peculiar. The other 2 God Kings also looked over. At this moment, Tanjio had taken out the heavy sword that Chinyu had given him. As Tanjio held this enormous heavy sword, it suddenly split into 3. As for Tanjio, he had also turned into 9 people. The 9 clones of Tanjio, 3 of them held the split sections of the high-quality heavenly divine artifact. As for the other 6, they held 6 black sticks. From different directions, the 9 Tanjio's speed violently reached the pinnacle. Like 9 sharp arrows, the 9 Tanjios shot toward the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman's expression changed. She never anticipated that her opponent would have 9 clones. It was truly too frightening. Bang! 6 black sticks were simultaneously smashed toward the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman waved the sword in her hand. 6 sword silhouettes shot out. These sword silhouettes blocked the 6 stick silhouettes. Hu Tanjio's 7th clone held a battle blade-shaped high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Ruthlessly, he hacked down.
The white-clothed woman grew anxious. She tried to use spatial domain. Merely, her opponent's 9 clones all used their spatial domains at the same time and possessed a big stronger control over the space than her. Confronted with this incoming blade strike, the white-clothed woman did not have enough time to dodge. Bang! The ground underneath the white-clothed woman was slightly jolted. The entire surface of the martial practice grounds was slightly trembling. However, the surface of the martial practice grounds was not damaged in the slightest. The enormous heavy sword was turned into 2 battle blades and a battle sword. Who? Tanjio's 8th clone followed right behind his 7th clone and also ruthlessly hacked down with the battle blade in his hand. The white-clothed woman was unable to recover her heavenly divine energy in time. All she could do was to once again take the attack head-on. Poochie! The sharp battle sword directly pierced through the white-clothed woman's body. If you continue to resist, I'll certainly kill you, said Tanjio via divine awareness voice transmission. The white-clothed woman looked to the Tanjio before her who held a battle sword in his hand. She then looked to the other 8 Tanjios who were holding battle blades and black sticks. She then looked to the battle sword that had pierced her chest. Her expression changed several times. The gap between them were truly too great. A high-quality heavenly divine artifact that can split into different parts and a Tanjio that could split into 9 different Tanjios, they were indeed a perfect match for each other. For this round, we admit our defeat. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side of the martial practice grounds. The person who spoke was precisely Shuiyu. The white-clothed woman placed away the heavy sword in her hand. She glanced at Tanjio and then walked away silently. When she walked over to Shuiyu's side, this white-clothed woman fell forward onto Shuiyu's shoulder and started crying. Shui, do not grieve. Your opponent's strength indeed surpassed my anticipation. That high-quality heavenly divine artifact of his was also extremely miraculous. You cannot blame yourself for losing, consoled Shuiyu. And at this moment, Huangfu Liejuan's voice sounded. This battle, the victor is Qin Yu's party. Currently, the 2 parties each achieved a single victory. The upcoming battle is the most important 3rd battle. The 2 people competing are the 2 candidates for the palace master position, Qin Yu and Shuiyu. Well then, begin battle. Everyone in the surroundings of the martial practice grounds held their breaths. The 2 candidates for the palace master position, Qin Yu and Shuiyu, were both upper echelons of Mount Dazzling Gold. Everyone was carefully watching this battle. Qin Yu and Shuiyu silently walked toward the center of the martial practice grounds from the 2 sides. Miss Shuiyu. Qin Yu bowed and said. Shuiyu also lightly smiled. Mr. Qin Yu, it would seem that I will lose to you today. Merely, even though I will be losing, I still want to experience the legendary formation array space. Qin Yu slightly nodded. Shuiyu was about to attack when Qin Yu closed his eyes. A tranquil and peaceful smiling expression appeared on his face. He had entered the profound heaven and earth splitting state of mind. He gently waved his hand across. Several rays of light flew out from Qin Yu's hand. Everyone present in the martial practice grounds was watching this scene with their eyes wide open. Even the 3 great god kings were carefully paying attention to this. Although they had heard about the formation array space, they had never personally seen Qin Yu deploying it before. Those several rays of lights were incomparably dazzling. Like meteors, they fell on the boundary of the martial practice grounds. Formation array universe, form. While smiling, Qin Yu opened his eyes. The smile on his face was a smile of confidence. It was the confidence that Qin Yu had for his own formation array space. The speed at which Qin Yu deployed the formation array was truly too fast. Before Shuiyu could even attack, she was already caught in Qin Yu's formation array space. The utmost East Sage Emperor, 100 Flowers God King and Gold Sword God King's eyes all started shining simultaneously. All 3 of them were staring at Qin Yu with deep gazes. Did you see that clearly? The utmost East Sage Emperor said. The 100 Flowers God King and the Gold Sword God King both nodded. With a gaze filled with surprise, the 100 Flowers God King said. Never had I imagined before that someone would be able to reach such a level in formation arrays. Especially when he was deploying the formation array. The space where the formation array was located, it seemed to even have a slight change. It's very peculiar. It's completely different from the space that we can create through using the spatial law. The Gold Sword God King said. Perhaps this is the miraculousness of formation arrays. The utmost East Sage Emperor smiled. Although this Qin Yu's formation array space is slightly different from our own spaces, its might was not a bit weaker than our spaces. Whether it was the utmost East Sage Emperor or the other 2 God Kings, they all didn't know that,
the reason why Qin Yu's formation array space was different from the space that they could create was because Qin Yu's formation array space was created through using the spatial laws of the universal world. As the spatial laws of the two worlds were different, there were naturally some differences even though they would both be able to create spaces. These three great god kings thought that the usual formation array space was exactly like how Qin Yu's formation array space was. After all, since times immemorial, there had yet to be anyone else who was capable of deploying a formation array space. Even the craftsman god Cheho Yuan only managed to reach a level close to deploying a formation array space. The gold sword god king that seldom spoke actually spoke a couple words today. With this formation array space, this Qin Yu, he is the number one individual beneath the god kings. After the god sword god king finished saying this sentence, he closed his mouth and said no more. The utmost East Sage Emperor looked at the 100 Flowers god king. The 100 Flowers god king slightly smiled and said, I have no objection to this Qin Yu becoming the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace. I am truly curious, with his level of formation array, if he were to research artifact craftsmanship, would he be able to surpass the craftsman god in the field of artifact crafting? And at this moment, Shuiyu was caught in the formation array space. This is? Shuiyu looked to her surroundings in shock. Shuiyu still remembered that back then when the 100 Flowers god king gave her guidance, she had once created a space that trapped her. That sort of feeling was exactly the same as now. They were both boundless worlds. Qin Yu. Shuiyu looked to her front. At this moment, Qin Yu appeared before her. Qin Yu smiled and said, Shuiyu, it is impossible for you to break through my formation array space. As Qin Yu smiled, the space surrounding him crumbled and was then instantly restored. As he was speaking and smiling, the world surrounding him became covered with storms and numerous other disasters. Of course, this was all within the range of the formation array space. Merely, because Shuiyu had been caught in the formation array space, she could only give herself up and allow Qin Yu to trample upon her. It was only possible for her to escape if she were a god king, then she would be able to break through the formation array space through the use of the spatial law. I've lost. Seeing this scene before her, Shuiyu sighed in her heart. She knew that she would undoubtedly lose. Shuiyu looked at Qin Yu. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Mr. Qin Yu, I originally thought that I might be able to win. I gave the only Grand Mist spiritual treasure to my side's low-level heavenly deity to use. With that, I have guaranteed the win for that round. I then borrowed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact for my side's mid-level heavenly deity to use. However, even then, I still lost. Firstly, I have lost to your great formation array. Secondly, I have lost because you actually possess two high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. In the 100 Flowers Palace, Shuiyu possessed enough connections to allow her to borrow a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. However, the number of people that Qin Yu knew on Mount Dazzling Gold was truly too small. For him to have his subordinates use two high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, this was truly shocking. High-quality heavenly divine artifacts? They were left behind for me by my senior. Qin Yu said directly. Shuiyu nodded in understanding. So that was the case. May I ask, might that senior of yours be the person who taught Mr. Qin Yu the path of formation arrays? He could be considered as so. Qin Yu nodded. Shuiyu slightly nodded. Mr. Qin Yu, I admit my defeat. You can let me out. In an instant, the heaven and earth suddenly started turning. The entire world changed. The originally boundless world had disappeared. What appeared before them was the lively martial practice grounds. All of the heavenly deities in the martial practice grounds looked at Qin Yu and Shuiyu. Seeing Shuiyu and Qin Yu suddenly appear before them, they were unable to determine whether it was Shuiyu who broke through the great formation array or Qin Yu who let her out. I concede. Shuiyu's voice sounded through the entire marital practice grounds. The entire martial practice grounds immediately started becoming noisy. A large number of heavenly deities started discussing with one another. Shuiyu had actually admitted defeat. That Mr. Qin Yu actually won. The first series of contests have concluded. Qin Yu's party has obtained victory. Now, the second series shall begin. Qin Yu's party against Dong Ho's party. Huang Fu Liejuan's clear voice sounded. Qin Yu's gaze was turned toward Dong Ho. The next target was Dong Ho. Dong Ho suddenly spoke. There is no need for the second series of competition. Our side admit our defeat. Mr. Qin Yu's formation array space has already convinced me. I am afraid there is no one beneath the God King stage that is capable of breaking this formation array. All of the people in the martial practice grounds grew silent. All of the heavenly deities were looking at Dong Ho. They were thinking that, no matter what, at the very least he should compete first.
However, the reality was that Dong Ho had straightforwardly admitted his defeat. This Dong Ho knows very well of his own standing. The utmost East Sage Emperor slightly nodded. Dong Ho's subordinates did not possess any grand-mist spiritual treasures. While he also managed to, with great difficulty, borrow a high-quality heavenly divine artifact for his mid-level heavenly deity, his low-level heavenly deity only possessed a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. If he were to fight against Qin Yu's party with that level of strength, it was likely that his side would not even be able to win a single round. In that case, he figured it was better to straightforwardly admit his defeat so that he could appear magnanimous. "I've won?" Hearing Dong Ho's surrender, Qin Yu was also startled. He had originally thought he would have another series of battles. However, it now appeared that the position of Palace Master of the Misty Mystic Palace had already fallen on his head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 13. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 13, The Most Frightening War of the Divine Realm. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. In the enormous martial practice grounds, heavenly deity spectators, who numbered over 10,000, were in absolute silence. It was so quiet that it was scary. However, after a short moment of quietness, what followed was a tide of discussion noise. There were those discussing Dong Ho's decision and those talking about Qin Yu becoming the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace. Quiet. Huangfu Liejuan's cold voice sounded. His voice echoed through the entire martial practice grounds. All of the heavenly deities stopped talking and looked toward Huangfu Liejun. Only then did Huangfu Liejun have a slight smile on his face. With a clear voice, he said, "Dong Ho's party has conceded." Adding on the fact that Qin Yu's party has already achieved a victory over Shui Yu's party, Qin Yu's party has thus won twice in a row. Hence, the position of the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace shall go to Mr. Qin Yu. At this moment, the utmost East Sage Emperor also stood up. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu currently had a warm smile on his face. Once he stood up, Huangfu Liejun immediately sat back down and stopped talking. The utmost East Sage Emperor opened his mouth and spoke. "A conclusion has been reached for the battle for the position of Palace Master of the Misty Mystic Palace. Qin Yu will be the new Palace Master of the Misty Mystic Palace." As he said that, the utmost East Sage Emperor looked at Qin Yu while smiling. In an instant, almost everyone's gaze was focused upon Qin Yu, who was in the middle of the martial practice grounds. Qin Yu also slightly smiled to the utmost East Sage Emperor. He then bowed. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu continued. "Also from today hence, our utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold's 4 great palaces will all have palace masters. In order to congratulate this rejoicing occasion, I have decided that our Mount Dazzling Gold shall have a proper celebration for this tonight. Ordinary heavenly deities shall celebrate in the barracks. As for military officers and such, they are all to come to the Imperial Palace to celebrate. Thank you, Your Majesty Sage Emperor. Over 10,000 heavenly deities all got down on one knee. The descendants of the Huangfu clan, Qin Yu, Huangfu Liejun, Black Wing Palace's Palace Master and the Heaven Desolate Palace's Palace Master all got down on one knee and said respectfully. Their voices were like a tide that resonated until it reached the horizon. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu displayed a smile on his face. At this moment, the utmost East Sage Emperor was in a very excellent mood. The 8 great sacred lands of the divine realm, in the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold, the people with the highest status were the 3 God Kings, utmost East Sage Emperor, 100 Flowers God King and the Gold Sword God King. After them were the 4 great palace masters of the Misty Mystic Palace, Black Wind Palace, Heaven Desolate Palace and Liejuan's Palace. After them were the 9 large squadron captains of the heavenly deity army. Qin Yu, as the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace, possessed a status above that of ordinary princes and princesses. In the 8 great families of the divine clan, being a princess or a prince was merely an identity. It did not signify that those princesses and princes possessed a very high status. In order to obtain a high status, one must possess enough strength to fight for the status. Nighttime. When the dark curtain of night descended, the entire divine realm was covered in pitch-black darkness. However, the dazzling gold city of the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold was covered in golden light. The entire dazzling gold city had turned into a city without night. Regardless of whether it were the utmost northern region's floating snow city's dark curtain of night or the utmost southern region's light lens city's light of daytime, they were both created through grand mist spiritual treasures. If the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold wanted to make the small region of Dazzling Gold City filled with light, it was an extremely simple task to do. Inside the imperial city of the Dazzling Gold City. Tonight's imperial city was unprecedentedly lively.
The Golden Light Park of the Imperial City was the location where the utmost East Sage Emperor had called for the gathering to take place. Tonight the Golden Light Park was bustling with noise and excitement. Over 1,000 people were gathered here. Transparent rectangular tables that were shining like quicksilver were placed in this location. Beside each rectangular table sat 12 heavenly deities. There were over 100 of these rectangular tables in total. The tables were placed in picturesque disorder around the Golden Light Park. Other than these transparent rectangular tables, there were also other small transparent tables. Beside those small transparent tables sat only one or two individuals. The utmost East Sage Emperor and his wife sat on an elevated platform in the Golden Light Park. Before the two of them was a horizontal small rectangular transparent table. The Gold Sword God King and the 100 Flowers God King sat on the two sides of the utmost East Sage Emperor. Before the two of them was also a horizontal small rectangular transparent table. On top of the horizontal small rectangular transparent tables were all kinds of fine liquor and delicious food. Seated underneath the three great God Kings were the four great Palace Masters, the Palace Master of the Misty Mystic Palace, Chinyu, the Palace Master of the Black Wind Palace, the Palace Master of the Heaven Desolate Palace and the Lijian Palace's Palace Master. The four of them were seated in two rows. Underneath them were the 9 large squadron captains of the Heavenly Deity Army. Only these people possessed their own small rectangular tables. As for the other people, even the princes and princesses, were seated around the large transparent rectangular tables. Just by looking at this sort of arrangement, one would be able to see the strict hierarchy of the divine realm. Actually, being the Sage Emperor is not very interesting either. Xinyu listened as the utmost East Sage Emperor spoke to everyone underneath him. He was unable to refrain from gasping in his heart. Huangfu Yu did not speak much. Right after Huangfu Yu finished his speech, the entire Golden Light Park grew bustling with noise and excitement. The army officers underneath all possessed status close to one another. Thus, they started to lively chat and drink. As for the descendants of the Huangfu clan, they too were chatting and drinking with one another. As for the utmost East Sage Emperor, he was chatting with the Gold Sword God King and the 100 Flowers God King. Occasionally, he would smile and speak to the 4 Palace Masters underneath him. As for Qin Yu and them, they would mostly chat with each other. Brother Qin Yu, I am the Palace Master of the Black Wind Palace, Gu Zhuang. You've been in our dazzling gold city for some time now, however, only now do I manage to have the opportunity to chat with you. Ha, said the Black Wind Palace's Palace Master who sat beside Qin Yu as he smiled and raised his wine cup for a toast. Qin Yu also raised his wine cup. Palace Master Gu Zhuang, I have only just entered the dazzling gold city. There are still many things that I do not understand. Palace Master Gu Zhuang, please give me some pointers. This Gu Zhuang was silver-haired, silver-browed and baby-faced. His entire body radiated a chilling aura. Merely, when he smiled, he also appeared to be very amiable and approachable. The Palace Masters of the Black Wind Palace and the Heaven Desolate Palace both possessed extremely high qualifications, seniority and meritorious services. They were not people that Qin Yu, a new Palace Master, could compare with. Ha, Brother Qin Yu, there is no need for you to be worried. The 4 great Palace Masters do not have much of anything to take care of. Only during the times of war would we step forth to lead the army into battle, said the Black Wind Palace's Palace Master Gu Zhuang with a light smile. In the Great War of the Divine Realm, the God King level experts would not easily join the battle. Under normal circumstances, it is sufficient for us to be the ones watching over the battle. Qin Yu nodded his head in understanding. And at this moment, the 2 Palace Masters across from him, the Heaven Desolate Palace's Palace Master and the Lijuan's Palace's Palace Master both walked over. The Heaven Desolate Palace's Palace Master was a bald-headed man. He wore a white-colored silk gown and had a slight smile on his face. The Lijuan's Palace's Palace Master was Huangfu Lijun. He was a short blonde-haired man who was unflustered like the ocean and strong like a volcano. The Heaven Desolate Palace's Palace Master was a bald-headed man who was always smiling. Brother Qin Yu, I am the Heaven Desolate Palace's Palace Master, Ji Lusheng. You've been in the dazzling gold city for this long, yet I have not paid you a visit at your mansion yet. Please do not take offense. It is I who should have gone and paid you a visit, Heaven Desolate Palace's Palace Master. Qin Yu immediately stood up. Huangfu Lijun laughed heartily and said, It is the first time for both old brother Ji and old brother Gu to meet Qin Yu. I, on the other hand, have met Qin Yu several times. Come, there's no need for the 4 of us to regard each other as strangers. Let's all sit down, Huangfu Lijun said, as he sat down cross-legged. These 4 great Palace Masters were gathered together. The 4 of them started chatting. As they drank with each other, the Heaven Desolate Palace's palace master and the Black Wind Palace's palace master also grew more amiable with Qin. Right when they were chatting excitedly, Huangfu Laijun suddenly raised his wine cup and said in a serious tone, "Brother Qin, old brother Gu, old brother Ji, to be honest, with me being a palace master, I have in fact stolen the army authority that you all possessed. Today, I shall apologize humbly to you all first. I wish that the three of you do not mind about that." Qin Yu was startled. Stolen the army authority? How did this come to be? Qin Yu was completely confused. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, the Heaven Desolate Palace's palace master Ji Lusheng and the Black Wind Palace's palace master Gu Zhuang both knew that Qin Yu was confused. The Black Wind Palace's palace master Gu Zhuang smiled and said, "Laijun said that mostly because our utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold originally only possessed the Misty Mystic Palace, Black Wind Palace and Heaven Desolate Palace, the three great palaces. Afterwards, because Laijun managed to make a great contribution and because the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master from then was still present, a new palace, the Liejuan's Palace, was established." While Qin Yu now understood the history of things, he was still confused. Stolen the army authority? What was that about? Huangfu Laijun explained personally. "Brother Qin Yu, our Mount Dazzling Gold's army possesses a total of 9 large squadrons. Under normal circumstances, it is the large squadron captains that lead the squadrons. However, in times of true war, it will be us, the palace masters, that lead the large squadrons. In the past, when there were only 3 palace masters, the palace masters would each lead 3 large heavenly deity squadrons. And now that we have established the Liejuan's Palace, my Liejuan's Palace ended up commanding 3 large heavenly deity squadrons. As for the 3 of you, you ended up only leading 2 large heavenly deity squadrons each. I have been ashamed because of that for the entire time. I am truly sorry." Only now did Qin Yu completely understand what's going on. The God King level experts did not need to bring along subordinates with them, as a single God King was capable of determining the outcome of a battle. However, in ordinary wars of the Divine Realm, the God Kings would not join the battle. It was the palace masters who led the heavenly deity army to battle. Laijun, there is no need for you to think about it. You becoming a palace master was something that I, bald-headed Ji and Old Lon all agreed to. We also decided to give you a large heavenly deity squadron underneath us each. This was a decision from a long time ago. For one, you are very strong and know when to fight when leading troops," said Palace Master Gu Zhuang with a light smile. TL, Lon is the same Misty in the Misty Mystic Palace. Qin Yu understood completely now. "Brother Laijun, this is merely a trivial matter. Actually, I am not particularly proficient in leading armies. I am more fond of formation arrays. I also possess some interest in training and artifact crafting. Other than those," Qin Yu smiled as he shook his head. The Heaven Desolate Palace Master Ji Lusheng immediately smiled and said, "Brother Qin Yu, there is no need for you to be modest. I have personally seen your formation array space at the martial practice grounds. That formation array space that you created was definitely comparable to the space that God Kings can deploy. On the battlefields of the Divine Realm, with you present, as long as your opponent is not a God King, you are certain to win. Number 1 individual beneath the God Kings, this is not false." Huangfu Laijun also said while smiling. Qin Yu smiled modestly. Suddenly, Qin Yu recalled a matter. He immediately asked, "Brother Laijun, what happened to the previous Misty Mystic Palace's palace master? Old Lon?" Gu Zhuang and Ji Lusheng glanced at each other. Then sighed. Huangfu Liejuan's expression had also grown dim. He sighed and said, "The war of the Divine Realm 6 quadrillion years ago was truly too fierce and cruel. That battle could be considered as being the largest war since the formation of the Divine Realm. In that battle, over 10 God Kings fell. As for high-level heavenly deities, the number of them that perished was innumerable." Qin Yu was overwhelmed with shock. Over 10 God Kings fell? Countless high-level heavenly deities died? Gu Zhuang smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Qin Yu, let me tell you. The 3 great palaces, Misty Mystic Palace, Black Wind Palace and the Heaven Desolate Palace, all 3 of them were named after their first palace master. In that battle, the first palace masters of the Misty Mystic Palace, Black Wind Palace and Heaven Desolate Palace all fell. I am someone who succeeded the Black Wind Palace's palace master in the course of the battle. TL, Misty Mystic Lan Xian. Black Wind Hei Feng. Heaven Desolate Tian Huang. Laijun Great Split/Rend. I am the same." Ji Lusheng sighed and said, "That battle was truly too cruel and fiery. The battle spread through the entire heaven and earth.
Practically all of the God Kings had shown themselves. Even exalted celestials had joined the battle in the shadows. Qin Yu's heart shook with shock. Exactly what sort of war happened 6 quadrillion years ago? Qin Yu have once heard about the gold punishment Lord Xing Yuan's father-in-law mentioning this battle in Yuchi City. That high-level deity had only mentioned that the divine realm would have a war every 6 billion years. However, it appears now that the war of every 6 billion years was merely a small battle. That battle from 6 quadrillion years ago was the true war of the divine realm. God Kings falling one by one. Even exalted celestials were helping in the dark. All of the first-generation palace masters of the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold had fallen during the battle. Just by that, one could tell exactly how fierce and violent the battle had been. Why did such a battle occur? Qin Yu asked. There must definitely be a reason for everything to occur. The various God Kings would definitely not be lunatics who started waging war with one another for no reason at all. Reason? That battle bears upon the opportunity to become an exalted celestial. In that battle, a God King managed to achieve the final victory. He ended up becoming the new exalted celestial. And from that, the divine realm now has 3 exalted celestials. Gasped Huangfu Laijun. The upper echelons that had experienced the battle from 6 quadrillion years ago were still very clear about the course of events of that battle. New exalted celestial? Qin Yu's heart was trembling. No wonder it caused the entire divine realm to go frantic and kill that many God Kings. So it was actually because of the opportunity to become an exalted celestial. Weren't there 3 exalted celestials in the divine realm? How come only a single most frightening battle that engulfed the entire divine realm occurred? Confused, Qin Yu asked. He believed that since there were 3 exalted celestials, there should be 3 battles like that. The Black Wind Palace's palace master Gu Zhuang shook his head and said while smiling. No. When the divine realm was formed, there were already 2 exalted celestials. Qin Yu suddenly understood. There were already 2 exalted celestials when the divine realm was formed. And in the close to 12 quadrillion years, there had only been a single new exalted celestial. And that exalted celestial was someone who attained the exalted celestial status in the incomparable great battle from 6 quadrillion years ago. What a fierce and bitter battle! Just by thinking, Qin Yu was able to feel a strong throbbing on his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 14. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 14, New Stage. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. On the day after the banquet, Qin Yu brought Uncle Fu and Xiuzhong Fu and arrived at the Misty Mystic Palace. In the Imperial City, which was located in the center of the Dazzling Gold City, there were 5 palaces. One was the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace. The other 4 were the 4 great palaces. The Misty Mystic Palace that Qin Yu had was also the largest palace among the 4. This Misty Mystic Palace is truly large, said Qin Yu with a smile as he looked to the Misty Mystic Palace before him. Xiuzhong Fu said respectfully. Master, the Misty Mystic Palace and the other 3 great palaces are the commanders of the Heavenly Deity Army. There are also elite Heavenly Deity mid-squadrons stationed here. Thus, naturally the Misty Mystic Palace would be large. Elite Heavenly Deity mid-squadrons? Qin Yu was confused. After the banquet, the utmost East Sage Emperor had only called Qin Yu and said some kind words of congratulations to him and presented him the Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master's title plate. As for the other trivial matters, he did not mention them. And at this moment, the entrance guards of the Misty Mystic Palace had noticed Qin Yu. This guard had already seen Qin Yu before at the martial practice grounds. Thus, he instantly recognized Qin Yu. Quickly go and report to the large squadron captain, said that guard to another guard. He then started to lightly run to Qin Yu. He got down on one knee and said respectfully, Lu Ruffing of the Misty Mystic Palace's No. 1 Elite Mid-Squadron pays his respect to Lord Palace Master. Qin Yu lightly nodded. You can rise. However, Qin Yu started to ponder in his heart. Misty Mystic Palace's No. 1 Elite Mid-Squadron? It seemed like there ought to be many people and more than a single mid-squadron. Qin Yu asked directly. How many elite mid-squadrons are there in the Misty Mystic Palace currently? That guard said respectfully. The Heavenly Deity Army has 9 large squadrons. The first large squadron and the second large squadron belong to the Misty Mystic Palace. The 2 large squadron captains have respectively dispatched 2 elite mid-squadrons to come and await for your lordship Palace Master to command. The 2 large squadron captains have also already arrived and are waiting for Lord Palace Master. respectively dispatched 2 elite mid-squadrons. In other words, there were a total of 4 elite mid-squadrons. Right after the guard Lu Ruffing finished saying those words, a man and a woman walked out from the Misty Mystic Palace's entrance. Behind the man and woman were 4 more people. These 4 people were 2 males and 2 females. Princess Jing? Qin Yu was surprised to see that the woman in the front was actually Huangfu Jing. Huangfu Jing walked over with a smile on her face. Qin Yu, I should address you as Lord Palace Master. You didn't expect this, right? I am the large squadron captain of the 2nd Heavenly Deity Large Squadron. I am also currently a direct subordinate underneath you. As for the man beside Huangfu Jing, he was a robust man with a head full of golden lion-like hair. This subordinate is the large squadron captain of the 1st Heavenly Deity Large Squadron, Ing Qiu. Pays his respect to Lord Palace Master, said that robust man respectfully as he bowed. Your surname is Ing? Qin Yu said in surprise. The Qin clan of that Qin Yu was from, back during the generation of the Qin Shi Huang, their clan name was actually Ing. In that case, this Ing Qiu could be said as being from the same clan as Qin Yu. This had also caused Qin Yu to have an amiable feeling toward this Ing Qiu. Ing Qiu, truly a good name, said Qin Yu while smiling. This caused Ing Qiu to be completely confused. Huangfu Jing's nose wrinkled. She humped and said, Lord Palace Master, is the name Ing Qiu something rejoicing? If we were to mention it, then this Ing Qiu could be considered as being from the same clan as me. Well then, we shouldn't continue to stand at the entrance the entire time. Let's go in and then speak. Qin Yu entered into the Misty Mystic Palace with a smile on his face. After Qin Yu checked into the Misty Mystic Palace, he soon brought the over 100 servants of his from the Flowing Cloud Mansion to the Misty Mystic Palace. At the same time, he also dispatched an elite mid-squadron from the Misty Mystic Palace to the Flowing Cloud Mansion. Ever since the day he checked into the Misty Mystic Palace, in the future, Qin Yu would usually end up staying in the Misty Mystic Palace. As Qin Yu stayed in the Misty Mystic Palace and had just started his peaceful life, Wu Lan, Hong Yu, Lu Shui, and Wu He from the Jianglan realm had a matter to trouble Qin Yu. Misty Mystic Palace. Wind Listening Hall. Qin Yu sat in the master's seat. Standing on his 2 sides were Uncle Fu and Xiuzhong Fu. Tanjiu and 3 other heavenly deities were standing underneath. Tanjiu, I have an important matter that I want you to take care of. The 3 low-level heavenly deities behind you will listen to your orders and dispatchment, Qin Yu said directly. The current Tanjiu was extremely respectful toward Qin Yu. After the battle last time, Qin Yu had already bestowed the high-quality heavenly divine artifact, the enormous heavy sword, to Tanjiu. After obtaining this high-quality heavenly divine artifact, Tanjiu's might had increased greatly. It could now be said that there was barely anyone at the mid-level heavenly deity stage that could match against him. Even high-level heavenly deities, when confronted with Tanjiu, would not dare to look down upon him. After all, if Tanjiu's 9 clones were to all attack frantically together, then even if a high-level heavenly were able to destroy the space and a clone along with it, they would not be able to destroy the space and kill all 9 clones at the same time. Tanjiu's other clones would have sufficient time to use the high-quality heavenly divine artifact and teach the high-level heavenly deity a bitter lesson. As Tanjiu's strength had increased greatly and, on top of that, Qin Yu currently possessed the high status of a palace master, Tanjiu naturally became even more respectful of Qin Yu. Please go ahead and give me the order, Master. This subordinate will definitely use all his strength to accomplish the mission, said Tanjiu respectfully. Qin Yu slightly nodded and then said, I have 4 demon beasts. All 4 of them are about to undergo their divine tribulations. Merely, Mount Dazzling Gold does not allow for ordinary deities, much less allowing demon beasts to undergo their divine tribulations. The dates of their tribulations are not far from now. I plan to have the 4 of you take care of the 4 demon beasts and inform me about it after they finished their divine tribulations. But hearing that it was such a simple mission, Tanjiu immediately answered, Yes, Master. Good. Then I shall first bring you all out of the Dazzling Gold City. Qin Yu directly stood up. He then turned around and said to Uncle Fu and Xiuzhong Fu, Uncle Fu, Xiuzhong, the 2 of you can stay in the Misty Mystic Palace and wait for my return. Yes. The 2 accepted the order. After that, Qin Yu brought Tanjiu and the other 3 heavenly deities and left the Misty Mystic Palace. Qin Yu had no other choice but to go personally. Since Wu Lan and them were staying in the Jianglan realm, he couldn't just let them out right away. Furthermore, he also could not give Tanjiu the Jianglan realm. Thus, he had no choice but to go personally. The Mount Dazzling Gold had a very low restriction on the freedom of the heavenly deities on it. For ordinary heavenly deities, they would be able to leave with the approval of their superior military officers. For high-level heavenly deities or the four palace masters like Chinyu, they were able to go out whenever they wished. Upon seeing Chinyu, the guards outside of the dazzling gold city immediately let him pass. The battle at the martial practice grounds had caused practically everyone in the dazzling gold city to know who Chinyu was. It's Palace Master Chinyu. Open the city gate. The guard immediately shouted. As the number of heavenly deities who entered and exited the dazzling gold city was very low, the city gates were usually closed. Just like that, Chinyu and his group of people left the dazzling gold city. After exiting the dazzling gold city, Chinyu and them started flying rapidly. Soon, they passed through the mountain road and then, following the tunnel, exited Mount Dazzling Gold. Chinyu and his group of people landed on the ground. Wulan, Wuhe, Hongyu, Lu Shui, the four of you are to follow Tanjio for the time being. After you all successfully pass your divine tribulations, I will come and pick you up. With an intention from Chinyu. An enormous subterranean cave dragon appeared. A subterranean cave dragon's torso was several hundred meters long. Its slender and sharp tail was over 100 meters long. The several hundred sharp claws were shining coldly. Its pair of ice-cold eyes were currently staring at Chinyu. The subterranean cave dragon spoke. Master, Wulan and them are inside my abdomen scale. Chinyu slightly nodded. Tanjio and them were shocked. They never anticipated for the so-called demon beast that Chinyu had to be a monster like the subterranean cave dragon. Although a subterranean cave dragon was a demon beast, it possessed strength close to that of a low-level heavenly deity. Tanjio, I'll leave the four of them in your hands. Chinyu looked to Tanjio while smiling. Master can rest assured. Tanjio felt extremely relaxed. For a king among demon beasts like the subterranean cave dragon, undergoing divine tribulation was an extremely simple task. As its strength surpassed that of high-level deities before even undergoing their divine tribulation, the difficulty of its divine tribulation was naturally much lower. Good. In that case I shall take my leave. Chinyu glanced at the subterranean cave dragon. Chinyu's universal world spatial energy had also discovered that within the abdomen scale of the subterranean cave dragon, the half-a-man-sized black ant with black light circulating through its surface. That was Wulan's true form, the king among ants, Blackstain Ant. Chinyu lifted his gown and flew into the sky. He directly flew toward that enormous Mount Dazzling Gold that covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, Chinyu had disappeared before Tanjio and the others. Wulan had followed Chinyu since the mortal realm. Chinyu had more feelings toward Wulan than Zhongfu, Tanjio, and them. After bringing Wulan out of the Mount Dazzling Gold, Chinyu also took a load off his mind. After Chinyu returned to the Imperial City's misty mystic palace, he proceeded to directly walk toward his own residence. Master. Uncle Fu and Zhongfu walked toward Chinyu. Chinyu said. Uncle Fu, from today hence, I plan to enter seclusion training. The seclusion training this time will last all the until I open the third layer space of the Jianglan realm. Everything regarding the misty mystic palace shall be left in your hand. After taking care of the matter regarding Wulan and the others, there was nothing else for Chinyu to do. Uncle Fu also managed to sense Chinyu's determination. He promptly said. Master can set your mind at ease and train. This old servant will definitely take care of everything regarding the misty mystic palace. Zhongfu also bowed alongside Uncle Fu. Chinyu lightly nodded. He then walked into his own sleep chamber and then directly entered the second layer space of the Jianglan realm. Inside the second layer space of the Jianglan realm, Chinyu was slowly walking on the smooth meadows. On top of the lone mountain far away, Heiyu was still thrusting his spear unceasingly. The current Heiyu's flowing light spear path was even more vigorous than before. Each and every spear thrust gave Chinyu a sense of spacetime distortion. Is this the temporal law? Amazing indeed. Chinyu slightly smiled. Chinyu casually sat on that gentle and smooth meadows. After closing his eyes, Chinyu was able to sense the gentle breeze brushing through his face. This caused Chinyu to involuntarily display a peaceful smile. Peacefully. Time was flowing past unconsciously. As Chinyu was sitting there quietly, the divine energy within his body was rapidly transforming into heavenly divine energy. Chinyu knew that even if all his energy managed to transform into heavenly divine energy, he would still have to form a jade blood golden pellet for it to be successful. As Chinyu's divine energy was being transformed, the universal world that he had created in the flower paste space was also expanding incessantly with an astonishing speed. The universal world seemed to be breathing. With every breath, a huge amount of flower paste energy was sucked in. This caused the universal world to grow even bigger. The current universal world was over 100,000 times larger than the immortal, devil, and demon realm. Too large. However, even though it was this large, the universal world was still unceasingly expanding with a shocking speed. The cost of its expansion was the unceasing consumption of the flower paste energy. When Xinyu spent over 30 years in the Jianglan's realm's second layer space, 80% of his divine energy had transformed to heavenly divine energy. And at this moment, Xinyu trembled. The peaceful smile on his face had completely disappeared. The wind in the Jianglan realm suddenly became swift. The weather of the Jianglan realm was something that changed according to Qinyu's frame of mind. Qinyu suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Qinyu's eyes actually had a nebula spinning, meteor falling, star exploding, and all kinds of scenes of the evolution of the cosmos. At the same time, Qinyu's body had disappeared into thin air. Inside the universal space, Qinyu suddenly appeared in the sky of the universal world. The current Qinyu had reached an unprecedented peak mental state. Qinyu mumbled in a low voice. Never had I expected that the universal world would have reached the peak of its growth. That's right. The current universal world stopped growing. Its surface area was no longer increasing. Qinyu suddenly raised his head and looked to the sky. If it has truly grown to its limit, then according to the comprehension that I had back then, the next stage is, a slight smile appeared on Qinyu's face. He suddenly raised his right hand and pointed to the sky with his forefinger. In an instant, the boundless universal world started trembling. It was like the arrival of the apocalypse on this universal world that was over 100,000 times larger than the immortal, devil and demon realm. The ocean waves were surging, the mountains were cracking open, the meadows were instantly engulfed. Heaven and earth, break! The universe, split! Xinyu chanted in a low voice. In an instant, as if millions upon millions of lightning strikes had descended upon the universal world, the frightening noise was resonating everywhere. Like a porcelain plate shattering, the azure sky collapsed and fell apart. Numerous billion-mile-long enormous cracks had covered the earth. In Qinyu's eyes, the different scenes of the evolution of the cosmos flashed through. Cosmos, form. Qinyu chatted in a low voice. In an instant. Boom! A soul-trembling sound echoed throughout the entire universal world. The universal world that had already collapsed to its limit had completely exploded. The membrane that separated the universal world and the flower paste space, after being affected by the explosion, was forced apart to all directions. At the same time, even more flower paste energy started to frantically rush into the universal world. The shattered sky, earth, and rivers started to absorb the flower paste energy. Some of it turned into planets. Some of it turned into stars. Some of it turned into the boundless outer space. Some of it turned into enormous nebula. Boundless stars. Vast starry sky. The universal world perished. What was created was an enormous cosmos over 10 times larger than the universal world. As for the creator of this enormous cosmos, Qinyu, he was currently standing in the boundless cosmic space. Thank God I used cosmos and cosmic space before. Otherwise, I would have been royally fucked with the universe stage and then another universe stage lol. Technically, the universe stage is the Qiankuan stage, which in turn could mean heaven and earth stage. But heaven and earth stage doesn't describe the stage properly /. Perhaps I should have used the world stage. But then it'll become worldly world, super weird. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 15. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 15, The Early Cosmos. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Just like this, numerous stars, planets, frightening black holes, and dazzling nebulae were born. Streams of fresh and clean fantastic energy began flooding the entire cosmos. Before Qinyu's eyes was a magnificent starry sky. Qinyu displayed a peaceful smile on his face. Within his pupils were scenes of cirrus clouds, streaking meteors, and all kinds of changing scenes. Qinyu slowly closed his eyes. Everything within this cosmos appeared in Qinyu's mind. After splitting the heaven and earth apart, he had created the universal world. After the universal world shattered, what formed was a boundless cosmos. This stellar transformation martial technique is truly as unpredictable as the world. As I had anticipated, the stage after the universe stage is the cosmos stage. However, will the evolution of this cosmos be the same as my expectations? Qinyu thought in his heart. According to Qinyu's speculation, his own hometown, the purple mystic star, the immortal, devil and demon realm, the divine realm and all the other spaces combined would create an existence known as a complete cosmos. A complete cosmos ought to be divided into 3 layers. The lowest layer ought to be formed by the countless mortal realm spaces.
The middle layer would be formed by the immortal, devil and demon realm, the dinosaur realm and other countless space of the same level.
The highest layer was the divine realm.
As this was how Chinyu envisioned it to be, he also wanted his cosmos stage to develop like that. Merely, this cosmos that Chinyu created had still not finished developing the lowest layer, the mortal realm.
It was like a pyramid.
The lowest layer was the largest. The divine realm was the highest layer. Thus, it only possessed that big of a surface area. As for the middle layer, it was composed of numerous cosmic spaces at the same levels as the immortal, devil and demon realm. As for the mortal realm, its surface area ought to be over 100,000 times larger than the middle layer. The mortal realm has the largest number of cosmic spaces. It also possesses the largest surface area. Even though I have created this cosmos and it now possesses a surface area over 10 times greater than the shattered universal world, it has still not achieved the required area to create the countless mortal realm spaces.
Chinyu was able to clearly sense it.
This cosmos of his had already been broken up into over 900,000 equal ranked spaces. There were over 900,000 equal ranked mortal realms. However, over 900,000 parallel spaces was still insufficient when compared to what the number of equal ranked mortal realms should be.
This cosmos was still unceasingly absorbing the flower paste energy and expanding.
Chinyu believed that as the cosmos continued to expand, the number of equal ranked mortal realms would be bigger and bigger. I am truly looking forward to the time when the cosmos I have created will be able to form 3 layers and achieve the most perfect state.
Chinyu had an extremely proud sensation.
At the same time, he was filled with anticipation.
If the cosmos managed to successfully and completely develop, then what sort of power would he be able to possess at that time? Chinyu was unable to guess.
Merely, his current cosmos was still at the state of development for the lowest layer. It had yet to even completely develop the mortal realm. At this moment, Chinyu was standing within the boundless cosmic space. He suddenly looked toward a planet. The size of that planet was comparable to his hometown, the purple mystic star. With an intention from Chinyu, the appearance of that planet started to rapidly change. Oceans, rivers, mountains, plains, deserts, all sorts of scenes were emerging unceasingly. Chaotic astral ocean, hidden dragon continent, soaring dragon continent, 2 extreme regions. In the blink of an eye, that planet's appearance had become much like that of the purple mystic star.
Chinyu's figure turned into a ray of light. He passed through the atmosphere and arrived on the planet.
This planet appears exactly the same as the purple mystic star.
However, there's not a single living thing here.
Chinyu shook his head and smiled.
Creating life.
The current me still does not possess that sort of power.
I truly do not know when I would be able to create life.
As for this planet, it shall be called the new purple mystic star. At this moment, Chinyu was in the sky above the new hidden dragon continent, but this new hidden dragon continent also possessed a vast and boundless great wilderness. With a fast and abrupt turn of his body, Chinyu's figure directly appeared in the rough location of the new hidden dragon continent's East Hazy Mountain.
Chinyu spent over 10 years of time in East Hazy Mountain.
Thus, he knew the structure of East Hazy Mountain inside out. This new East Hazy Mountain, even the bend of the mountain was almost exactly the same as the one from Chinyu's hometown. This was because Chinyu had once been forced to run up and down the mountain road of East Hazy Mountain by his master Zhao Yunqing.
On the waist of the new East Hazy Mountain was a new Misty Mountain Villa. Chinyu walked in the corridors of the new Misty Mountain Villa.
He was looking at every location, every room. When he saw those rooms, Chinyu seemed to even remember what those rooms were used for.
He even remembered which room his grandfather Lian lived in.
Chinyu jumped and landed on the top of the mountain villa. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sky was clear and boundless.
However, with an intention from Chinyu, day and night instantly reversed.
The clear sky had turned into night sky. The stars in the sky were extremely bright. Watching the stars on the roof at night, this was something that Chinyu frequently did in his childhood.
In the future, I will come here to train. Chinyu slightly smiled. He sat on the roof for a moment.
The universal world shattered and formed the cosmos. This has also improved my soul's level. Chinyu inspected his own cultivation level. His soul that was originally at the peak of the low-level heavenly deity stage had now reached the beginning of the mid-level heavenly deity stage. Chinyu's magnificent lotus clone had been studying and comprehending those spatial comprehensions unceasingly.
Merely, such comprehensions required sufficient time. Usually, the time would be measured in thousands of years.
The amount of time Chinyu's magnificent lotus clone had trained was still too short.
Chinyu suddenly frowned.
I wonder, since the universal world has shattered and turned into a cosmic space, how great of an effect will it have on my strength in the divine realm?
Xinyu started becoming a bit worried. The spatial energy from the universal world was something that Xinyu had relied on. In an instant, Xinyu disappeared from the roof. Eastern region of the Divine Realm. Inside the dazzling gold city's imperial city. In the misty mystic palace. Xinyu was standing in the main hall. Xinyu was controlling and spreading the spatial energy of the new cosmos. At the moment when Xinyu controlled the spatial energy of the new cosmos to spread out, he felt that the spatial energy had a surging sensation. With Xinyu as the center, the spatial energy of the new cosmos poured down in torrents toward all directions. It had a range with a circumference close to 5,000 meters. In this 5,000-meter circumference area, everything was within Xinyu's observation. It must be borne in mind that before the disintegration of the universal world, Xinyu was only able to cover a range of about 200 to 300 meters circumference. The spatial energy from the new cosmos was clearly much stronger. Huangfu Jing? With a range of 5,000 meters circumference, Xinyu not only saw everything within the misty mystic palace, he also managed to observe Huangfu Jing, who was walking in the streets of the imperial city. At this moment, Huangfu Jing was walking towards the misty mystic palace with a smile on her face. The guards of the misty mystic palace did not stop her. Huangfu Jing directly encountered Uncle Fu. Princess Jing. Uncle Fu bowed with a smile on his face. Huangfu Jing promptly asked, "Did Xinyu exit his seclusion training yet?" "He had already entered seclusion training the last time I came here," said Huangfu Jing somewhat helplessly. Uncle Fu was slightly startled. As Xinyu was Uncle Fu's master, Uncle Fu was able to sense Xinyu's location. At this very moment, Xinyu had indeed come out from his seclusion training and was in the main hall of the courtyard manor. Merely, as for whether Xinyu wanted to meet Huangfu Jing, that was not something that Uncle Fu could decide. "Uncle Fu, you can let her come see me." Xinyu directly sent a voice transmission to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu immediately displayed a relaxed smile. "Princess Jing, my master has just come out from his seclusion training. Please follow me." As he said that, Uncle Fu proceeded to lead the way. As for Huangfu Jing, she displayed an excited smile on her face. After walking past the entrance of the courtyard manor, Huangfu Jing saw Xinyu, who was standing within the courtyard. "Lord Palace Master." Huangfu Jing deliberately bowed extremely properly. Xinyu shook his head and smiled. "Princess Jing, there is no need for you to be this proper with me. It is fine for you to address me as Xinyu." "Oh, that's right, Princess Jing, for you to try to find me this urgently, is there something you need?" Huangfu Jing promptly said. "Oh, it's my imperial father who wanted me to ask you if you need anything for artifact crafting. If you need any materials, you merely need to order some people to go and get them." Artifact crafting? Only now did Xinyu remember those golden scrolls given to him by the utmost East Sage Emperor. The utmost East Sage Emperor greatly supported him in becoming the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace was precisely because he wanted Xinyu to help him craft artifacts. "I am currently still researching this path of artifact crafting. We cannot be anxious. As for what sort of materials I need, I will instruct my people to go get them when I start my experiments." Xinyu's method of response was a single word: delay. Xinyu knew that the most crucial thing for him to do right now was to open the third layer space of the Jianlan realm. Everything else would have to wait until after he finished opening the third layer space of the Jianlan realm. Huangfu Jing slightly nodded. "My imperial father is not anxious. He merely wanted me to inform you about this." "Oh, that's right, Xinyu, you constantly train at this location, do you not feel bored? How about this, let's leave the dazzling gold city and have a stroll outside." Huangfu Jing looked at Xinyu with expectation. It was likely that the whole thing with the artifact crafting materials was all fake and her actual purpose in coming was to invite Xinyu to be together with her. However, the current Xinyu, how would he have the time to squander on such a matter? Furthermore, Xinyu already had Lear in his heart. "Princess Jing, I still have to train. This going out to stroll and relieve boredom, it's better that we talk about this in the future." "I am truly sorry." Xinyu tactfully declined. A trace of disappointment flashed through Huangfu Jing's eyes. She then forced a smile and said, "In that case, you should continue training. I won't bother you." As she said that, Huangfu Jing turned around and proceeded to leave. Xinyu saw Huangfu Jing's back disappear through the entrance. He could merely sigh. Then, he disappeared. Inside the new cosmos that Xinyu had created. On the new purple mystic star. Xinyu was standing on the top of the new East Hazy Mountain. This cosmos is still in its developing stage. Even the lowest level mortal realm has yet to finish forming.
The temporal laws of this new cosmos, only a small portion of it can be used, but...
Chinyu looked to the grass on the ground.
With an intention from Chinyu, the region 10 meters surrounding Chinyu had suddenly accelerated in time. The grass beside Chinyu's foot turned yellow color and then withered with a speed that one could see. From the exuberant state till the withered state, it took the grass less than 2 hours. All of the wild grass and weeds in the 10 meters area surrounding Chinyu had withered. However, outside the 10 meters area, all of the grass was still full of life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 16.
Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 16, The Third Layer Space of the Jianlan Realm.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin.
At the moment when the cosmos was formed, Chinyu already knew that he was able to use the most basic portion of the temporal law. If he were to forcefully try to use temporal law that surpassed the limit that which this cosmos could bear, then it might only lead to the cave-in of the entire cosmos.
This new cosmos is still in its developmental stage. Currently, all I can use is time acceleration.
Furthermore, I can only accelerate time to around 2,000 times.
Regarding this, Chinyu was still very satisfied.
After all, even the third layer space of the Jianlan realm was only able to speed up time by 1,000 times. Furthermore, Chinyu was able to clearly sense that the limit of his time acceleration was increasing as the new cosmos continued to expand. He believed that should the new cosmos reach a certain level, a time acceleration by the millions would also be possible.
Chinyu also knew that the time acceleration was merely the first stage of the temporal law.
When the universal world shattered and formed the new cosmos, the general understanding of the temporal law had entered Chinyu's mind. The temporal law was separated into 3 levels.
The first level, time acceleration, was the most elementary level.
However, even in the divine realm, the majority of the god kings were struggling within this level. There were some god kings that had yet to even reach this first level. Although there are many god kings struggling in the first level of the temporal law, there are also differences between them. The weaker ones were only able to accelerate the time by 10 times. The stronger ones were able to accelerate the time by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even more.
The second level, time stop.
This level was much more scary. If a god king was able to comprehend the time stop, then ordinary god kings could only allow themselves to be trampled upon by him or her. It was only possible for them to get rid of the time stop through the use of some extremely powerful grand mist spiritual treasures. A god king that had reached this level would be the strongest god king in the divine realm. The third level, time reversal. Once one comprehended the time reversal, that signified one as having completely comprehended the entire temporal law.
At this moment, this god king would have reached the exalted celestial level.
Once one used time reversal, one was able to make a powerful god king return back to the time when they were small and weak. This was why exalted celestials were so powerful.
New purple mystic star.
The sky was covered with stars.
Chinyu was standing on top of the new East Hazy Mountain. What level of the temporal law has Uncle Lon reached? Chinyu was thinking out loud. Chinyu had long since begun considering Uncle Lon as his own relative, his own senior.
He also hoped that Uncle Lon was able to achieve a higher level of accomplishment. Chinyu was not very certain about the differences of strength between the god kings of the divine realm.
However, he understood one thing.
The god kings that controlled the spatial law, each and every one of them were able to defeat him.
Chinyu turned around and looked to his side.
A person suddenly appeared beside him. With a cyan gown and long cyan hair, it was Chinyu's magnificent lotus clone. From today on, you shall stay here and train. In here, the flow of time can reach the limit and will be much more efficient compared to the Jianlan realm, said Chinyu with a slight smile on his face.
Yes, true body.
The magnificent lotus clone bowed to Chinyu. It then sat down in a cross-legged position and started training quietly. The flow of time has increased by another fold.
Chinyu lightly smiled.
The limit of the flow of time had once again increased.
As the new cosmos continued to expand, the flow of time would continue to increase.
His own cultivation speed would also become faster and faster. With an intention of Chinyu's mind, the large lump of dark and yellow energy appeared beside Chinyu. The divine spear waning snow was still floating within the dark and yellow energy. After the universal world shattered, everything within the universal world had arrived at this new cosmos. Although the dark and yellow energy is unable to enter the Jianlan realm, I am still able to increase the speed at which the divine spear waning snow absorbs the dark and yellow energy by several thousand times in the new cosmos. After that, Chinyu also sat down in a cross-legged position and started quietly train. In the divine realm's utmost northern region's floating snow city, outside of the utmost North Sage Emperor's palace's palace entrance. At this moment, a handsome silver-haired and white-clothed youth was standing outside of the palace entrance. This handsome silver-haired youth did not say a single word, he merely continued to stand outside the palace gates. From afar, an equally handsome green-gowned youth walked over. As this green-gowned youth's eyes blinked, his pupils would occasionally flicker like lightning. This man was precisely Qin Yu's old acquaintance, Zhou Xian. "Duan Muyu, you're also here?" Zhou Xian saw Duan Muyu, who stood outside of the palace entrance. He was unable to refrain from calling him out with a frown on his face. At this moment, the handsome white-gowned and silver-haired youth also turned around and took a glance at Zhou Xian. He slightly smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, are you implying that while you are permitted to come, I, on the other hand, am not?" Zhou Xian's eyes slightly narrowed. Electric snakes were flickering through his surroundings. Zhou Xian was the Divine Realm's 8 Great Sacred Lands Northwestern Region's Thunder Punishment City's prince. Of the 8 Great Sacred Lands of the Divine Realm, only the Thunder Punishment City did not possess palace masters. As Zhou Xian was a high-level heavenly deity, his status was extremely high and second only to the God Kings of the Thunder Punishment City. However, Zhou Xian knew that Duan Muyu, who stood a small distance from him, was also no ordinary person. Duan Muyu was the Divine Realm's 8 Great Sacred Lands utmost southern region's Lightlands City's prince. In terms of strength, he too was a high-level heavenly deity. Furthermore, he was also the Lightlands City's Bright Jade Palace's palace master. His status was also extremely high. This Duan Muyu was a love rival to Zhou Xian in trying to marry Lier. Zhou Xian confronted Duan Muyu's gaze. He finally smiled and said, "Of course brother Duan Mu could come. Merely, I am confused as to why you are outside of the gates and haven't gone inside?" At this moment, the guard of the utmost North Sage Emperor's palace spoke. "Lord Zhou Xian, His Majesty the Sage Emperor has ordered that regardless of who it might be, no one is allowed to enter the Sage Emperor's palace right now. Lord Zhou Xian can wait here until His Majesty Sage Emperor allows the 2 lords to enter. Lord Zhou Xian can also leave and come again later." Only now did Zhou Xian understood why Duan Muyu was standing outside. So it was actually the Sage Emperor's order. Duan Muyu took a glance at Zhou Xian. "Brother Zhou, are you planning to wait here or return back?" Zhou Xian slightly smiled. He shot a glance at Duan Muyu. He then walked to the outside of the entrance and stood next to Duan Muyu. "Brother Duan Mu is able to wait, I too naturally will be able to wait." Duan Muyu lightly laughed. He then no longer said anything. As for Zhou Xian, he also stopped talking. The 2 people continued to quietly stand there and wait. Inside a side hall of the utmost North Sage Emperor's palace. Outside the side hall was complete silence. However, the noise of a fierce quarrel filled the side hall. "Second brother, can you stop being so stubborn? While you are extremely fond of Lier, am I not also extremely fond of Lier? She is a girl, is there something wrong with her marrying someone? All these people that want to marry her, aren't they all worthy of her hand in marriage? Second brother, why are you always making this matter difficult for me?" said the utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan angrily. Zhou Xian, Duan Muyu and many other people had already stayed in the utmost northern region's floating snow city for many years. The reason why they stayed there was precisely for Lier's hand in marriage. The utmost North Emperor was completely willing to marry off his daughter. He was totally able to use this marriage to obtain many things beneficial to the utmost northern region's floating snow city. However, this matter was completely obstructed by his second brother Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan's expression was cold and indifferent. He looked at the utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan. "Big brother, I have already said this before. Lier marriage requires her willing consent. Although you have already announced the so-called groom search and cannot recant your words, the date of the groom search is something that requires Lier to decide for herself." Jiang Fan had already announced the news of his daughter searching for a groom to the world. As the utmost North Sage Emperor, he naturally couldn't go back on his words. Merely, they had yet to decide the date of the groom search. This had led to Zhou Xian and a large group of other suitors to arrive to the floating snow city and continue to wait. After all, to heavenly deities, time was not something of much significance. They were also not anxious. Instead, each and every one of them started to bribe and befriend people of the floating snow city. They were all trying their best to construct a situation that would be advantageous to them. Jiang Fan looked to Jiang Lan furiously. As for Jiang Lan, he had an indifferent expression on his face. "Big brother, back then, didn't you restrain me through the use of the clan protection treasure? If you have the ability, then restrain me once more. Last time, because of the interest of the 8 great divine families, I did not resist. This time, for Lear, even if you try using the clan protection treasure to restrain me, I will still try and see if I can contend against it. Jiang Lan shot a cold and indifferent glance at Jiang Fan. The utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan was startled. His expression had turned complex. Back then, the 8 great divine families had joined hands and killed the God King of Life Zhuqiumei. This matter involved truly too many reasons. Not only was it due to the remarkable ability that the God King of Life possessed, it was also related to the Azura God King of the Azura Sea. However, regardless of what, Jiang Lan and Zhuqiumei loved one another. He, the utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan, had tried to persuade Jiang Lan through the virtuous cause of the 8 great divine families and then restrained him through the use of the clan protection treasure. Because of this, Jiang Fan had felt guilty toward his second brother the entire time. After all, ever since that day, his second brother that originally possessed a very good relationship with him had turned cold and detached. Jiang Fan took a breath of air. His brows slightly frowned. Second brother, what happened back then perhaps harmed you rather greatly. However, that matter was a joint decision by the 8 great divine families. You too are a member of the 8 great divine families. Jiang Lan's eyes had a trace of pain. That's right, I am a member of the 8 great divine families. Thus, I did not resist being restrained. However, I should have chosen to die together with her. Jiang Lan's eyes were filled with grief. Suddenly, Jiang Lan's gaze have turned sharp. Big brother, Lear has absorbed a drop of Ame's tear of life. Even if I die, I will not allow others to force Lear into doing anything. Even if he were to die, he would still not allow it. The utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan was slightly trembling. The resolution of his second brother Jiang Lan was truly too huge. I already cannot delay this public groom search anymore. The other God Kings have also talked about this with me. Regardless of what, we cannot delay this any longer, said Jiang Fan extremely sincerely. Jiang Lan coldly humphed and said, unless you want to fight against me for real, you can forget about forcing Lear. Jiang Lan glanced at his older brother. Even if we were to fight for real, it would still be hard to tell who would live and who would die. After he finished saying that, Jiang Lan disappeared. Jiang Fan was startled. He then smiled bitterly. Back then, when those many outstanding men came to search for his daughter's hand in marriage, Jiang Fan was extremely happy. He even declared a public groom search. However, who would have expected that after he declared a public groom search, he ended up delaying the date of the groom search for such a long time? Lear was simply unable to hinder the utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan. The person who had been hindering him was his second brother Jiang Lan. Fight against you? Indeed, even if I utilize the clan protection treasure, it is still very hard to tell whether I would be able to defeat you or not. Jiang Fan did not know what to do. Furthermore, regardless of what, Jiang Fan would not kill Jiang Lan. After all, Jiang Lan was one of the 3 great god kings of the Flowing Snow City. If he were to kill Jiang Lan, wouldn't this be the same as cutting off his own arm? Inside the wood mansion of the Floating Snow City, Jiang Lan was looking at Lear residence from afar. He lowly sighed. Whenever he confronted his big brother, Jiang Lan would always feel extremely agitated. I must continue to delay. I must continue to delay until little Yu possesses sufficient strength and status. Jiang Lan sighed in a low voice. However, once he thought of Qin Yu, a slight smile appeared on his face. Jiang Lan was extremely knowledgeable of Qin Yu's astonishing progress. Never had I anticipated that a little boy from the mortal realm would end up becoming Mount Dazzling Gold's Misty Mystic Palace's palace master. Inside the cosmos that Qin Yu had created, the grass and weeds that Qin Yu sat on had already withered and regrown over 20 times. Finally, Qin Yu's body started giving off a trace of jade green light. Inside Qin Yu's mind, like waves, numerous rays of heavenly divine energy were intertwining with one another. Following an intense rotation, a jade green golden pellet was born in the center of the heavenly divine energy. That jade green heavenly divine energy rushed into the jade green golden pellet and was completely engulfed by it. Jade blood golden pellet formation. Just like that, the jade blood golden pellet floated to Qin Yu's nascent soul's palms. My divine energy has finally completely transformed into heavenly divine energy and formed a jade blood golden pellet. Now, I should be able to open the 3rd layer space of the Jiang Lan realm. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Qin Yu's eyes had a pleasantly surprised expression. He looked at the magnificent lotus clone beside him and then looked at the divine spear waning snow that had been absorbing the dark and yellow energy the entire time. Qin Yu slightly smiled and then disappeared. Qin Yu appeared in the Misty Mystic Palace. He had appeared in the main hall of his residence. Once I open the 3rd layer of the Jiang Lan realm, I'll be able to see Lear. Qin Yu held the little green pagoda in his hand.
However, his hands were slightly shivering. An excitement coming from the bottom of his heart. Numerous rays of heavenly divine energy poured into the Jianglan realm. Qin Yu's hand was slightly shivering the entire time. Finally, the entire little green pagoda started shining brightly. The third layer of the Jianglan realm had been opened. Qin Yu's eyes were radiating a joyous light. The instant the third layer space of the Jianglan realm was opened, Jianglan, who was currently inside the utmost northern region's floating Snow City's wood mansion, was jolted. He then also displayed a joyous expression in his eyes. After that, Jianglan disappeared from the floating Snow City. IET initially referred to the 8 Sage Emperor's clans as the 8 Great Families. Now however he changed them to the 8 Great Divine Clans. For consistency's sake, I decided to change them to 8 Great Divine Families. Technically, it would also work since clan equals family. IET and his inconsistency in the wordings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 17. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 17, Seeing Uncle Lon Again. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Holding the little green pagoda in one hand, Qin Yu's eyes were filled with joy. He was excited from the bottom of his heart. All these years of effort, all these years of anticipation, at the moment when he finally achieved it, even Qin Yu's tough and tenacious heart had grown weak with excitement. I've finally opened it. The third layer space of the Jianglan realm had already been opened. However, Qin Yu still felt as if he were within a dream. He raised his head and looked at the sky outside of the entrance of the main hall. In the sky floated silk-like white clouds. A gentle breeze caressed through, scattering Qin Yu's long hair. Qin Yu looked toward the direction of the wind. Over the entrance of the main hall was the courtyard. Qin Yu's gaze was casted on top of the willow tree in the courtyard. The tens of thousands of tree branches of the willow tree was fluttering. And at this moment, underneath the tens of thousands of tree branches was a figure that seemed to have been there the entire time. A familiar expression. A familiar smile. A familiar appearance. Everything was so familiar. Uncle Lon. Qin Yu felt as if he had been shocked by lightning. His head quivered. Although he knew that everything was real, for some unknown reason, ever since Qin Yu opened the third layer of the Jianglan realm, he felt as if he had entered into a dreaming state. He felt as if his entire body were floating. Everything seemed to be a dream. Qin Yu took 3 continuous breaths. Only then did his feverish head gradually begin to cool off. That cold breeze blew past Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu felt that his feverish face had also started to gradually cool down. Little Yu. Jianglan had a pampering smile on his face. Never would I expect that in merely close to 10,000 years, you've actually reached such a high level. Furthermore, you've even become Mount Dazzling Gold's Misty Mystic Palace's palace master. Once Jianglan spoke, Qin Yu's disturbed and restless heart completely calmed down. Qin Yu had also completely recovered to his usual state of mind. Qin Yu was suddenly startled. He promptly said, "Uncle Lon, you've come. In that case, would the utmost East Sage Emperor and them discov?" Jianglan smiled tranquilly and said, "You can rest assured that Huangfu Yu, Huangfu Lei and Huangfu Liushan would only at the very most take note of their own palaces at this moment. They would not pay attention to your Misty Mystic Palace. Furthermore, even if they were to specifically observe your Misty Mystic Palace, it would still be very hard for them to discover my existence." Only then did Qin Yu have a heave of relief. Qin Yu was unfamiliar with the methods of God Kings. However, since Uncle Lon had said it like this, then he most definitely had his own means. "Uncle Lon, come in first." Qin Yu promptly invited Uncle Lon into the main hall. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Uncle Fu. "Uncle Fu, regardless of who comes here, do not allow them to come in to disturb me." As Qin Yu was Uncle Fu's master, Uncle Fu would naturally resolutely carry out Qin Yu's orders. Inside the main hall, Jianglan had sat down on a seat. Qin Yu, however, did not sit. "You should have a seat too." Jianglan slightly smiled to Qin Yu and said, "Don't act like a child." Qin Yu was someone who had experienced many battles. Even when confronted with the utmost East Sage Emperor, 100 Flowers God King in them, he had never restrained himself. It was so much that when Qin Yu stood in front of the utmost East Sage Emperor, he actually had an air of arrogance. However, when standing before Uncle Lon, Qin Yu discovered that he was like a child before his senior. The coldness and arrogance that he had before completely disappeared. All he had was the restraint towards a senior like that of a child.
After being urged by Jian Lan, Qin finally sat down beside his uncle Lan. The current Jian Lan had a very joyful smile on his face. The more he looked at Qin, the more fond of Qin he became. He then picked up a teacup beside him, drank a sip, smiled and said, "Little you, did you know that today is the happiest day that I had in all these years?" Like a well-behaved child, Qin was carefully listening. "Ever since Lear returned to the divine realm with me, I've been worried about the matters regarding you the entire time. Even the matter of you obtaining the bewitching god temple, I had also used some methods in the dark to make sure that the god kings of the divine realm did not detect it," said Jian Lan as he laughed gently. Qin was startled. That's right. The god kings controlled the spatial law. Although they could not directly send their divine awareness through space to investigate, as long as they wished, it would not be hard for them to find out the matters in the lower realm. Qin refining the bewitching god temple was a major matter. He had been confused the entire time as to why there wasn't any god king who came to create troubles for him. Now it would appear that it had been Uncle Lan who had been helping him in the dark. Of course, it was also impossible for me to pay attention of you at all times. All I could do was leave a trace of imprint in your body so that I would be able to sense when you're in danger. Jian Lan have revealed everything. Imprint? Qin was surprised. Uncle Lan, you've left an imprint in my body? Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. Qin did not speak without thinking. He was confident that it was impossible for Uncle Lan to leave an imprint on his body because he controlled the spatial energy of the new cosmos. With the spatial energy of the new cosmos, Qin did not believe that there was anything that could escape his inspection. Jian Lan slightly smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. I had actually left an imprint on the Jian Lan realm. As you've refined the Jian Lan realm, it can also be considered as having the imprint left on your body." Jian Lan realm. Only then did Qin realize. All 3 layers of the Jian Lan realm possess imprints left behind by me. As long as you open a layer, I will naturally know of it. This was precisely the reason why I appeared when you opened the first layer and the second layer of the Jian Lan's realm. As for the third layer of the Jian Lan's realm, it too possesses an imprint left by me. During the time before you opened the third layer of the Jian Lan's realm, you naturally did not know about it. And at the moment when you opened the third layer of the Jian Lan's realm, that imprint that I left behind would automatically dissipate. Jian Lan explained carefully. Qin understood everything now. No wonder Qin was unable to detect the imprint. So it was actually located in the third layer space of the Jian Lan's realm. As he had never opened it in the past, he naturally would not be able to detect the imprint. And once he did open the layer of the Jian Lan's realm, it would naturally dissipate and would not be discovered by Qin. Let's not talk about that thing. Little you, when I discovered that you had refined the bewitching god temple, I truly took a heave of relief. If you had not refined the bewitching god temple and become its master, then with merely my assistance, it would indeed be extremely difficult for you to marry Lear," said Jian Lan as he gasped. Qin was also no longer the same reckless person from the mortal realm. After having been in the divine realm for so long, he had also come to have a general understanding of the divine realm. Lear possessed a tear of life. That tear of life contained half of the God King of Life's Wachome's life energy essence as well as her comprehension of the spatial laws. To some high-level heavenly deities, this was indeed a springboard to the God King level. After all, there were many people in the divine realm who had reached the peak high-level heavenly deity stage. They all merely needed a step more to reach the God King level. However, this single step had trapped many gifted geniuses. Once they were able to dual train with Lear and comprehend a portion of the comprehension left behind by the God King of Life, they might be able to achieve a breakthrough and directly reach the God King level. Little you have also refined that drop of tear of life. You should know about the secret to the tear of life now. When the God King of Life fell, she left behind 2 drops of tears. One of the teardrops has been integrated into Lear's body. As for the other teardrop, it had split apart space and entered the spatial cracks," said Jian Lan with a smile on his face. Qin immediately started paying attention. He knew that his meteoric tear was precisely a teardrop from the God King of Life. "Uncle Lan, Qin suddenly had a realization." Jian Lan slightly nodded and said, "That's right, after Lear obtained a tear of life, she became able to sense the other tear of life. Merely, the other tear of life had been drifting in between spatial cracks the entire time. Thus, I was unable to find its exact location the entire time because Lear only had a general sense of the direction at which the tear of life was. A long time later, Lear and I managed to discover that the other tear of life had stopped at a certain space. Thus, Lear and I proceeded toward that space. That was how we reached your hometown, the Purple Mystic Star."
Uncle Lon, when you saw me for the first time, did you already know? Qin Yu felt ashamed.
Back then, he had considered the meteoric tear to be his important secret and thought that Uncle Lon and them would not necessarily know about it.
That's right.
At the moment when Lear discovered you, she had already determined that you possessed the other tear of life. After all, the you from back then was too weak. You did not manage to refine many of the abilities of the tear of life and was only able to utilize the superficial and most fundamental energy of the tear of life, said Zhang Lan with a light smile on his face.
Qin Yu could only smile.
The him from back then, much less using the energy of the tear of life, all he would do was wait for the meteoric tear to passively treat his injuries when he became injured.
Only later did Qin Yu learn how to use the life elemental energy.
When I was in that underground ravine and together with Lear, I felt that my soul's level had been increasing at a much faster pace. It would seem that it was because Lear also possessed a tear of life like me.
Qin Yu completely understood it now. Qin Yu looked at Zhang Lan. Uncle Lon, I have a question that I do not know if I should ask. Not.
Go ahead.
Zhang Lan was smiling the entire time.
The me from back then practically did not refine the tear of life at all. At the beginning, Uncle Lon, the two of us were mere strangers.
Why did you not kill me and seize the other tear of life from me? Qin Yu asked.
This sort of question would wound the relationship between people. However, as Qin Yu already considered Uncle Lon as his own elder, his own relative, he decided not to refrain himself from asking.
Zhang Lan sighed. The tear of life is something that possesses intelligence.
For the tear of life to select you, that signified that the God King of Life herself had selected you. Since she had selected you, I naturally would not go against her final wish.
Furthermore, the tear of life is not something that anyone could refine. Qin Yu slightly nodded.
Having spoken for so long, Qin Yu had been hiding his urge to ask about Lear.
And now, Qin Yu was prepared to ask. Uncle Lon. What is it?
Seeing that Qin Yu was speaking and then stopping, Zhang Lan looked at him.
Qin Yu remained silent for some time and then said. Uncle Lon, Lear, how is Lear doing right now? Zhang Lan immediately started smiling. You finally thought of Lear. And here I was thinking that you'd forgotten about her, said Zhang Lan jokingly.
This immediately caused Qin Yu to be a bit anxious.
Zhang Lan continued. This is merely me joking. There is no need for you to mind it.
However, regarding Lear, the smile on Zhang Lan's face gradually disappeared.
Qin Yu started growing anxious and worried. Zhang Lan said solemnly. Lear's current situation is not very good.
It is mainly because her imperial father, that is, the utmost North Sage Emperor.
Her status, you ought to know about it, right?
From Zhang Lan's perspective, although he had not told Qin Yu Zhang Li's status, from Qin Yu's current standing and status, it should be extremely easy for him to find out who Zhang Li was.
Qin Yu slightly nodded. Zhang Lan continued.
The most troublesome matter is that Lear's imperial father had already long ago declared to all the outstanding talents of the divine realm that he was going to do a public groom search for Lear. As this matter is something that he, the utmost North Sage Emperor, has personally said, it would be impossible for him to recant his words.
Public groom search, how come I didn't know about that? Qin Yu really didn't know about this matter. Zhang Lan said.
You've been in the divine realm for too short of a time.
Thus, it is also natural for you to not know about it.
Furthermore, the number of people who know about this matter is quite small.
Qin Yu suddenly grew anxious.
Since the utmost North Sage Emperor had already declared the open groom search, he would definitely keep his words.
What sort of situation would Lear be in now? Uncle Lon, the utmost North Sage Emperor has announced the public groom search, then what about Lear? Qin Yu hurriedly asked. You don't have to worry.
Although the utmost North Sage Emperor has announced the public groom search, he has however not determined the date for the groom search yet.
I have been helping Lear delay the date the entire time.
Qin Yu, until you manage to obtain great success and possess sufficient strength to compete with those love rivals, I will continue to delay this date of the groom search for you and Lear,
comforted Zhang Lan.
After hearing that, Qin Yu immediately felt that his heart was warm. How could he possibly be able to repay the care that Zhang Lan had for him?
Thank you, Uncle Lon.
Qin Yu's eyes had turned slightly red.
Zhang Lan stroked Qin Yu's head.
He chuckled and said,
You don't have to thank me. Currently, the situation is very bad for you.
Your love rivals that are competing for Lear against you, each and every one of them is extremely exceptional.
Extremely exceptional? Could it be that I am unable to match them? The current Qin Yu was someone filled with confidence.
He, Qin Yu, was also one of the 4 great palace masters of the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold. He was a grandmaster of formation arrays and the #1 individual beneath God Kings.
Does all that not give him the qualifications to compete for Zhongli?
It's not that you cannot match them, but rather that with your current strength and background, the hope of you winning when competing against them is extremely slim.
Zhang Lan shook his head and said,
while your formation array space is indeed amazing, to the 8 great divine families, as long as you are not a God King, you cannot be considered someone of importance.
However, those love rivals of yours, they are all extraordinary. Qin Yu looked to Zhang Lan.
Uncle Lan, tell me, who exactly are those people that could threaten me being together with Lear? Zhang Lan grew silent for a moment and then said,
your current status can also be considered as being high.
Your strength could also be considered as being powerful. Ordinary competitors are indeed no match for you. However, there are 4 people with strength close to yours.
However, their influence of their backgrounds is stronger than yours.
4 competitors?
Qin Yu frowned.
Although he had not yet heard about the identity of these 4 competitors, Qin Yu had already classified these 4 people as his enemies. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 18.
Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 18, The 3 Exalted Celestials.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin.
I'll tell you the identity of these 4 individuals later. What I need to tell you now are some matters regarding the 8 great divine families. Only through knowing the matters regarding the 8 great divine families will you be able to understand the influence of these 4 people even better, said Zhang Lan attentively.
Qin Yu quietly listened to Uncle Lan.
The 8 great divine families of the divine realm are respectively the utmost eastern regions Huangfu clan, the utmost western regions Xinda clan, the utmost southern regions Duanmu clan, the utmost northern regions Jiang clan, the northeastern regions Mu clan, the southeastern regions Putai clan, the southwestern regions Tang clan and the northwestern regions Zhou clan.
These 8 great divine families are extremely deep-rooted.
However, since there are only so many cities in the divine realm, as the number of people in the divine realm grew more and more numerous, it was simply impossible for the cities to accommodate all those people. Thus, increasingly, people started living outside the cities. This led to the 8 great divine families of the divine clan to discuss with one another. In the end, a decision was reached to have a widespread war of the divine realm once every 6 billion years. Originally, the purpose of this war was to decrease the population of the divine realm. Zhang Lan knew very well regarding all sorts of the secrets of the divine realm.
Decrease the population? Qin Yu was shocked.
For the deities that lived in the divine realm that possessed nearly unbounded life expectancy, a battle once every 6 billion years was a very frequent occurrence. Qin Yu also immediately understood the difficulties that the 8 great divine families had.
He slightly nodded and said,
that's right. There are only so many cities. If the number of people keep growing, then there would definitely be people that would have to live outside the cities. In that case, controlling the cities would become even more troublesome and more bandit powers would arise. At first, the purpose of the war was to decrease the population.
Zhang Lan smiled helplessly and said,
however, as the war continued time after time, the 8 great divine families had forgotten one thing in their negotiation.
That is, even the 8 great divine families were eager to be the victor.
In the beginning, the 8 great divine families merely had their heavenly deities lead the war and have the deity armies fight against each other, besieging each other's city and villages. However, because they were eager to be the victor, some of the powerful heavenly deities and the descendants of the 8 great divine families had also joined the battlefield.
The battlefield is a thing that doesn't care for your identity.
Even if you were a prince, it would still be possible for you to be killed. Once every 6 billion years, this sort of battle has already happened more than 1,000,000 times. In the wars of the divine realm, there has been many high-level heavenly deities who have died.
Likewise, there are also many descendants of the 8 great divine families who have perished.
This has slowly caused the 8 great divine families to incur hatred for each other.
Zhang Lan also felt a bit helpless. Thus, the 8 great divine families were separated into factions. Factions? Qin Yu found it a bit ridiculous.
Originally, Qin Yu had thought that these 8 great divine families were people of the same branch and breadth.
However, now it appeared that the relationships between the 8 great divine families was not harmonious either.
Same branch and breadth equals deeply connected with one another, great relationship. The 8 great divine families, one faction is composed of the Duanmu clan, Tang clan, and the Mu clan.
Another faction is composed of the Jiang clan and the Xinta clan.
These 2 factions could be considered as being antagonistic of each other. When Zhang Lan mentioned those 2 factions, Qin Yu grew confused and asked,
Uncle Lan, what about the last 3 great divine families? Zhang Lan had only mentioned 5 divine families so far. Among the last three divine families, the Putai clan and the Huangfu clan can be considered as being in a faction. However, neither one of them is fond of war and conflict. Regarding the war, the two of them don't participate in it at all. At the very most, these two sides would dispatch their deity armies and have them kill each other. The last family, the Zhou clan, Jianglan's expression grew a bit solemn. The Zhou clan is a bit more special. The Zhou clan refuses to help anyone. At the same time, the other 7 great divine clans will also not attack it. Why is that? Qin Yu frowned. Why was the Zhou clan the only clan unaffected by the others? Little Yu, the 8 great divine families actually all possess their own duties. The Thunder Punishment City is in charge of all the calamities, the Heavenly Tribulation, Divine Tribulation, and so on. They are all controlled by the Zhou clan. Qin Yu was greatly surprised. This Zhou clan was truly astonishing. However, with merely this, it would still not be enough to cause the other 7 great divine families to give it special treatment. The most important thing is, of the 3 great exalted celestials of the divine realm, one of them originated from the Zhou clan. Jianglan truly did not stop trying to surprise Qin Yu to death. Qin Yu's heart jumped. Exalted celestial? That was already in existence of the legends that stood above the god kings. The 3 great exalted celestials, one of them was actually from the Zhou clan. No wonder the Zhou clan was this dreadful. Uncle Lon, what about the other 2 exalted celestials? Where did they originate from? Qin Yu asked curiously. Jianglan frowned. The other 2 exalted celestials, it's very hard to say. Little Yu, there were already 2 exalted celestials when the divine realm was created. These 2 exalted celestials, one is from the Zhou clan and the other possesses an extremely hidden identity. He does not belong to any of the 8 great divine families. Qin Yu lightly nodded. In the most terrible great war of the divine realm that occurred 6 quadrillion years ago, at that time, all the god kings appeared and started fighting one another. They did that all so that they could seize the opportunity to become the new exalted celestial. However, regardless of how those 8 great divine families and some hidden god king level experts fought each other, in the end, it only gave birth to a god king from the Ascender's powers. Using this opportunity, that god king became the new exalted celestial. Qin Yu suddenly understood everything now. So the final exalted celestial was actually someone who belonged to the Ascender powers. Qin Yu gasped. Jianglan lightly nodded. He then smiled and said, had it not been for the birth of this exalted celestial, then how would Mount Blood Demon, Azura Sea, and Dual Domain Island be able to achieve their current standings underneath the watch of the 8 great divine families? Qin Yu gasped and nodded. The influence of an exalted celestial was truly great. Regardless of how many Ascenders there were in the divine realm, their effect was still no match against a single exalted celestial who originated as an Ascender. However, that exalted celestial is a lone operator. He does not possess a deep relationship with Azura Sea, Mount Blood Demon and Dual Domain Island. As long as our 8 great divine families do not join hand to exterminate those 3 powers, then that exalted celestial would not involve himself in the matters of the divine realm. Jianglan lightly smiled and said, after all, that exalted celestial also has to take into consideration the exalted celestial from the Zhou clan. Qin Yu promptly smiled and said, Uncle Lon, those exalted celestials, do they not have names? Jianglan said, the 3 exalted celestials, we would ordinarily address the exalted celestial from the Zhou clan as the Thunder Punishment exalted celestial. The exalted celestial that was born 6 quadrillion years ago, we address him as the unfettered exalted celestial. As for the last exalted celestial, he possesses the most secretive identity. Reportedly, he possesses the highest status among the 3 exalted celestials. We address that exalted celestial as the Floating Feathers exalted celestial. Thunder Punishment exalted celestial, Unfettered exalted celestial and the Floating Feathers exalted celestial. These were the 3 most supreme exalted celestials of the divine realm. The Floating Feathers exalted celestial possesses the highest status? Qin Yu was slightly amazed. Jianglan lightly smiled and said, this is something that I have deduced through countless years of experience. This Floating Feathers exalted celestial has a very hidden origin. His strength is also deeply concealed. However, regardless of whether it is the Thunder Punishment exalted celestial or the Unfettered exalted celestial, both of them are extremely respectful toward the Floating Feathers exalted celestial. Merely, that Floating Feathers exalted celestial does not bother with the power struggle of the divine realm at all. Qin Yu slightly nodded. Even the exalted celestials have a difference in strength? Qin Yu displayed a confused expression. According to Qin Yu's point of view, one would become an exalted celestial after comprehending the spatial law and the temporal law. Since they're all exalted celestials, how could there be a difference in strength? I also do not understand it. I reckon that no one would know unless they have reached the exalted celestial level. John Lon looked to Qin Yu. The 8 great divine families, the 3 great ascenders' powers, and the existence of the 3 exalted celestials, you've come to know everything now. Now, I will tell you the identity of your 4 strongest competitors. Qin Yu's brows were congealed together. The one with the weakest competitive strength among the 4, of course, his competitive strength is still stronger than yours. John Lon said as he looked to Qin Yu with a smile. Qin Yu could only smile bitterly. Among the 4, even the one with the weakest competitive strength was stronger than him. Qin Yu truly felt helpless. This man's name is called Kuei In Ho. This man is the palace master of the utmost northern region's floating snow city's Kihu's palace. This man is also the first palace master of the Kihu's palace. For the floating snow city, this man could be considered as someone who has performed a great number of meritorious services. In the floating snow city, this man is extremely popular with the residents. Furthermore, his strength is already at the peak of the high-level heavenly deity stage. His pursuit for Lear is supported by many of the residents of the floating snow city. Even the utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan found it extremely difficult to turn down the request from his experienced subordinate. Said Zhang Lan as he sighed. Qin Yu immediately remembered this Kuei In Ho. The utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold originally only had 3 palaces. The first-generation palace masters of those 3 palaces had all died. However, this Kuei In Ho was actually a first-generation palace master. His qualifications were indeed extremely high. When compared to this Kuei In Ho, Qin Yu really didn't seem to have any superiority over him. The person with the second weakest competitive strength among the 4 competitors, his name is Shinta Fan. Right after Jiang Lan said those words, Qin Yu immediately became alert. Shen Tu? Could this man be from the 8 great divine family Shinta clan? Robin, no, he's from the goddamn Jiang clan. What do you think, Qin Yu? Jiang Lan continued. Shinta Fan is a very, very adorable youngster. As Jiang Lan said those words, he also started laughing. If we were to talk about it, then this Shinta Fan was forced by his imperial father to come and pursue Lear. Shinta Fan is a genius youngster. His cultivation speed is extremely fast. He is currently also a high-level heavenly deity. However, all of this cannot be considered as anything great. His strongest reliance is, of the 8 great divine families of the divine realm, only the Shinta clan is in the same faction as the Zhang clan. Qin Yu had a bitter smile on his face. That's right, the Duanmu clan, Tang clan, and the Mu clan are in the same faction. As for the Jiang clan, it was in the same faction with only the Shinta clan. Although they are said to be in the same faction, the Shinta clan is generally led by the Jiang clan. With how much the Shinta clan has assisted the Jiang clan, the utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan also found it extremely hard to refuse their proposal of having their prince marry Lear. After all, the relationship between the 2 clans is very close. Zhang Lan said as he shook his head inside. Qin Yu was already able to clearly sense the pressure brought forth by these competitors. The 3rd competitor is actually a youth that I am very fond of. It can be said that he is extremely perfect. Zhang Lan gave a rare praise of the man. Qin Yu was shocked. To be able to have Zhang Lan determine that he was perfect, then that man must definitely be an exceptional individual. This man's name is Duanmu Yu. Duanmu Yu? From the Duanmu clan? Isn't the Duanmu clan an opposing faction from the Zhang clan? Qin Yu hurriedly asked. Zhang Lan smiled and said. Opposing faction? While they are indeed opposing factions, it is only in those sort of ordinary wars. In the major matters, the 8 great divine families possess a relatively good relationship with one another. Furthermore, Duanmu Yu possesses an extremely large influence in the utmost southern region's Lightland city. His influence is even able to match that of the utmost South Sage Emperor. Match the utmost South Sage Emperor? Qin Yu found it unbelievable. Jiang Lan continued. This Duanmu Yu could also be considered as a legendary person. Back then, the exceptional love and romance of Duanmu Yu was something that made a clamor through the entire divine realm. However, who would have thought that the extremely ordinary woman that he had loved actually dumped him? He got dumped? Qin Yu was stunned. This man that Zhang Lan said was perfect was actually dumped by an ordinary woman? Although that woman ended up being extremely regretful of her actions, but what use is it then? Exactly why did that woman sever her relationship with Duanmu Yu? That is a secret of the divine realm, said Uncle Lon with a light smile. However, to be frank, this Duanmu Yu, in terms of strength, he has long since reached the peak of the high-level heavenly deity stage. Regardless of who it is, his attitude towards them is extremely good. Regardless of whether it is his parents, relatives, or brothers, he would never have a differing opinion. This sort of person is truly too perfect. He is so perfect that even I am unable to find any fault in him. Oh, perhaps there is a fault. He no longer believes in love. However, I am not certain about whether this can be considered as a fault. No longer believes in love? Qin Yu was completely confused. This Duanmu Yu was truly too peculiar. However, according to my understanding of him, even though he no longer believes in love, he will still give the girl that he marries a boundless amount of care and concern. For someone like Duanmu Yu, there are truly too many women who want to be his wife, said Zhang Lan with a sigh. Zhang Lan continued. Not only that, Duanmu Yu is also the utmost southern region's Lightlands city's Bright Jade Palace's palace master. The Bright Jade Palace is also the leader of the 3 palaces of the Lightland city. Duanmu Yu's power, status, and his conduct are all extremely exceptional. Furthermore, he has also said that if he were to marry Lear, he would present 20 cities underneath the utmost southern region's Lightland city as gifts to the utmost northern region's floating snow city. Qin Yu took a gasp of cold air. What an enormous betrothal gift! The utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold possessed a total of only 64 cities underneath it. This Duanmu Yu was actually willing to gift 20 cities of the utmost southern region's Lightland city to the floating snow city. This sort of bearing was indeed something that was worthy of admiration. Would the utmost southern region's Lightland city really gift 20 cities just because this Duanmu Yu said he would? They're 20 cities. The Divine Realm's cities were fixed. One could not construct a new city in the Divine Realm. Don't forget what I had said earlier. This Duanmu Yu possesses an influence on par with the utmost South Sage Emperor in the Lightland city. Furthermore, this decision of his has already been approved by the utmost South Sage Emperor and the other God Kings of the Lightland city, said Zhang Lan with a smile. Qin Yu slightly nodded. This Duanmu Yu was indeed a love rival that possessed a deep amount of threat to him. The final competitor is someone you have also met before, Zhou Xian. Zhang Lan sighed and said. Frankly, this Zhou Xian is also a high-level heavenly deity. Seemingly, he gives the impression that he's also pretty good. However, when compared with the other 3, I instead think that he's inferior to them. However, standing behind Zhou Xian is the Thunder Punishment City in the Zhou clan that is unaffected by the other clans. Most importantly, the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial supports him. Thus, I have concluded him to be your strongest competitor. After Zhang Lan finished saying those words, his gaze was fixed upon Qin Yu. It was as if he wanted to see Qin Yu's reaction after hearing his words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 19. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 19, Finally Seeing Each Other. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Zhang Lan looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu currently looked like he was deep in thought. Silence. Qin Yu continued to be silent. However, he was thinking about all sorts of things in his mind. 8 great divine families, what they strive for is superiority over others. To the 8 great divine families, as long as one does not reach the God King stage, one will not have much influence. Although my formation array space is powerful, the God Kings of the 8 great divine families likely won't think that it is anything amazing. Qin Yu was extremely clear about this in his heart. He currently did not possess much of a trump card in his hand. Those 4 competitors. Kuo-Inho, first palace master of the utmost northern region's floating snow city's Qihu's palace. He has attained great contributions for the floating snow city, possesses numerous connections and also has a good relationship with the utmost North Sage Emperor. Shudafan, prince of the utmost western region's Mount Blazing Flame. Without even mentioning how powerful he was, what was most important was that the utmost western region was the sole 8 of the Zhang clan within the 8 great divine families. They were in the same faction as the Zhang clan. Duanmu Yu, a nearly perfect person. He also brought with him a betrothal gift that no one could easily refuse. Zhou Xian, standing behind him was the Thunder Punishment City and the Thunder Punishment Exalted Celestial. Each and every one of those competitors possess things they can rely on. However, what about my reliance? Qin Yu frowned. Strength, sufficient strength. The ability to craft artifacts was also a source of strength. Once I become a craftsman god, I should be able to have the qualifications to compete with them. Qin Yu thought in his heart. Actually, Qin Yu always had enough confidence in himself. That was because of the stellar transformation. Stellar transformation, the first 7 stages could all only be considered as novelty and nothing exceptional.
However, the black hole stage that Chinyu created managed to connect to the flower paste space. After that, he created the universal world, an actual separate world. And now, he had created an entire cosmos. Chinyu possessed a cosmos. This sort of accomplishment, oh how exceptional it was. Merely, this accomplishment of his was too great. It was so great that Chinyu didn't even dare to tell others about it. Perhaps, he would only stop keeping it a secret when he managed to one day attain strength stronger than even exalted celestials. Regardless of how the situation will turn out, I will still not allow anyone to break apart Lear and I. Even if God Kings and exalted celestials were to get involved with our love, if worst comes to worst, I'll just bring Lear and hide in my cosmos with her. After my cosmos develops to a state of perfection, my strength will have increased to its limit. It would not be too late for me to return to the divine realm and handle those people who obstructed our love. Chinyu thought in his mind. Chinyu did not fear others coming into his own cosmos. First of all, Chinyu's cosmos was an independent cosmos from the cosmos which the divine realm, immortal, devil and demon realm and numerous other cosmic spaces existed in. He reckoned that even an exalted celestial trying to pass through to a different cosmos would have an extremely hard time. After all, Chinyu's cosmos possessed a distinctive set of spatial laws and temporal laws. Even if the exalted celestials were capable of entering my cosmos, what could they possibly be able to do to me? Chinyu was extremely confident. While the exalted celestials were individuals that had managed to comprehend the entirety of the spatial laws and the temporal laws, the spatial laws and temporal laws that they comprehended were merely the ones distinctive to the cosmos which the divine realm was in. Once the three great exalted celestials entered Chinyu's cosmos, they would become unable to use any attack at all. Thus, they could only let Chinyu trample upon them. Unfortunately, my cosmos is still in its developmental stage. The amount of spatial energy that it can dispatch to the divine realm cannot be considered much. Its ability to bind others is too weak. Chinyu sighed in his heart. Chinyu's current new cosmos spatial energy was only capable of binding mid-level heavenly deities and hinder high-level heavenly deities for a moment. As for God Kings and exalted celestials, as long as they were in the cosmos which the divine realm was in, it would be impossible for Chinyu to forcefully absorb them into his own cosmos. Unless, these God Kings and the three great exalted celestials willingly decided to go to his cosmos. However, would they be this dumb? Little you, what are you thinking about? Jiang Lan asked. Chinyu woke back to reality. He smiled to Uncle Lan and said, I am thinking about how to compete for Lear against those four competitors. These four competitors are indeed a huge threat. Jiang Lan also nodded his head slightly. Chinyu suddenly started hesitating. This had caused Jiang Lan to be confused. After some time, Chinyu said, Uncle Lan, didn't you say that once I opened the third layer of the Jiang Lan's realm, you'd set up for me to meet with Lear? Ha, so that's what you were thinking. Jiang Lan immediately started laughing out loud. Chinyu's face had grown a bit red. Although his true amount of cultivation time was already several 100,000 of years, in the aspect of love and relationships, Chinyu was indeed still a little chick. After striving so hard for so many years in order to see Lear, now that Uncle Lan was before him, Chinyu felt a bit hard to ask for Uncle Lan's help. Well then, let's not make fun of you anymore. The reason I came here this time was also to bring you to Floating Snow City to see Lear. You don't know this, but whenever Lear sees me, she'll ask me, Uncle Lan, how is big brother Chinyu doing? Hearing what Jiang Lan said, Chinyu's heart was instantly filled with happiness. What Chinyu feared the most was that Lear might have ended up falling in love with someone else, as the two of them had not been together for such a long time. Although Chinyu had never mentioned this thought of his, it still remained deep in his heart and he had been worrying about it the entire time. After all, they had been separated for too long. Chinyu didn't even dare to imagine what he would do if Lear were to truly be together with someone else. Perhaps, I too would become like that Duanmuyu and stop believing in love. Chinyu sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Lear did not disappoint me. Chinyu's affection for Lear grew a layer deeper. Uncle Lan, let's go. Chinyu took a huge breath and then said to Uncle Lan. Uncle Lan smiled and nodded. He then grabbed Chinyu's hand. Just like this, the two of them disappeared from the misty mystic palace. Jiang Lan, as someone who had already completely comprehended the spatial laws, it was extremely easy for him to bring a person with him and teleport. Chinyu felt that the scene before him had begun to change and turned into the shore of a pond. At this moment, Jiang Lan was also standing beside Chinyu. Right when Chinyu was about to ask Uncle Lan about where this was, he heard a voice. Alien, Lu Xiang, the two of you, stop joking around. The voice that he had heard in his dreams for thousands and tens of thousands of times had once again been heard by Chinyu.
Hearing that voice, Qinyu's tough and durable heart instantly melted. Princess, you don't have to be shy. I heard it clearly earlier. You muttered about some Qinyu. I definitely didn't mishear. I also heard that. Princess, you should just admit it. Princess, what's wrong? At this moment, Qinyu seemed to have entered a crazed state. Step by step, he walked toward the entrance of the courtyard. The meteoric tear in his soul was trembling unceasingly. Never have I ever been able to sense so clearly that you are right ahead of me. Qinyu mumbled in a low voice. At the other side of the courtyard's entrance, Lear, who wore a white dress, was also walking toward the courtyard's entrance. That single teardrop in her soul was also trembling. That sensation was so clear, so soul-penetrating. After returning to the divine realm, she had never managed to sense Qinyu's existence so truly like this. 1 step, 2 steps. At a certain moment, Qinyu and Lear's gazes both shot through the courtyard. They saw each other. At this moment, uncontrollably, both of their eyes started becoming moist. Qinyu opened his mouth. He seemed to want to say something. However, the words that he had kept in his heart for several 100,000 of words, at this very moment, he was unable to say even a single word out. Lear was the same. She moved her lips but didn't end up saying a single word. The two of them were merely looking at each other. At this moment, in their eyes, only the other person remained in the entire world. At this moment, the two of them were staring at each other. They were staring at one another without saying a single word. Unconsciously, Qinyu and Lear walked to each other. The urge that seemed to have originated from the soul, just like that, the two of them started embracing each other. They were hugging each other with a great deal of strength. It was as if they were trying to completely wrap the other person into their bosom to become one with them. Seeing this scene, Zhanglan started smiling a joyous smile. Merely, within his eyes, traces of tears were flickering. The two maids, Alien and Lucian, covered their mouths with their hands in shock. Zhanglan immediately had the two maids withdraw from here. Quietly, Zhanglan also left. At the same time, he ordered to not allow anyone to come in and disturb Qinyu and Lear. This period of time belonged to Qinyu and Lear. Qinyu tightly hugged Lear. Time and time again, he tried to embrace Lear into his bosom even more tightly as if he was afraid that Lear would once again leave him. After a long period of time, or perhaps it was merely a moment, Qinyu and Lear started to gradually loosen their embrace. Qinyu lowered his head and looked to Lear, who remained in his bosom. Lear raised her head and looked to Qinyu. Their eyes met. Qinyu suddenly slowly lowered his head and kissed the teardrops in the corner of Lear's eye. However, this caused the number of tears in Lear's eyes to increase. Lear's face was filled with smiles of happiness. However, tears were flowing down her face. Lear suddenly tiptoed and then kissed Qinyu's lips. Qinyu was startled. He then also started kissing Lear. Their lips and tongues intertwined. After a long time, their lips finally separated. Lear. Qinyu finally spoke. Big brother Qinyu. On the corners of Lear's eyes was a small flickering tear. I had originally thought that I would have to wait tens of millions of years or even billions of years. Never had I expected that big brother Qinyu, you would. Lear's face was filled with happiness. Qinyu looked at Lear. For some unknown reason, at this very moment, Qinyu felt that after possessing Lear, it was the same as possessing the entire world. However, if he lost Lear, then his entire world would be filled with darkness. For you, I am able to give everything. Because if I were to lose you, then I'd also lose everything. Qinyu once again started hugging Lear tightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 20. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 20, Choice. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Qinyu was nestled against the ancient ironwood tree. As for Lear, she was laying on Qinyu's bosom. The two of them had thousands of words to tell each other. Like that, they continued to talk about everything that had happened to the two of them in these years. Qinyu's stories were very long and complicated. Although Lear did not experience many things after returning to the divine realm, she began telling various stories of her childhood. The two of them chatted for 10 entire days. Only then did they manage to slightly be content. Qinyu, when facing Lear, did not hide anything from her. This included the stellar transformation martial technique, the universal world that he had created, and the cosmos that it had then evolved into. Qinyu had told Lear about all of that. Because of this, Lear started revering and loving Qin Yu even more. Ah, it's been 10 days. Lear suddenly cried in shock. The current Lear, compared to the Lear during the time of the mortal realm, was a bit less serious and a bit more playful. After all, during the time of the mortal realm, she was way stronger than Qin Yu. The two of them were practically not at the same level at all. With such an enormous gap between their strength, it had made it hard for Lear to act coquettishly in front of Qin Yu. However, at this moment, Lear had become free and unconstrained. 10 days. Qin Yu was slightly surprised. Although when undergoing seclusion training, time passes by very quickly, Qin Yu hadn't at all realized that they had already chatted for 10 days straight. Uncle Lon is definitely angry now. Lear's long, shapely eyebrows wrinkled. We ignored Uncle Lon for 10 days straight, isn't this a bit too? Qin Yu pulled Lear. He smiled and said, "Rest assured, Uncle Lon understands us very well." Lear grew silent for a moment. She then nodded slightly. Well then in another 4 hours, we'll go and find Uncle Lon. As she said Lear once again placed her head on Qin Yu's chest. With pampering strokes, Qin Yu stroked Lear's beautiful hair. After 4 hours, Qin Yu and Lear walked out of the courtyard. At the moment when Qin Yu and Lear walked out from the courtyard, Jiang Lan also appeared beside the pond. "The two of you finally remembered this old man," said Jiang Lan giddily. Ever since the death of Zuoqiumei, Jiang Lan only had Qin Yu and Lear in his heart. Qin Yu and Lear's happiness also brought Jiang Lan a very happy sensation. Qin Yu and Lear glanced at each other. "Well then, let's go and sit over there first." Jiang Lan pointed to a stone table underneath a willow tree beside the pond. That circular-shaped stone table just happened to have 3 stone benches around it. Qin Yu, Lear and Jiang Lan all sat down. Although talking about this matter right now brings the atmosphere down, I must still ask the two of you. The matter regarding the groom search, exactly how do you two plan to solve it? Jiang Lan looked to Qin Yu and Lear. Qin Yu and Lear's expressions immediately grew serious. There are 2 methods. The first one, the two of you elope. The second one, Qin Yu participates in the groom search and defeats all the other competitors to openly marry Lear. Which one do the two of you plan to choose? Jiang Lan promptly asked. Lear bit down on her lip. Having chatted with Lear for 10 straight days, Qin Yu knew about most of Lear's childhood. At this moment, Qin Yu knew very well what Lear was thinking. Lear loves her mother very much. She also loves her blood sister Jiang Yan and Granny Yinhua who had watched her growing up. She also loves a lot of people that she has known since she was young. The Jiang clan was Lear's home. Qin Yu understood very well. If they were to elope, then he and Lear could hide within his cosmos or in the Jianglan realm. Essentially, eloping was extremely easy for them. At the very least, it would allow Qin Yu to not have any burdens. However, to Lear, eloping was a very painful thing. For her to elope, Lear would have to leave her relatives, leave her good friends and leave her family. It was even possibly that if they were to meet each other in the future, the relationship between her and her father might become even worse. Lear, don't worry. I will definitely marry you openly. Qin Yu held Lear's hand. Their 10 fingers were locked together. Intimately, Qin Yu smiled as he looked at Lear. Lear felt a burst of emotions in her heart. Big brother Qin Yu, you don't have to worry about me. I know that those people that want to marry me all possess many things to rely on. I also know very well of what they are thinking in their hearts. Big brother Qin Yu, for you to win against them openly, it is truly, truly hard. Big brother Qin Yu, let's elope. It's okay, my imperial father and imperial mother have many kids. It is nothing major for them to lose a single child, me. Although Lear was extremely straightforward in her speech, but her eyes grew red as she continued her speech. It's okay. Lear, trust me. I will definitely be able to succeed. Qin Yu held Lear's hand tightly. It was as if he wanted Lear to sense his confidence. Lear looked to Qin Yu. In the end, she nodded. Big brother Qin Yu, you must not force yourself too much. I won't. Qin Yu's smile was very brilliant. Jiang Lan, who stood to the side, coughed upon seeing Qin Yu acting like this. This caused Qin Yu and Lear's attention to be focused back upon Jiang Lan. It isn't that little Yu has no chance at all. Little Yu possesses the Bewitching God Temple. As the successor of the Bewitching God Temple, Little Yu, you ought to have the artifact crafting techniques of Che Ho Yuan, right? Jiang Lan looked at Qin Yu while smiling. Qin Yu lightly nodded. Jiang Lan continued. That's right. Continue working hard. Little Yu's achievements in formation arrays are already very high right now.
If he were to work hard on artifact crafting, it is not impossible for him to reach Che Ho Yuan's level. Once he become the new craftsman god, then, his possibility of being able to openly marry you would be much higher. As John Lan said that, he turned to Lear and smiled.
Craftsman god Che Ho Yuan? New craftsman god?
Lear said worriedly.
Is this very hard to accomplish?
Not hard at all, not hard at all.
Qin Yu promptly said.
In front of Lear, regardless of what he was to do, Qin Yu was always filled with confidence and enthusiasm. Uncle Lan, I plan to stay at your place and study the path of artifact craftsmanship for the time being. If something were to happen in the Misty Mystic Palace, my servants would inform me through voice transmission. Xiao Zhongfu and a large group of other people all had their souls restrained. As Qin Yu was their master, regardless of how far the distance between them was, they would still be capable of sending mind voice transmissions to him.
Mind voice transmission.
This was something that only master and servants who had their souls restrained could do. It was something that others could not accomplish at all.
It's also good for you to be here.
After all, if anything were to happen, I could directly bring you back through teleportation.
John Lan was also a very sensible person.
He knew that Qin Yu would be reluctant to part with Lear.
John Lan also didn't worry about Qin Yu being here.
Ever since Lear mentioned to him that the utmost North Sage Emperor had once come here, John Lan had directly sealed off the entire Wood Mansion with his spatial barrier. Other than exalted celestials or people that obtained Jiang Lan's permission, no other person would be able to come into the Wood Mansion.
Uncle Lan, this Jiang Lan realm, I am returning it to you.
With a flip of his hand, Qin Yu took out the Jiang Lan realm.
Also, with an intention from Qin Yu, He Yu appeared beside them.
He Yu had been training wholeheartedly in the Jiang Lan realm unceasingly. However, at this moment, Qin Yu had no choice but to disturb him.
Confused, He Yu looked at Qin Yu. He then saw Uncle Lan.
At this moment, Qin Yu was chatting with Uncle Lan.
Thus, He Yu could only remain silent. I do not need it. You should continue to use it. Jiang Lan promptly said.
Jiang Lan had thought that although this Jiang Lan's realm was an extremely powerful Grand Mist spiritual treasure, it was also extremely important to Qin Yu.
Qin Yu have no other choice but to say. Uncle Lan. I actually also managed to create a space.
Thus, even without the Jiang Lan realm, I am still extremely safe. To say he created a space was truly too astonishing a thing. Even Qin Yu was only speculating about the composition of the cosmos being in 3 layers.
Created a space?
Said Jiang Lan with an unbelieving tone.
Is the so-called created space of yours a stable space?
While God Kings were capable of deploying a space through their comprehensions of the spatial laws, the space that they could create was incapable of becoming stable. Even Jiang Lan only managed to craft the Jiang Lan's realm and stabilize 3 spaces through the use of a lot of treasures.
That's right, it's a stable space. Qin Yu nodded and said.
Xiao He, I have returned the Jiang Lan realm to Uncle Lan. From today on, you can continue training in the cosmic space that I have created. Said Qin Yu with a smile on his face.
He Yu nodded.
He then turned to Jiang Lan and bowed. He Yu paying his respect to Uncle Lan, but...
Little Yu, I know that you, that little black eagle, have already taken a wife and have a daughter, right?
Said Jiang Lan as he chuckled. He Yu's grave and stern face immediately turned a bit red. Well then, let's go and check out the space that Qin Yu has created. Jiang Lan immediately shifted the subject.
Qin Yu slightly nodded. Uncle Lan, please don't resist. Qin Yu informed.
As Jiang Lan trusted Qin Yu completely, he allowed the energy to swallow him.
In an instant,
Qin Yu, Lear, Uncle Lan, and He Yu had all arrived in the cosmos that Qin Yu created.
New cosmos. On the new purple mystic star.
Purple mystic star, this is the purple mystic star.
He Yu was dumbstruck.
He then looked at Qin Yu with a shocked expression. Big brother, how did you do this?
How did we arrive on the purple mystic star? Isn't the purple mystic star in the mortal realm?
Jiang Lan, who stood to the side, have a solemn expression. No, this is not the purple mystic star.
Jiang Lan looked at Qin Yu with an unbelieving expression.
He was unable to say anything for a long time.
Uncle Lan, what's wrong? Qin Yu promptly asked. Jiang Lan gasped and said. This space that little Yu has created is extraordinary.
In this space, I am incapable of using the spatial laws and the bit of temporal laws that I have comprehended at all. In this place, even flying, I would have to do it through using the energy within body. Qin Yu was extremely certain about this as he heard it.
This was practically another cosmos.
All that Jianglan had managed to comprehend in his original cosmos was naturally unusable here. With this space of yours, I am also relieved now. Only then did Jianglan accepted the Jianglan realm. Jianglan was able to tell that this space that Qinyu had created was much more stable than the Jianglan's realm. In here, even if god kings and exalted celestials were to come, they would also be incapable of attacking others through using the spatial and temporal laws they had comprehended. All they could do is use the energy within their bodies. Through merely using their energy, how could they possibly be a match against the creator of this space, Qinyu? In here, Qinyu was unequaled. Strange, strange. Heyu suddenly gasped. Big brother, this place is very strange. After I came here, I'm actually unable to continue training my flowing light spear path. Qinyu was unable to refrain his shock. Flowing light spear path, isn't that based on the temporal laws? This place of mine, I am also able to accelerate the time here. Why is it that you cannot accelerate the time? Jianglan was once again shocked. Time acceleration was the first level of temporal law. Merely, one had to reach the God King level in order to attain comprehension of the temporal laws. I was able to practice the flowing light spear path in the second layer of the Jianglan realm. However, after coming here, I am unable to even sense that fantastic rule. Heyu said helplessly. Qinyu pondered for a moment. Let's return first. I think I know the reason for this. Qinyu said. Jianglan and them looked to Qinyu. They did not know what Qinyu had realized. However, they still nodded. In a blink of an eye, Qinyu and them returned back to the wood mansion. Qinyu looked to Heyu. Xiaohei, you should be able to use the flowing light spear path now, right? I can now. I am able to sense that fantastic rule. Heyu displayed a smile on his face. He then started brandishing his cloud-piercing spear. Heiyu's spear technique was extremely strange. While you might be thinking that his spear would not be able to reach you, however, while you were thinking of that, the spear tip would have already penetrated through your body. The strange flow of time. In the surrounding of the spear, the flow of time was completely changed. Time acceleration. You truly know time acceleration? Jianglan voiced in shock. Hearing what Uncle Lan said, Qinyu became certain that Xiaohei's flowing light spear path was precisely using the temporal law's first level's time acceleration. I think that Xiaohei's flowing light spear path ought to be related with the Jianglan realm. Uncle Lan, the Jianglan's realm that you crafted possessed a different flow of time from the outside world. Is it because of the temporal law? Qinyu smiled and asked. Jianglan nodded and said. Certainly. The three spaces in the Jianglan's realm all possess different flows of time. Merely, the greater the change in the flow of time, the harder it is to stabilize the space. I think that Xiaohei managed to comprehend the trace of the basic temporal law that the Jianglan realm contained and managed to create the flowing light spear path through that. Qinyu voiced his guess. Jianglan shook his head. No, that's impossible. Unless one reaches the God King level, it is absolutely impossible for one to study the temporal law. Although Uncle Lan believed this to be impossible, Qinyu however knew that this was possible. That was because the rule that one absolutely cannot study the temporal law unless one is a God King was a regulation of the cosmos that the divine realm was in. However, the universal world that Qinyu had created did not have that restriction. That was what allowed Heyu, someone who had not even reached the heavenly deity back then, to be able to comprehend the temporal law. There must be a reason for its existence. Uncle Lan, don't think too much of it. Qinyu persuaded. Qinyu's cosmos was a completely separate cosmos from the one that the divine realm and immortal, devil and demon realm was located in. This was something that was extremely hard for Qinyu to explain to Uncle Lan. Furthermore, this was merely Qinyu's guess. Heyu looked to Jianglan. Uncle Lan, it would appear that I would still have to stay in your Jianglan's realm to train. Then you merely need to train, said Jianglan with a smile. Jianglan was the creator of the Jianglan realm. The three spaces were all set up by him. If he were to refine the Jianglan's realm once again, it would be much easier than when Qinyu did it. Qinyu however said. Xiaohei, you should continue training in the Jianglan realm. I however, will return to my own cosmos to research the methods of artifact crafting. Qinyu have already made his determination. He was determined to wholeheartedly immerse himself into studying artifact crafting all the way until he reaches the level of the craftsman god. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 21. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 21, The Path of Artifact Crafting. Translated by Pumpkin.
Edited by Philip and Robin.
Exactly like how it was millions and millions of years ago, snowflakes still covered the utmost northern region's floating snow city. Upon landing on the ground, the snowflakes were absorbed by the black slab that covered the streets. The majority of the citizens of Floating Snow City were bustling with noise and activity. However, the ancient wood mansion was as tranquil as usual. The people outside had no idea there were now a couple more people in the wood mansion. Chinyu was determined to enter his own cosmos and start researching the artifact crafting path. As for Lear, she wanted to go with Chinyu. She said that as Chinyu researches his artifact crafting path, she would be beside him and comprehend the spatial comprehension left behind by Zuochome. Underneath the willow tree, beside the stone table. Big brother Chinyu, I truly do not wish to be separated from you for a long time again.
Lear stared at Chinyu. How could Chinyu possibly refuse her?
Furthermore, this was also what Chinyu wanted.
I have placed the bewitching god temple within my cosmic space.
I will be studying the art of artifact crafting in the bewitching god temple's refining flames palace.
You can train beside me.
Chinyu made his decision. Lear immediately blossomed into a sweet smile. Seeing that Chinyu and Lear were so reluctant to part, Jianglan also started smiling.
Cough. Heyu deliberately coughed. Heyu then looked to Jianglan. Uncle Lan, allow me to go into the Jianglan realm so that I can start training.
I truly cannot continue to watch the scene here anymore.
Chinyu cast a side-eye glance at Heyu. As for Heyu, he merely laughed.
Little Hei, your flowing light spear path does indeed contain a portion of the temporal laws. Although I am unable to understand how you managed to comprehend that, there must be a reason for it to exist.
You should just continue to study it.
I truly want to see what sort of level you'll be able to reach.
Jianglan looked to Heyu and said with a smile on his face.
After that, Heyu entered the third layer space of the Jianglan's realm.
Uncle Lan, we shall take our leave too. Chinyu and Lear stood up simultaneously and said.
Seeing Chinyu and Lear standing up together, Jianglan felt very pleased.
He nodded and said.
Good. Little you continue on your study of artifact craftsmanship. I will wait for you to become the new craftsman god.
Chinyu looked to Lear beside him. He then slightly nodded. New cosmos. New mystic purple star.
In the hidden dragon continent's east hazy mountain. Chinyu had directly placed the bewitching god temple on the waist of the other side of the east hazy mountain.
It just happened to be on the other side of the misty mountain villa.
Inside the courtyard of the bewitching god temple.
This is the bewitching god temple? I have heard about the distinguished name of the bewitching god temple before. However, I have never seen it before. Lear was surveying her surroundings.
She was unable to refrain her gasp of admiration.
Lear, follow me. Chinyu directly led Lear to the Refining Flames Palace.
As Chinyu knew that the Refining Flames Palace was the location where the craftsman god Cheho Yuan usually create artifacts in, he figured that there would definitely be some utensils within it. However, after he broke through the formation array that covered the Refining Flames Palace and entered it, he discovered.
What's going on? Lear also looked to the Refining Flames Palace in shock. Big brother Chinyu, there doesn't seem to be anything here. I am also confused myself.
Chinyu carefully surveyed the Refining Flames Palace. The outside of the Refining Flames Palace appeared to not be very large. However, its inside was over 1,000 meters in both length and width.
It was an enormous hall. This Refining Flames Palace did not have any rooms. All it had was a large hall. Black surface. 4 golden pillars. However, in the center of this great hall, there was only a single golden scroll. There are definitely tools in the Refining Flames Palace. However, why is it that Senior Cheho Yuan did not leave behind a single tool? Chinyu extended his hand.
The golden scroll floated to his hand. At the same time, the golden scroll also opened up.
Chinyu swept it with his divine awareness. Junior who have inherited my bewitching god temple.
I am truly sorry, this time, in order to create an exalted celestial spiritual treasure, I am required to have abundant preparations. As this set of tools is the one that I am most familiar with, I have brought along with me all the tools I use to craft artifacts with. Seeing this, Chinyu was unable to refrain his shock. It would appear that he was overjoyed in vain.
However, Chinyu continued to read. However, you also do not have to be too disappointed.
That is because a true Grandmaster artifact craftsman will not use another's tools to craft artifacts. He uses the tools that he crafts by himself. That is because one will always be most familiar with the tools one has created. Only through numerous experiments and wear will you be capable of making a tool flawlessly compatible with you. Thus, the first difficult problem for an artifact craftsman is to craft a set of tools for yourself. After reading this, Chinyu now understood everything. Big brother Chinyu, what's going on? Lear asked. She was thinking that Chinyu was disappointed because there was nothing in the Refining Flames Palace. Big brother Chinyu, don't be disappointed. It is luck too if you were to obtain it. If you were to be unable to, Chinyu smiled and stroked Lear's beautiful hair. It's okay. I am not disappointed. Men, Lear, you can stay there and train. I'll be beside you and start reading those golden scrolls that contain information of artifact crafting first. Chinyu pointed at a place. In the vast and spacious hall of the Refining Flames Palace, 2 jade-colored cloud beds had appeared. Lear slightly nodded her head and then flew and sat on top of one of the bed. As for Chinyu, he sat cross-legged on top of the other cloud bed. With a wave of his sleeve, numerous golden scrolls instantly started flowing before Chinyu. There were close to 2,000 golden scrolls. All of these golden scrolls contained information about artifact crafting. Among them, over half of them were bestowed to Chinyu by the utmost East Sage Emperor. Lear slightly smiled to Chinyu. She then closed her eyes and started comprehending the comprehensions left behind by Zhuoqiumei. The flow of time, I'll directly increase it to the max. Chinyu controlled the flow of time in the Refining Flames Palace to the max. Thus, 2,000 years in the Refining Flames Palace was a single year outside. After that, Chinyu started to carefully read the golden scrolls one by one. Chinyu was currently a mid-level heavenly deity. His divine awareness was much more powerful than before. His reading speed was also a lot faster. However, it still required him to spend a lot of time to read close to 2,000 golden scrolls. As he read, a new, vast, and boundless world of artifact craftsmanship was unfolding before Chinyu's eyes. Chinyu had completely immersed himself in it. He continued to absorb the experience left behind by his seniors. So this was the case. Chinyu involuntarily gasped in admiration. If one did not receive an introduction to artifact crafting, then one would only be able to hover around the outside of the entrance of the artifact crafting one's entire life. However, once one went past the entrance of the artifact crafting, one would be able to discover exactly how vast and beautiful the world of artifact crafting was. Artifact crafting, if one was to describe it in the simplest terms, then it would be separated into 3 steps. Step 1, achieve artifact embryo. Step 2, tempering. Step 3, spirit awakening. Among these 3 steps, the first step of achieving an artifact embryo was the hardest to accomplish. The artifact embryo was in fact the artifact's foundation. If the foundation was bad, then regardless of how great the tempering and awakening process was, the artifact that was formed would still not become a treasure. If the first step were a success, then the artifact crafting would already be 80% done. Close to 2,000 golden scrolls. Over 90% of these golden scrolls talked about how to refine a perfect artifact embryo. The so-called artifact crafting technique could even be considered as being the method of creating an artifact embryo. The first prerequisite for the quality of the artifact embryo was the material being used. If the material was to be lacking, then regardless of how skillful one was, it'd still be useless. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. The second prerequisite was flames. The so-called flames not only referred to the strongest power of the flames. After all, God King level experts were capable of using the void flames. Just because one possessed void flames did not signify that one would be able to pass the aspect of flames. That was because for some materials, the temperature at which they dissolve and vaporize are not necessarily going to be very high. However, the temperature at which its impurity dissolves might be even higher than the material itself. An unrefined artifact craftsman might even vaporize the actual material and leave behind only the impurity. Thus, the flame aspect referred to one's ability in controlling the flames. One must be able to control void flames, white pure flames, and black divine flames to a degree of purity at which they could even be used together at the same time. One must reach the most perfect state of flame usage. The third prerequisite, the matching of the materials. There were indeed a lot of hard and tough materials in the divine realm. However, in the divine realm, there were very few people who would craft an artifact using a single material. In 100 heavenly divine artifacts, 99 of them were created through the mixture of different materials. Only through the matching of different materials where one material's strength make up for another's weakness would one be able to craft an even more perfect weapon. Over a dozen different kinds of materials. They would all possess different dissolving temperatures and properties. To match them to a state of perfection, the requirement for that was frighteningly high.
Even the matching process was extremely complicated. That was because, in the divine realm, there was rarely anything that was completely pure and unmixed. Almost all materials possessed impurities. The only difference was the amount of impurity they possessed. A matter might appear completely pure for a deity. However, before a heavenly deity, the heavenly deity would be able to discover impurities within it. That was because the impurities were truly too hard to discover. There were some occasions where heavenly deities were unable to discover impurities in certain materials. However, a god king would be able to discover impurities. Although the impurity might be extremely small and would only occupy an area only 1/1000th of the entire material, because of that single bit of impurity, the artifact that is created might drop 2 or 3 quality levels. Artifact crafting, it was an extremely rigorous profession that did not allow a single bit of negligence. This was also the reason why even the god kings of the divine realm were inferior to craftsman god Cheho Yuan in the matter of artifact crafting. Even the exalted celestials were incapable of crafting an exalted celestial spiritual treasure. However, Cheho Yuan dared to take on that challenge. Just by that, one could tell how powerful he was in the aspect of artifact crafting. There were 2 main points that must be remembered. 1. If 2 ordinary black stones were placed before you, although they are both ordinary black stones, the impurities within them will be different. One must definitely not determine the amount of impurities through a fixed ratio. 2. Although the seniors have given a fixed ratio of many items, those fixed ratios can only be used as reference and cannot be used as actual determination. If one were to use those as actual determination, then one would at the very most be able to become an ordinary artifact craftsman. In order to craft an artifact embryo, other than the 3 prerequisites above, there was still another very important prerequisite, the ability to control the heat of the flames. This ability to control the heat of the flames was different from the second prerequisite flames. One's ability to control the heat of the flames was mostly determined by one's experience, divine awareness, perfection, and so on. Of course, all 4 of these were prerequisites. By having these 4 prerequisites, it signifies that you have the potential to become a grandmaster of artifact crafting. However, as to becoming a true grandmaster of artifact crafting, this was merely the beginning. In order to successfully craft an artifact embryo, the 4 prerequisites were extremely important. After that, one would have to comprehend one's own set of methods to remove the impurities and allow the materials to match each other perfectly. This method was the artifact crafting technique. Craftsman god Cheho Yuan possessed his own artifact crafting method. The Golden Scrolls the utmost East Sage Emperor gave Qin Yu also contained a lot of different artifact crafting methods of many different seniors. Cheho Yuan's artifact crafting method was called Tempered through 1,000 Hammers. Although its name was simple, the process was incomparably complicated. If you want to become a new craftsman god, you cannot imitate a predecessor's artifact crafting method. You must create your own artifact crafting method that suits you the most. The sentence left behind by Cheho Yuan in the Tempered through 1,000 Hammers caused Qin Yu to feel exactly how difficult it was to become the new craftsman god. Remember, there is no material that is completely pure. Even if a god king determines it to be pure, that would be because the god king was incapable of discovering the impurity. Even if an exalted celestial determines it to be pure, that would also be because the exalted celestial was incapable of discovering the impurity. This sentence left by the craftsman god Cheho Yuan in the Tempered through 1,000 Hammers brought a great shock to Qin Yu. In the Golden Scrolls given to Qin Yu by the utmost East Sage Emperor, some seniors have mentioned that although majority of the materials in the divine realm are not pure, there were still some materials that were pure. However, Cheho Yuan's point of view was completely contrary to that. There is no material that is completely pure. If you keep this in mind, it will allow you to unceasingly pursue the final goal, unceasingly look for where the impurity is. Like this, it will allow you to be able to know how to use your senses to determine where the impurity is. Remember, it's through your senses. A true expert artifact craftsman would be capable of determine how much impurity a material has with merely their senses. What the craftsman god Cheho Yuan was talking about was the skeptical mindset. Regardless of what sort of material it were, one must always have a skeptical mindset. As he continued reading, Qin Yu started to admire Cheho Yuan more and more. To Qin Yu, what was most precious was not Cheho Yuan's artifact crafting method. Instead, it was Cheho Yuan's sense of thinking that was completely different from the masses. The ability to draw and carve is also extremely important. This was something that practically all of the expert artifact craftsmen recorded in their Golden Scrolls. An artifact embryo, although it was called the artifact embryo, its appearance was already completely formed. A weapon was in reality a work of art. Only through creating a perfect appearance and obtaining a perfect composition would this weapon be able to achieve a better result in the spirit awakening process. The first step of the 3 steps of artifact crafting, crafting an artifact embryo. If everything above was successfully achieved, then the first step would be achieved. Although the second and third steps seemed to not be as important as the first step, that was only because the second and third steps did not test one's experience greatly. Instead, what it tested was the factor that one could supply. This second step is truly crazy. As Chinyu continued to read, he started realizing more and more about how difficult it was to craft an artifact. The bold, visionary words of "I am confident in becoming the new craftsman god" that he had said back then, it now appeared that if he wanted to achieve that goal, the difficulty was extremely high. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 22. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 22, Countless Experiments. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Translation Nations, sorry. The 3 great steps of artifact crafting: first step, achieve artifact embryo; second step, temper artifact; and third step, spirit awakening. Of the nearly 2,000 golden scrolls, 90% of their contents were talking about how to achieve an artifact embryo. The remaining 10%, almost all of them were talking about the tempering process. As the step of spirit awakening, it merely occupied a very small amount. The second step, temper artifact. A weapon cannot only be hard. Its toughness and flexibility were also extremely important. After all, a hard item would be extremely fragile. Tempering was the process of making the artifact flexible and tough. As for the grandmasters of artifact crafting, they are capable of using the tempering process to make the weapon even more sharp. The most difficult problem with tempering was the tempering agent. The tempering agent was in fact water. The quality of the water was extremely important. The better than water quality, the better it would be as an tempering agent. This in turn would allow the weapon to have an even more perfect tempering process. The unitary heavy water and the golden elemental heavy water were both extremely rare in the divine realm. Above the golden elemental heavy water was the cold mist air. Although God King level experts could possess void flames because of their body's true flame. However, there are extremely few people that are capable of possessing cold mist air. Reading till this point, Chinyu was overjoyed. That magnificent Lotus clone variant of mine, its supreme skill is precisely cold mist domain. With that clone, my tempering agent is definitely the most perfect one. Chinyu became even more excited. Even if other God Kings managed to obtain cold mist air, how could their control possibly be able to match Chinyu's clone who possessed the cold mist domain? The first difficult problem of tempering was the tempering agent. The tempering process also has another difficult problem: control. Different weapons require different tempering agents. The tempering agent being colder does not necessarily mean that it would be better. After all, there are materials that would crack right after encountering the freezing temperature of the cold mist air. Furthermore, the control of the time at which the artifact embryo undergoes the tempering process was also very important. Temper for how long? When to stop tempering? If an artifact embryo was to stay in the tempering agent for a moment longer, then its quality might drop. If the artifact embryo was to be in the tempering agent for a moment shorter, then it would not be able to achieve the best quality. The time control was extremely important. This was the sum of one's experience, power of observation and talent. Of the 3 great steps, this tempering process appeared to be slightly easier than crafting the artifact embryo. This was what Chinyu thought. However, Chinyu had forgotten that even God Kings cannot control the cold mist air perfectly. The cold mist air was the highest quality tempering agent. The third step of the 3 great steps. Spirit awakening. After undergoing the previous 2 steps, the weapon that was created would meet the standards in only the hardness, sharpness, flexibility, and all other aspects. However, in order to become a heavenly divine artifact, the most important thing was spirit awakening. Although there was barely any information regarding this spirit awakening technique in the nearly 2,000 golden scrolls, that was because the strength of one's spirit awakening technique was dependent upon one's formation array prowess. Adding formation arrays to the weapon to make it into an organic entity, to be able to perfectly control the gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, lightning and all sort of other elemental energies to allow the weapon to be able to be linked to the world to create a change in its nature. This was spirit awakening. Once the spirit awakening was completed, a weapon's final workmanship would be determined. After the spirit awakening process, the weapon would obtain an amplification effect and become a whole entity. Its attribute would become even more obvious. It might even be possible for special effects to appear. For example, the Divine Sword Scarlet Blood's sharpness effect. It was precisely something that appeared after the spirit awakening. No wonder Senior Cheho Yuan mentioned that if one does not reach a level 5 formation array level, then it would be impossible for one to craft a heavenly divine artifact. At this moment, Qin Yu completely understood it. If one's prowess in the formation array does not reach the level 5 formation array level, then the spirit awakening process would simply not be able to meet the criterion for a heavenly divine artifact at all. The criterion of heavenly divine artifact was so that it could amplify the heavenly divine energy effectively. As for ordinary divine artifacts, one would be able to attain the best amplification result just by instilling divine energy into it. However, when instilling heavenly divine energy, the attack power of the divine artifacts would at the very most increase by a slightly more. The amplification effect would instead weaken. Only 2 jade-colored cloud beds were inside the spacious and empty main hall used for artifact crafting. At this moment, Qin Yu opened his eyes. Those golden scrolls that were floating before him have all disappeared. No wonder it was said that a true grandmaster of artifact crafting was sure to be a grandmaster of formation arrays. So this was the case. Although this spirit awakening technique was the simplest, it was also the most difficult one. Qin Yu gasped in his heart. Simple, it was simple in its procedures. Difficult, it was difficult in its formation array. I am capable of creating a formation array space. However, I am incapable of setting up level 5, level 6, level 7, and level 8 formation arrays. Qin Yu smiled a self-mocking smile. Qin Yu was extremely certain about his own formation array's prowess. He was capable of creating a formation array space because of his own cosmos' spatial laws. It did not signify that he knew about how to set up level 5 and level 6 formation arrays. However, knowing this extremely perfect formation array was sufficient enough. According to what Senior Cheho Yuan said, the pinnacle of spirit awakening would be the perfect harmonization to reach the ultimate harmony. His level 8 formation array was extremely harmonious. However, my formation array, universe, ought to have reached the pinnacle of harmony. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, lightning and all kinds of other elements have already reached perfect harmonization. Qin Yu displayed a smile on his face. And it was determined, all the weapons that Qin Yu would craft would all use the formation array universe for the spirit awakening process. Qin Yu swiftly flew out from the cloud bed and arrived at the center of the refining flame palace. Crafting artifact, the first step would be crafting the artifact embryo. With an intention from Qin Yu, a large amount of materials appeared at a corner of the main hall. All of these materials were from the bewitching god temple. Cheho Yuan had already readied the preparations for his successor. There are numerous ways to craft an artifact embryo. How exactly should I craft the artifact embryo? Qin Yu started to frown. At this moment, he recalled a sentence that Cheho Yuan had said. If you want to become the new craftsman god, you cannot imitate another's method. You must create your own method that is the most suited for you. Create one's own artifact crafting method? How could creating a new technique be that easy? The Grandmaster artifact craftsmen of the Divine Realm, every single one of them only managed to attain their status through crafting various artifacts. Craft artifact first, sum up the technique afterwards. First experiment with all the various artifact crafting techniques of the predecessors and then slowly create my own path of artifact craftsmanship. Qin Yu made his decision. With an intention from Qin Yu, 7 of the materials from the corner of the main hall flew over to Qin Yu. Qin Yu extended his hand. The refining flame wristband started to emit black divine flames and white pure flames. Qin Yu began his first crafting experiment. The method that he was about to experiment with was the Divine Realm's first ordinary expert artifact craftsman's revolving waves technique. Qin Yu knew very well that there are very few Grandmaster artifact craftsmen in the Divine Realm. The main reason for that was because most of the genius expert artifact craftsmen have all been hindered by the spirit awakening step. Regardless of how good their artifact embryo was, as their level in the formation arrays was too weak, they would be incapable of crafting heavenly divine artifacts. If they cannot craft heavenly divine artifacts, then cannot become Grandmaster artifact craftsmen. Although the revolving waves technique was merely an ordinary expert artifact craftsman's artifact crafting technique. However, Qin Yu felt that this technique was not much weaker than the craftsman god Cheho Yuan's tempered through 1,000 hammers in crafting an artifact embryo. Revolving waves technique, 9 bent fire refinement, 5th artifact technique. Qin Yu was unceasingly experimenting with the various different peculiar methods. These methods all gave Qin Yu different experience as well as understanding, allowing him to advance by leaps and bounds in his comprehension of the artifact craftsmanship. Wholeheartedly, Qin Yu had thrown himself into the experimentations. He used low-level materials for all of the weapons. The first prerequisite for artifact embryo was the materials. If the materials used to craft it was too weak, it would be impossible to craft a good artifact embryo and in turn weapon. However, these were merely experiments for Qinyu. After over 1,000 years had passed in the divine realm, Qinyu discovered that he had actually used all of the ordinary materials in the bewitching god temple. Over 1,000 years have passed in the divine realm. How long had Qinyu experimented? It was hard to calculate, and that was because the peak time acceleration of the new cosmos already reached over 5,000 times. The refining flames palace that Qinyu was in was currently undergoing the peak time acceleration, and the time ratio had been increasing unceasingly. Qinyu estimated that he ought to have experimented 5 to 6 million years. There's not enough materials? What should I do? Qinyu frowned as he started thinking. Suddenly, Qinyu started smiling. I've actually forgotten. The utmost East Sage Emperor has already informed me that if I do not have enough materials, I can go and request materials from him. Qinyu immediately sent a mind voice transmission to Qiu Zhongfu and asked Qiu Zhongfu to go and personally receive a large amount of ordinary materials. Seems like I would have to return to the Misty Mystic Palace once. Qinyu was thinking aloud. Qinyu was suddenly startled. I've reached the high-level heavenly deity level? In the past several million years, Qinyu had been completely immersed in artifact crafting. He did not notice that he had already reached the high-level heavenly deity level. In these past millions of years, Qinyu's magnificent lotus clone had been analyzing the comprehensions left behind by Zhuo Qiumei unceasingly. After several million years, half of the comprehension that Qinyu had left for his clone have already been comprehended. The half of the spatial comprehension that Qinyu left for his magnificent lotus clone, in other words, a quarter of the spatial comprehension that Zhuo Qiumei left for Qinyu. Qinyu and Lier each received half of Zhuo Qiumei's spatial comprehension. In actuality, the magnificent lotus clone had only comprehended an eighth of the spatial laws. Merely this bit of spatial laws had actually allowed Qinyu to reach the doorsteps of high-level heavenly deity. From this, one could tell that there possessed a significant gap between the entry-level high-level heavenly deity and the peak-level high-level heavenly deity. Lier's comprehension speed is a bit slower than my clone's. She's still currently at the peak mid-level heavenly deity. Qinyu took a glance at Lier and managed to determine her level right away. The magnificent lotus clone's soul body was comparable to that of a high-level heavenly deity. Thus, its comprehension speed was also extremely fast. I shouldn't bother Lier. Qinyu lightly nodded. He then disappeared from the main hall. On the summit of the East Hazy Mountain, the cyan-gowned Qinyu clone was currently sitting here in a cross-legged position. It had been quietly comprehending the comprehensions left behind by Zhuo Qiumei the entire time. All that it managed to comprehend was naturally passed on to Qinyu's true body. The cyan-gowned Qinyu clone suddenly opened its eyes. It said, "True body, dot." Qinyu lightly nodded. With an intention, the final lump of 7-colored light flew out from Qinyu's mind and into the clone's mind. You can continue training. After Qinyu said those words, he left the new cosmos and returned to the wood mansion. The current Qinyu does not have any time to comprehend the spatial laws. Thus, the task of comprehending the spatial laws was left for his clone. After all, the path of artifact craftsmanship truly required an immense amount of time. After several millions of years, Qinyu had merely accumulated some experience. Of course, Qinyu was incapable of creating an artifacting crafting technique at this current moment. However, Qinyu was using all his effort to search for perfection. Qinyu had decided to only create a new artifact crafting technique after doing even more experiments, accumulating even more experiences, and achieving even more comprehensions. Inside a garden behind the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace, the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu was currently chatting with his wife. Your Majesty Sage Emperor, a man from the Misty Mystic Palace has arrived to request for materials to craft artifacts with, said a tall, thin, and ice-cold-looking woman respectfully. The materials being requested were mostly ordinary materials. Only a small portion was slightly precious. Merely, the amount being requested was numerous. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu was immediately overjoyed. Ha, he has finally started crafting artifacts. Good, the more numerous the better. For him to request a lot of ordinary materials, it seemed that he was currently experimenting and gathering experience. Very good. A man with formation array prowess greater than even Che Ho Yuan starting to craft artifacts, this was truly something worthy to look forward to. The utmost East Sage Emperor was extremely happy. That tall, thin, and ice-cold-looking woman's face suddenly turned into one of embarrassment. Your Majesty Sage Emperor, the amount requested was truly too great. All the ordinary materials that we possessed have already been completely taken. Completely taken? The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu was shocked. That Qinyu, is he capable of using all of that? Xinyu received a large amount of materials and then returned to the wood mansion with Jianglan. After that, he once again entered into his new cosmos and started his deep experimentation again. The current peak time acceleration of the new cosmos have already reached over 5,000 times. Xinyu possessed sufficient time to experiment. Inside the main hall of the Refining Flames Palace, Xinyu resumed his artifact craftsmanship. After having sufficient materials, Xinyu started his constant experiments without any regard for the materials. In this sort of large quantity experimentations, Xinyu managed to assemble the experience of numerous different expert artifact craftsmen. An unprecedented artifact crafting technique was gradually being born. Time was passing. However, Xinyu, who was immersed within his artifact crafting experimentations, was not aware of the passage of time. There was not a single weapon in this main hall. What happened to all the weapons that Xinyu had been testing out his artifact crafting with all these years? Although they were made from inferior materials, but Xinyu's tempering and spirit awakening techniques were extremely powerful. Thus, the weapons that he crafted would not be that bad. Outside of the bewitching God Temple, on top of the East Hazy Mountain, as if they were garbage, weapons were scattered all over the forest of the East Hazy Mountain. They were so numerous that they were definitely able to be counted in the 10,000s. Even the most inferior weapon were divine artifacts. There were even low-level heavenly divine artifacts. All of these were Xinyu's huge volume of experimental products. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 23. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 23, The Frightening Number of Heavenly Divine Artifacts. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. The deep and low sound of whistling. Along with it was the space-ripping sound of spatial cracks reverberating through the Refining Flames Palace. Bringing along with it a special rule, the entire space seemed to be vibrating along with the sound. I've finally reached the high-level heavenly deity stage. Lear opened her eyes. She had a peaceful smile on her face. The first response she had after opening her eyes was to look to her side. To her side was the other cloud bed. When she had started her training, Xinyu was also training on the other cloud bed. However, at this moment, there was no one above the cloud bed. Following that whistling sound that followed a special rule, Lear turned her head over and looked. In the center of the spacious and empty hall, Xinyu's upper body was bare naked. Coming out from his body were beads of sweat. His long hair was tied up by a headband. In Xinyu's hand was a black hammer. As he waved the hammer with his hand, the space surrounding the hammer started to whirl. Spatial cracks had even appeared. This hammer was like an awl. Bang! The hammer smashed onto a black stone table before Xinyu. On the surface of this stone table was a layer of unceasingly rising vapor. Above the stone table were black divine flames, white pure flames, and even an extremely small number of void flames. These flames were continuously rising through the surface of the stone table. At the same time, several tens of materials were placed on top of the stone table. Lear suddenly discovered the strangeness of this matter. Whether it were the flames or those materials, they were all a finger's distance away from the stone table's surface. They did not touch the stone table at all. Bang! 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 However, Lear was instantly charmed by Xinyu's current appearance. Xinyu's focus was completely on crafting artifacts. With every smash of his hammer, 7, 8 or even 9 rays of whirlwinds would fly out from his hammer. Those whirlwinds also caused those materials to spin rapidly and produce a strange whistling sound. From time to time, Xinyu's hammer strikes were quick and violent like raging thunder. Occasionally, they would be graceful and elegant like a soft wind or gentle and soft like the spring rain. Just watching Xinyu waving his hammer would give one a beautiful sensation. Is this artifact crafting? Lear was shocked. It wasn't that Lear hadn't seen people crafting artifacts before, it was just extremely rare for artifact crafting to be this naturally beautiful. Every single time the hammer in Xinyu's hand descended upon the materials, whirlwinds would fly out from it. The black divine flames, white pure flames and void flames were like tame little sheep. Under Xinyu's control, they would wrap around a small number of materials. It was very hard to determine Xinyu's hammer's speed. There were times when he would only hammer once per breath. However, there were also times where he would hammer 1,000 to 10,000 times in an instant. As the whirlwinds that ripped through space were being emitted constantly, this also led to a rising vapor on the surface of the entire stone table. Xinyu's figure was faintly visible within the rising vapor. This sort of uninteresting yet naturally beautiful hammering continued for over 10 more days. During that time, Lear stood there and watched. Only then did Chinyu stop hammering for the first time. At this moment, an elegant sword was formed. However, the expert artifact craftsman knew that at this moment, this was merely the artifact embryo. Chinyu raised his head. Huff a bust of wind. 2 lumps of water appeared on the sides of the stone table. One lump of water was the unitary heavy water. As for the other, it was the golden elemental heavy water. That sword flew to the center of the 2 lumps of water. The 2 lumps of water both dispatched a stream of water. Like 2 dragons playing with a bead, the 2 streams of water wrapped around the sword. And at this moment, Chinyu closed his eyes. The entire space had turned silent. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of drifting water. Even Lear held her breath upon seeing this scene. After roughly a cup of tea's time, Chinyu suddenly displayed a smile on his face. A layer of membrane suddenly appeared in the surrounding of that sword. It directly separated the golden elemental heavy water and the unitary heavy water from the sword. Just like that, a cyan green colored sword started floating in front of Chinyu. The tempering process was a success. Chinyu's hands moved like strings. He softly touched that cyan green colored sword several times. Every single time he touched it, a jade green colored light would permeate into the sword. Soon, this cyan green colored sword was completely covered by a lump of gentle jade green colored light. Soon, the lump of jade green colored light merged with the sword blade. A green colored light started to circulate through the surface of the sword incessantly. In the end, it started to slowly fade away. Buzz. A sharp and clear sword voice sounded from the cyan green sword. It's finally done. Only at this moment did Lear dare to exhale. For some unknown reason, just by watching Chinyu crafting the artifact, she felt her heart throbbing. Robin, sure, her heart, tongue sticking out. Chinyu turned around and looked at Lear with a smile on his face. Lear, you truly are my lucky star. This artifact is the best that I have created in nearly 10 million years. Chinyu had a proud smile on his face. It took me an entire year to finally create this cyan green colored sword. This cyan green colored sword was created through using ordinary materials. However, I managed to achieve perfection in the artifact embryo, tempering and the spirit awakening processes. Thus, it is a mid-level heavenly divine artifact. Lear opened her beautiful eyes wide. With an unbelieving expression, she looked to Chinyu. Big brother Chinyu, you said that you used ordinary materials and crafted a mid-level heavenly divine artifact? Although ordinary materials were called ordinary materials, they actually weren't that ordinary. Those materials were only considered ordinary to heavenly deity-level experts. To ordinary deities, such materials were still very precious. Ordinary materials, if they were to be used for crafting by ordinary artifact craftsmen, then most likely, the products would only be divine artifacts. However, for Grandmaster artifact craftsmen, they possessed the ability to give the ordinary materials their best capabilities. However, even though that might be the case, if they were limited to only ordinary materials, they would at most be able to craft low-level heavenly divine artifacts. However, Chinyu actually managed to craft a mid-level heavenly divine artifact with merely ordinary materials. Big brother Chinyu, did you truly only use ordinary materials? This, I truly do not dare to believe that. A mid-level heavenly divine artifact is that precious, yet, you've only used those ordinary materials. Lear's face had turned red with excitement. However, she was still unable to believe it. Hearing Lear's praise, Chinyu also felt extremely happy. Actually, this is the only mid-level heavenly divine artifact that I have managed to craft from using ordinary materials in the close to 10 million years that I've been doing this, said Chinyu a bit ashamedly. To only be able to craft a mid-level heavenly divine artifact after close to 10 million years of crafting, and it just so happened that Lear managed to see this and started praising him highly for it. This had truly made Chinyu somewhat embarrassed. Lear, although this mid-level heavenly divine artifact cannot be considered extremely precious, as what was used to create it were solely ordinary materials, I feel that it can be considered the pinnacle of my current craftsmanship. I reckon that it'll be very hard for me to re-enter the state of perfection that I had earlier when I was crafting it. This mid-level heavenly divine artifact, I shall gift it to you. I hope you do not despise it. Chinyu handed the cyan green colored sword to Lear. Artifact crafting was a process that also required luck. There were many Grandmaster craftsmen who only managed to create a single proud work in billions of years. For example, the craftsman god Cheho Yuan. Although the craftsman god Cheho Yuan was extremely powerful in crafting artifacts, in all those years, without using Grandmaster's spiritual energy, among all the high-level heavenly divine artifacts that he had created, only Waning Snow was comparable to a second-rated Grandmaster's spiritual treasure.
As for the other high-level heavenly divine artifacts that he crafted, they were only comparable to third-rated grandmist spiritual treasures. Crafting a mid-level heavenly divine artifact through using only ordinary materials. This could be considered as Qin Yu's current pinnacle of craftsmanship. As for whether he would be able to surpass this, regardless of how confident Qin Yu was, he still wasn't entirely confident that he would be able to surpass it. This sword, it shall be called. Lier grew silent for a moment. She then smiled brilliantly and said, "It shall be called Meteor Dream." Meteor Dream? Qin Yu was slightly startled. Upon hearing this name, Qin Yu recalled the time of his childhood when he wished upon the meteors that streaked across the sky. Good, it shall be called Meteor Dream. Qin Yu's face bloomed with smiles. Qin Yu said in surprise, "The peak time acceleration of this cosmos has actually reached over 8,000 times now. Its improvement speed is truly fast." Qin Yu knew that it had been about 1,000 years since he exited the new cosmos. Over 8,000 times? We've trained for close to 10 million years here. How long has it been in the outside world? Lier asked curiously. When they had first entered the new cosmos, the peak time acceleration was only over 2,000 times. It has been 2,000 years outside. Qin Yu nodded and said, "A period of 2,000 years in the outside world." However, Qin Yu had spent nearly 10 million years in his own cosmos. Qin Yu had also become extremely confident in his artifact crafting ability. Although one could not always reach one's pinnacle in crafting, with his current skill, Qin Yu was certain that he would be able to craft high-level heavenly divine artifacts if he were to use precious materials. The ability to craft high-level heavenly divine artifacts, that was the requirement of becoming a grandmaster of artifact crafting. Big brother Qin Yu, it's already been close to 10 million years. What happened to those weapons that you have created in the 10 million years? Where are they? Lier looked to their surroundings with confusion. However, there were no weapons at all in the spacious and empty hall. If you want to see them, then follow me. Qin Yu smiled and grabbed Lier's hand. Teleportation. In the airspace above the New East Hazy Mountain. Qin Yu and Lier were standing there. At this moment, Qin Yu had put on a black gown and was no longer half naked. As the gale brushed past them, Qin Yu's gown would occasionally flutter and display his bare chest. As for Lier, she was nestled against Qin Yu's body. Did you see that? Qin Yu pointed downward. The East Hazy Mountains mountain range extended forever into the distance. It also occupied a very vast area. The surface of the East Hazy Mountain was filled with dense forest. Lier carefully looked and saw that past the tree leaves were weapons scattered all over the underbrushes. In those underbrushes, in the ponds and so on, those places are indeed locations that are hard to notice at first glance. With an intention from Qin Yu, the numerous weapons that covered the East Hazy Mountain started flying upwards from the numerous corners of the forest. After that, they started floating. It was like the entire East Hazy Mountain had been covered. Merely, this layer of cover was composed of countless weapons. There are a total of over 30 million weapons. The majority of them are divine artifacts. As for the rest, there are over 1 million low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Said Qin Yu with a smile on his face. Over 1 million low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Ah! Lier covered her mouth in shock. Even with all the divine realm's low-quality heavenly divine artifacts combined, they likely wouldn't number 1 million. How is that possible? Big brother Qin Yu, you said there are over 1 million low-level heavenly divine artifacts? Lier was stunned by this number. As she was born into the 8 great divine families Zheng clan, Lier knew very well of how precious the heavenly divine artifacts were. Even the entire Zheng clan only had several thousand low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. However, Qin Yu, a single person, actually possessed more low-quality heavenly divine artifacts than the entire divine realm combined. You don't believe me? Qin Yu looked to Lier with a smile on his face. Lier looked to the weapons that densely covered the entire East Hazy Mountain. Could she not believe him? Lier, do you know how long it would take for an ordinary Grandmaster artifact craftsman to craft an artifact? Qin Yu smiled and asked. Qin Yu knew very well why there were so few heavenly divine artifacts in the divine realm. Lier frowned and remained silent for a moment before saying, Although our floating snow city does not have any Grandmaster artifact craftsman, I still know that a Grandmaster artifact craftsman would have to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years in order to craft a heavenly divine artifact. However, big brother Qin Yu, you. That's right. My crafting time is a lot shorter than them. It takes me less than a year to craft a heavenly divine artifact. Qin Yu nodded and said. To me, the three great steps of artifact craftsmanship, artifact embryo, tempering, and spirit awakening. I spent the most time on crafting the artifact embryo. However, for other Grandmaster artifact craftsmen, they spent the most of their time on the spirit awakening process.
Spirit awakening? Lear was startled. Spirit awakening, it is placing formation arrays on the weapon.
In the divine realm, only level 5 and level 6 formation arrays are capable of making a weapon become a heavenly divine artifact.
Qin Yu had a confident expression on his face.
However, for level 1 formation arrays to level 6 formation arrays, they become more and more complicated. A level 5 or level 6 formation array is so complicated that it would require several golden scrolls just to record it. To place a level 5 or level 6 formation array on a little weapon, this would be an even more cautious job.
If a mistake were made, then all the efforts would be for naught.
Thus, they spend a very long time to do this. Furthermore, during the process, they cannot be disturbed in the slightest.
Qin Yu carefully explained.
Qin Yu knew that to reach the 5th level of formation arrays from the 4th level, one must cross an immense threshold. The complication of the formation array would increase by several tens of times or even 100 times at once. As for the level 6 formation arrays, as the limit of complication, they were even more frightening. In the entire divine realm, one could count the people that had reached the 6th level of formation arrays on a single hand.
To set up a single level 6 formation array would equate to tormenting one's mind and spirit.
Rarely do Grandmaster artifact craftsmen undertake a task to craft a weapon.
And when they do,
they would be used preciously materials. However, precious materials are extremely rare.
So, how many heavenly divine artifacts could they possibly be able to craft?
Those who are capable of reaching the level of formation arrays past the 6th level, where the formation arrays turn simple, it is only the craftsman god and I who have managed to do that.
Qin Yu had a smile on his face.
Furthermore, in terms of the effectiveness for spirit awakening, level 6 formation arrays are greatly inferior to my own formation array universe. If we were to give my formation array a rank, then it ought to be a level 9 formation array.
Qin Yu had absolute confidence.
The formation array universe was greatly superior to level 6 formation arrays. The speed at which the formation array was casted was something that couldn't be compared either. If one were using level 6 formation arrays to create a low-quality heavenly divine artifact using ordinary materials, it would be as hard as Qin Yu trying to create a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact using ordinary materials. Only after crafting over 1 million low-quality heavenly divine artifacts did Qin Yu manage to attain a pinnacle and craft a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact using ordinary materials. Lear, if a Grandmaster artifact craftsman were to wholeheartedly invest himself into crafting, then he might likely only attain a high-quality divine artifact using ordinary materials. It would be extremely difficult for him to craft a low-quality heavenly divine artifact.
If they were to spend all that energy only to have a high chance of their product being only a divine artifact in the end, would they do such a thing? Qin Yu asked with a smile. They wouldn't.
Lear placed herself in the shoes of the Grandmaster artifact craftsman and then shook her head. Thus, in the golden scrolls given to me by the utmost East Sage Emperor, a sentence was something that was practically accepted by everyone. Materials are the first prerequisite in determining the artifact embryo, and artifact embryo was the most important part of determining the weapon. They believed that if a weapon was ordinary, then they would be incapable of crafting a heavenly divine artifact. Thus, when a Grandmaster artifact craftsman undertake a task, they would always be using precious materials.
Qin Yu lightly smiled and said,
however, the precious materials in the divine realm are extremely rare. This in turn leads to heavenly divine artifacts being extremely rare, but
Lear nodded to show her understanding.
In the entire world, only an abnormal crazy man like Qin Yu would be capable of using the level 9 formation array universe for the spirit awakening process, where he would be able to craft low-quality heavenly divine artifacts with merely ordinary materials.
Qin Yu knew very well
that when using ordinary materials, he would likely only be able to craft low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. As for a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact, crafting that with ordinary materials was a pinnacle of his craftsmanship worthy of him to be proud of for his entire lifetime.
However, these are over 1 million heavenly divine artifacts.
Lear still felt that her heart was beating violently. Heavenly divine artifacts, and over 1 million of them on top of that. Although they were merely low-quality heavenly divine artifacts, their number, over 1 million, was already extremely shocking. During these nearly 10 million years, I have gradually perfected my artifact crafting technique, the 9 revolutions void render. I reckon that in not too long, I won't be using ordinary materials anymore. It will be the time for me to challenge the high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. I truly wonder if I would be able to craft a heavenly divine artifact comparable to waning snow that the craftsman god crafted.
Qin Yu said in a low voice.
Lear raised her head and looked to Qin Yu.
She felt that the current Qin Yu had a different sort of charm and charisma. Lear looked at the countless densely packed weapons that formed a cover that covered the entire sky. In a low voice, she said, "Big brother Qin Yu, I believe that you will definitely be able to become the new craftsman god and might be even more amazing than the craftsman god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 16, Chapter 24. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 24, The Completion of Waning Snow. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. While Qin Yu and Lear were quietly training in the new cosmos, the master of the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzlinggold, Utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu was a bit vexed. Utmost East Sage Emperor's Palace. In Huangfu Yu's study room. "Your Majesty, these couple days, you've constantly had an expression of being at your wit's end. What's wrong? Is there something that is hard to resolve? A couple days ago, you were extremely happy that the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master had started his artifact crafting." The Utmost East Sage Emperor's wife walked into the study room and said to him in a soft voice. Huangfu Yu was sitting in front of the desk. He raised his head and looked to his wife. He smiled helplessly and said, "Su Yan, you ought to know that I had only bestowed upon Qin Yu some golden scrolls after he became the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace." Su Yan nodded. "That's right, you have only bestowed upon him some golden scrolls. I also felt that the gift was a bit lacking. One of the 4 great palace masters, oh how revered this status was. At the very least, the Utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu ought to bestow upon Qin Yu some precious items. For example, a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. According to the rules of our Utmost Eastern region's Mount Dazzlinggold, only when a high-level heavenly deity manages to contribute a great service would we bestow upon them a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. As for Qin Yu, he is the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master. His status is extremely revered. According to logic, when he took on the position of the palace master, I ought to have bestowed upon him a high-quality heavenly divine artifact," said Huangfu Yu. His wife Su Yan nodded. "In that case, why didn't your Majesty bestow upon him a high-quality heavenly divine artifact?" "It isn't that I didn't want to, but rather that we no longer have even a single high-quality heavenly divine artifact in our imperial city's storage," said the Utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu helplessly. High-quality heavenly divine artifacts were not things that were easily crafted. We have some mid-quality heavenly divine artifacts and low-quality heavenly divine artifacts in our storage. However, how could I possibly bestow a palace master a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact?" Huangfu Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. His wife Su Yan nodded her head. She then consoled him. "Your Majesty, you also saw in the competition for the palace master that Qin Yu does not lack high-quality heavenly divine artifacts at all. Him possessing high-quality heavenly divine artifacts cannot be a reason for me to not bestow him a gift." Huangfu Yu shook his head and sighed. "Qin Yu possesses high-quality heavenly divine artifacts and that amazing formation array technique. He most definitely has an amazing expert standing behind him," Su Yan said. Huangfu Yu lightly smiled and said, "Let's not talk about that for the time being. I wanted to give Qin Yu a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, but I don't have any. A couple days ago, my old subordinate, the city governor of the Luanyu city, brought back quite many treasures in hope of being able to exchange them for a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. However, Sigh. Huangfu Yu sighed helplessly. Su Yan immediately understood. The city governors of the Luanyu city, Yuchi city and other cities were all Huangfu Yu's old subordinates. They were all his subjects that had achieved great merit in the war 6 quadrillion years ago. Huangfu Yu had treated his old subordinates very well and had given them official posts such as city governors and such. This time around, Luanyu city's governor had brought a large number of treasures in order to exchange them for a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. In terms of value, those treasures were definitely as valuable as a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Merely, high-quality heavenly divine artifacts were so rare that although the price was right, there was no product to be sold. A request from my old subordinate, I truly am unable to decline. However, I do not have any high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Can I possibly go and tell my old subordinate that I, the magnificent Sage Emperor, am unable to take out a single high-quality heavenly divine artifact?" Huangfu Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Su Yan understood her husband's difficulties completely. "Your Majesty, how did you handle his request?" Su Yan hurriedly asked. Huangfu Yu said embarrassedly, "I cannot decline him. Thus, I agreed to it during that time. I told him, after some time, I would have my men deliver a high-quality heavenly divine artifact to him." "You agreed?" Su Yan was slightly startled. Her husband was beating his face swollen to imitate being a fatty. "Your Majesty, was this what you were vexed about?" Su Yan hurriedly asked. Huang Fuyu shook his head and said, "What I am vexed about isn't this. As I have promised the Luanyu city governor, I naturally have some certainty in being able to do it. I have already dispatched my men to the Thunder Punishment City to request that Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman Oyezi." "Oyezi?" Su Yan slightly nodded her head. In the entire Divine Realm, there are only 3 Grandmasters that are capable of crafting high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. The 3 Grandmasters Artifact Craftsmen of the Divine Realm. Ranked number 1, the person with the most powerful artifact crafting ability, Craftsman God Che-Ho Yuan. He was also the only person qualified of being named the Craftsman God. Ranked number 2 and ranked number 3 were 2 people who possessed equally matched ability in artifact craftsmanship, Oyezi and Duan Mufeng. Oyezi was someone from the Thunder Punishment City. As for Duan Mufeng, he was a direct descendant of the utmost southern region's Lightland City. He was the younger brother of the Palace Master of the Bright Jade Palace, Duan Muyu. "Why is your Majesty vexed? Could it be that the Thunder Punishment City decided not to give your Majesty face?" Su Yan asked. "No, that's not it. That Thunder Punishment City would definitely give me face. Merely, the demands that Oyezi made were truly too high." Huang Fuyu coldly humphed and said, "Ever since Che-Ho Yuan went missing, the conditions that Oyezi and Duan Mufeng have to craft artifacts for others have instantly increased tenfold. Regardless of who it was that sought their help, they would always be like this. It is truly too excessive." Su Yan nodded. The conditions that Che-Ho Yuan demanded when he helped others craft artifacts were extremely low. They were much lower than the demands from Oyezi and Duan Mufeng. Regardless of whether it were Huang Fuyu or Su Yan, neither of them understood. Both Oyezi and Duan Muyu's formation array prowess was at the 6th level of formation arrays. It was extremely complicated and mentally and physically taxing for them to set up formations. However, what about the craftsman god Che-Ho Yuan? Che-Ho Yuan was capable of setting up level 8 formation arrays. Although level 8 formation arrays could not match Qin Yu's formation array universe in its simplicity, it was about the same level. To set up that formation array would only require a short amount of time. As it required less energy for Che-Ho Yuan to craft an artifact, he naturally would ask for a lower price. As Che-Ho Yuan's craftsmanship ability was high and his price was low, this caused him to be extremely popular. This also led to the renowned name of the Bewitching God Temple to spread across the entire Divine Realm. However, the other 2 Grandmaster artifact craftsmen felt extremely wronged. And now, Che-Ho Yuan had disappeared. Oyezi and Duan Muyu had immediately increased their asking price. Regardless of who it was that sought for their help, they would give very similar demands and asking prices. As both of them possessed a solid background, neither of them worried about offending anyone. "I plan to have Oyezi craft 3 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts." However, the conditions that he sought for crafting those 3 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts made even me feel a bit ached. Huang Fuyu felt extremely helpless. As his own utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold does not possess a Grandmaster artifact craftsman, thus, he could only be aggrieved like so. Even if you cannot bear it, you must still bear it. After all, only Duan Mufeng and Oyezi are capable of crafting high-quality heavenly divine artifacts now. Su Yan also sighed helplessly. Crafting artifact was not something that one would be able to do just because one was powerful. Even God Kings were only capable of at most creating a low-quality spatial divine artifact. As for the high-quality heavenly divine weapons, they were incapable of crafting those. I truly don't know where that Che-Ho Yuan went to for even I to be unable to find him. Huang Fuyu felt extremely helpless. He truly longed for the time back when he could ask Che-Ho Yuan to help him craft heavenly divine artifacts by merely paying a small fee. Unfortunately, those sort of days were forever gone. Back then, why didn't I ask Che-Ho Yuan to craft more heavenly divine artifacts? Huang Fuyu felt extremely regretful. Your Majesty, our Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master is at an even higher level of formation array prowess than Oyezi and Duan Muyu. If he were to truly continue studying, then he would definitely become a Grandmaster artifact craftsman one day. You shouldn't mind too much about what's happening right now. Su Yan comforted her husband. Huang Fuyu slightly nodded. I can only wait. However, it requires an enormous amount of time to become a Grandmaster artifact craftsman. Even if he is a genius, it would still require at least 100 million years, I'd assume. Huang Fuyu said helplessly.
What Huangfu Yu didn't know was that when Qin Yu studied artifact craftsmanship and experimented crafting artifacts in his new cosmos, he became even more clear about the various situations that occurs as one crafts an artifact, and his training speed was even faster. In 10 million years, Qin Yu had already obtained the strength to craft high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Ah, that's right, this time around, Oyezi would come to our Mount Dazzling Gold to craft artifacts. This opportunity is extremely rare. We must definitely get Qin Yu to come and observe him. This would be very helpful to Qin Yu, said Huangfu Yu as his eyes shined. Huangfu Yu had completely placed his hopes for artifact crafting on Qin Yu. Even now, Huangfu Yu still thought that Qin Yu was merely a little bird that had just started researching artifact craftsmanship. That's right, this opportunity is extremely rare. Su Yan's eyes also shined. I'll immediately dispatch someone to order him to come. Huangfu Yu immediately made his decision. Huangfu Yu's order quickly arrived at the Misty Mystic Palace. After Uncle Fu and Xiuzhong Fu obtained the information, they immediately sent a mind voice transmission to Qin Yu, informing him about it. New Cosmos. On the new purple mystic star. Qin Yu had just finished telling Lear about the matter with the over 1 million low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Right when Qin Yu and Lear were planning on what to do in the future, Qin Yu received a mind voice transmission. Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman Oyezi? Qin Yu was confused. Qin Yu had no idea who Oyezi was. Lear, do you know of an Oyezi? Qin Yu asked Lear. Lear's eyes shined. Big brother Qin Yu, you don't know who Oyezi is? In the divine realm, there are only 3 people that are capable of crafting high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. They are the craftsman god Cheho Yuan, Oyezi, and Duan Mufeng. Only the 3 of them are qualified to be considered Grandmaster Artifact Craftsmen. Merely, among the 3, craftsman god Cheho Yuan possessed the highest level of artifact craftsmanship. That was because Senior Cheho Yuan was the only person among the 3 that was capable of crafting first-rate grandmist spiritual treasures. Thus, he was named the craftsman god by everyone. When Lear mentioned this, her eyes were filled with reverence. Qin Yu slightly nodded. Qin Yu also knew about Cheho Yuan being able to craft first-rate grandmist spiritual treasures. First-rate grandmist spiritual treasures were the craftsman god Cheho Yuan's apex of his craftsmanship. This was why Cheho Yuan decided to leave the divine realm to search for the limit of artifact craftsmanship in order to one day be able to craft the highest level exalted celestial spiritual treasure. Oh, that's right, who did Senior Cheho Yuan craft the first-rated grandmist spiritual treasure for? Qin Yu asked curiously. Although he knew Cheho Yuan had crafted a first-rated grandmist spiritual treasure for someone, he did not know who the person was. Lear's expression have turned solemn. Azura God King, the ruler of the Azura Sea. Azura God King? Information regarding the Azura God King immediately appeared in Qin Yu's mind. The 11 great powers of the divine realm, 8 great divine families and 3 great ascender powers. Among the 3 great ascender powers, the Azura Sea was the strongest. The Azura God King possessed a status so great that he was definitely not inferior to the 8 great sage emperors. The Azura God King is so powerful that even the 8 great sage emperors fear him. Ever since Cheho Yuan crafted a first-rate grandmist spiritual treasure for the Azura God King, no other God King dared to make things difficult for Cheho Yuan. Lear gasped. A first-rate grandmist spiritual treasure was truly too precious. Lear, you can rest assured. One day, I too will craft a first-rate grandmist spiritual treasure. Qin Yu smiled and said. Facing Qin Yu's bold, visionary words, Lear nodded. She was extremely convinced that Qin Yu would be able to accomplish that. To Lear, no matter what Qin Yu said, he would be able to accomplish all of it. Lear, this time around, the utmost East Sage Emperor has ordered me to go and watch Oyezi craft artifacts. I must go. Thus, Qin Yu looked to Lear apologetically. Qin Yu didn't wish to leave Lear. However, Lear can't just appear on the Mount Dazzling Gold. I know, you should go. Lear smiled and said. It's okay. I can enter seclusion training. Time will pass by very fast. Qin Yu nodded his head slightly. He softly kissed Lear's forehead. Lear also closed her eyes. What's happening? Could it be? Qin Yu was slightly startled. What's wrong? Big brother Qin Yu? Lear opened her eyes and was confused. Qin Yu lowered his head and smiled to Lear. It's nothing. It's just the divine spear waning snow. You can go and continue training. I will be returning to Mount Dazzling Gold in a bit, but... Qin Yu said that and then directly arrived at another location on the East Hazy Mountain. At this location, the lump of dark and yellow energy was floating in the air. The divine spear waning snow was hovering within the dark and yellow energy. Xinyu had not paid attention to it the entire time. However, it actually turned out that the divine spear waning snow had stopped absorbing the dark and yellow energy. After nearly 10 million years, the divine spear waning snow had finally absorbed the limit of dark and yellow energy that it could absorb. True body. The cyan-gowned Xinyu clone beside the divine spear waning snow opened his eyes. He bowed to Xinyu and said. Xinyu slightly nodded. I never would have thought that the divine spear waning snow was only capable of absorbing 10% of the dark and yellow energy. It can absorb no more. Xinyu extended his hand. The divine spear waning snow flew into his hand. With the spear in his hand, Xinyu had a feeling as if there would not be anyone capable of resisting him. The divine spear waning snow from back then that had only absorbed less than 1,000th of the dark and yellow energy already possessed power comparable to the first-rate Grand Mist spiritual treasures. And now, it had absorbed 10% of the dark and yellow energy. The might of the divine spear waning snow have already reached a shocking level. Even God Kings, would they dare to block this spear of mine? Holding the divine spear waning snow, Xinyu was extremely confident. With an intention, the divine spear assimilated into Qinyu's body. Xinyu lightly nodded to his clone. He then raised his head and looked to the sky. In a low voice, he muttered. Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman Oyezi? I shall see exactly how good this Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman's craftsmanship is. Soon after, Xinyu disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 25. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 25, Suggestion. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Utmost northern regions floating snow city. Snowflakes were drifting in the air, covering the entire floating snow city. Those who could live in this floating city were all people of the upper echelons of the divine realm. This was a world of heavenly deities. Your lordship, are we to leave like this? The bride search has yet to truly begin yet. Perhaps, a simple and honest-looking middle-aged man asked respectfully to a handsome youth before him. The middle-aged man knew that the handsome youth before him was the 8 great divine families northeastern region's Forest Ocean City's prince. Mu Yulo. He was also an extremely famous person in the Forest Ocean City. Mu Yulo was a mid-level heavenly deity. Furthermore, he was proficient in artifact craftsmanship. He was already capable of crafting low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Mu Yulo cast a glance at the imperial city far away. With a light smile, he said. You must not have extravagant hope. There are too many people pursuing the princess of the floating snow city. When compared to brother Duanmu, Zhou Xian and them, I am truly too inferior. After Mu Yulo finished those words, he turned around to leave. That middle-aged man followed behind Mu Yulo. He didn't dare to say any more. Just like that, Mu Yulo continued to walk quietly. His departure was not informed to anyone from the floating snow city. When Mu Yulo reached the entrance of the wood mansion, he stopped. Your lordship? Said that middle-aged man quietly. Mu Yulo's gaze was cast on the entrance of the wood mansion. That Zhongli should be living in the wood mansion. Unfortunately, she does not belong to me. After a sigh, Mu Yulo directly left. For deities, heavenly deities were people high above everyone else. For ordinary heavenly deities, those who possessed high strength and status like Mu Yulo were the true big shots. However, in this competition for Lear's groom search, even someone like Mu Yulo could not help but sadly depart. Those who were truly qualified to compete for Zhongli must possess both status and strength. They were all people that were second to only God Kings. At this moment, inside the wood mansion, Xinyu had just come out from his cosmos. At the first moment when he came out, Jiang Lan instantly discovered him. The two of them met each other in the courtyard. Uncle Lan, the utmost East Sage Emperor has just sent me an order to have me go and watch Oyezi craft artifacts. Thus, I will be needing your help. Said Xinyu directly. Currently, the spatial energy from the cosmos was capable of spreading several tens of kilometers with Xinyu as the center. Such a distance was already extremely far. However, the utmost eastern region's floating snow city was truly too far away. Oyezi? Jiang Lan muttered and then nodded. This Oyezi is also a Grandmaster artifact craftsman. It is good for you to go and watch him craft artifacts. That's right, little you, what is your current level of artifact craftsmanship? Jiang Lan asked. Jiang Lan didn't know how good Xinyu was at artifact crafting. After all, Xinyu was capable of speeding up time in his own cosmos. Furthermore, it was even more amazing than Jiang Lan Realm's third layer space.
My level of artifact craftsmanship? It should be, Qin Yu pondered for a moment. He then smiled and said. It should be not inferior to that, oh Yezi.
John Lon, who was smiling earlier, suddenly had his smile frozen.
Oh Yezi's level? Impossible. You've only trained for how long?
Even a genius wouldn't. Upon saying till this part, John Lon calmed himself down.
He then asked as if he was considering things. And then, little you, how long have you trained in your space?
John Lon too wasn't certain about exactly how long Qin Yu have actually trained.
Close to 10 million years. Qin Yu replied honestly.
Only 2,000 plus years have passed in the outside world.
Doesn't that mean that your space-time acceleration limit is much greater than my John Lan's realm's third-layer space? John Lon instantly calculated the proportions. Qin Yu lightly nodded. John Lon grew silent for a moment. He then said solemnly.
Little you, are you certain that you're capable of crafting high-quality heavenly divine artifacts?
Hearing Uncle Lan's question, Qin Yu was filled with confidence.
What a joke. Even when using ordinary materials, Qin Yu was absolutely certain that he would be able to craft low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. If he were to use precious materials, Qin Yu would naturally hold absolute certainty in crafting high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. If he was to be lucky and reach a state of pinnacle, then he might even be capable of creating a high-quality heavenly divine artifact that could match up to second-rate grandness spiritual treasures like the divine spear Waning Snow that Cheho Yuan crafted. I am certain that I would definitely be able to craft high-quality heavenly divine artifacts.
Qin Yu said in a serious and confident manner. John Lon looked to Qin Yu.
In the end, he nodded. Good. Little you, if you have truly reached this level, then you would be qualified to directly propose marriage for Lear to the utmost North Sage Emperor.
John Lon said solemnly. Propose marriage?
Qin Yu felt that his heart had violently jumped.
Regarding the matter of marriage proposal, Qin Yu was looking forward to it. His heart was also beating rapidly.
As soon as you feel that everything is prepared and ready, then directly contact me. I will notify the utmost North Sage Emperor and have him set up the arrangements for the groom search.
John Lon continued.
At this moment, Qin Yu had also calmed down.
Uncle Lon, don't worry about this for now.
At this moment, I still have to return back to see that Oyezi craft artifacts. After that, I would have to inform about the matter to the utmost East Sage Emperor. Qin Yu had already planned everything. During the time when he had accepted the request from the utmost East Sage Emperor, he was informed that he would be able to leave whenever he wished. Furthermore, if the utmost East Sage Emperor were to agree with Qin Yu proposing marriage to Lear, then Qin Yu would be able to continue to serve him. After all, proposing marriage did not conflict with him being the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master. After all, Duan Muyu, Shin Tufan and Zhou Xian were all people not from Floating Snow City. For a Misty Mystic Palace's palace master to become the son-in-law of Floating Snow City would also be considered as being normal.
Little you, I have a suggestion. John Lon suddenly started smiling. This suggestion of mine might push you to the edge of a blade. However, it will be extremely advantageous to you marrying Lear. Qin Yu was overjoyed. Edge of a blade? Qin Yu wasn't scared of that. Uncle Lon, what is the suggestion?
With bright and expressionful eyes, Qin Yu looked at John Lon.
John Lon smiled and said. It's very simple. In the utmost east region's Mount Dazzling Gold, you are to find an opportunity to display your artifact crafting ability. That is, you are to craft a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. After that, you are to publicize that you are the new master of the Bewitching God Temple. Qin Yu's pupils shrunk. The new master of the Bewitching God Temple, Qin Yu rapidly thought about it in his heart.
If he were to publicize this matter, it would bring about both good and bad things. However, those so-called bad things were all things that Qin Yu didn't really care about. With Qin Yu's current strength, he truly did not fear anyone. As for the good things, the benefits, they were extremely obvious. He would carry on the prestige of the craftsman god. In that case, if Qin Yu were to craft a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, then his status would abruptly increase, which would allow his status to become even more sufficient in the marriage proposal. Good. During my return to Mount Dazzling Gold this time around, I will definitely seize the opportunity to publicize this matter. Qin Yu's eyes shined. With excitement, he said. Zhang Lan smiled and nodded. In that case, this matter is decided like this for the time being. Like this, when you publicize that your identity as the new master of the Bewitching God Temple, I will go and inform the utmost North Sage Emperor and have him prepare to call for the groom search. What do you think? Qin Yu understood in his heart. Regardless of what happens, he would definitely have to compete against those other 4 competitors in the groom search. Xinyu truly did not believe that with his strength, status, and the benefit as a Grandmaster artifact craftsman, he would be unable to move the utmost North Sage Emperor. Without mentioning anything else, merely the over 1 million low-quality heavenly divine artifacts would be able to horrify the 8 great sage emperors. Good. Uncle Lon, when I publicize my identity as the new master of the bewitching god temple, I will proceed toward Floating Snow City to propose marriage to Lear.
Xinyu's eyes were flickering with light. Zhonglun smiled happily and nodded.
Without any of the 3 god kings of the utmost eastern regions Mount Dazzling Gold sensing it, Xinyu returned to the misty mystic palace. After returning, Xinyu spent some days resting. After that, Xinyu was invited to the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace. Utmost East Sage Emperor's palace. Guest welcoming hall. Seated at the highest level in the hall was the utmost East Sage Emperor, his wife, the 100 Flowers God King and the Gold Sword God King. As for the guests from the Thunder Punishment City, they were all seated to the side. Xinyu and the other 3 palace masters were all sat on the other side.
Big Brother Ji, those 3 people on the other side, the leader among them is Oyezi, right?
Xinyu asked the Heaven Desolate Palace's palace master Ji Lushing beside him via divine awareness voice transmission. Seated across Xinyu and the other 3 palace masters were the 3 high-level heavenly deities from the Thunder Punishment City. Of these 3 high-level heavenly deities, one of them was an old man, another a middle-aged man and the last one was a youth. All 3 of them wore white gowns and had apathetic expressions on their faces. All 3 of them had extremely long hair that trailed over their shoulders and possessed confidence between their brows. It was impossible for one to determine the status of a cultivator from their external appearance. Thus, Xinyu was unable to determine who was Oyezi.
Oyezi is that middle-aged man.
Ji Lushing said via divine awareness voice transmission. The old man and the youth beside Oyezi are the 2 captains of his personal bodyguard squadrons.
Personal bodyguard squadrons? The 2 captains of his personal bodyguard squadrons are high-level heavenly deities? Xinyu was surprised.
As the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace, Xinyu commanded over 2 heavenly deity armies' large squadrons. However, only 4 elite heavenly deity mid-squadrons were completely under his control. As for their leaders, they were merely mid-level heavenly deities.
High-level heavenly deity?
And 2 on top of that.
This Oyezis was a lot more extravagant than himself.
The Heaven Desolate Palace's palace master Ji Lushing knew what Xinyu was thinking.
He continued. This Oyezi is not a person from the Zhou clan. He is a freelancer.
Thus, back then, the Zhou clan paid a very great price to have Oyezi remain in the Zhou clan. After all, an Grandmaster artifact craftsman was so precious that his status was comparable to a god king.
The status of an Grandmaster artifact craftsman is actually that high? Xinyu gasped in surprise in his heart.
However, at the same time, Xinyu was also secretly delighted. The higher the status of a Grandmaster artifact craftsman, the better it would be for him. Ji Lushing said via divine awareness voice transmission. Xinyu, you ought to know that although God King level experts are powerful, what use do they possess during times of peace? They are merely there to intimidate others.
However, what about Grandmaster artifact craftsmen? What an expert lacks the most is weapons.
In the entire divine realm, there are only 3 people who are capable of crafting high-quality heavenly divine artifacts.
Among them, 1 has disappeared.
Thus, only 2 Grandmaster artifact craftsmen remain in the divine realm.
However, what about the God Kings? There's many of them in the divine realm.
The rarer something was, the greater its value. This held especially true for weapons that all experts lacked. It was extremely normal for an expert artifact craftsman to possess a high status. At this moment, the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfuyu who sat on the high seat spoke.
Oyezi, I am very happy to be able to invite you to my Mount Dazzling Gold. The banquet today is the reception feast prepared especially for you. Huangfuyu had an amiable smile on his face.
Oyezi had an appearance like a rigid middle-aged man. His face was apathetic to the extreme. His pair of eyes were a bit sunken. The corners were extremely clear. That pair of eyes appeared like those of eagles and falcons.
That pair of eyes looked at the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfuyu. Oyezi stood up. He slightly bowed.
Immediately after, he raised his head, stuck out his chest and said in a clear voice.
Since your Majesty Sage Emperor has invited me, would I dare disobey the invitation? This Oyezi displayed a rare smile. The banquet your Majesty have prepared is indeed sumptuous. However, I have come to craft artifacts for your Majesty. To enjoy a feast without first crafting the artifacts, I am truly anxious.
Your Majesty, please allow me to craft the artifacts after the banquet. Upon hearing these words, Xinyu started smiling. He thought in his heart.
This man is truly peculiar. The utmost East Sage Emperor's wife, Su Yen, smiled and said,
Grandmaster Oyezi's rigorous meticulousness when crafting artifacts is something that many people are familiar with. His Majesty has invited Grandmaster Oyezi precisely because of this.
Regardless of how apathetic Oyezi appeared, he still had a smiling expression in his eyes.
Evidently, the words spoken by the utmost East Sage Emperor's wife made him feel very good.
The banquet did not last for a long time. After about 2 hours, the banquet was finished.
Shinyu had originally thought that this Oyezi would proceed to do artifact crafting right away.
However, this Oyezi actually needed to enter seclusion training to adjust his state of mind. Only after waiting till the next day did the artifact crafting begin.
In the Imperial City, there was a palace especially used for artifact crafting. In the Great Hall of this palace, there were many people watching from the side. Of the 4 great palace masters, other than the Black Wind Palace's palace master Gu Zhuang, the other 3 palace masters were all present.
All 3 god kings were also present.
Huangfu Jing, Huangfu Liewa, and even that Huangfu Lushui who had went to become a bandit have come.
Oyezi merely wore trousers. Draped over his body was a gown.
He stood in the center of the great hall proudly.
Oyezi said in a clear voice,
Everyone, I fear the most of being disturbed during the process of my artifact crafting. Thus, I would set up a barrier around the surrounding from where I would be crafting the artifact to isolate the voice from the outside world and also to prevent others from coming in to bother me. I wish that no one would go and touch this barrier and cause me distraction. If the artifact crafting were to fail because of this, then Your Majesty Sage Emperor, you cannot blame me for it, but that's of course.
Oyezi, you can set your mind to artifact crafting.
Those of us who have come to watch will definitely not approach you,
said the utmost North Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu with a smile. Oyezi slightly nodded.
Oyezi raised his hand and lifted open the gown draped around his body.
Oyezi's upper body had become bare.
A milky white color rock platform appeared before him.
Oyezi started to put on golden finger sleeves on his 10 slender fingers.
Seeing this scene, Shinyu's eyes slightly shined.
This Oyezi's artifact crafting technique, could it be the pinnacle of formation array flow, 10 terminations crafting?
Formation array flow was a method of artifact crafting that used calculations and the assistance of formation arrays to craft. 10 terminations crafting was a pinnacle artifact crafting technique that Shinyu had read about in the Golden Scrolls before.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 26. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 26, Debate. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The 10 slender fingers were all wearing golden finger sleeves. Oyezi had a slight smile on his face.
Like plucking a stringed instrument, his 10 fingers softly flicked forward.
Rays of golden fingers were shot out. Then, with Oyezi as the center, top, below, front, back, left and right, every location surrounding him was filled with golden finger rays.
The golden finger rays had formed a golden cubic cage.
Oyezi suddenly started floating.
He had floated to a height about 2 meters where it just so happened to be the center of the golden cage. As for that milky white-colored stone platform, it too floated before him.
Oyezi waved his sleeve with a smile on his face.
Nearly 100 materials instantly appeared before him.
Extravagant.
Seeing this scene, Shinyu was unable to restrain himself from uttering,
Brother Shinyu, what's wrong? Huangfu Lushui, who stood next to him, asked curiously.
Why did you say extravagant?
Huangfu Jing also turned her head also and looked to Shinyu.
Those nearly 100 materials, each and every one of them were extremely precious materials. Furthermore, the number was extremely large. Shinyu was able to tell that with this many materials, it was sufficient to craft 5 or 6 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts.
Shinyu instead asked, Princess Jing, Lushui, could it be that you all do not feel that it's extremely numerous for Oyezi to use this many materials?
Numerous? Huangfu Jing and Huangfu Lushui glanced at each other. They were both bewildered.
Shinyu laughed involuntarily. How could 2 people that doesn't know anything about artifact crafting possibly know anything? The number of materials is still tolerable. It's still not too excessive.
Suddenly, a voice sounded.
Shinyu turned around to look. Surprisingly, it was actually the Gold Sword God King Huangfu Lei that spoke. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu said.
Shinyu, the Gold Sword God King has also researched artifact craftsmanship.
Huangfu Lei continued.
The 10 terminations crafting belongs to the formation array flow and is extremely complicated. One must be extremely careful in all 10 terminations of the crafting. When using this technique to craft, it is very possible for the materials to be damaged. Thus, for Oyezi to use this many materials, the number cannot be considered unacceptable. Shinyu slightly nodded. To be able to craft high-quality heavenly divine artifacts using formation array flow, this Oyezi can be considered as a rarity. Merely, formation array flow is a technique with limitations. Merely by the theory behind it, it is already determined that, using formation array flow to craft artifacts would never allow one to reach the craftsman god Che Hoyuan's level. Shinyu spoke frankly with assurance. At this moment, Shinyu had a manner of bearing as if he were about to pass judgment on everything. The Gold Sword God King Huangfu Lei glanced at Shinyu with a somewhat shocked expression. He displayed a smile on his face and said, "Hearing Palace Master Shinyu speaking like this, it seems that Palace Master Shinyu is extremely proficient in the matter of artifact crafting." Shinyu did not try to be modest. After all, Shinyu planned to find an opportunity to declare himself as the new master of the bewitching God Palace. Regarding artifact crafting, after all these years of deep research, I too could be considered as having some understanding of it," said Shinyu with a smile on his face. "Regarding formation array flow, I too have researched it a bit. The most basic theory behind the formation array flow is filtering step by step through using various different kinds of methods. When those materials pass through all the different methods of filtration, the material would be determined to be completely pure." "Your Lordship God King, am I correct in what I just said?" The Gold Sword God King nodded in approval. "That is indeed the case. However, Oyezi's 10 termination crafting has reached a state close to perfection. I believe that if a material were to go through 10 different refinement techniques, it ought to be pure." Evidently, the Gold Sword God King held Oyezi in high regard. Shinyu's expression was extremely serene. "Your Lordship God King, I do not agree with what you just said," said Shinyu directly. "Oh?" Huangfu Lei looked at Shinyu. As for the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu and the 100 Flowers God King Huangfu Liuxiang, they too was engrossed by the talks between Shinyu and Huangfu Lei and looked at Shinyu while smiling. Huangfu Jing, Huangfu Laijun and the others had also looked to Shinyu. To go against a God King head-on, Shinyu was truly courageous. The theory behind the formation array flow has a major error. That is, one absolutely cannot take anything for granted in the matter of artifact crafting. One ought to remember one point: regardless of whether a material has passed through 10 different refinement techniques or 20 different refinement techniques, we still cannot regard a material as being completely pure. Shinyu looked at the Gold Sword God King. A senior of mine once said these words: "If a God King cannot discover impurity within a material, then it doesn't mean that there is no impurity, rather it signifies that his strength is insufficient. If an exalted celestial cannot discover impurity within a material, then the exalted celestial's strength is insufficient. No matter what, one cannot believe firmly that a material is completely pure. Only through possessing this suspicion in one's heart would one be able to pursue for one's limit every single time, pursue a higher level of artifact craftsmanship and never achieving satisfaction." Shinyu had an extremely sharp and confident aura. The Gold Sword God King's eyes shined. Never achieving satisfaction, never believing that a material is pure, always seek after one's limit, seek after an even higher level, the Gold Sword God King muttered in a low voice. A smile gradually appeared on his face. Gold Sword God King Huangfu Lei's eyes started to shine. He smiled and looked to Shinyu. "Shinyu, I truly anticipate for the scene of you achieving success in artifact craftsmanship." "Thank you, I believe your Lordship God King would be able to see that scene very soon." Shinyu slightly bowed and said. For Shinyu to be this arrogant, the Gold Sword God King was actually not angry in the slightest. Instead, he was a bit happy. Soon, the Gold Sword God King once again started to quietly watch Oyezi craft the artifacts and said no more. The utmost East Sage Emperor and the 100 Flowers God King both smiled to Shinyu. "Wow, big bro Shinyu, you actually dared to speak to my eldest uncle like that?" said Huangfu Lushui to Shinyu via Divine Awareness voice transmission. Shinyu smiled and looked to Huangfu Lushui beside him. "Why wouldn't I dare to speak like that? My eldest uncle is an extremely serious person." Huangfu Liushui's expression turned into one of slight fear. "Since my childhood, my eldest uncle has not spoken many words to me. Eldest uncle is a person who rarely speaks. He would always have an ice-cold appearance." Shinyu lightly smiled. Shinyu did not feel that the Gold Sword God King was extremely cold and detached. Instead, he felt that the Gold Sword God King was merely a person who disliked talking and liked being alone. If he were to have a favorable impression of you, then the Gold Sword God King would treat you very well. Artifact crafting was a process that required a lot of time. The 10 terminations crafting was an extremely complicated artifact crafting method.
It required 10 different types of refinements. Half a year had passed since the start of Oyezi's artifact crafting. The various people that stood around and watched, some had left and the majority had started chatting with each other. Qin Yu. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu immediately turned around to look. It was the utmost East Sage Emperor. Your Majesty, is there something you need me for? Qin Yu immediately asked. The utmost East Sage Emperor smiled and nodded to Qin Yu. He then said via divine awareness voice transmission. I did not notice during the banquet. Only later did I sense that the heavenly divine energy within your body seems to be extremely pure now and has reached the high-level heavenly deity stage. What's going on? The purity of the heavenly divine energy was directly proportional to one's level. As for the nascent soul, as it was hidden deep within one's brain, it was extremely hard to be investigated. Thus, when one determines another's level, it was usually done through inspecting the other's energy's purity. I've already reached the high-level heavenly deity stage. Qin Yu replied honestly. How is that possible? Last time I saw you, you were only at the low-level heavenly deity stage. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu you found it hard to believe. After all that time, he's asking me about that today? Qin Yu started smiling in his heart. Qin Yu had already anticipated that after returning to Mount Dazzling Gold, he would be inquired by others why his strength had increased. Thus, Qin Yu had already prepared a response for this matter. Your Majesty, the study of formation arrays would also increase one's soul's level. Furthermore, I possess a spatial divine artifact. 1,000 years in that divine artifact is only a single year outside. Although it appears that only over 2,000 years have passed, I have actually trained for over 2 million years. Qin Yu replied. In the divine realm, although spatial divine artifacts were extremely rare, they were still things extremely common to god kings. Although spatial divine artifacts were common to god kings, having a spatial divine artifact that increased the flow of time was extremely rare. 1,000 years inside is only a single year outside? Huangfu Yu's expression changed. To be able to craft such a spatial divine artifact, the craftsman was definitely a god king. Furthermore, this god king must have achieved some comprehension of the temporal laws time acceleration. Furthermore, for a space with a different flow of time on the inside to the outside, such a space was extremely unstable and likely to collapse. Back then, Jianglan had used a great number of materials and even an array of grandest spiritual energy, in order to craft the Jianglan realm and stabilize the three spaces within it. Is it from your master? Huangfu Yu asked. During the contest for the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master, Qin Yu had given his subordinates 2 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Ever since that time, Huangfu Yu had guessed that Qin Yu had an expert behind him. He is not my master. However, he is a senior that has given me the grace of guidance. Although he is not my master, in my heart, his position is comparable to being a master. Said Qin Yu via divine awareness voice transmission. Huangfu Jing slightly nodded. He then asked no more. So he has actually trained for over 2 million years. To reach the high-level heavenly deity level after 2 million plus years, it could also be considered as being acceptable. Merely, he could still be considered as a genius. Huangfu Yu praised in his heart. To ascenders, such a speed was something that they cannot imagine at all. However, the geniuses of the 8 great divine families, their cultivation speed was extremely frightening. After all, the bloodlines of the 8 great divine families were extremely peculiar. For example, Duanmu Yu, he had reached the high-level heavenly deity at a much faster speed compared to Qin Yu. Let's continue to watch Oyezi craft the artifact. Huangfu Yu said this and stopped asking Qin Yu anymore. Time passed. Oyezi spent 3 years in the crafting artifact embryo step. He spent the least amount of time in the tempering process. As for the spirit awakening process, he spent 3,000 years to set up a level 6 great formation array. When the level 6 great formation array was successfully deployed, Oyezi heaved a long sigh of relief. Level 6 formation array, it truly is incomparably complicated. Qin Yu shook his head in his heart. The level 6 formation array was practically so complicated to an extremely frightening level. If one were to set up this sort of formation array in an area with a circumference of 1,000 miles, it would not be that bad. However, this level 6 formation array was required to be set up on top of a tiny little weapon. When the area became extremely small, the difficulty increased by many folds. Huff! The group of bystanders also started heaving sighs of relief. To spend 3,000 years watching another craft an artifact cannot be considered as being a very long time to the experts of the divine realm. 3,000 plus years was a relatively short period of time to them. Qin Yu, what do you think about the weapon that was crafted? The gold sword god King Huangfu Lei suddenly spoke and asked. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said. This weapon, after using all those materials, could only be considered as barely capable of being called a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. However, considering that Oyezi used the 10 termination crafting, he is already doing pretty well to be able to reach this level of craftsmanship. Everyone was stunned. Using all those materials, barely capable, considering. Qin Yu's tone of speech stunned everyone. After all, he was talking about a high-quality heavenly divine artifact crafted by the Grandmaster artifact craftsman Oyezi. A mere sucking child like you dares to discuss about artifact craftsmanship? An indifferent voice sounded. Oyezi draped his gown over his body. Indifferently, he walked over. When Qin Yu spoke earlier, Oyezi had already removed his barrier. Thus, he had naturally heard Qin Yu. Regarding Qin Yu's evaluation of his work, he did not care about it in the slightest. Why can't I discuss it? Qin Yu asked. Oyezi cast a glance at Qin Yu. Everyone knows how to run their mouths. However, how many among them are truly capable of crafting artifacts? Hearing your words earlier, it seems that you look down upon my 10 termination crafting. In that case, let me ask you, what makes you capable of looking down upon it? Qin Yu smiled indifferently. Without mentioning other things, let's just talk about the process of the 10 termination crafting. You wasted a total of 48 materials. Qin Yu said directly. Oyezi lightly smiled and said. It is extremely common for one to wear down materials during the process of crafting. Everyone can see that. Oyezi, you, as a Grandmaster artifact craftsman, ought to know that, even though two items might both be high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, they too are separated into different levels. For the inferior high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, they are inferior to even third-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures. As for ordinary high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, they are a match for the third-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures. As for the powerful high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, they are comparable to second-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures. Qin Yu looked to Oyezi. There exists only a single high-quality heavenly divine artifact in the whole wide world that could compare to a second-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure. Even the craftsman god Cheho Yuan only managed to craft it because he was in his state of apex and was lucky. Oyezi immediately said. Since you said those words, you ought to agree with my distinguishment of the high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Say, this high-quality heavenly divine artifact of yours, is it comparable to third-rated heavenly divine artifacts? Qin Yu asked. Oyezi's expression slightly changed. It is not that lacking. Qin Yu started smiling. For Oyezi to say such a thing, he had evidently admitted that this high-quality heavenly divine artifact that he crafted was inferior to third-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasures. To be able to craft this high-quality heavenly divine artifacts using merely those materials is already pretty good. As for the reason why this high-quality heavenly divine artifacts might is not at its pinnacle, it was because those materials were not good enough. It has nothing to do with my level of craftsmanship. Oyezi said coldly. We were unable to find the black cloud stone that is used to craft artifacts with and ended up using a sky cloud stone to replace it. That was what had led to this sort of outcome. Ha ha. Qin Yu suddenly started laughing. What shameless boasting. Qin Yu looked to Oyezi. You used such precious materials yet still said that the materials were not good. Let me ask you, at the 3rd termination refinement and the 7th termination refinement of the 10 termination crafting, if you have not made a mistake in those 2 refinements, then how powerful would the resulting high-quality heavenly divine artifact be? Hearing the 3rd termination and 7th termination, Oyezi's complexion had instantly turned red. Angrily, he pointed to Qin Yu. You. The reason why Oyezi did not get angry at the beginning was because he was not pointed at the place where it hurt. Upon hearing that Qin Yu had pointed out his 2 mistakes, he was unable to restrain his anger. And at this moment, the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu, the Gold Sword God King Huangfu Lei, the Hunt Flowers God King Huangfu Liuxiang, Huangfu Jing and Huangfu Lushui, were all listening to the debate between Qin Yu and Oyezi with startled expressions. How would anyone who does not possess a certain level of research for the artifact crafting dare to interrupt? Humph. Oyezi violently waved his sleeve. It is a disgrace for me to argue with you. There are numerous theory experts in the divine realm, however, how many among them are actually capable of doing what they theorized? If you have the ability, then use the same materials and craft a high-quality heavenly divine artifact that's stronger than the one that I crafted, but... Same materials? Qin Yu started to laugh out loud. No need. I merely need half of the materials to do that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 27. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 27, Devouring Soul. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Oyezi was extremely angry. Yet, he smiled. Sucking child, you said half the materials? Even when boasting, one must also know one's limit. Could it be that you believe that you would not wear through those materials? Let me ask you, how much experience in artifact craftsmanship do you possess? Not much, merely several million years. Shin Yu said directly. Nearly several million years. Do you know how long I have crafted artifacts for? Oyezi's eagle-like eyes were flickering with sharp light like lightning. He stared at Shin Yu. The number of years I have crafted artifacts can only be measured in the billions. The divine realm was 12 quadrillion years old. As for Oyezi, it was very possible for him to have crafted artifacts for billions of years. So what if you have crafted artifacts for a very long time? I reckon there are many in the divine realm that have trained for billions of years. However, how many high-level heavenly deities are there? Yet I have merely trained for several millions of years and am already a high-level heavenly deity. Shin Yu said coldly. High-level heavenly deity? Brother Shin Yu, you're a high-level heavenly deity? Huangfu Lushui looked at Shin Yu with a shocked expression. About 2,000 plus years ago, Shin Yu was merely a nobody from Yuchi City that fought against the nine-headed black dragon Tanjio. He was someone who had merely just become a low-level heavenly deity. Shin Yu waved his hand. A small area not far away from him instantly perished. Spatial destruction. The mark of high-level heavenly deities. Everyone present had all become certain that Shin Yu was a high-level heavenly deity. There were not many that knew about that fact beforehand, it was only the three god kings that did. Oyezi, I shall address you deferentially as a grandmaster. However, in the future, you'd best not determine a person's level by merely the amount of time they have trained. Although I have researched artifact craftsmanship for a short period of time, when it comes to formation arrays, it would appear that you are no match against me. Shin Yu was radiating a domineering aura from his body. Oyezi's expression changed. Only at this moment did Oyezi recall that the Shin Yu before him was the legendary Shin Yu that was capable of setting up a formation array space. To be able to reach a level in the formation array where one could create a formation array space, such a level was likely something that even the craftsman god Cheho Yuan cannot match against. What use is it that your formation array is strong? Shin Yu, do you know that artifact crafting is separated into artifact embryo, tempering, and spirit awakening? At the very most, you'll be powerful in the spirit awakening process. What about the artifact embryo? Tempering? Oyezi sneered. Even the simplest tempering process requires tempering agents. Are you capable of providing that? As for high-quality heavenly divine artifact, it requires cold mist air. Oyezi once again had the arrogance of a grandmaster. As for the most important artifact embryo process, the method of crafting an artifact embryo requires one to have experience, countless amounts of experience. One could only obtain result through countless slow accumulation of experience. A grandmaster artifact craftsman has to create an artifact crafting technique that suits him the best. In order to do that, he is required to go through countless experiments. To do that takes a very long period of time. You have only researched for such a short period of time, what sort of accomplishment could you possibly have in crafting artifact embryo? When Oyezi said to this point, his tone had already turned aggressive. Oyezi, let me reply with the words you have said earlier. There are numerous theory experts in the divine realm. How many among them could truly craft artifacts? You can stop talking rubbish anymore. I shall craft an artifact before you to show you. How about that? Shin Yu looked straight at Oyezi. From his eyes was a sense of oppression. Oyezi took a deep breath. He sneered and said, Good. Good. Shin Yu, you are the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace. You can also be considered the number one individual in formation arrays. Today, I shall see you craft an artifact. I shall see if your craftsmanship ability is as powerful as your mouth. Shin Yu merely smiled indifferently. He was disinclined to argue with Oyezi. Instead, he walked to the center of the artifact crafting hall. Shin Yu, seeing this scene, Huangfu Jing was unable to refrain from speaking. She also felt worried for Shin Yu. All Huangfu Jing knew was that Shin Yu had only been bestowed the Golden Scrolls by the utmost East Sage Emperor 2,000 plus years ago. From Huangfu Jing's point of view, how could Shin Yu's craftsmanship ability possibly be able to match up against the Grandmaster artifact craftsman Oyezi? If Shin Yu were to fail, then how would Oyezi possibly let him off that easily? Good. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu suddenly spoke. Huangfu Yu smiled and surveyed everyone present.
This time, everyone would be able to see an eye-opener and watch two expert artifact craftsmen crafting artifacts in succession.
This opportunity is extremely hard to come by. Everyone, enjoy yourselves.
After the utmost East Sage Emperor said those words, everyone grew silent.
Humph. Ouyezi coldly humphed.
He then also walked to the side, sat down and proceeded to quietly watch Qinyu in the center of the artifact crafting hall.
Your lordship, that Qinyu, the old man beside Ouyezi spoke. Ouyezi's eyes slightly narrowed and started emitting a cold light.
That Qinyu is extremely powerful in formation arrays. Thus, he is definitely going to be very good with the spirit awakening process. However, I do not believe that he would be powerful in the artifact embryo and tempering processes.
Does he think that it is that easy to become a grandmaster artifact craftsman? That old man nodded.
Standing in the middle of the great hall, Qinyu extended his hand.
He cast away the robe on his body. Artifact crafting experts would generally have their upper body bare.
That was because they feared that their clothes might get in the way of artifact crafting. If any mistake were to happen, then it was possible for their crafting to be a failure. Qinyu extended his hand and an unyielding whirling space-destroying hammer appeared in his hand. A black stone platform also appeared before him.
Qinyu, the materials are here. Huangfu Yu said.
At the same time, nearly 100 materials flew toward Qinyu.
Qinyu waved his sleeve.
Of the nearly 100 materials, half flew before Qinyu. As for the other half, they turned around and flew toward the utmost East Sage Emperor.
Half is enough. Qinyu lightly smiled and said. Arrogant. Ouyezi coldly humphed.
Qinyu, however, had a rejoiceful smile on his face. The spatial energy from the new cosmos started to fill the air.
It covered Qinyu's surroundings.
Wherever the spatial energy covered, it would all be in Qinyu's control. This sort of sensation of being in complete control had caused Qinyu to be brimming with confidence.
Ho Qinyu extended his left hand. Black divine flames, white pure flames and traces of void flames erupted forward.
While sticking close to the surface of the stone platform, the flames began to move. It was like they were obedient little children. Seeing this scene, Ouyezi's expression instantly changed.
What a powerful flame-controlling ability, thought Ouyezi in his heart. Everyone present in the artifact crafting hall was holding their breaths as they looked.
As for Huangfu Jing, she was unable to take her eyes off Qinyu. Qinyu's confident smile and his nearly perfect movements caused her heart to tremble.
Let's begin. Qinyu's eyes were shining brightly.
Holding the unyielding whirling space-destroying hammer in his right hand, he smashed it downwards. Sound of whistle was heard. When the unyielding whirling space-destroying hammer smashed the materials on the stone platform, 9 whirlwinds were immediately sent forth by the hammer.
Qinyu's hammer-smashing speed had suddenly increased. Countless little whirlwinds began to engulf the entire black stone platform.
The space above the black stone platform seemed to be completely distorted. All sorts of materials were vibrating within the whirlwinds.
At this moment, the black divine flames, white pure flames and the void flames had also joined the fun. Bang! 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 Bang!
There was no other sound in the entire artifact crafting hall. The only sound was the sound of the hammer pounding on the stone platform and the sound of the whirlwind splitting apart the air. The sound of the hammer pounding on the stone platform would sometimes be so fast that it sounded like a thunderstorm, and other times, it would be slow and gentle like a spring rain. The combination of the pounding sound and the whirlwind sound had turned into nearly perfect music.
Practically everyone was enjoying this sort of music. There was someone who wasn't enjoying it. The current Ouyezi was extremely agitated. Beads of sweat have even appeared on his forehead.
That hammering technique, there's actually traces of Cheho Yuan's tempered through 1,000 hammers.
There's also those whirlwinds and flames. How did they match each other that well?
Combined, they are actually even more perfect than the tempered through 1,000 hammers.
Ouyezi had seen Cheho Yuan craft artifacts before.
He had never been able to forget the scene of Cheho Yuan using his tempered thorough 1,000 hammers. However, when seeing Qinyu crafting right now, it was actually even more perfect than Cheho Yuan's.
How would he not be astonished?
This sort of hammering technique, the coordination between space-oppressing whirlwinds and the flames, this level of skillfulness, this sort of level where the compatibility seems to be made by the heavens, without hundreds of millions of years of experimentations, how could he possibly reach such a level? Ouyezi felt that he had began to shiver slightly. The amateurs would enjoy the show whereas the experts watched the skill. Ouyezi was capable of seeing exactly how powerful Qinyu's artifact craftsmanship was. However, as for the rest of the people, they were only enjoying that sort of beautiful sensation brought along by Chinyu's crafting. As he hammered, Chinyu's muscles were shown. Chinyu's pair of determined eyes that seemed to have locked on the materials on the stone platform. The whistling whirlwinds brushing through Chinyu's hair. Among all sorts of scenes, everyone remained quiet. Truly too wonderful. Chinyu had entered a wonderful state. He had also grown extremely excited. He felt extremely good as he hammered. Under this sort of wonderful state, half a year had passed. Bang! As the final soul-trembling sound slowly dissipated away, the artifact embryo was finally completed. This was a long and narrow battle blade. One could tell how sharp the battle blade was just by looking from afar. Only after the artifact embryo was completed did everyone take a breath of relief. Everyone started to quietly chat with one another through divine awareness voice transmissions. Evidently, each and every one of them was confident in Chinyu. "Oh Yezi, how is Chinyu's artifact craftsmanship?" Huangfu Yu asked via divine awareness voice transmission. At this moment, Oh Yezi's expression was somewhat unsightly. However, he still responded back through voice transmission. "Your Majesty Sage Emperor, merely by looking at his craftsmanship in the artifact embryo, he is indeed extremely amazing. However, the tempering and the spirit awakening process have yet happened. It would not be too late for us to discuss about this when everything's done." "Good, let's wait till the end and see how good the weapon that Chinyu created will be." Huangfu Yu had a face filled with smiles. "Tempering." Chinyu frowned. "Shoot. In all these years, I've been only crafting ordinary materials. I do not know enough about the characteristics of these precious materials. Which tempering agent should I use? How long should I temper them for?" Chinyu's artifact crafting technique, the 9 revolutions void render, was a technique where one used one's sense to dispel the impurity of materials. Although he had never touched precious materials before, Chinyu knew that his artifact embryo was extremely perfect. However, what about the tempering process? I can only rely on my reaction speed. Chinyu clenched his teeth and waved his sleeve. A lump of unitary heavy water and a lump of golden elemental heavy water floated before him. The battle blade in his hand had directly flew into the center of the 2 lumps of water. I can only rely on my spatial energy sensing ability. Chinyu's spatial energy was the spatial energy from the new cosmos. Its sensing ability was extremely sharp. However, regardless of how sharp it was, it still required time. Even the slightest bit of time taken would cause the tempering process to be inadequate. However, Chinyu no longer had any other method. He did not have any experience working with precious materials. Experience was extremely important to the tempering process. Chi. 2 streams of water revolved around the battle blade. The tempering process was slowly being conducted. Using his spatial energy, Chinyu was able to sense that this battle blade was slowly becoming sharper, more flexible. The state of the battle blade was increasing continuously. It still hasn't reached the peak. Chinyu was still waiting. However, as if falling down from a ravine, the state of the battle blade suddenly started to decline after reaching the peak. Chinyu's spatial energy immediately sensed it. In an instant, Chinyu isolated the 2 streams of water. Although it wasn't the peak state, it's still not bad. This was the best that Chinyu could accomplish when he did not have any experience working with the materials. The tempering process had concluded. Only the last step remained. Spirit awakening. Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman Oyezi had spent over 3,000 years to set up an extremely complicated level 6 formation array. What about Chinyu? Chinyu was smiling. While smiling, several rays of jade green light was shot out from his fingertips. Formation array. Universe. Spirit awakening, completed. Chinyu's eyes shined. The battle blade trembled. On the surface of the completely black battle blade was a trace of jade green seal mark. Chinyu extended his hand and the battle blade flew to his hand. The most important thing he must do now was to inspect for the special effect of this high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Special effects, they determined whether a high-quality heavenly divine artifact was powerful. Special effect. Devouring Soul. When Chinyu saw this special effect, he was immediately overjoyed. Devouring Soul was a special effect practically unseen in high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. It was a special effect that generally only Grand Mist spiritual treasures possessed. Only the Divine Spear Waning Snow possessed the 2 special effects of Devouring Soul and Body Break. Everyone in the artifact crafting hall was looking to Chinyu, who stood in the center. As for Oyezi, his current complexion was a bit pale. It's done? Oyezi felt bitter in his mouth. It required him to spend several thousands of years to complete the spirit awakening process. However, what about Jinyu? He merely needed several breaths of time. The gap was too great. Oh Yezi, have a look. What do you think about my high-quality heavenly divine artifact when compared to yours? Jinyu extended his hand. The battle blade in his hand immediately flew to Oyezi. Oyezi's eyes shined as he looked at the high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Devouring Soul? When he discovered that the special effect was actually this, Oyezi was stunned. To possess the special effect of Devouring Soul, this battle blade was definitely comparable to third-rated Grandmist spiritual treasures and was even close to second-rated Grandmist spiritual treasures. Oyezi, how is the high-quality heavenly divine artifact that Jinyu crafted compared to yours? Huangfu Jing asked. All the rest of the people present looked to Oyezi. They were all waiting for his response. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 28. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 28, The New Master of the Bewitching God Temple. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Your Lordship. The two bodyguard leaders, the old man and the youth, both looked to Oyezi. Jinyu smiled as he looked to Oyezi. As Oyezi is a Grandmaster artifact craftsman, he ought to know about the quality of these two high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, right? Oyezi had an extremely ugly expression. It took him nearly 100 precious materials and over 3,000 years in order to craft a single high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Furthermore, what he managed to craft in the end was something that barely qualified to be a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Yet Jinyu, he had used only half of the materials and spent less than a year crafting it. However, the final result was a work that can be said to be a peak high-quality heavenly divine artifact. One could tell with a single glance who was better. Oyezi's voice was extremely cold. Jinyu's high-quality heavenly divine artifact's quality is indeed the most top-rated. I believe only Che-Ho Yuan would be capable of surpassing this heavenly divine artifact. This artifact crafting, Oyezi, admit my inferiority. He had admitted defeat. After the disappearance of the craftsman god, one of the two Grandmaster artifact craftsmen Oyezi actually admitted his defeat. All the people that surrounding the artifact crafting hall had instantly gone into an uproar. Everyone had extremely brilliant expressions. Especially the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu. He had been vexed the entire time that his utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzlingville did not possess any Grandmaster artifact craftsman. However, how long had it only been? The Formation Array Grandmaster that he had invited had already reached the surprising level in artifact craftsmanship. Jinyu, who created the method of your artifact craftsmanship? What is it called? Oyezi suddenly stared at Jinyu. His gaze was like lightning. Oyezi was unable to forget about the scene of Jinyu crafting his artifact. The scene of the hammer striking down. The scene of the whirlwinds and flames coordinating with one another. They were all practically perfect. It was so perfect that it was even more stunning than the scene of the craftsman god Che-Ho Yuan crafting his artifact embryo. This artifact crafting technique was created by me, said Jinyu in a clear voice. He had a confident light to him. Jinyu looked to Oyezi and continued. This artifact crafting technique of mine, I have combined the tempered through thousand hammers, revolving void crafting and several tens of other artifact crafting technique. And then, through countless experiments, I finally managed to create this artifact crafting technique. I have named this crafting technique as 9 Revolutions Void Render. 9 Revolutions Void Render? Oyezi mumbled in a low voice. It was as if he had lost his soul. 9 Revolutions Void Render, 9 is the extreme, 9 revolutions into 3, Oyezi was mumbling. Seeing Oyezi acting like this, the other people were unable to refrain their shock. This Oyezi, could it be that he was shocked so much that he went crazy? Tempered through thousand hammers, tempered through thousand hammers, Oyezi was suddenly woken up. Then, with lightning-like gaze, he stared at Jinyu. You said earlier that you have combined tempered through thousand hammers. This tempered through thousand hammers was the consummate skill of the craftsman god Che-Ho Yuan. Che-Ho Yuan has never once taught others about his artifact crafting skill. How did you know that? The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu, 100 Flowers God King Huangfu Liuxiang, Gold Sword God King Huangfu Lei, and the rest of the people, had all noticed that too. That's right. Jinyu said that he had combined tempered through thousand hammers as well as several tens of other methods and then created his own artifact crafting method through countless experiments. If Jinyu hadn't read the tempered through thousand hammers, how could he possibly be able to combine that? Could it be? This Jinyu was related to the craftsman god Che-Ho Yuan?
Chinyu smiled as he looked to Oyezi. Oyezi, it is precisely as you think. I am indeed somewhat related to senior craftsman god Che-Ho Yuan. He has given me the grace of guidance. Furthermore, he has also left the bewitching god temple to me. Left the bewitching god temple for you? Oyezi's eyes were opened wide like a ball. The utmost East Sage Emperor and the rest of them all looked at Chinyu with shocked expressions. All the upper echelons of the divine realm knew of the status of the craftsman god Che-Ho Yuan and that the bewitching god temple was the craftsman god's headquarters. That's right, I am the new master of the bewitching god temple. Chinyu turned around and looked to Huangfu Jing. Princess Jing, you should know Uncle Fu, right? The housekeeper of the bewitching god temple. You all ought to know that his name is Afu, right? Afu, Uncle Fu? Huangfu Jing was startled. So this was the case. Even the utmost East Sage Emperor had an expression as if he had suddenly seen the light. Puppet, they were things that those with high status were capable of buying. Puppets did not possess souls and were also capable of changing their appearances. Thus, even the God King level experts couldn't recognize that Uncle Fu was the Afu from back then. After all, there was no method to differentiate a puppet. Only their masters were capable of controlling them completely through master acknowledgement. Oyezi looked at Chinyu. He remained silent for something before laughing neurotically. New master of the bewitching god temple, Chinyu. You are indeed the successor of the craftsman god. I hold no grievance in my loss. Chinyu Oyezi stared at Chinyu. You have already surpassed the craftsman god in the spirit awakening process. In the artifact embryo process, there was barely any difference between you and the craftsman god. Only in the process of tempering were you a level weaker. However, it is not hard to increase one's tempering level. I believe that a new craftsman god shall soon be born, but... After he finished saying that, Oyezi looked at the utmost East Sage Emperor. Your Majesty Sage Emperor, although you had invited me to craft 3 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts for you, it would appear now that your Majesty Sage Emperor does not require me to remain here and disgrace myself anymore. In that case, I shall take my leave. Oyezi cupped his hand as a salute. Oyezi, the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu was about to extend his hand to speak, but Oyezi have directly turned around in a determined manner. At the same time, he said in a deep low voice to the 2 guard captains behind him. Let's go. Just like that, Oyezi brought the 2 guard captains and proceeded to walk toward the entrance of the artifact crafting hall. Oyezi, you have yet to receive your reward for the acceptance of this matter yet. Please wait a moment. The utmost East Sage Emperor suddenly said in a loud voice. Back then, the utmost East Sage Emperor and Oyezi have agreed that the utmost East Sage Emperor would reward him when the artifact crafting process is done. After all, the reward was determined by the quality of the artifact that was crafted. I have wasted your Majesty Sage Emperor's materials. I do not have the face to accept a reward, a voice sounded from afar. Oyezi had already disappeared with his 2 guard captains. This time around, Oyezi had truly been greatly shocked. He, a magnificent Grandmaster artifact craftsman, before Chinyu, was utterly defeated in the artifact crafting that he was most proud of. The current Oyezi, how could he possibly still have the face to receive his rewards? A Grandmaster like Oyezi, what they valued the most was their face, their reputation. Inside the artifact crafting hall. At this moment, the 3 great god kings, the 3 great palace masters, including the Black Wind Palace's palace master Gu Zhuang, who had also come to watch Chinyu craft when he heard about it. All the several tens of people present were looking at Chinyu. Their gazes contained a peculiar implication. Chinyu, the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu stared at Chinyu. The new master of the bewitching god temple, that status is a bit higher than even being my Misty Mystic Palace's palace master. Being stared by these several tens of people present, Chinyu was momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Thus, he could only smile. At an instant, the atmosphere of the entire hall seemed to have frozen. Suddenly, a crisp and clear laughter was heard. The 100 Flowers God King Huangfu Liuxing took a glance at Huangfu Yu. Second brother, why are you making that sort of face? Are you planning to scare the new Grandmaster artifact craftsman? Huangfu Liuxian looked to Chinyu with a smile. Chinyu, there are a couple high-level heavenly deities among my disciples that does not have any high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Might it be possible for you? Chinyu. The Gold Sword God King Huangfu Lei interrupted the 100 Flowers God King Huangfu Liuxiang's speech. I am fond of crafting artifacts. Merely, in the path of artifact craftsmanship, my level is deeply inferior to yours. Might it be possible for you to allow me to observe you as you craft artifacts? Earlier, when I watched your 9 Revolutions Void Render artifact crafting technique, I also obtained some comprehension in my heart. Enough. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu's expression changed.
Qin Yu is after all the palace master of our Mount Dazzling Gold's Misty Mystic Palace. He must also have time to himself.
MN.
Furthermore, the several elite mid-squadrons of the Misty Mystic Palace don't have enough troops. I will immediately send forth the Imperial City's elite heavenly deity squadron.
Such enthusiasm. The three great god kings had immediately changed their attitudes towards Qin Yu.
Qin Yu felt that the three great god kings even considered him as someone on the same level as them.
Grandmaster artifact craftsmen, although their strength was inferior to the god kings, their status was not much lower than the god kings.
Moreover, to many people, Grandmaster artifact craftsmen were people that were even more sought after. Not only the three great god kings, the other three great palace masters and the imperial clansmen of the Huangfu clan had all become astonishingly enthusiastic toward Qin Yu. Many of the imperial clansmen were also dreaming of being able to obtain a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. After all, high-quality heavenly divine artifacts were truly too sparse.
Qin Yu, let me see this battle blade.
I want to see exactly how exceptional it is.
Earlier, when that Oyezi saw this battle blade, he did not say a single word regarding it. Huangfu Lushui took the battle blade from Qin Yu. After a short moment. Devouring Soul, this battle blade's special effect is actually Devouring Soul.
When Huangfu Lushui carefully inspected the battle blade that Qin Yu crafted, he was completely astonished.
Earlier, when Oyezi inspected the battle blade, he did not inform others of the battle blade's special effect.
Only when Huangfu Lushui received the battle blade and cried out in shock did the rest of the people know about why this battle blade was so astonishing.
Devouring Soul?
The three great god kings looked at each other. They were stunned for a moment. To be able to craft a high-quality heavenly divine artifact already qualified one to be a Grandmaster artifact craftsman. However, the high-quality heavenly divine artifact that Qin Yu crafted actually possessed the special effect of Devouring Soul. It definitely qualified it to be a top work among the high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Only the waning snow that the craftsman god had crafted was able to surpass it. Seeing the expression of gazes the three great god kings and the rest of the people looked to him with, Qin Yu felt a burst of helplessness. It would appear that he had displayed too much of his strength. However, in order for him to have a higher certainty in the groom search, Qin Yu had no choice but to reveal his strength.
A countless number of thunderbolts struck down frantically from the sky. This area of thousands of miles was practically covered with thunder and lightning.
Outsiders were completely unable to get near this place at all.
In the middle of this thunder and lightning region was a floating city.
This was a city of thunder and lightning. One of the 8 great sacred lands of the divine realm, the northwestern region's Thunder Punishment City. Inside the Thunder Punishment Palace's Sage Emperor Palace.
The northwestern Sage Emperor Zhou Hua wore a purple gown.
He was casually lying on his chair. With a light laugh, he said,
Oyezi, how come you've come back so early?
3 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, shouldn't that take 10,000 years?
Could it be that, Oyezi, your artifact crafting ability has increased? Your Majesty, please don't make fun of me.
At this moment, Oyezi was seated on the other side. He appeared to be languid and powerless. This time around, I've lost very miserably.
Lost very miserably? What happened?
Zhou Hua sat up straight. He looked at Oyezi with a confused expression.
Zhou Hua had a very good attitude toward Oyezi.
He had treated him like his good friend the entire time and had never oppressed him with his status of Sage Emperor. After all, other than the missing craftsman god, there remained only 2 Grandmaster artifact craftsmen in the divine realm.
And the other Grandmaster was even a direct descendant from the utmost southern region's Lightland City.
It was impossible for him to serve another clan. This time when I proceeded to the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold, never would I have imagined that in there was the successor of the craftsman god, the new master of the bewitching god temple.
Oyezi laughed at himself.
It took me over 3,000 years to craft an artifact. However, that Qin Yu spent less than a year yet crafted a high-quality heavenly divine artifact better than the one I made.
Zhou Hua violently stood up. Craftsman god's successor? His craftsmanship ability was stronger than even you?
The Northwest Sage Emperor Zhou Hua had grown serious.
Oyezi smiled bitterly and said, That's right.
I must admit that his craftsmanship ability was stronger than mine. Although his craftsmanship ability is currently a bit weaker than the craftsman god, I believe it would not take long for him to become the new craftsman god. Your Majesty, I also felt that the formation array flow method has already reached its limit. This time, I want to enter seclusion training to once again research for another method to craft artifacts.
In this period of time, I will be unable to craft artifacts for your Majesty.
Oyezi suddenly stood up. Formation array flow, it was a mistaken path for artifact crafting to begin with. To be able to craft high-quality heavenly divine artifacts while walking down this mistaken path, that was truly a pinnacle one could reach. No matter how much more effort one put into it, one would still be unable to reach craftsman god Cheho Yuan's level.
Good. You can go. I will make sure no one bothers you, Joho said with extremely sincerity. After seeing Oyezi walking away to train, Joho started to frown deeply. Another Grandmaster artifact craftsman was born.
Furthermore, Oyezi admitted that he was inferior. The significance of this was extremely great. In this world, there existed no walls that didn't leak air through. Regardless of whether it was Mount Dazzling Gold or Thunder Punishment City, news of the emergence of the new Grandmaster artifact craftsman would be spread. Soon, the various powers of the divine realm had all managed to learn what had happened. They also came to know one particular thing. Qinyu's crafting ability was something that made even Oyezi resign himself to being inferior.
Right after that, the various sage emperors and even the three great ascender powers started to regret incessantly.
Back then, when Qinyu managed to deploy a formation array space, they had merely dispatched heavenly deities to invite him. In the end, because the utmost East Sage Emperor possessed the favorable location, he was the first to succeed in getting to Qinyu. If they were to have used their statuses as Sage Emperors to personally go and invite him, then Qinyu would likely have gone to them.
However, who would have thought that Qinyu would have become a Grandmaster artifact craftsman?
Furthermore, it would appear now that Qinyu was even hopeful in becoming the new craftsman god. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 29.
Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 29, Clear Words.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Utmost Northern Regions Floating Snow City. Soaring Cloud Mansion.
The Soaring Cloud Mansion could be considered a pretty decent mansion in Floating Snow City. It was also the prince of the Thunder Punishment City Zhou Xian's residence in Flowing Snow City. Inside the quiet courtyard within the Soaring Cloud Mansion, snowflakes were gently falling down on top of the trees, yet Zhou Xian was frowning as he looked at the low-level heavenly deity before him.
You said that a new Grandmaster artifact craftsman has emerged? Furthermore, his artifact crafting ability is even stronger than Oyezi's? Zhou Xian questioned. Furthermore, that man is that formation array Grandmaster Qinyu?
The low-level heavenly deity said respectfully.
Yes, that's right, my lord.
Furthermore, it was Lord Oyezi who personally admitted that he was inferior.
Qinyu. Zhou Xian's brows were frowned even more pronouncedly. He then waved his hand. You can withdraw. Yes, my lord. The low-level heavenly deity quickly left the courtyard.
Only Zhou Xian remained standing in the courtyard. The snowflakes landed on his body, but he didn't care for them in the slightest.
Qinyu, why must this new Grandmaster artifact craftsman be named Qinyu? Zhou Xian felt a bit fidgety. He hated the name Qinyu. That was because Zhou Xian knew that back when Lear was in the mortal realm, the youth that she knew was also called Qinyu. They are both called Qinyu, could they possibly be related?
Zhou Xian immediately then laughed at himself.
I am truly neurotic.
10,000 plus years ago, that Qinyu was still only an immortal cultivator in the mortal realm. No matter how fast his cultivation speed is, it is still impossible for him to become a divine realm's Grandmaster artifact craftsman.
To Zhou Xian, an immortal cultivator from the mortal realm was merely an ant.
He had never once cared about them. However, Zhou Xian had forgotten that in this world, there were spatial divine artifacts which possessed the ability to accelerate time. When 10,000 plus years were to be accelerated by 1,000 times, it would be more than 10 million years. At the time when Zhou Xian obtained this information, Zhang Lan of the Wood Mansion had also obtained this information. According to the agreement he had with Qinyu, once Qinyu publicized his status as the new master of the Bewitching God Temple, he would go and inform the utmost North Sage Emperor that they could start the groom search for Lear.
Inside the Wood Mansion. I reckon that Lear is still in Little Yu's cosmic space? Zhang Lan looked to the southeast direction.
I'll give Little Yu some time to prepare. In 10 years, I'll go and inform Big Brother about this. To the experts of the divine realm, 10 years was an extremely short amount of time. The reason why Zhang Lan decided to do such a thing was so that Qinyu would have more time to prepare. Qinyu spent about half a year and crafted another high-quality heavenly divine artifact. The utmost East Sage Emperor had originally requested for Oyezi to craft 3 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Oyezi had only crafted 1 high-quality heavenly divine artifact, thus, including the battle blade, Qinyu had crafted 2 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Your Majesty Sage Emperor, after this crafting session, I believe that I am still a bit inadequate in crafting high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. This subordinate will definitely return and train a bit more," said Qinyu as he handed the high-quality heavenly divine artifact to the Utmost East Sage Emperor. At this moment, the Utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu was in an extremely good mood. It was extremely different when one possessed one's own Grandmaster artifact craftsman. Back then, that Oyezi had sought for an extremely high asking price to craft artifacts. However, what about Qinyu? He did not ask for anything at all. Merely, as a token of appreciation, the Utmost East Sage Emperor gave Qinyu some materials. "Qinyu, go ahead and train. If there is anything that you need, feel free to tell me. I will definitely try my best to obtain them for you," said the Utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu as he laughed heartily. "Thank you, Your Majesty Sage Emperor," said Qinyu as he slightly bowed. Qinyu clearly felt that when he encountered the three great god kings now, they no longer displayed an air of arrogance. Instead, they had become extremely amiable towards him. As for, towards other people, the three great god kings still possessed their usual haughtiness. "I reckon that Lear has been anxiously waiting." Qinyu felt a bit bad. As he had been outside for over 3,000 years, Lear must have been training for several tens of millions of years inside his cosmos. Qinyu rushed back to the misty mystic palace. After telling others to not allow anyone to disturb him, he entered his cosmos. New cosmos. On the new purple mystic star. On the continuous mountain range of the East Hazy Mountain. Standing on a little mountain top was a white-clothed woman. It was precisely Lear who had stopped her training. "Big brother Qinyu, when will you be coming back?" Lear had a slightly worried expression. Lear suddenly felt that someone had hugged her tightly from behind. Lear was startled. However, from that familiar aura, she knew who it was that had arrived. Lear. That voice she had waited for a long time once again sounded next to her ears. "Big brother Qinyu." Lear turned around and looked at Qinyu with a pleasantly surprised expression. "You've finally come back. That's truly, truly great. Why are you outside and not training in the artifact crafting hall?" Qinyu asked. From Qinyu's point of view, if Lear were to immerse herself in training, time would pass by very quickly. Lear looked to Qinyu. She slightly bulged her mouth and shook her head like a spoiled child. "No. Time passes too slowly in the artifact crafting hall. 10,000 years in the artifact crafting hall would only be a single year outside. Thus, I've come out to wait for you. Sure enough, I've only waited for a short moment and you've already returned." Hearing these words, Qinyu was moved. Short moment? Qinyu was the master of this cosmos. While Qinyu was crafting, he had already noticed that Lear had left the artifact crafting hall and was awaiting him on the East Hazy Mountain's mountaintop. However, because he was crafting, he could not be distracted. Thus, he had restrained himself all the way till now. Merely, Qinyu became even more moved from Lear being so understanding of others. He also loved her even more because of that. "Lear, I have already publicized that I am the new master of the bewitching god temple to the world." Publicized? Lear had a pleasantly surprised expression. Lear knew very well in her heart that once Qinyu publicized his identity as the new master of the bewitching god temple, Uncle Lan would go and tell her imperial father to formally publicize the matter of her groom search. "Big brother Qinyu, are you going to Floating Snow City to participate in the groom search?" Lear asked once again. To participate in the groom search would be extremely difficult. Had Qinyu not had the identities of Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman and new master of the bewitching god temple, then he would not have much hope of obtaining Lear's hand in marriage. However now, Qinyu possessed sufficient strength to compete against the other four people. "Rest assured, no matter what, I will not allow anyone to snatch you away from me." Qinyu hugged Lear even more tightly and enjoyed that warm sensation. Qinyu had merely stayed a single day in his cosmos. The second day. "Lear, I will immediately go and inform the Utmost East Sage Emperor about this matter. I believe that he will not oppose to this. After that, I will directly set off for Floating Snow City." Qinyu smiled as he looked at Lear. Lear displayed a smile of happiness. Softly, she nodded her head. "Big brother Qinyu, the Utmost East Sage Emperor really won't oppose it?" Lear was slightly worried. "He won't, unless he wants to force me to leave the Mount Dazzling Gold." Qinyu's voice was a bit cold. For Lear, Qinyu was prepared to discard everything. Regardless of who it were, they would not be able to obstruct him and Lear. Although Qinyu had a favorable impression of the Utmost East Sage Emperor, when the Utmost East Sage Emperor invited him, he had done so through viewing his strength in high regards. If he were to refuse Qinyu, then Qinyu would simply choose to leave determinedly. Qinyu returned to the misty mystic palace. Uncle Fu, Xiuzhong, the two of you prepare yourselves. I am planning to go out. The two of you can follow me, said Qinyu directly. Uncle Fu and Xiuzhong Fu looked at each other. They were both confused. Master, where are you planning to go? Your lordship, you are leaving? Two adorable girls walked over from the side. These two girls were Hongyu and Lu Shuwei, who had passed their divine tribulations. Wu Lan and them had already passed their divine tribulations. To the utmost north floating snow city, said Qinyu with a clear-cut tone. Uncle Fu's eyes instantly started to shine. Uncle Fu was someone who knew a lot about Qinyu. Thus, he naturally knew what Qinyu planned to do going to the utmost northern region's floating snow city. Uncle Fu immediately said, Master, I will go and prepare right away. Qinyu slightly nodded. He then left the misty mystic palace and started to proceed for the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace. In the back garden of the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace, the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu, his Empress Su Yan and their daughter Huangfu Jing, were currently chatting together. Huangfu Yu and Su Yan both had faces filled with smiles. Little Jing, what's there for you to be embarrassed about? That Qinyu is indeed very outstanding. I also know that you have a favorable impression of him. In that case, I, your imperial father, shall go and tell him for you. What do you think? Said Huangfu Yu with a gentle chuckle. Huangfu Jing and the Misty Mystic Palace's palace master Qinyu possessed a very good relationship with each other. This was something that practically everyone in Dazzling Gold City knew. Furthermore, Huangfu Ling, Huangfu Liehua, Huangfu Lushui and many others had frequently mentioned this to the utmost East Sage Emperor. Although Qinyu of the past was extremely outstanding, it was still unlikely for the utmost East Sage Emperor to take the initiative to send forth his daughter. However, the current Qinyu had already greatly satisfied the utmost East Sage Emperor. A Grandmaster artifact craftsman. Furthermore, he was someone that could potentially become the new craftsman god. This Grandmaster artifact craftsman was not a direct descendant of the Huangfu clan. Thus, the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu urgently wanted to use the method of marriage to lock this Grandmaster artifact craftsman to Mount Dazzling Gold. Imperial Father, if you were to speak so directly, wouldn't that just be making things embarrassing for me? Huangfu Jing was a bit humiliated and angry. Could a woman be able to take the initiative on such matters? The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu and his wife Su Yan glanced at each other. The two of them both started to laugh out loud. Huangfu Jing's face had instantly grown red. It was as if she were about to drip blood. Little Jing, you can rest assured. Your imperial father knows very well about how to speak properly. I would definitely not make things difficult for you. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu laughed out loud. You are also a daughter of me, the utmost East Sage Emperor. You are also a high-level heavenly deity. You are able to match Qinyu. Little Jing. Su Yan also smiled and said, Do you think what we plan to do would be good? Huangfu Jing's face was already red. She moved her mouth. Everything shall be determined by my parents. Her voice was very low. However, the utmost East Sage Emperor and his wife heard it very clearly. This had also led to two of them to start smiling. In the divine realm, couples with the same level of status and an affinity with each other were extremely rare. The utmost East Sage Emperor was happy that his daughter would have such a husband. At the same time, he was happy that Qinyu would become even more intimate with their utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a guard from outside had run in. He walked to a distance not far from the utmost East Sage Emperor, bowed and said, Misty Mystic Palace's palace master, Lord Qinyu, is outside and is seeking your Majesty's attendance for an important matter. Ha, we were just speaking about him and here he comes. Little Jing, perhaps I do not even have to mention it and he'll be the one to instead. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu was happy to his heart's content. He then said to the guard, Quickly, go and let Qinyu in. Yes. That guard rapidly left. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu and his wife Su Yan were filled with smiles as they looked to Huangfu Jing. Huangfu Jing took a deep breath. She calmed herself a bit. However, her face was still a bit red. The sounds of footsteps were heard. The utmost East Sage Emperor, his wife and Huangfu Jing all looked over to the distant. They saw Qinyu, who wore a black gown, walking towards them following the little pathway. Your Majesty Sage Emperor, Your Highness the Queen, Princess Jing, said Qinyu with a slight bow. The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu and Su Yan both smiled and nodded to Qinyu. Only Huangfu Jing was still in a state of accelerated heartbeat and had a slightly red face.
Xinyu, didn't you just return back to your place a day ago? What sort of important matter do you have on your mind? Said the utmost East Sage Emperor with a smile on his face.
If there is something that you need, there is no need to restrain yourself from speaking. Hearing the utmost East Sage Emperor saying those words, Xinyu also felt a bit more relaxed. Right after, Xinyu proceeded to speak his purpose in coming. Your Majesty Sage Emperor, I have been at the utmost eastern regions Mount Dazzling Gold for pretty long.
I have a matter that I have yet to tell you of. Oh, you have another secret? The utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu still looked at Xinyu with a smile.
Other than the secret regarding the Bewitching God Temple, I truly want to know what other secrets you might have. Hearing the word secret, even Huangfu Jing was unable to refrain herself from pricking up her ears to carefully listen.
Xinyu smiled embarrassedly. It's nothing great.
A long time ago, when I was still very weak, I was acquainted with the utmost north region's floating snow city's princess, Zhongli.
Only later did I find out about the utmost North Sage Emperor's public groom search.
The participants of the groom search, the majority of them possess exceptional strength and status. Back then, I had planned to reach some achievement in the matter of artifact crafting before proceeding to the utmost northern region's floating snow city. And now, I could be considered as having some achievement in the artifact crafting path. I have prepared to set off for the utmost northern region's floating snow city to participate in that public groom search.
I hope that your Majesty Sage Emperor would not hinder me.
Xinyu said all that in a single breath. After he finished saying those words, he proceeded to look at the utmost East Sage Emperor. In Xinyu's heart, this was merely a process. As long as the utmost East Sage Emperor was not dumb, he would not make things difficult for Xinyu. However, after hearing Xinyu's words, Huangfu Jing's expression had instantly turned deathly pale.
Huangfu Jing's mother, Su Yan, also started to frown.
As for the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu, the smile that he once had was completely gone. He had a gloomy and quiet expression like that of water. Xinyu, are you truly planning to participate in that Zhongli's public groom search? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 30. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 30, Knot of the Heart. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin.
Xinyu immediately noticed the change in the expressions of the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu and them. However, Xinyu had also anticipated that the utmost East Sage Emperor might not be very happy about his request. Merely, this matter of participating in the groom search was something that he must do. Your Majesty, I have hidden this matter within my heart the entire time. At the same time, this matter was also the reason why I have been striving my hardest to train and research the artifact craftsmanship.
Xinyu said solemnly.
As one cultivated for a long period of time, practically all cultivators would have a goal in their heart. Upon hearing this, the utmost East Sage Emperor Huangfu Yu also knew that Xinyu's goal was actually Zhongli. He knew that it would be impossible for him to persuade Xinyu. No matter what, Xinyu was a grandmaster artifact craftsman, someone who was in very high demand in the divine realm. If he were to be too excessive toward Xinyu, then it would be possible for Xinyu to leave Mount Dazzling Gold.
Huangfu Yu would naturally not do such a thing. Huangfu Yu's expression returned to normal.
He spoke words of persuasion.
Xinyu, if you truly want to do that, then there is nothing that I can do to stop you.
Merely, I want to remind you that those people who are participating in the groom search, many of them possess a very large influence in the divine realm. Even if you were to participate, it will still be extremely difficult. The goal that he had been striving for all these years, how could he possibly give up from mere difficulties?
Thank you, Your Majesty Sage Emperor. Xinyu smiled and bowed. He then said no more.
Earlier, when Huangfu Yu said those words, he had clearly stated that he would not stop Xinyu.
Xinyu, didn't you tell me before that you didn't know that Zhongli? A sharp and clear voice sounded. Xinyu turned around to look.
It was Huangfu Jing who had a very pale complexion. Seeing Huangfu Jing, Xinyu's first reaction was a headache. In Xinyu's heart, Huangfu Jing was an extremely great girl. Merely, Xinyu did not have the slightest feeling for her. Ever since he had Lear in his heart, the other girls were all unable to move his heart in the slightest. Princess Jing, back then my strength is still very weak. Even if I said that, it would be for naught. I also do not wish to disgrace myself. Thus, I ended up telling a lie. I hope that princess will not take offense to it.
Xinyu said sincerely.
Xinyu truly hoped that Huangfu Jing would not be angry because of this. Otherwise, he would feel guilty too.
Huang Fujing laughed desolately a couple times.
Back then, when you asked me the matters regarding Jiangli, I had suspected that you were related to her.
So it truly was the case. Little Jing. An awe-imposing low shout was heard. The person who spoke was the utmost East Sage Emperor Huang Fuyu.
Huang Fuyu have turned completely serious as he looked to Huang Fujing. Little Jing, Qin Yu is our Misty Mystic Palace's palace master.
Who he likes, who he wants to pursue, although I am the Sage Emperor, it is still not something that I can force upon him.
Imperial Father, I know.
Huang Fujing slightly nodded. Qin Yu was worried.
At the same time, he started to examine Huang Fujing.
He took a slight breath of relief. Fortunately, this Huang Fujing's state of mind did not change greatly.
Qin Yu, if there is anything that you need my help in that floating snow city's groom search, feel free to tell me, said the utmost East Sage Emperor to Qin Yu while smiling.
Qin Yu felt at ease.
Not only did the utmost East Sage Emperor not obstruct him, he instead wanted to help him. This naturally caused Qin Yu to have an even more favorable impression of the utmost East Sage Emperor.
Huang Fujing's eyes shined.
She raised her head and looked to Qin Yu.
Qin Yu, is it possible for you to go to my place before you leave? I would like to have a chat with you. Little Jing. Huang Fuyu seemed to become a bit angry. Huang Fujing displayed a smile to the utmost East Sage Emperor Huang Fuyu. Imperial Father, rest assured. I am merely planning to have a chat with Qin Yu. I definitely have no other intention. The utmost East Sage Emperor Yu nodded. No matter what, Huang Fujing was still a high-level heavenly deity. With the high level of her soul, her ability to bear the shock would not be that low either. Qin Yu, are you willing to come to my place? Huang Fujing displayed a smile to Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt a bit numb. However, what could he possibly do? Qin Yu said modestly. Princess Jing, I am of course extremely willing. Qin Yu had an expression that could still be considered as calm and undisturbed. Huang Fujing lightly nodded. She then turned around and bowed to the utmost East Sage Emperor.
Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, your child shall take her leave first. After she said that, Huang Fujing turned to leave. When she was leaving, she took a glance at Qin Yu.
Qin Yu clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty Sage Emperor, Your Highness Empress, I will also be taking my leave. Good. You two can go, said Huang Fuyu with a smile.
Just like that, Qin Yu followed behind Huang Fujing and left with her. As for the utmost East Sage Emperor and his wife, they looked to Qin Yu and Huang Fujing leave. Only after the two of them left did they begin to discuss. Your Majesty, little Jing, Su Yan was a bit worried. She understood very well why the utmost East Sage Emperor did what he did earlier. After all, Qin Yu was not someone who they could command as they wanted. A Grandmaster artifact craftsman, he was someone that all the major powers of the divine realm wanted. Huang Fuyu slightly smiled and said in a calm and collected manner. Su Yan, you can rest assured. For one, little Jing has a very tenacious mentality. She would not do anything stupid just for such a thing like this. Secondly, it is not certain that Qin Yu would be able to succeed just because he decided to participate in the groom search. Su Yan also immediately recalled of all the divine realm's outstanding talents that were participating in the groom search. She then also nodded. Duan Wuyu, Shindafan, Kuei Yinho and Zhou Xian, was any among them who was easy to handle? Even if Qin Yu was a Grandmaster artifact craftsman, he could only be considered as being at around the same level as those four. There was only 20% chance of him being able to win in the groom search. When that Qin Yu fails the groom search, then perhaps he'll end up with Jinger, said Huang Fuyu while smiling. Su Yan slightly nodded. She sighed lowly and said, We can only hope for Qin Yu to fail. Imperial City. Huang Fujing's mansion house. The day gradually darkened. The dark curtain of night from the utmost northern region's floating snow city have covered the entire divine realm. Under the night sky, under the vague lights of lanterns, Qin Yu and Huang Fujing sat next to each other on a stone bench. Behind them was a curved willow tree. The numerous branches of the willow tree were below blown by the air and moving beside the two. Qin Yu was silent. He didn't know what to say for the time matter. He took a glance at Huang Fujing beside him. Huang Fujing's hair was being blown by the wind. It was moving back and forth before Qin Yu's eyes. Qin Yu suddenly felt that this Huang Fujing was a bit pitiful. Qin Yu, your cultivation speed is truly fast. Huang Fujing was the first to speak. It's not bad. Qin Yu's response appeared to be a bit clumsy. Only then did Huang Fujing took a low sigh. Only now did I found out that you've trained that hard was actually all for little sister Jiangli.
That's right, little sister Jiangli is indeed a very good person.
Anyone who has been in contact with her would usually end up liking her.
That's right, Lear is a very good person. Xin Yu was unable to help himself from thinking about Lear. Once he thought of Lear, Xin Yu displayed a peaceful smile. Huang Fujing took a glance at Xin Yu and saw the expression on his face.
She smiled bitterly.
Xin Yu, say, why is it that when a person likes another person, it was so hard for them to pin down the reason why they like the other person?
After being in the divine realm for this many years, I simply do not find any of the other men fancy.
However, after being in contact with you for a bit longer, I felt that you're attracting me.
Why is that? Even I myself do not understand why. Huang Fujing said those words slowly as if she was talking about someone else. She did not consider that Qin Yu was beside her at all.
Qin Yu was startled.
The smile on his face had instantly disappeared.
What is this Huang Fujing talking about?
Qin Yu felt a burst of headache. He looked to Huang Fujing beside him. Merely, Qin Yu already have decided in his heart. Thus, he could only calm his mood.
He then said,
Princess Jing, regarding that, I too am not very certain.
Then what about you and little sister Jiangli? Huang Fujing hurriedly asked.
At the same time, she looked to Qin Yu.
Upon mentioning Jiangli, Qin Yu once again started smiling.
How should I say this? Princess Jing, ever since my infancy till adulthood, I have been always working hard on training myself and fighting others. I have even grew to become fond of that sort of feeling of challenging myself. However, Qin Yu's gaze have turned misty. When I was together with Lear, I felt that my heart was extremely peaceful. It was as if a lonely boat have returned back to shore. In the mortal realm, I have knew Lear for several tens of years. There was nothing world-shaking that happened between us either. We also did not have any unforgettable separation of life and death. All we had was the peaceful care and concern that we had for each other. A single expression from the eyes, a single smile, we were able to sense the thinking of the other person was thinking through merely those.
Qin Yu have a very natural smile on his face. Huang Fujing calmly listened to Qin Yu as she looked to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's smile is truly gentle. Merely, that smile is toward little sister Jiangli, thought Huang Fujing in her heart.
When she was playing chess, I would watch her from the side.
When I am chatting with others, she would be bringing tea or fruits to us. Those days, I always remember them.
Qin Yu closed his eyes. The depths of Qin Yu's heart was actually extremely tired. Only when he was together with Lear would he be capable of loosening himself. Being immersed in his memories completely, Qin Yu only managed to wake back up after some time. Only at this moment did Qin Yu recall that he was chatting with Huang Fujing.
Ah, I'm sorry.
Qin Yu looked to Huang Fujing.
Huang Fujing's expression had also turned peaceful.
She was watching Qin Yu and waiting for him to open his eyes the entire time.
She then smiled to Qin Yu. You do not have to say sorry. Hearing what you have said, I can already tell the feelings that you two have for each other.
Huang Fujing smiled at herself and said, Qin Yu, I hope you do not find it funny, but I have never once talked about the matters of men and women before.
Regarding that, I am completely oblivious. All I had was that confused sensation.
However, after hearing what you said, I came to know that a woman's happiness ought to be having a man that cherishes her and cares about every single aspect of her. I truly envy little sister Jiangli. Merely, you already have her.
Huang Fujing deeply exhaled.
She then stood up and smiled to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, there are a lot of people pursuing little sister Jiangli.
All I can do is to offer my best wishes to you.
Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was able to sense that although Huang Fujing might still be tangled about this matter in her heart, her state was a lot better than the time when she was in the utmost East Sage Emperor's palace.
Thank you, Qin Yu said solemnly. Soon after, Qin Yu left Huang Fujing's mansion. Qin Yu did not say anything more.
This was the only choice that he could select. He only had Jiangli in his heart. He cannot forcibly make himself have feelings for a girl merely because the girl had feelings for him.
Sometimes, one must be heartless. Inside the main hall of the Misty Mystic Palace, Qin Yu glanced at the two people behind him.
While smiling, he commanded,
Let's go.
Yes, master. Xiuzhong Fu and Uncle Fu replied respectfully. This time around, Qin Yu did not bring with him many people. On the surface, it was only Xiuzhong Fu and Uncle Fu. However, he had also already placed the 100+ heavenly deity servants of his into his new Cosmos Purple Mystic Stars Misty Mountain Villa.
Lear, I am setting off for the floating snow city, said Qin Yu with heart voice transmission. The new cosmos was created by Qin Yu.
With a single intention, Jinyu was capable of making his voice sound in Lier's ears.
MN. Lier's slightly excited voice also sounded in Jinyu's heart.
Jinyu, Zhou and Uncle Fu left the misty mystic palace like this.
They then left the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold and reached the conveying array.
After that, they entered through the conveying array and arrived at the location underneath the utmost northern region's floating snow city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 31.
Volume 16, Marriage,
Chapter 31, Entering the Floating Snow City. Translated by Pumpkin.
Edited by Philip. Right after Jinyu, Uncle Fu and Fu walked out of the conveying array, they felt burst of chilling sensation on their faces. When they raised their heads to look, all they saw was a great amount of snow that covered everything.
Fu, who stood behind Jinyu, said,
"The area surrounding the floating snow city snows year-round. It is extremely fantastic."
Jinyu slightly nodded.
His gaze was locked onto that enormous floating city in the sky. The snowflakes were fluttering about.
However, that enormous city was still extremely glamorous.
That completely black-colored city walls as well as that enormous size of the city gave off an extremely oppressive sensation. Floating Snow City, this is the Floating Snow City.
Jinyu looked to the Floating Snow City and said in a low voice.
This was the first time that Jinyu saw the Floating Snow City.
Uncle Fu said, "Master, let's fly over to the entrance of the Floating Snow City first."
"Good, let's go." Jinyu directly spread out his spatial domain and brought Uncle Fu flying with him.
Fu followed behind them.
Soon, Jinyu arrived at the gate of the Floating Snow City. There was a 100-meter circumference platform outside of the gate.
Jinyu and them landed on this platform.
"Who are you all?"
"This is the utmost northern region's Floating Snow City. Unless you have duties here, you are not allowed to enter."
That high-spirited voice sounded from the city gates.
What an attitude! Jinyu smiled as he looked to the city gates.
There are 2 heavenly deity guards at the city gates and numerous others standing on the city walls. Fu immediately stepped forward and said in a cold voice,
"My lord is the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold's Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master. You, quickly go and report that."
"Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master?" Those 2 heavenly deities glanced at each other. A palace master from Mount Dazzling Gold possessed even more revered a status than ordinary high-level heavenly deities. The attitude of these 2 heavenly deities immediately changed. They smiled to Fu.
"Please wait a moment, I will promptly go and report that, but..."
Without an invitation letter, regardless of how powerful one was, one would still have to await for the city guards to report back. In merely a couple breaths worth of time, a person flew down from the city wall with a lightning-like speed. It was a handsome youth wearing a silver battle armor. This handsome youth managed to determine with a single glance that Jinyu was the leader of the 3.
"This one is a mid-squadron captain of the city guards. Zhou Jinfei pays his respects to Palace Master Jinyu." That handsome youth smiled humbly to Jinyu and said, "You know me?" Jinyu was a bit surprised.
He remembered that he had not announced his name yet.
That Zhou Jinfei slightly smiled and said,
"Anyone in the divine realm that is slightly more informed knows of Palace Master Jinyu's great name and that Palace Master Jinyu is the new Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman. In terms of strength, Palace Master Jinyu is even a tier above Grandmaster Oyezidot." Upon hearing what this Zhou Jinfei said, Jinyu managed to make a lot of connections in his heart.
Only how long had it been since he crafted the high-quality heavenly divine artifacts?
Never had he expected that even a mid-squadron captain from the utmost northern region's Floating Snow City knew of him. It would appear that this matter had spread extremely fast and wide.
"Palace Master Jinyu, is the reason for your coming in this time around in regards to Princess's groom search?"
said that Zhou Jinfei with a smile on his face.
Jinyu looked to Zhou Jinfei with a shocked expression. "Palace Master Jinyu, you need not be shocked.
In these years, of the outstanding talents that have come to our Floating Snow City, the vast majority of them have come for our princess,"
Zhou Jinfei continued. Jinyu lightly nodded his head. He directly said, "That's right.
I have come precisely to participate in that groom search."
Zhou Jinfei displayed a cheerful expression. He said, "Palace Master Jinyu's status is very high.
Furthermore, you are also the new Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman. In the entire divine realm, there are not many outstanding talents that can match up against Palace Master Jinyu. This matter of groom search, I believe Palace Master Jinyu is extremely hopeful. Let me dispatch someone to relay this matter to the Imperial City first."
Zhou Jianfei immediately waved his hand and summoned a person. My lord. That heavenly deity soldier bowed as he waited for the order.
The Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman from the utmost eastern regions Mount Dazzling Gold, Palace Master Qinyu, has come precisely to participate in the princess's groom search.
You are to promptly report this matter to the imperial city. Zhou Jianfei shouted. Yes, my lord.
That heavenly deity soldier, upon hearing the words Palace Master and Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman, immediately started feeling a burst of quiver. He took a peek at Qinyu and then proceeded to rapidly rush toward the imperial city. Had it been an ordinary person coming to participate in the groom search, then Zhou Jianfei would have just casually arranged a residence for them.
It was impossible for them to be announced to the imperial city.
Only for the true big shots, the news of their arrival would immediately be reported back to the imperial city and the utmost North Sage Emperor.
Palace Master Qinyu, please follow me to the guard's mansion to rest first.
In a short moment, His Majesty Sage Emperor will definitely prepare arrangements for Palace Master Qinyu.
That Zhou Fei said polite and modestly to Qinyu.
In that case, I will trouble brother Zhou.
Qinyu lightly smiled to Zhou Jianfei. Qinyu had a very good impression of this Zhou Jianfei.
The news of Qinyu's arrival at the floating snow city was passed through numerous people. In the end, it was the utmost North Sage Emperor's attendant that personally hurried to the utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan's resting place to report this matter to him.
Utmost North Sage Emperor's palace. At the shore of a pond at the eastern region of the palace. The utmost North Sage Emperor Jiang Fan was currently leisurely fishing.
A beautiful woman wearing a light blue gauze dress walked over to Jiang Fan rapidly. Without turning his head back, Jiang Fan said,
Yu Shang, what's the matter?
Your Majesty, earlier, a news was sent from the city gates. It said that the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold's Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master, that is, the new Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman, Qinyu, has arrived at our city. Yu Shang said respectfully.
Jiang Fan immediately stood up. He turned around and looked to Yu Shang.
He had a cheerful expression in his eyes. Are you talking about that Qinyu whose artifact craftsmanship was a tier higher than even Oyezi?
That is correct, Your Majesty.
Yu Shang said respectfully. Quickly, you are to personally bring people to receive him. As for where to arrange him, arrange him to live in the Floating Cloud Mansion.
That's right, Floating Cloud Mansion. Jiang Fan promptly said.
The Floating Cloud Mansion was a relatively well-known mansion in the utmost northern region's floating snow city. The floating snow city was also a place without Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman. Sometimes, Jiang Fan would also be vexed because of the matter of heavenly divine artifacts. To befriend a Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman, that was an extremely important matter.
Your Majesty, the news sent from the city gates said that Qinyu had come this time in order to participate in Princess's groom search. Yu Shang added. Jiang Fan was slightly startled. Groom search? At this moment, Zhang Lan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He was both happy and distressed.
He was happy that even Qinyu, a Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman, have come to participate in the groom search. He was distressed because he has still yet to determine the date for the groom search.
Oh, second brother, you're always so protective of Lear. How do you want me to face the people of the world? Zhang Fan also have no way to deal with Zhang Lan.
For the matter of the groom search, Zhang Lan had already said that he would even fight his brother with his life on the life.
What then could Zhang Fan possibly do?
His second brother's strength was definitely not inferior to him. Furthermore, even if the groom search was to be cancelled, he still could not fight a battle of life and death against his brother. However, Qinyu, the new Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman who was hopeful of becoming the new craftsman god, coming to participate in the groom search had still brought Jiang Fan immense happiness. Yu Shang, you are to prepare the matter of Qinyu's residence at the Floating Cloud Mansion. Remember, if that Qinyu has any request, make sure to satisfy them to the best of your ability.
Jiang Fan entrusted the task to Yu Shang. Yes, Your Majesty.
Yu Shang said respectfully.
Good, you can go. Jiang Fan waved his hand to dismiss Yu Shang.
However, at this moment, he started frowning.
He was thinking.
Now that even this suddenly emerged Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman Qinyu has come, it would appear that the process of the groom search will be a bit more complicated.
Jiang Fan had a slight smile on his face. Trying to obtain my daughter, how could it possibly be okay if each and every one of them doesn't demonstrate their sincerity?
Jiang Fan became even more clear about the plan for the groom search.
That future father-in-law of mine is truly cordial in his treatment toward me. Qinyu looked at the elegant mansion before him.
Having walked the floating snow city, this floating cloud mansion before him was definitely one of the top 10 mansions in the floating snow city. He then looked to the team of maids beside him.
Palace Master Chinyu, these maids were all arranged by His Majesty. They would be attend to Palace Master Chinyu's everyday needs. If Palace Master Chinyu has any requests, please feel free to instruct them. They will transmit the information back into the Imperial City. We would definitely do our best to satisfy your requests, said Yu Shang while smiling. Chinyu slightly bowed. Thank you, utmost North Sage Emperor, and thank you, young lady Wu Shang. In that case, Palace Master Chinyu, I shall take my leave. After seeing Wu Shang leave, Chinyu said to Qiu Zhongfu, Qiu Zhong, set up the arrangements for these maids. I have some matter to chat with Uncle Fu about. Yes, master. Qiu Zhongfu directly proceeded to walk toward those maids. As for Chinyu, he entered into the floating cloud mansion with Uncle Fu. After walking for some time, Chinyu picked a garden in the mansion. Within that garden was a pavilion building. After entering into the garden, Uncle Fu, we have arrived at the floating snow city. What do you think I should do now? Chinyu asked for Uncle Fu's suggestion. Uncle Fu smiled an honest and considerate smile. Master, there is not much use for you to ask me about this matter. The person who you should truly be asking is Lord Jiang Lan. Uncle Lan? Chinyu was slightly startled. He then smiled as if he had suddenly understood something. That's right. Uncle Lan was definitely going to be the one who was most familiar with all the various powers and their relations in the floating snow city. Asking Uncle Lan would definitely give the most suited suggestion. Little Yu. A familiar voice sounded from nearby. Chinyu turned his head around to look. He was pleasantly surprised. Uncle Lan? The person who had arrived was precisely Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan wore a dark golden-colored gown. He was walking over while smiling. I had originally thought that it would still take some time for you to come over. I had planned to have the utmost North Sage Emperor officially start the groom search in 10 years. Never had I anticipated that you would have come already. Thank you, Uncle Lan. I had been thinking about this matter the entire time. Thus, I naturally would want to come as soon as possible. Chinyu answered. In that case, you should quickly send Lear out. To officially start the groom search, we cannot be lacking Lear. Jiang Lan scolded Chinyu while smiling. Chinyu suddenly came to realize that and immediately have an intention to send Lear out. Zhang Li appeared out of thin air beside Chinyu. Big brother Chinyu. Pleasantly surprised, Lear said. The first person Lear saw was Chinyu. After that, she saw Uncle Lan. She promptly said to Uncle Lan, Uncle Lan, you've come? Of course I have to come. When I go to tell your imperial father that the groom search could begin, you obviously have to come with me. With you telling him about it yourself, then it will be right and proper, said Jiang Lan with a light smile. Lear slightly nodded. Little Yu, then I'll be leaving with Lear. Jiang Lan looked to Chinyu. Please wait a moment. Chinyu promptly said. Little Yu, is there something else? Jiang Lan looked to Chinyu with confusion. Chinyu immediately said the matter in his heart. Uncle Lan, is there anything that I should do after having arrived here? I should at least make good connections with some of the people of the floating snow city, right? The current Chinyu knew nothing about the utmost northern region's floating snow city. Jiang Lan immediately started smiling. Little Yu, you are overthinking. All you need to do is to remain in the floating snow city, said Uncle Lan with a smile. Remain in the floating snow city? Chinyu was unable to understand it. Jiang Lan nodded and said with certainty. That's right, you merely need to remain in the floating cloud mansion. There is no need for you to go out at all. Just wait, the news of your arrival in the floating snow city would soon spread through the entire floating snow city. At that time, there are certainly going to be a lot of people coming to pay you a visit. The amount of people that wanted to befriend a Grandmaster artifact craftsman is extremely numerous. Ha, right, Chinyu started laughing. The person on the spot is baffled whereas the onlooker sees things clearly. As the matter concerned the marriage between Chinyu and Lear, Chinyu's had become unable to think calmly. He had actually forgotten that he was a Grandmaster artifact craftsman. To the experts of the divine realm, heavenly divine artifacts were extremely important. Even if a high-level heavenly deity possessed a good heavenly divine artifact, he would still inevitably have friends or relatives. For the friends and relatives, he would still have to become intimate with Chinyu. You merely need to receive those people well. Jiang Lan said while smiling. Well then, since you've already arrived at the floating snow city, in a couple days, I will go see the utmost North Sage Emperor with Lear and inform him to prepare the public groom search. Okay. I've prepared everything already. Qin Yu nodded and said with certainty. After that, Qin Yu watched Jiang Lan and Lier leaving. The following days was exactly how Uncle Lan had predicted.
As Qin Yu, a Grandmaster artifact craftsman, had arrived to the floating snow city, it had led to many people coming to pay a visit to the floating cloud mansion. The amount of people Qin Yu came to know became more and more numerous. Of the people that arrived, as long as they had the slightest amount of status and position in the floating snow city, Qin Yu would treat them welcomely. Inside the guest room of the floating cloud mansion. Master, the Prince of the Thunder Punishment City, Zhou Xian, is outside and seeking for your appearance, said Uncle Fu to Qin Yu respectfully. This had caused Qin Yu to be slightly startled. What did you say? Who was the person outside? Qin Yu asked. The Prince of the Thunder Punishment City, Zhou Xian. Uncle Fu said it again. Qin Yu involuntarily began to remember the scene from back then. Back then, Zhou Xian destroyed the space with a single wave of his hand. That city from the mortal realm was completely destroyed. Even that cute little child that was eating a sugar-coated hawthorn had lost his life. I understand the heavens more than you. The words left from Zhou Xian to Qin Yu was something that Qin Yu still remembered. Qin Yu still remembered clearly the expression in the eyes of that cute little child before he died. Zhou Xian, was it? Qin Yu's eyes slightly narrowed. The corner of his mouth then started to rise slightly. Uncle Fu, you can let that Zhou Xian in. I will properly receive this prince from the Thunder Punishment City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 32. Volume 16, Marriage, Chapter 32, Meeting. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Zhou Xian was carefully inspecting the mansion before him. He had no choice but to admit that this floating cloud mansion was indeed better than his soaring cloud mansion. Regardless of whether it was the size of the mansion or the appearance of the mansion, they were all a tier higher than his. Don't tell me that in my uncle's eyes, I am inferior to this Grandmaster artifact craftsman Qin Yu? Zhou Xian felt a bit of resentment in his heart. The residences of the various participants of the groom search were all arranged by the Imperial City. Those with lower status, some of the people in charge within the Imperial City would be able to determine their residences. As for Zhou Xian, Duan Muyu, Qin Yu and other people of high status, they were all given mansion houses determined personally by the utmost North Sage Emperor Jiangfan. Qin Yu's mansion was a bit better than Zhou Xian's mansion. From this, one could tell that the utmost North Sage Emperor treated Qin Yu a bit better than Zhou Xian. Lord Zhou Xian, my lord is at the guest room. Please follow me. A beautiful-looking heavenly deity made arranged by the utmost North Sage Emperor to Qin Yu said to Zhou Xian. Only then did Zhou Xian wake back up. He slightly nodded to the maid. With two heavenly deity servants following behind him, Zhou Xian followed behind the maid. They proceeded toward the guest room of the floating cloud mansion. When they reached the entrance door of the guest room. I'm sorry, but those two servants will have to wait outside. An indifferent voice sounded. Zhou Xian turned his head around to look. The person who spoke was Zhou Zhongfu, who stood beside the entrance. Zhou Xian commanded. The two of you stay out here. Do not come in. As he said that, he proceeded to enter into the guest room. There were only two people in the guest room. One person was a puppet. Zhou Xian immediately understood that the old man before him ought to be the legendary housekeeper of the bewitching god temple, Uncle Fu. As for that Grandmaster artifact craftsman Qin Yu, Zhou Xian's gaze was cast toward that black-gowned youngster who had his back facing him. Brother Qin Yu, right? I am Zhou Xian of the Thunder Punishment City. Zhou Xian displayed a friendly smile on his face. At this moment, the youngster who had his back facing Zhou Xian the entire time turned around. He had a profound smile on his face. He looked to Zhou Xian. Brother Zhou Xian, I am very happy to see you. Zhou Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk. He started shaking. Zhou Xian had only heard about the renowned Grandmaster artifact craftsman Qin Yu. He too doesn't know at all how this Qin Yu looked. However, at the moment when he saw Qin Yu, he was astonished. Back then, the ordinary immortal cultivator from the mortal realm who possessed a pretty decent relationship with Jiangli was also called Qin Yu. His appearance, it was exactly the same as the Qin Yu before him. There were numerous people in the mortal realm. It was not strange for there to be people with the same names. However, what about their appearance? No matter how much of a coincidence it was, it couldn't have been coincident enough for both the name and appearance to be the same. This Qin Yu, could he possibly be the same Qin Yu from the mortal realm? This question came into Zhou Xian's mind. However, Zhou Xian didn't dare to directly ask Qin Yu. After all, his relationship with that Qinyu from the mortal realm was especially bad. Thus, his only option was to try to obtain the answers through innuendos. "Brother Zhou Xian, you have come to my place, so why is it that you're remaining silent?" Qinyu said with a smile on his face. He then waved and pointed to a chair to the side. "Brother Zhou Xian, let's sit down first. We can chat while we drink tea. What do you think?" Zhou Xian, who was thinking about how to obtain Qinyu's real identity, had been woken up by Qinyu's words. "Oh. Yes. Yes." The current Zhou Xian no longer possessed the free and unconstrained personality that he had before. Qinyu also didn't say much. He merely lightly smiled and then went to sit down. Zhou Xian also sat down. At this moment, Zhou Xian had already calmed himself. He continued to display a friendly smile toward Qinyu. "Brother Qinyu, although I have been in the utmost northern region's floating snow city, I still managed to hear your great name. The new Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman, the new master of the bewitching God Temple, you truly are extraordinary. I was even thinking about why Brother Qinyu would be at the utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold? If Brother Qinyu had been at our Thunder Punishment City, then wouldn't that be great? If that was the case, then I would have been able to frequently drink and chat merrily with Brother Qinyu. It's a pity indeed. However, I have already grew accustomed to Mount Dazzling Gold." Qinyu said with a light smile. Upon seeing Zhou Xian, Qinyu was unable to refrain himself from recalling that scene from back then. That domineering figure. Those pitiful mortals that died in desperation through the shattered space. That little child who wanted to eat the sugar-coated hawthorn. That scene was something that Qinyu could never forget. In addition to that, Qinyu was also unable to forget the domineering words left by Zhou Xian. "Qinyu, the heaven possesses the heavenly laws. You, a mere mortal, how could you possibly know anything about the heavenly laws? Killing others? Even if I killed all the people in this continent, the heavens would still not punish me one bit. Ha ha. Qinyu, remember this. I understand the heavens better than you do." Although Qinyu was recalling those memories, he still displayed a slight smile on his face. "Brother Zhou Xian, what might be the reason for your coming to my place this time around?" Qinyu looked to Zhou Xian. The smiles on Zhou Xian's face started to bloom completely. "Ha, Brother Qinyu, I have merely come in order to meet the legendary Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman in order to satisfy my curiosity." "Ah, Brother Qinyu, speaking honestly, you look like an old friend of mine. His name is also called Qinyu." As Zhou Xian said these words, his eyes were flickering with lightning. "Old friend?" Qinyu lifted his brows. Was this Zhou Xian unable to bear it anymore? "Zhou Xian, you also look like an old friend of mine. His name is also Zhou Xian." Qinyu also looked to Zhou Xian. They were looking face to face with one another. Zhou Xian's expression changed. At this moment, he had determined that the Qinyu before him was the same Qinyu as the Qinyu from the mortal realm. Ha ha. What a coincidence. Merely, I think that old friend of mine, his cultivation strength definitely wouldn't be able to match Brother Qinyu's. There was no need to mention about him being able to reach the Grandmaster level in the artifact craftsmanship. Zhou Xian laughed and said. Although Zhou Xian had determined that the Qinyu before him was the same Qinyu as the Qinyu from the mortal realm. Merely, Zhou Xian didn't wish to become hostile right away. Thus, he could only act like he didn't know Qinyu. Ah. But that old friend of mine called Zhou Xian, his strength was extremely valiant. He had even told me that he understood the heavens better than me. Qinyu said while beaming with smiles. Provocation. Absolute provocation. The smile on Zhou Xian's face had become a bit stiff. He then resumed his smile and said. Oh? Is that really the case? Brother Qinyu is also a high-level heavenly deity. Furthermore, Brother Qinyu is extremely astonishing in the artifact craftsmanship path. There are very few people that understand the heavens better than you. Against Qinyu's provocation, Zhou Xian instead gave Qinyu some flattery. Ah. Zhou Xian suddenly stood up. He then said to Qinyu helplessly. Brother Qinyu, I am truly sorry. I actually have forgotten that I still have an important matter. I shall be taking my leave first. If I have time in the future, I would definitely come and pay Brother Qinyu a visit again. Qinyu also stood up. Brother Zhou Xian, Godspeed. Please forgive me for not sending you off. Zhou Xian bowed a refined and courteous bow while smiling. He then turned around and started walking toward the entrance. However, at the moment when Zhou Xian reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked to Qinyu. While smiling, he asked. Brother Qinyu, you've come this time around for my cousin?
That's right. Brother Zhou Xian ought to know of my determination.
Qin Yu's gaze was cast directly on Zhou Xian.
My own determination is also no weaker than Brother Qin Yu's.
In that case, we'll have to see what each other can do during the time of the groom search.
Farewell. Zhou Xian smiled as he walked out of the guest hall. Bringing his 2 heavenly deity servants, he left. Qin Yu watched Zhou Xian and his servants leaving.
The smile on his face completely disappeared.
What replaced it was merely a cold and quiet expression. Master? Uncle Fu looked to Qin Yu. Qin Yu slightly frowned.
Back then, when I encountered this Zhou Xian in the mortal realm, I had thought of him as extremely domineering and arrogant.
However, it would appear now that this Zhou Xian is not someone that easy to handle. Soaring Cloud Mansion. Scram! An extremely cold voice sounded from the main hall. Several heavenly deity servants promptly left in fear.
At this moment, only Zhou Xian was in the main hall.
The current Zhou Xian no longer possessed the refined and courteous appearance from when he was in Qin Yu's place.
His face had turned malevolent. The pupils of his eyes were violently flickering like lighting.
Qin Yu, it has been less than 20,000 years.
Never would I expect for that little ant to be capable of reaching his current level. Zhou Xian had both of his hands on the table. The veins in his hands were completely bulging. His 10 fingers were like ancient tree roots as they firmly gripped onto the tabletop. I truly regret not directly killing you back then, Qin Yu.
Zhou Xian snorted twice. Bang! Under the fingers that became even more forceful, the table constructed from Divine Realm's ancient wood was instantly turned into fine powder.
Zhou Xian was in deep regret. Back then, in his eyes, Qin Yu, who had yet to even reach the heavenly immortal level, was practically an ant. He was so weak that he was inferior to even the ants of the Divine Realm. However, Zhou Xian truly never had expected that. In a short period of less than 20,000 years. 20,000 years, it was an extremely short period of time to the experts of the Divine Realm. In this short period of time, the nobody from the mortal realm that he had trampled upon had actually become a big shot within the Divine Realm. The utmost eastern region's Mount Dazzling Gold's Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master. The new Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman. In terms of status, Qin Yu was definitely not inferior to him, the Prince of the Thunder Punishment City. In terms of the level of welcome he received, a Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman was definitely welcomed by all the major powers. Regardless of which major power it was, they would all not become hostile against a Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman.
It's not even 20,000 years. Zhou Xian felt immense regret. In merely the blink of an eye, a nobody from the mortal realm had become a revered Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman. This Qin Yu, he will definitely be using his all to contest for my cousin against me. However, my cousin will definitely be mine in the end.
Regardless of who it is, they can forget about snatching her away from me.
Zhou Xian's eyes began to narrow. The lightning flickering in his eyes became even stronger. God King, I have waited so long for it.
Zhongli, to many people, she was the opportunity for one to reach the God King level.
The following days, Qin Yu spent his days extremely comfortably.
Numerous people from the utmost northern region's floating snow city had built a friendly relationship with Qin Yu. Under the shine of the light of daytime, Qin Yu was lying on a chair in the garden and enjoying the warmth from the light of daytime.
The status of a Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman is truly useful.
Had I not been a Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman, then although the identity of Misty Mystic Palace's Palace Master might be useful in Mount Dazzling Gold, who would actually care about that in Floating Snow City, that? Qin Yu picked up an exquisite and transparent wine cup from the small table beside his chair. He raised his head and drank a cup of wine. However, with the identity of the Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman, I am not required to go and search for those people myself. Instead, they would come and try to befriend me themselves. Strength, it truly is the source of everything.
Qin Yu felt even more strongly about the importance of strength.
Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman, that too was an aspect of strength. At this moment, a beautiful heavenly deity maid walked over to Qin Yu. She respectfully said,
"My lord, Princess Jian Yan is requesting attendance." Princess Jian Yan? Qin Yu was startled. Quickly let her in.
"Just bring her directly over here," said Qin Yu directly. He didn't like to receive actual friends in the extremely formal guest room because it would be too uncomfortable.
"Yes, my lord."
That beautiful heavenly deity maid immediately sent the order. After merely a moment, Qin Yu saw two familiar figures. At this moment, Jian Yan walked over with Granny Yinhua.
Qin Yu's current eyesight was much better. He was able to instantly tell Granny Yinhua's strength, high-level heavenly deity. It seemed that Zhang Yan had been training hard after returning to the divine realm. She actually reached the low-level heavenly deity level. Qin Yu thought in his heart. At the same time, Qin Yu stood up and said while smiling, "Little sister Yenner, long time no see." Zhang Yan was as adorable as during the time back in the immortal, devil and demon realm. Zhang Yan took a glance at Qin Yu, her nose slightly wrinkled, she humped lovably and then said, "Big brother Qin Yu, you have come to the divine realm for so long but didn't even come to visit me once." "Truly. Didn't I come now?" Qin Yu said while smiling. Zhang Yan immediately started laughing. "Ha, I'm just joking with you. But, big brother Qin Yu, you are truly amazing. When I heard about your renowned name, I didn't even dare to imagine that you were the same Qin Yu from the immortal, devil and demon realm. Only when I saw you just now did I manage to be completely certain." Zhang Yan pulled her hand back and started counting with her fingers. "The new master of the bewitching god temple, grandmaster artifact craftsman, and earlier, Granny had told me that you've already reached the high-level heavenly deity level." This is truly too shocking." Zhang Yan displayed an expression of being shocked immensely. Qin Yu lightly smiled. Every single time Qin Yu met Lear's younger sister Zhang Yan, he would always been in a good mood. This Zhang Yan was truly an adorable girl. Palace Master Qin Yu. Granny Yinhua smiled as she slightly bowed. "Granny, long time no see." Qin Yu also bowed and said. After chatting with Lear for so long, Qin Yu knew that Granny Yinhua was the person who took care of Lear and her sister. Granny Yinhua loved the two of them extremely dearly. It cannot be considered as being a long time. Merely, Palace Master Qin Yu, your progress, even if this old woman were to see it with her own eyes, she would still find it very unbelievable. Granny Yinhua gasped in admiration. Although Granny Yinhua was a high-level heavenly deity, in terms of status in the utmost northern region's floating snow city, she was inferior to the palace masters. And what about Qin Yu? Not only was he the palace master of the Misty Mystic Palace, he was also the new Grandmaster Artifact Craftsman. Merely in terms of status, Qin Yu was much higher than Granny Yinhua. A mere nobody from the immortal, devil and demon realm was now someone with a status higher than even her. Granny Yinhua had no choice but to gasp in admiration on how great the change of reality was. "Master." Uncle Fu suddenly walked over from afar. "Uncle Fu, is there something?" Qin Yu smiled as he looked to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was holding a dark golden-colored scroll. Earlier, the utmost North Sage Emperor ordered his people to send over the invitation letter. It was the invitation letter regarding the participation of the groom search. He had already sent out the invitation letters? Could it be that the groom search is about to begin? Zhang Yan said in shock. A ray of light shined through Qin Yu's eyes. Has it finally started? Qin Yu mumbled in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.